Chapter 451, Worrying for the Human Race. Beep! Beep! A shrill alarm resounded through the sky. The trillions of creatures across the core continent all looked tense, stood up abruptly, and clenched the blades in their hands. Quick! Quick! Be on guard. Master Saint Envoy. A message has come from the virtual world that the World Destroyer is on the way, and will break through the world and descend at any time. Call. At the top of the highest mountain in this world. The tall and majestic man, sitting on the throne, exhaled deeply, and opened his burning eyes. The golden armor covering his entire body sparkled brightly under the shining sun. The holy envoy stood up, lowered his eyes, and looked down the mountain. On the endless plains, there were densely packed figures standing quietly. The depressing atmosphere was suffocating. All living beings in Anshan realm. The holy envoy's voice was like thunder, mighty and resounding in the hearts of every living being. The World Destroyer is about to come. Before this, 1,000 worlds have already perished at the hands of this devil. Are you afraid? The crowd was silent, and the silence made the atmosphere even more depressing. Clang! An elf wearing emerald crystal armor, with a graceful figure and beautiful face, stepped into the void, suddenly drew the long sword from her waist, and said in a stern tone, I am not afraid. The elves are not afraid. We swear to live and die with Anshan realm. The crisp and cold voice, like a spark, instantly ignited the depressing atmosphere. One after another, powerful figures stepped into the void. Roar! Dragon Clan. Behemoth. Sea Clan. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Kill! 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 Trillions of living beings had their minds united as never before. Their fighting spirit was boiling and surging, converging and condensing into substance, spreading into the void of the universe. Very good. The eyes of the gods are upon us. The glory of the Most High God shines upon us. Everyone on alert. Boom! At the command, the sky shook and the earth trembled. The ground cracked into countless cracks, and alchemical creations and war machines tens of thousands of feet tall slowly floated out. Chant. As the crowd poured in like a torrent, nodes were lit up one by one. Ripples appeared on the surface of the silvery metal giant. His eyes shone brightly, and a huge and dazzling pentagonal and hexagram array appeared behind him. Roar! 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 Giants of various shapes, and all extremely tall, roared towards the sky at the same time. The core continent trembled violently, and was almost collapsed. There were no less than billions of such giants scattered across the land, ocean and void. Sun! Moon! Star armor! The sacred envoys were bright, and the two light columns shot out of the void. The void of the dark cosmic void shone, and the running trajectory mutations changed. The sun and the moon are its eyes, and the stars are its body. The extremely huge divine armor stood in the void of the universe. The holy envoy took a step forward and instantly sank into the center of the divine armor's eyebrows. Snap! A plain fist pierced through the boundary wall, and the mighty force spread wildly. The entrance of the cave expanded to 1,000,000 feet before slowly stopping. Bai Donglin, dressed in a pitch-black robe, walked in with his hands behind his back, and scanned the entire world with an indifferent look. Wow! Such a big welcoming ceremony? Thank you all for your hard work. Humph! The gods actually used my philosopher's stone. There is no doubt that Bai Dong's face is unhappy. There is no doubt that the gigabit sentient beings prepared for him in this world have been used by the waste of the gods. The memory was obscured and distorted, extracted from the matrix world and sent back to the physical body. And then the vast energy of the philosopher's stone in this world was forcibly infused to improve the cultivation level. The core of the original laws of this world has been hollowed out. Even if he doesn't come, this empty SHL of a world will not be far from destruction. It seems that the gods are really anxious and have resorted to such means. However, Bai Donglin estimates that there are not many worlds like this one, and they are probably only targeting enemies like him who destroy the world too quickly. Otherwise, how is this different from the gods cutting off their own arms? Cutting off the source of their own faith and destroying the core of the origin of the law is the same as what the monks in the real world are doing. It's just drinking poison to quench thirst. World Destroyer. Die! Kill! The huge divine armor that gathered the sun, moon and stars punched out, covering billions of miles of cosmic void. The mighty force tore a huge hole in the wall of the world. Kill! On the core continent, billions of giants crushed the void and rushed towards Bai Donglin to kill him. Endless murderous intent gathered, and the void turned into a scarlet color. Big? What's the use of that? Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he had lost the Philosopher's Stone, he still had the military merit to gain. However, he was in no mood to waste time with these dying puppets. Original light. 10,000 flashes. Boom. The origin vessel stores the spiritual orifice. Explodes. Dies. And instantly resurrects billions of kilometers away. Explodes. Dies. And resurrects. In the dimensional space, a small Class C world was slowly rotating. Suddenly, it trembled, and countless wide cracks suddenly appeared on the wall of the world. Brilliant beams of light filled with endless aura of destruction shot out from the cracks in the wall. Click! Endless light shone and bloomed, spreading madly, and the dimensional storm was completely crushed. After a long time, everything calmed down. The world had been completely turned into nothingness. There was only a figure sitting cross-legged in the original place. Bai Donglin frowned slightly, his eyes showing hesitation and thought. He looked ahead. His will and perception extended to the extreme. Slowed down. The frequency of the hundreds of billions of powerful beings in the real world destroying the world has dropped rapidly. More than 100 times slower. In his perception, the invisible and intangible, yet real sea of blood, formed by endless fighting intent, murderous intentions and resentment, spread slower and slower. And it just barely covered the bases of the two pyramids. The drawbacks of the sin of killing have emerged. This is a conspiracy of the gods. A means forged with countless lives. The powerful people in the real world have no choice but to accept it. The only possible reason for being able to hinder the powerful, and almost simultaneously slow down the pace of attack is this. It goes without saying that many of the powerful beings in the real world are definitely trying to get rid of the sin of killing in their bodies at this moment. However, it is impossible that the human leaders did not foresee this situation. It will just take more time, and the result will not change. Bai Donglin's brows calmed down, but the hesitation and thought in his eyes became more intense. His heart was struggling fiercely, as if he had an important decision to make, and he didn't know how to make it. Should I do this? If so, his mind was working frantically. His eyes emitted an inch of light. His brows were shining with a bright light, and he was deducing the pros and cons, gains and losses, and there were endless possibilities. After a moment, Bai Donglin's eyes regained their calmness and turned into determination. I have endured it for long enough. With my current strength, as long as I don't become the public enemy of the human race, I will be safe. So what if I'm exposed to the spotlight? Overall, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. So, let's do it. Bai Donglin has never been an indecisive person. Now that he has made a decision, he will go all out to do it. He slowly stood up, closed his eyes, and sensed the breath he left behind. Locked onto his target, stepped into the dimensional channel and disappeared. In the dimensional space, in the center of the dimensional storm that was spinning endlessly, there was a small house made of green bamboo. A figure was sitting cross-legged in the house, meditating with his eyes closed. King Mu had a cold aura, and the sword mark between his eyebrows was surrounded by black air. The sin of killing that seemed to be condensed into substance was looming around his body, and it seemed that countless creatures were howling and weeping. Cut! Chop! Chop! A phantom condensed by will, holding a sharp sword, flashed in the sea like black fog in the body. Every time a bright sword light fell, it could destroy a large area of black fog. But to completely eliminate the sin of killing, at this speed, is obviously not something that can be done in a short period of time. The phantom of King Mu's will paused slightly, and he frowned and looked into the dimensional space. It's that strange body cultivator. What does he want from me? King Mu opened his eyes, stood up, opened the bamboo door, stood with his hands behind his back, and the long sword at his waist hummed softly, as if an endless sea of blood was rolling in it. Call out. A ray of light flashed across at an extremely high speed, piercing through the dimensional storm, and standing in front of the bamboo house. Bai Donglin had a friendly look on his face. He bowed to King Mu and said, Friend Mu, I am sorry to bother you by coming here without your permission. Chant. A sword shadow appeared behind King Mu and slashed down suddenly. A thread of extremely obscure will was cut off and destroyed. Friend Bai. Good trick. King Mu narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't expect that this strange physical cultivator's willpower was so strong that even he was deceived. Brother Mu. Calm down. I just hit it off with you. I have no ill intentions in leaving my aura behind. It's just for this meeting. Bai Donglin bowed again, with a warm and sincere smile on his face. Yes, he had already thought about the current situation before entering the world of gods. Oh, What do you mean? King Mu suppressed his unhappiness and decided to give Bai Donglin a chance to convince him. It was also wartime, and they were in the same camp. Otherwise, with his character, he would have swung his sword long ago. I am here to kill the sinners. Bai Donglin's expression became serious, and he stated his purpose. He looked at King Mu with confusion, and continued, Fellow Taoist, please look. Boom. As his mind moved, Bai Donglin released the suppression of the sin of killing in his body. His gentle aura suddenly changed to become extremely cold, and the dark fog of sin gushed out, twisting into poisonous dragons that entwined and circled, tightly binding Bai Donglin. Wailing, roaring, weeping, cursing, he killed his way through, and only burned with the fire of karma once. After that, in the next 700 worlds, Class C worlds began to appear frequently, and more than tens of trillions of lives were killed. Such a heavy sin of killing, gathered together, even affected reality, and the violent dimensional storm unconsciously retreated. King Mu's brows trembled, and he took a step back, feeling surprised. Being able to withstand such a heavy sin of killing, Bai Donglin's strength was beyond his expectations. Bai Donglin did not say anything either. He slowly raised his palm, and a ball of faintly flickering purple gold flame emerged. The hot breath was extremely terrifying. Bai Donglin held the purple gold flame tightly, and pressed it onto the sinful black fog outside his body. The strange and stubborn black fog seemed to have met its natural enemy, and dissipated instantly when touched by the flame, while the purple gold flame became more violent and hotter. This. King Mu opened his eyes wide with a look of disbelief, as if common sense had been overturned, and his thoughts were surging like turbulent waves. What kind of flame is this? This property of restraining the sin of killing was like karmic fire. Yet it was not. It was something beyond his understanding and cognition. No. He had never even heard of this fire. Who exactly is this guy? The black mist emanating from his body was devoured and burned in an instant. Bai Donglin's eyes regained clarity, and he held the purple gold flame in his hand, and spoke slowly. Friend Mu, this is my purpose. Resolve the hidden dangers of the sin of killing for many of our human race's great powers. Bai Donglin's eyes were as sharp as torches. His words were resounding, and his face was full of righteousness. At this moment, even he felt, your image must be very tall and majestic. Chapter 452, also for myself. The firm voice was like some kind of declaration, rippling to the far end of the dimensional space. King Mu looked solemn, and instantly understood the meaning of the purple gold flame. He raised his hand and pointed it towards the house, and said in a serious tone, Fellow Taoist, please come in and discuss in detail. Bai Donglin nodded slightly, and entered the bamboo house with King Mu, and they sat cross-legged facing each other. Fellow Taoist, what is the price of using your flame and magical power? King Mu directly asked about the biggest doubt in his mind. This was common sense that was deeply rooted in his bones, or in the bones of the monks. Just like force is mutual, using magical powers and spells also consumes energy. Whatever you gain, you will naturally have to pay a price. This purple gold flame can eliminate the sin of killing so efficiently, in the minds of ordinary people. Eliminating such a difficult and strange sin of killing will naturally consume something. In King Mu's opinion, although Bai Donglin's purple gold flame was incredible, if the price was too high, it would not be of much significance to the entire battle situation. Friend Mu, I understand your concerns, but my ability is different from what you understand. Bai Donglin shook his head, staring closely at the jumping flame in his hand, and continued with a dim look. This is not a magical power, nor is it a secret technique, nor is it a creation of heaven and earth. A rare treasure. This is my natural talent. A unique talent born for killing sinners. There is no cost for using it. It just consumes a lot of energy. As long as the energy is sufficient, I can keep activating it without any worries. Upon hearing this, King Mu's eyes became even more surprised, and he looked up and down at the unusually hot purple gold flame in disbelief. This was something that broke common sense. But in this world, talents were endless and complex, and who could know what kind of strange talents would be born? After suppressing his thoughts, King Mu continued to ask, then, will there be a price to pay for us to endure this burning fire? This is another key point. If this flame can cause huge damage, then how is it different from the fire of karma? This is something that the powerful cannot accept. As far as King Mu knew, talent was often immune to the person who released it. But the same could not be said for outsiders. Fellow Taoist Mu, you also know that the sin of killing has penetrated into every corner of the body. It has penetrated into every part of the body, including the particles of divine power in the flesh, the spiritual orifices, the will, the soul, and even the Dharma image of your chi cultivation. It is extremely difficult to remove it. My talent will burn every corner of my body. The pain is unbearable. For sure. However, the damage caused by burning sins will be returned in a strange way, as if the damage was a false illusion caused by the pain. Are you serious? Nature. Bai Donglin spoke with such confidence, and without blinking an eye that even he began to believe it. Friend Mu, no matter how much I say, it's better for you to try it yourself. Starting with your physical body. If it's false, you can easily stop it. Good. There was a gleam of light in King Mu's eyes. He had no hatred or grudge against Bai Donglin, and they were just mortal bodies. He was not afraid that Bai Donglin would have any bad intentions towards him. Bai Donglin nodded slowly, and the flame in his hand rolled out and separated into a purple gold thread, which shot out and inserted into King Mu's palm. A huge pain appeared, but King Mu seemed unaware of it, sensing the subtle changes in his body. Caught off guard, the scorching purple gold flames burned along with his divine power particles and the black mist of sin. The sins quickly dissipated, and his body also suffered great damage. But in the next moment, a warm current emerged from the flames, and then his body recovered as before. It's true. Bai Donglin didn't lie to him. Friend Bai, use all your strength. I believe in you. King Mu suddenly opened his eyes, looked at Bai Donglin, and spoke word by word. Ha! Okay. This King Mu is a wonderful man. Bai Donglin no longer suppressed it, and the purple gold flame instantly boiled over, like a river flowing back from the sky, surging into every corner of King Mu's body. His will, soul, and everything else were defenseless, allowing the scorching flame to spread wildly. The purple gold flame seemed to be a contradictory combination of life and destruction. The extreme destruction of the sinful black fog and the powerful damage to the objects it attached to were real. But that powerful vitality could perfectly restore the damage at the same time as it occurred. Everything seems to be an illusion, but the sin of killing that has disappeared is real. Not long after, the purple gold flame that cleared away all the sinful black fog retracted into Bai Donglin's palm. King Mu slowly opened his eyes, feeling extremely relaxed all over his body, and his eyes were extremely clear. Thank you, Brother Bai, for your help. King Mu slowly stood up and bowed to Bai Donglin. Ahem. Brother Mu, you are too polite. We are all doing this for the human race. Alas, there are still 2 problems before us. Bai Donglin sighed softly, a hint of worry appearing on his face. Please tell me what difficulties you have, and we can work together to find a solution. Well, it's not a big problem actually. It's just that this talent consumes a lot of energy, and my reserves are almost exhausted. However, I have thought of a solution. Fellow Taoist, do you know the Philosopher's Stone hidden in the core of the origin law of the gods? I have a method to activate it. All I need to do is this. King Mu nodded slightly when he heard this, and a glimmer of realization flashed in his eyes. It was easy for them to destroy the world, and the energy consumed could be recovered by himself. So he did not intend to attack the core of the original law, and he always destroyed the world cleanly and efficiently. To the powerful, energy is not a rare thing. What they desire is the understanding of the rules. It's just a small matter. We have to destroy the world anyway. It's just a different way. I will go get the Philosopher's Stone for you. After King Mu finished speaking, he put his hand on the sword and was about to destroy the alien small world. Wait a minute. Fellow Taoist Mu. There is one more thing. I don't know many powerful people, so I can't contact them. Can you help me pass this message on? Let the mighty men of my human race bring the Philosopher's Stone and come here, so that I can cleanse them of the sin of killing, because they are far away from the one true realm. The instant communication of the battle soul mark has lost its effect. However, powerful people like King Mu naturally have special means of communication with their acquaintances. If one person tells 10 people, 10 people tell 100 people, and the news will soon spread among the hundreds of billions of powerful people. Moreover, having King Mu as a living propagandist can dispel the concerns of the powerful and save him a lot of trouble. Even if you don't tell me about this, I will do it. I'm sorry to trouble you with the sin of killing. Please wait here. I will be back soon. No trouble. No trouble. Everything is for the human race. Yes. Everything is for the human race. King Mu nodded heavily. His figure moved, and turned into sword light and disappeared. For the sake of the human race. And also for myself. Bai Donglin murmured softly, looking up into the depths of the dimension with an extremely deep gaze. Whatever innate purple gold flame, its core essence is still karma fire. The great power to eliminate the sin of killing naturally comes from karma fire. But he added a lot of things to it. The damage caused by the burning of karma. Killing and sin is inevitable. And even he can only rely on his immortality to resist it. If he wanted to cleanse the sins without causing any harm to King Mu, just like the purple gold flame did just now. The first thing he had to consider was how to deal with the injury. Immortality is a gift that belongs to him alone and cannot be passed on to others. But this problem is not difficult for him. This power of recovery actually utilizes the talent of immortality. But it is just a roundabout way. To achieve this, 2 magical methods obtained from the 8 parts played a great role. The 8 lights explains how to use the 3 lights of the human body. The light blade of will that can destroy the will of living beings comes from this mysterious method. One of its many mysteries is healing. Burning the light of life can heal physical injuries. Burning the light of will can heal injuries to will. Burning the light of the soul can heal injuries to the soul. The fundamental core is, burn yourself to light up others. Fortunately, he is immortal, so he can use this method at will. Since he comprehended this method, he had only used it once before, and that was on the Tianju battlefield, to heal the physical injuries of Duyamyamu. Now, recovering from the injuries caused by the karma fire is much more complicated. It requires all-round use of the 3 lights at the same time. This is not difficult, but the difficulty lies in how to conceal it. Otherwise, wouldn't his inexhaustible 3 lights of the human body expose the secret of immortality? Therefore, the 8 parts of control was used again. The method of control explains how to control everything in the body. It is a powerful aid to the integration of energy, laws, soul, etc. Karma fire and the 3 lights of the human body are both very strange things, which cannot be compared with ordinary energy. It is not easy to integrate them. It all depends on the help of this mysterious control. He started experimenting a long time ago, and now he has finally succeeded in integrating them. In this way, the purple gold flame was born, which possessed the ability of karmic fire. While burning the sins of killing, the 3 lights in his body burned, and the healing power was continuously input to perfectly recover from the injuries. Not only did he achieve his goal, but he also perfectly concealed the karma fire and the 3 lights of the human body. It was perfect. He attributed everything to his mysterious talent. No matter whether others believed it or not, he believed it anyway. But no matter what, he, who possessed such a powerful ability, was completely exposed to everyone from now on. He was able to easily solve such a difficult thing as the sin of killing. So he naturally had strategic significance. Fortunately, he was now quite powerful and had many means at his disposal. So he was not afraid of being caught and sliced for research. This was also a choice he made after careful consideration. Bai Donglin had only one condition: solving the sin of killing was fine. But it had to be exchanged for energy. Although he would not lose anything, his innate ability was mysterious and unpredictable. So he could describe it as he pleased. Who could question him? Perhaps, with the idea of consuming huge amounts of energy, people would be more able to accept it. After all, eliminating the sin of killing without any consumption is even more shocking. It's worth taking some risks. I can use billions of powerful beings at my disposal. The energy of these alien worlds will all be in my pocket. Helping the human race is just a byproduct. Energy is his real goal. The destruction of the world of gods is a foregone conclusion. Whether or not he does this will have no decisive impact. It will only speed up the process and reduce the losses in the real world. Even if I don't destroy the world now, there will be an endless supply of philosopher's stones delivered to my door. A hint of pride appeared in Bai Donglin's eyes. No matter how hard he tried and kept attacking, he could not defeat an army of hundreds of billions. If he didn't do this, most of the alien world would have turned into nothingness meaninglessly, and only a very small part of it would have been available to him. Such a huge waste made him so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe just thinking about it. Chant. A sword chant came from the depths of the dimensional space, interrupting Bai Donglin's thoughts. Several streams of light fell outside the bamboo house, and King Mu appeared, walking into the house with 5 powerful men with extraordinary auras. King Mu is so fast. Friend Mu. Friend Bai. Come here. Let me introduce you. Bai Donglin had a smile on his face and greeted everyone politely. How could he not be polite? These were all his treasure-delivering boys. The 5 powerful men also looked Bai Donglin up and down, with a gleam in their eyes and a bit of doubt. After everyone finished their greetings, they sat down. King Mu flipped his palm and took out 7 glittering philosopher's stones. He handed them to Bai Donglin and said, "Friend Bai, I encountered several small worlds while on my way, so I destroyed them and took this philosopher's stone to relieve your energy consumption. Brother Mu is thoughtful." Bai Donglin took the philosopher's stone without hesitation, then looked at the 5 powerful men and said slowly, "Fellow Taoists, who among you will go first?" The 5 people looked at each other, and an old man with white hair and beard nodded slightly. He moved and appeared in front of Bai Donglin. "Fellow Taoist, thank you for your help." It would be more accurate to say that they believed in King Mu rather than Bai Donglin. They were close friends and knew King Mu's meticulousness very well, and he would never joke with them. "No problem." Bai Donglin spread out his palms, and a ball of purple gold flame emerged, branched out, and sank into the old man's body. Boom! Stimulated by the flames, the old man's suppressed sin of killing suddenly became restless. The dark fog rolled and roared. The devilish sound pierced his ears, cold and piercing. The old man, who was amiable just now, suddenly had bloodshot eyes, like a devil. Bai Donglin turned a blind eye as the purple gold flames grew more and more violent, with the flames rising hundreds of thousands feet high. Fortunately, the bamboo house was so huge that they were able to escape the disaster. After a moment, the flames dissipated, the sinful black fog cleared away, and the old man opened his eyes in disbelief, looking at his hands with clear and gentle eyes. Next, Bai Donglin's voice was steady, and his whole body seemed to be shrouded in endless mystery, showing the demeanor of a master. Very high quality. I'll do it. Let me give it a try. Thank you for choosing me, fellow Taoist." Bai Donglin waved his hand slightly, pointed at a powerful person at random, and said with a gentle and easygoing smile, Don't worry. Everyone comes one by one, and everyone has a chance." Chapter 453, Casting a Net to Catch Fish. Boom! The purple gold flame shot up into the sky, burning fiercely, reaching hundreds of thousands of feet high, and was extremely hot. Bai Donglin's mind moved, and the flame in his hand split into 3 solid silk threads, which shot into the bodies of the other 3 powerful men. 3 huge pillars of fire rose again in the bamboo house. Click, click, click. King Mu's expression changed when he saw this, and he made a gesture of magic. Endless divine patterns of the emerald green bamboo house emerged, barely resisting the scorching damage to the space caused by the high temperature. After a moment, the flames dissipated, and all the sins of killing were swallowed up and burned. Hiss! This is incredible. This purple gold flame is truly amazing. A power that is like a miracle. The powerful men had shock in their eyes. Their bodies and souls were clear. Their inquiring gazes kept scanning the flame in Bai Donglin's hand. Their hearts were in turmoil, and the long-standing common sense was broken. Everyone stood up and bowed in gratitude, then took out a storage ring and handed it to Bai Donglin, saying, "Friend Bai, King Mu told us that you need to consume a huge amount of energy to display this talent. We don't have the Philosopher's Stone yet. Please accept these spiritual fluids to make up for your consumption. Yes, now we are not afraid of the sin of killing. We will get the Philosopher's Stone later and give it to our fellow Taoists." The 5 powerful men spoke earnestly with burning flames in their eyes. As long as they could make friends with Bai Donglin, their efficiency in destroying small worlds and earning military merits would be infinitely improved. For these powerful men who participated in the war, fighting for the human race was one point, and gaining military merit was also an important reason. The contribution points of the human race can not only be exchanged for the treasures they need, but most importantly, the dormant spots for the Zheni ancient artifacts can only be exchanged with contribution points. Bai Donglin looked hesitant and glanced at King Mu. King Mu understood and slowly said, "Brother Bai, just accept it. This little thing is nothing to them. What's more important is that you accumulate energy to eliminate the sins of killing for the powerful people." "Haha, Brother Mu, what you said makes sense, so I would be disrespectful to refuse it." Bai Donglin smiled clearly. "Wave freely, and the 5 storage rings were taken in your hands." After putting the things away, Bai Donglin's eyes flashed with contemplation, and then he continued, "Brother Mu, the most important thing now is how to pass this message to the other powerful ones. Moreover, I can't just stay here. Sooner or later, the gods will find out that something is wrong with us, and it will be troublesome if the powerful ones of the 10 realms intervene." The great man with white hair and beard nodded slightly and said in agreement. Indeed, this hidden danger must be considered. The transmission of the message is not difficult. But the difficult part is how we can ensure the safety of fellow Daoists. Friend Bai, you are very important now. Enough to interfere with the progress of the war. As long as the gods are not stupid, they will definitely take action. The world of gods is too vast, and the number of powerful people in the real world is too large to gather in one place. And Bai Donglin cannot wait in a fixed place. So how to create an environment for Bai Donglin to contact the powerful people becomes a problem. Brother Bai, what can you do? King Mu's eyes flickered as he thought of all the strange things about Bai Donglin. Since he had raised this question, he probably already had a solution in his mind. I do have an idea. Since I can't wait for the powerful people of my human race to come somewhere, I will take the initiative to find them. In this way, my whereabouts are uncertain, and even if the gods want to target me, they can do nothing about it. Everyone, please look! Bai Donglin flipped his palm, and dozens of dark and ancient tokens appeared on his palm. They were the most common war monument splits, in order to ensure that his true identity could not be discovered. This token was specially modified by him, and many of its functions were erased. The holder could contact him through the means he left on it, and he could then descend using the dimensional coordinates. Bai Donglin gave 10 tokens to King Mu and explained in detail how to use them. Everyone's eyes flashed with understanding. I didn't expect that Brother Bai also mastered the power of dimensional space. This method is indeed good. In the dimensional space coordinates will not be easily disturbed. No wonder Brother Bai is so confident. Bai Donglin did not conceal the fact that he had a dimension space. He only needed to check at the Dan Dao conference to obtain the dimension of the space. After discussing some details, they stood up and walked out of the bamboo house. Standing in the dimensional space, King Mu received a good bamboo house and said to Bai Donglin, Brother Bai, let's leave first. Goodbye. After saying that, they all turned into streams of light and shot away into the distance. As for helping Bai Donglin pass on messages and issuing tokens, several people were very willing to do so. All their actions were recorded in the War Soul Mark, and as long as they were beneficial to the direction of the battle, they would receive military merit. King Mu, what do you think of this man? 6 rays of light moved side by side, penetrating the huge dimensional storm group, and someone asked in a concentrated voice. King Mu's eyes flashed with thought when he heard this. Countless scenes emerged in his mind, and countless details of his interactions with Bai Donglin were analyzed again and again. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. He is very mysterious, and his whole body is shrouded in mist. I can't see him clearly, but my swordsman does not feel any ill towards him. At least, I have not seen any signs that are not beneficial to the human race. This is why he dares to let Bai Donglin arbitrarily do it. Jianqi will not lie to him. If Bai Donglin can hide the perception of Jian Xian, then his strength must be far beyond him. If he wants to harm him, it will not need to be troublesome. Yeah, that's true. Then just do as he says. Even if we can't see the problem, it doesn't mean he can hide it from everyone. Good. Buzz. The space trembled violently, and the 6 people went their separate ways, fleeing in different directions, and disappeared in an instant. Bai Donglin did not leave. He sat cross-legged casually in the center of the dimensional storm with a deep look in his eyes. The main reason for throwing out the war monument split was actually as he said, in order to more conveniently and quickly eliminate the sin of killing for the powerful people, and to obtain a large amount of Philosopher's Stone for himself. Of course, there is another little thought, which is his other goal in coming to the world of gods. The Heart of the Titan, the war monument carrying one of the 8 parts. Naturally, there was no need to tell King Mu and the others about this. The war monument can sense the locations of other sub-monuments, but the distance has an upper limit. Previously, in the Ice and Snow Temple, he also entered the Divine Pool, and the war monument began to move abnormally. Although his perception ability should be greatly improved after swallowing a piece of the steel, Bai Donglin was unable to estimate its upper limit. At least he had been in the world of gods for so long, and there had been no movement from the war steel. The world of gods is too vast, and is separated by a vast number of small worlds and layers of boundaries. So the perception of the war monument will be greatly weakened. According to Bai Donglin's deduction, the Heart of the Titan is most likely to be in the top god of light realm. After all, according to the information he obtained, the last location where the war monument appeared was deep in the Titan's clan territory, and the Titan lived in the god of light realm. Having said that, we cannot rule out other possibilities. After so many years, no one can guarantee whether the heart of the Titan will be lost in another world. In such a vast area, finding something is harder than finding a needle in a haystack. He can't rely on luck for everything. Therefore, while collecting the Philosopher's Stone, he spread out numerous split bodies, allowing billions of powerful beings in the real world to become the eyes of his extended perception, which can greatly increase the chances of finding the heart of the Titan. In the past, he actually didn't pay much attention to this battle formation whose name he didn't even know. Yes, even though he had gathered 2 steels, he still didn't know the name of this battle formation, just because it was divided into 8 parts. He called it 8 parts. And light mysterious abnormalities have brought him many magical means, which has greatly increased his interest in the remaining 6. In addition, the appearance of the other steels made him understand that if the dimensional world wanted to display its full power, it must integrate all the steels to recreate a complete dimensional world carrier. These 2 reasons together drove him to start looking for the War Monument. Why didn't the War Clan, such a powerful race, leave a single word in history? Does the Titan clan really have the blood of the War Clan in their bodies? Or did they just obtain a war monument by chance? Bai Donglin thought for a moment, shook his head slightly to suppress his thoughts, and sank his mind into his body. While waiting for the news, he prepared to practice. It's time to break through the realm. Chapter 454, 10th Heaven. The 8th level of physical cultivation, Divine Source. Breaking through the realm by integrating the laws. The cultivation system of this world has a very high degree of freedom. There is no clear request for the monks how to integrate the rules. Everything follows the way of flowing flowers according to its own mind. There are a total of 3,000 known laws. If we simply merge different laws together, there will be 3,000 paths adding the different proportions of the merged laws. This number will tend to be infinite. Everyone can find a path that suits him or her. When Bai Donglin was in the realm of supernatural powers, he had already thought about the path he wanted to take. With such a strong foundation like his, he naturally had to choose the strongest and most comprehensive route. Divine power. Time and space. World. Dimension. Destruction. Chaos. Cause and effect. Destiny. Reincarnation. Lust. There are 365 laws, excluding some that are there to make up the number, and the rest all point to the power of these 10 rules. It is extremely comprehensive, and he can cope with any scene he imagined. The power of rules also has strengths and weaknesses. The laws that serve as the foundation for fusion play a decisive role. The stronger the laws, the stronger the power of rules that are bred and refined will be. I am a physical practitioner. Strength is one of the fundamentals. So naturally I must integrate this first. The thought sank into the body, wandering and spreading in the bright and hot light of the origin, and shining spiritual orifices with vast aura flashed by continuously. It is like an infinite universe, with 365 main spiritual orifices standing still, and hundreds of thousands of hidden spiritual orifices constantly rotating in inexplicable trajectories. The power of the physical body is the first law he planted, which was obtained from Shalazi's original law supernatural power, the law of heaven and earth, and was rooted in the middle dantian and the spiritual orifice of the sea of blood. Bai Donglin's thoughts hovered over the blood sea spiritual orifice, spreading and flowing, covering the other spiritual orifices as well. The law of gravity, the law of electromagnetism, the matter of the world, the law of blood, speed, gold. It even began to spread to other laws and spiritual orifices, including the laws of time, space, destruction and so on. The laws complement each other, and the same is true when it comes to fusion. It is possible that the same law will cover the power of several different rules. For example, the speed of time, the speed of magicalness, and the natural influence of the speed. For example, the laws of gold, earth, etc. affect the body's defense. The size of the defense determines the strength of the body, and also affects the size of the force. For another example, the quality effect of the material, the collapse of the traction space, the formation of gravity, and the material space is closely connected to the gravity. Bai Donglin has to do the strongest to do it naturally. He is not satisfied with the rules of the 9 rules of the district. He is greedy and has greedy capital. Extremely powerful soul. The reverseness of the thinking that transcends the dimension. The powerful tolerance of the infinite spiritual space. The light of the source. The enhancement of energy. The royal. All kinds of self-confidence in merging these rules. Let's start. Bai Donglin's expression became solemn, and the original light in his body shone fiercely. His soul and thoughts poured out, His will covered everything, and he used all his strength to operate control. With the blessing of all kinds of great powers, those hidden spiritual orifices that were shrouded in the original light were activated and began to change their trajectory and operate. The laws reproduced in these mobilized hidden spiritual orifices are all related to the laws that he is going to merge this time. Hide the light of spiritual tunnels, and the origin is the key to the integration of the rules. This is why the body repair can begin to integrate the law in the realm of Shenyuan. Because after the light of the source at this time has been sublimated, it can be connected to the Lord's Spirit and change the operating trajectory of the hidden spirit. Both are indispensable keys. As for ordinary cultivators who have not opened up hidden spiritual orifices, they don't need to consider these. They have no possibility of breaking through to the level of great power. Without the help of hidden spiritual orifices, it is impossible to establish the foundation of rules. They can only stay in the divine source realm for the rest of their lives. And the number of hidden spiritual tricks determines the number of power you can practice the rules. Generally speaking, it is enough to set a foundation of the rules. And both of them are very small. Bai Donglin planned to set 10 rules because he had opened up all the hidden spiritual orifices. He had the qualifications and confidence, as well as enough ink to write 10 Tao texts. Under Bai Donglin's control, the hidden spiritual orifices moved around the blood sea spiritual orifice, connecting into a straight line, connecting the main spiritual orifice that carried the law of gravity together. Boom! The two connected spiritual orifices burst into dazzling light at the same time, and a mysterious wave rippled through. The law of gravity followed the straight line formed by the hidden spiritual orifice, sank into the blood sea spiritual orifice, and began to converge with the law of physical strength. This was originally an extremely difficult process. Ordinary cultivators had to retreat for at least several decades to complete the integration of the laws. However, the changes in Bai Donglin's spiritual orifice completely broke the rules. Just like two drops of water merging together, it was extremely smooth and fast, and they merged successfully in an instant. Royal. Really amazing. It is worthy of my moment of enlightenment in my past years. This is the result of long-term accumulation. All efforts will always bring rich rewards at some point in the future. Now is the time for Bai Donglin to reap the rewards. The flow of thoughts. The hidden spiritual tricks were mobilized one by one, and a straight line was slowly formed. Boom! The same movement and stillness. The laws flow by. The fusion of this third law is much slower, but it still exceeds ordinary people's imagination. The third one. The fourth one. The ninth one. Boom! The blood rolled and surged violently, and endless laws spread throughout the spiritual space, converging, interweaving, and merging. A vast and terrifying aura pulsated slightly, causing the infinite sea of blood to change color. Buzz! The 9 spiritual orifices vibrated violently, and the light was dazzling. Especially the blood sea spiritual orifice that served as the core of the fusion, which was a deep scarlet color and had an extremely broad aura. It was like 9 suns floating in the dark void of the universe, and many hidden spiritual orifices, under the penetration of the light of the origin, were connected to each other with strange and mysterious trajectories, faintly forming a pattern that seemed to be true but was not. A hint of enlightenment arose in Bai Donglin's mind. This pattern was the natural result of the Tao and the power of the great Tao. The appearance of this pattern means that Bai Donglin has met the basic requirements of smelting, nurturing, and comprehending the power of rules. Similarly, Bai Donglin's realm at this time has reached the 9th level of the divine source realm. He only needs to comprehend the power of his own rules, and then he can start seeking a breakthrough. This is the normal process for ordinary cultivators. But Bai Donglin is not an ordinary person, but an insatiable guy. The most terrifying thing is that he is also a greedy guy with ability and background. Not enough. Not enough. The strongest power. Melt. Many more hidden spiritual orifices leaped out from the dark void, circling and connecting one by one, and connecting with the spiritual orifices of the law of time not far away. Upbraid. The sound of thunder resounded throughout the space within his body, shocking Bai Donglin's consciousness. Burn! The 3 lights burn. Boom! The scorching golden flame gushed out and enveloped Bai Donglin. His will, soul, and the light of the origin were blessed with endless power. The faintly collapsing spiritual orifice path was forcibly stabilized. The law of time flowed out, passing through the law of speed spiritual orifice, forming a super speed force, and poured into the blood sea spiritual orifice. Snap! Wherever the torrent of laws passed, the spiritual space was shattered one after another, And then the immortality was triggered to instantly recover, repeating back and forth until the torrent of laws completely sank into the bright scarlet core of laws in the center. This time, the fusion was extremely difficult. Bai Donglin eliminated all distracting thoughts. His mind became silent, and he was completely immersed in the constantly rolling core of the law. After a long time, all the abnormal changes subsided, just like the huge scarlet power pattern in the origin of life in the void of the universe. Adding a new colorful track, make the text more complex and mysterious, and the aura more unfathomable and vast. What am I now? The 10th level of divine origin? Bai Donglin slowly opened his eyes. A crystal light flashed, and his whole body was filled with a faint aura. Like a dormant chaotic beast, he once again broke the convention. At least the conventions in the eyes of ordinary people. It is not difficult to integrate 10 rules, but it is just based on the same spirit of the same spirit. In terms of physical cultivation, there are 2 ways to integrate the laws, which are completely different concepts. One is the different laws of the spiritual orifices, which spread out the laws in the spiritual orifices at the same time and merged in the light of the origin. This is the way various special magical powers are born. His original bomb is to peel off the spiritual orifices and then merge with each other, which is similar to this. The second type of law fusion is what Bai Donglin did just now, pouring the laws into the spiritual orifice to lay the foundation for comprehending and refining the rules. One is a fundamental fusion. The other is a superficial fusion of magical powers and techniques. The difficulty of these 2 is completely different concepts. My goal is more than this, but it has reached its limit. Bai Donglin frowned slightly, eliminating the idea of continuing the rules of integration. His goal was to integrate 13 rules. He did not expect that the difficulty surpassed his estimation, and the 10th species had begun to work hard. It was completely within his expectations that he could break through to the pinnacle of the Divine Source Realm in one fell swoop. This was the advantage of the Divine Source Realm's fusion law. Thinking back to the beginning, he had used many methods to integrate the 3 laws, and it took him several years to barely succeed. That is because there is no assistance from the original light and hidden spiritual orifice. The reason why everything has come to fruition now is not only due to his profound background, but also his strong experience in the law of fusion. He had made so many original bombs, so he must have some experience. My strength has increased by about 20%. If an ordinary cultivator breaks through so many realms at once, his strength will naturally increase exponentially. But he is different. His original strength is too strong, and a 20% increase is already very impressive. The increase in strength comes from the connected main spiritual orifices, and the hidden spiritual orifices that serve as connecting nodes. Their enhancement of physical strength increased dozens of times, but because their proportion in all spiritual orifices was not high, they only increased his strength by 20%. This is just the basics. If he uses the law of force in the future, the power will be greatly different. In this way, the improvement of his combat power is far from being as simple as the surface. This is just the divine power rule foundation. Once I establish the other 9 rule foundations and connect them to form new Dao One, my strength will improve by leaps and bounds. Someone powerful has triggered the split body of the war monument. Bai Donglin slowly stood up, suppressed the thought of continuing to practice, opened the low-dimensional channel, and stepped in. Chapter 455 The Lord of Sin. King Mu. Are you telling the truth? Are you trying to trick us? Yes. In this world, besides the fire of karma, is there anything else that can eliminate the sin of killing as you said? In a dilapidated small world in a dimensional space, dozens of powerful human beings gathered together, looking at King Mu with doubt. King Mu had a cold expression. He looked up and glanced at everyone, then remained silent. He didn't want to explain it a second time. These people were not very familiar with him, whether they believed it or not. As the news spread, they would definitely believe it in the end. He deserved the loss of his military exploits. Humph! I think he is just making fun of us. How boring. If you want to wait, then wait. I don't have time to waste here. The powerful man had a gloomy look and an extremely cold breath, with dark mist faintly gushing out of his body. It was obvious that the sin of killing in his body had become so heavy that he could hardly suppress it. So he was so anxious. After saying this, he was about to leave in anger. Instead of spending this much time, he might as well just honestly end his sins. Wait a minute. Fellow Taoist. The void was rippling, and a young man in an official robe, who looked like a scholar and held a book in his hand, stepped out. He raised his hand to stop the powerful man who wanted to leave. Dao Yu. The sin in your body has reached the edge of the riots. Why not wait for a moment? I believe that Mu Wang Dao you will not have such a joke. If there is a fake, I will help you to eliminate sin. It's Lord Li. My apologies. Well, since it's Master Li who has spoken, I will wait a little longer. Li Wenhao is a powerful Confucian cultivator, whose cultivation has reached the pinnacle of being a king. His righteous spirit also has a miraculous effect on killing sins, which instantly made him lose the desire to leave. Call out. A shot shot out and fell into the hands of Li Wenhao. Friend Mu, what does this mean? White light flashed in Li Wenhao's eyes. He glanced at the token in his hand and sensed a faint fluctuation of breath. Master Li, there is a dimension coordinate left by Brother Bai in this token, and it has been activated. You are waiting here, and you have to look for others. Goodbye. After King Mu finished speaking, his figure turned into a stream of light and disappeared. He didn't know when Bai Donglin would appear. Maybe he was somewhere else helping the powerful to eliminate the sin of killing. Instead of waiting here, he might as well destroy the small world and look for other powerful people. Everyone looked at each other and looked at Li Wenhao again, and did not choose to leave. Obviously, he was also being angry. After a long time, when everyone was getting impatient, a scarlet vortex slowly emerged in the void. Finally come. Their expressions became serious, and they all stared at the scarlet vortex with sharp eyes. No matter what doubts they had in their hearts before, now there was more or less some expectation in their eyes. Bai Donglin stepped out of the passage leisurely, looked around, and felt happy. Not bad. Not bad. Another large amount of energy came into his account. I have seen all friends in the Lower East come to clear the sin of killing. It's him. Li Wenhao was stunned and recognized Bai Donglin. He didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that they had met each other before. His curiosity grew stronger. My name is Li Wenhao. Fellow Taoist Bai. According to King Mu, you have a special talent that can perfectly and efficiently eliminate sins? Li Wenhao arched his hand. His expression was gentle, and he was surprisingly polite. Of course. How dare I tease you all? Everyone nodded slightly when they heard this. Unless one was a madman who was willing to die, such behavior would undoubtedly be tantamount to cutting oneself off from the human race. Okay. Let me try it first. Thank you very much. Brother Bai. Li Wenhao took a step forward and sat cross-legged on the ground. A dark mist slowly emerged from his body, and he had released the suppression of sin in his body. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly stepped back, fearing that the sin in their bodies would be pulled into a riot. The sin of the killing can cause great headaches, even after the self-destruction. This is like the power of sin of the bone erosion, and it will also find the will in the underworld. A trace of coming in the resurrection body can only be grinded by the ability. Bai Donglin nodded slightly and spread out his palms. A ball of purple gold flame that was as solid as a substance and emitting a metallic luster emerged. After swallowing up a huge amount of sins, the karmic fire became more and more powerful. With a thought, threads of flame shot out and penetrated deeply into Li Wenhao's body. Boom! The scorching burning flames gushed out and reached the sky. The power of sin in Li Wenhao's body was extremely strong, and he could only suppress it with his righteous spirit. After a while, the flames gradually dissipated, and Li Wenhao stood up with an incredulous look on his face. The power of this flame is even stronger than he had imagined. No, it is much stronger than the singular fire. Mr. Li, how do you feel? Zhong De can surround him instantly. His eyes are looking forward to it. Ha ha ha. Comfortable. I feel more relaxed than ever before. The sin of killing in my body has been completely eradicated. Hiss. Friend Bai. No no no. Brother Bai. Please help me. Please help me to remove the sins. Brother. Choose me. Choose me. After the shock, they were filled with endless joy. This damn thing called sin had really tortured them terribly. In the real world, they had never committed such a large-scale massacre. Ahem. Fellow Taoists. There is no need to do this. This is what I should do. Everything is for the human race. But, Bai Donglin frowned slightly, looking troubled, which made the powerful people feel nervous. And someone immediately asked with concern. Brother Bai. What's your problem? Stupid. Didn't King Mu just say that? Brother Bai's talent is strong, but his energy consumption is extremely terrifying. I guess Brother Bai's energy is exhausted. I see. We have the energy. Yes. 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 Brother Bai. Please accept it. The powerful men took out their storage rings and put them into Bai Donglin's arms without waiting for Bai Donglin to reach out to take them. Enough is enough. Thank you all for your generosity. As Bai Donglin spoke, he reached out and grabbed the last few storage rings. Almost there. Let's get started. Boom! The purple gold flame sprayed out dozens of threads, which penetrated into the bodies of all the powerful men. And huge purple gold flame pillars shot up into the sky. Snap! The extreme high temperature instantly destroyed this broken world. Everything went very smoothly. After removing the sins of all the powerful people present, Bai Dongling gave each of them 10 tokens and explained how to collect the Philosopher's Stone. The next charge will be for the Philosopher's Stone. The powerful men took the tokens and flew away in all directions of the dimensional space even more eagerly than Bai Donglin. Without the sin to restrain them, they would naturally continue to destroy the small world and gain military merits. Brother Bai. You? Li Wenhao bowed slightly and was about to say something. But when he saw Bai Donglin's expression changed, he quickly stopped talking. Master Li, the mark I left behind has been triggered, and a fellow Taoist needs my help. It's okay. It's okay. Go ahead and do your work. It's more important to clear the sins of our fellow Taoists. Bai Donglin nodded slightly with an apologetic look on his face, raised his hand to open the dimensional channel, and took a step towards the perceived coordinates. Li Wenhao frowned and pondered. His quick thinking as a scholar was working frantically. He thought about a lot of things, even about the factional disputes within the human race. Busy. Bai Donglin is too busy. The fragments of the war monument that emanated were like sparks, spreading and burning at a crazy speed. Behind each of the dimensional coordinates of the split bodies, there were powerful people eagerly waiting, ranging from dozens to hundreds. After being rid of their sins, each person left with 10 split bodies, and the number of powerful people who heard the news skyrocketed. He shuttled back and forth in the dimensional channel without stopping, and every time he left, he gained a huge amount of spiritual stones and spiritual liquids, as well as the infinite gratitude of the powerful people. Busy and happy, Bai Donglin was surrounded by great happiness, and his head was dizzy. He never thought that obtaining cultivation resources would be so easy. And this is just the beginning. During the first clearing, these powerful beings did not intentionally collect the energy in the small world. Most of them gave him spirit stones and spirit liquids. Only a few of them gave him hundreds of complete origin law cores, which were still inlaid with unactivated philosopher's stones. But when the second sin cleansing comes, at Bai Donglin's instruction, these powerful beings will bring him countless philosopher's stones. With the cultivation level of these powerful beings, the number of stars could range from a few hundred to thousands, or even tens of thousands. The number of powerful beings dispatched by the human race this time is as high as hundreds of billions. With so much energy, if I digest it all, my strength will be pushed to the level of the Emperor. What limits me is actually the speed of swallowing that used to bother me so much. The energies of the Philosopher's Stone, spiritual liquid, and top-grade spiritual stone are extremely pure and can be absorbed by the spiritual orifice without the need for swallowing or transformation. The restriction here refers to the swallowing speed of the spiritual orifice. Divine power, the laws of heaven and earth. Boom! The light of origin shone fiercely, and the Taoist pattern representing the basis of the divine power rule began to emit brilliant and colorful divine light. With the blood sea spiritual orifice as the center, mysterious waves swept across, and all the spiritual orifices and flesh and blood particles were activated and expanded rapidly. Big! 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 Bai Donglin's body was shrouded in the brilliant red light and rose madly until it reached 120,000 feet before stopping. The murderous aura surged wildly. Mysterious lines extend to all parts of his body, with a red dot between his eyebrows. If you take off the black robe, you can see that Bai Donglin's entire back is covered with a huge scarlet Taoist pattern, which is the mysterious Taoist pattern of power. Call. A breath of foul air was exhaled, stirring up a large dimensional storm. In this way, the efficiency of the spiritual orifice in absorbing energy will be greatly improved. Bai Donglin decided to maintain this form. He raised his hand and rushed to the next coordinate. In his perception, there were tens of thousands of flickering coordinates, all of which were powerful beings waiting for him to eliminate sin. Gradually, as the news spread farther and farther, the powerful people had lost the real name of this giant, who came from another dimension and was shrouded in purple gold divine fire. Everyone calls him the Lord of Sin. Chapter 456, to pacify the country before fighting against foreign enemies. About 100 million years ago, Tian, the Central Temple, the 189.7 million Supreme Council of the human race. In the vast temple space that stretches over millions of light years, there stand many majestic thrones with a misty aura, filled with brilliance like the brightest stars in the sky. On top of each throne, there sits a human-shaped light figure. As they look around, their bright eyes seem to transcend time and space, scanning the boundary wall of the only real world over and over again. Everyone. The content of this supreme meeting is to supplement the Twilight of the Gods plan. It will be jointly presided over by the Lord of the Gods and the Lord of the Ghost Palace. After the discussion and decision, we can start the plan. On the throne formed by the endless sea of blood, there was a scarlet light lingering. The eyes of the Lord of the Gods were like red crystal suns condensed from murderous intent, which were slightly rotating. An indifferent voice sounded in every corner of the temple space. If you have no objection, then let's get started. Seeing that everyone was silent, the Lord of the Gods nodded slightly. His eyes tilted slightly, looking towards the bone throne tens of thousands of light years away. Master of the Ghost House, this supplementary plan was proposed by you. Please explain in detail the necessity of its implementation and its impact on the future of the human race. Ahem. Yes. The voice was extremely old, and it was filled with endless vicissitudes of life. The Lord of the Ghost House raised his head, revealing a pair of dead and dark eyes. The bone throne trembled slightly, and instantly appeared in the center of the temple. The Ragnarok project is the node that kicks off the crest of this era. Its purpose is not just to completely destroy the world of gods. This is just a trigger. The people we are targeting this time are ostensibly aliens, but in reality, they are demons. To fight against foreign aggression, we must first stabilize the country. Ahem. The demon race is a bunch of ungrateful wolves who can never be fed. They have vicious minds. We all know what they have done. Since the 5th Kaiyuan era, when our race has flourished, these beasts have been doing evil things overtly or covertly. Humph. Especially during the World Rebellion era. The Lord of the Ghost House snorted angrily, his eyes spinning violently like deep black holes, and a cold deathly aura filled the entire space, causing many ancestors to tremble in their hearts. They quickly sat up straight, their expressions becoming more serious. The Lord of the Ghost House was really too old. He had fallen into deep sleep 3 times, and had lived for an extremely long time. Everyone present had to respectfully call him senior in private. In the age of chaos, when the human race was in danger, the demon race just watched from the sidelines. But when my physical cultivation lineage invaded the alien race's territory, they attacked in secret. The physical cultivation lineage suffered such a huge loss, and fell into a long period of decline. The demon race should bear half of the consequences. Therefore, it is time to address this hidden danger. When the ancestors heard this, their eyes flickered slightly, and they all nodded. On a throne shining with golden light, the Lord of the Divine Court looked at the bone throne and slowly spoke. Master of the Ghost House, the demon race is different from the alien races. They have lived together with our race in the real world since ancient times. The power of the demon race is now spread all over the real world, and they are deeply entangled. If we want to completely eliminate them, I am afraid that more than half of the real world will be shattered. The consequences are not something we can accept. Hey hey. A sneer came from the edge of the temple, full of sharpness. Lord of the Divine Court, why are you so anxious? How could Senior Ghost House not have considered these things? Do you think he is old and confused? Sword Master. The Lord of the Divine Court's eyes narrowed slightly, his body shining with endless light, and he faced the sword shadow that spanned the sky from a distance. Humph. The 5-colored divine stones haven't even been gathered yet. What are you fighting for? It's more important to solve the hidden dangers of the human race first. Then you can fight to the death. Isn't it better? The Lord of the Abyss, the Lord of Purgatory, the Lord of the Borderland. Upon hearing this, all the ancestors suppressed their surging breath. Ahem. Okay. Let's get back to the topic. The Lord of the Ghost House sounded dying, looked old and desolate, and seemed to be about to die. I have already considered the concerns of the Lord of the Divine Court. No matter what, the strength of the demon race has been far behind that of our race. They can only secretly collude with the alien races to hold back the human race. The choice is still in our hands. To successfully resolve the demon race, there are 2 keys. The first is to put pressure on them to exterminate them. The second is to prevent them from jumping off the wall in desperation, and to preserve the one true world to the greatest extent possible, leaving them a way out. Encircle but don't kill. Suppress but don't destroy. Abandon 1/10 of the real world, and move the battlefields of all parties to the hinterland by dozens of realms. Don't the demons like to mix with the aliens? We will help them. The ancestors frowned upon hearing this, their minds frantically working to deduce the pros and cons of this plan, as well as its feasibility. 1% would be nearly 1,000 realms, which would be an infinitely large area. And the price was really a bit too high. Master of the Ghost House. Is one realm too much? The Lord of Purgatory spoke with a buzzing sound. This plan would have the greatest impact on the battlefields like theirs. If they wanted to move the front line, it would mean that their encirclement would be expanded dozens of times. And the increase in pressure could be imagined. Not much. This is the best result. Rather than letting the demons plant nails all over our territory, eat away at our people, and hinder us from dealing with the aliens, it would be better to solve the problem once and for all. Even if I lose an arm, what does it matter? As for the blockade of the battle line, there is no need to tighten it as before. Let's put the battlefield in the demon clan's territory. All they will gain is a ruin. This era is different now. The petty fights of the past will no longer exist. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of all the ancestors were stern, and in a trance, they saw the endless flames of war boiling and spreading. Well, this plan is feasible. I second it. Seconded. The ancestors thought for a moment, then expressed their opinions one after another, and passed the resolution with an overwhelming majority. In everyone's heart, they were already full of disgust for the cancer of the demon race. In the past, the Supreme Council of the human race had proposed to expel the demon race tens of thousands of times, but it had never been passed. It was just that the time had not come yet. The three veins of the demon race, the Birdwing Palace, and the Scale Armor 10,000 Dragon Valley. These two veins are irreversibly hostile to the human race. All those belonging to the Bird Scale Armor are included in this expulsion plan. As for the beast Chilling Mountain, it has completely turned to our people. This has been verified over several long eras and hundreds of thousands of debates in the highest meetings. It has been confirmed that the beasts are outside this plan. Everyone nodded slightly when they heard this. This was a recognized fact, and there was no need to discuss it further. Birds, scales, beasts, air, sea and land, covering almost all monster species. Perhaps because both beasts and humans live on land. Over the endless years, the two have been extremely harmonious. The ancestors of Chilling Mountain are not fools either. They have unique vision, and have long seen the potential of the human race. They have been doing their best to promote harmonious coexistence between the two sides. So far, the effect is quite good. The Chilling is a mythical beast, and is also called a beast of good fortune by many human races. There are even cases of intermarriage. For example, the Chilling ancestor of the Holy Divine Blood sect is a hybrid of Chilling and human. He possesses both the strong blood and body of Chilling and the intelligent soul of human. The combination of the two powerful forces is extremely strong. Why did the Divine Blood Holy Sect dare to challenge the extreme Dao Holy Sect? A big part of the reason was that they had the support of their good relative, Chilling Mountain. The reason why Wanlong Valley was so hostile to the Holy Blood sect was not only because the monks of the Holy Blood sect liked to catch dragons and draw blood, but also because of Chilling Mountain. In the eyes of Wanlong Valley and Ishan Palace, Chilling Mountain was a traitor to the demon race, and the Holy Blood sect, which had an alliance with Chilling Mountain, naturally became a thorn in their eyes. In fact, although they are all monsters, birds, beasts, and scales, they cannot be strictly speaking be considered the same kind. After all, according to the legend, in the ancient world, the relationship between these three types of monsters has always been bad, and they often fight to the death. Ahem. Although we have eliminated the beast race, the demon race is still very powerful. The most important thing is that we cannot really kill them, lest they become desperate and destroy the only true world in the heartland of our race. So, the key to cleverly expel the demon race lies in how to exert pressure on them to exterminate them. The Lord of the Ghost House looked around with a dark gaze, crossing the boundless distance and looking at many ancestors one by one, with a hint of determination emerging in his eyes. Use the alien race. When the ancestors heard this, they were stunned and felt inexplicably surprised. This? How can we use this? The Ragnarok plan is feasible. We can use the alien race to target the demon race. The aliens are not fools either. Although they are crazy, twisted, and deformed, they are also intelligent creatures. And there is no shortage of strong people in the 10th realm. With the meticulous thinking of a strong man, how could he be easily used? They should be thankful that the aliens did not come to destroy their plans. The ancestors really could not figure out what the Lord of the Ghost House was planning. Greek and cloud the mind. After the Ragnarok begins, retrieve black, blue, and red dark, and use them as bait. Of course. The most important promoter is also missing. The Lord of the Ghost House spoke in a gloomy tone. His dark eyes were like a bottomless abyss. Desolate and indifferent. Which God realm? Chapter 457 Information Editing. Which God realm? The atmosphere in the central temple was silent. All the ancestors frowned deeply and pondered. They searched through all the information about the Which God realm in their memories. But they could not understand why the Lord of the Ghost Palace chose this alien race. The cultivation system of the Wu God realm is Wu. They call practitioners wizards. And the most powerful among them are bloodline wizards. They are a group of creatures who are trying to explore the truth, but have become distorted and corrupted because of the peculiarities of this world. That's right. After searching through many alien races, I found that only the Wushan realm is the most suitable. It has the key to satisfying all my plans. The ancestors remained silent, their eyes staring at the Lord of the Ghost House from a long distance, listening carefully. The core of the plan is this. The Lord of the Ghost House had a palm formed by condensation of pitch-black light. A white light appeared in the palm, which rotated and expanded to form a pale vortex, connecting to a strange space. A ball of light slowly floated out from the vortex, seemingly unreal, with colorful light and shadows flowing unsteadily, and dense unknown characters rolling on it. This is... Many powerful men stood up suddenly, staring at the light ball with fear, sensing the outpouring, but seeing nothing. They felt an inexplicable chill in their hearts, and a vague sense of crisis enveloped them. I don't know what this thing is either. I got it by chance a long time ago when I was traveling to the place where all the heavens and myriad worlds returned to the abyss. The Lord of the Ghost House stared blankly at the ball of light in his hand, memories flashing in his eyes, and his expression was extremely complicated. That ruined world is extremely strange. My two senior brothers perished in that world. Although this thing is not a real ancient artifact, it is still more mysterious and terrifying than the original one. The old ancestors were all stunned. They were shocked when they suddenly heard the Lord of Ghost Mansion mention such a secret. What a terrible world it was that could allow two 10th realm powerhouses to survive at the same time. And what kind of strange power did the things brought out from that world have? Everyone was very curious. After a long period of research, I have figured out the secret of this thing. Unfortunately, this thing is a broken one, and its power has been almost completely lost. It can only be activated once before it completely disintegrates. According to the language of the civilization in that ruined world, this thing is called an information editor. The cultivators of this world always find some strange things in the place where all the heavens and worlds return to, and absorb a lot of knowledge from other worlds. Moreover, this knowledge has penetrated into every aspect of human civilization. Therefore, in the cultivation system of human civilization, many strange terms appear, such as particles, electromagnetic force, gravity, battleships, fighting soul networks, etc. Therefore, the ancestors instantly understood the meaning of information editor, master of the Ghost House. What is the function of this thing? In that civilization, they believe that everything in the world is made up of information. This thing can edit and modify information. Theoretically, it can do anything imaginable. For example, I can manipulate this object to edit a message. The alien race will be annihilated and return to the abyss in 3 days. Then, after 3 days, all the world lines and all possibilities of the alien race will collapse into one, heading towards their inevitable demise. Hiss. The bodies of the ancestors burst into brilliant light. Their eyes were as sharp as torches, tearing through large tracts of the void. It was obvious how excited their emotions were. This is more than comparable to a Jinni ancient artifact. It is completely superior to it. This is no longer something that can be achieved by the rules, and it may involve things at a higher level. Ha ha! Cough cough. The Lord of the Ghost House laughed heartily, and then started coughing violently. Uh-huh. Okay. This is just some information I spied on this thing. Whether it is true or not is impossible to verify. Not to mention that this editor is in a dilapidated state. Even if it is intact, the cost of using it is not something we can afford. Indeed, it is like giving a magic weapon to a mortal to use. The power of the magic weapon will naturally exceed the mortal's imagination. But even if the mortal gives everything, he will not be able to activate the magic weapon at all. The auras of many ancestors were stirring. Their thoughts were erratic, and they had endless reverie in their hearts. Sure enough, the 10 realms were not the end. Whether it was the Jinni ancient artifact or this information editor, They all told him that the vaster world was real. 5-colored divine stone. No one can stop me. The sword master's eyes flickered. His hand tightly grasped the sword, and his determination became more firm. The reason why I chose the Wushan realm is that I want to use this thing to control its supreme leader. This is the limit of what the information editor can do. Or in other words, the limit of what we can push. The wandering thoughts of the ancestors were interrupted by the Lord of the Ghost House, and returned to reality. They all looked thoughtful when they heard the words. Master of the Ghost House. If it is true as you said, that you can perfectly control the supreme leader of the Wushan realm, then the plan to expel the demon race is indeed feasible. The Lord of the Gods nodded slightly, and as his mind turned, he figured out every step of the Lord of the Ghost House's plan. So, what are the conditions for using this thing? And what is the price to pay? Everyone's eyes sparkled and were full of inquiry. The Lord of the Ghost House was silent for a long time, and then answered in an old and lonely voice. One of the restrictions is that this item must be used with the help of a medium. I pondered for a long time, and finally chose the power of blood. This is the medium with the highest success rate. In addition, when using a medium as a springboard to activate this object, it must be synchronized with the target's emotional fluctuations in order to modify and edit its will. After much thought, the Wu God realm is the target that best meets these conditions. The other party's supreme leader is the Blood Wu God, who has many pure-blooded descendants. In addition, the Wu God realm's highly centralized power structure is also suitable for the implementation of subsequent plans. As for the price, it is everything a 10th realm expert has. Many ancestors' eyes trembled when they heard this. Everything in the 10 realms, naturally including their lives. Such a huge price was already comparable to the full-scale activation of the Book of Creation in the world of gods. Let me do this. The Lord of the Ghost House chuckled, with infinite murderous intent rising in his dark eyes. He had a deep hatred for the demon race, which was one of the reasons why he tried his best to promote the implementation of this plan. He was born in the Age of Chaos, and was an ancestor of the Jidao Holy Sect. He simply abandoned his identity and joined the Ghost Palace. As for the human race, from ancient times to the present, the Lord of the Divine Court has always been held by the Taoists, who rule over the Divine Court, while the Lord of the Ghost Palace has been held by the Jidao people, who rule over the Ghost Palace. Before the World Chaos era, the power of physical cultivators and chi cultivators were equally matched, and the vast majority of people in the Ghost Mansion were physical cultivators. The counterattack against the alien world was carried out by the Ghost Mansion, leading many physical cultivators. Therefore, the Lord of the Ghost House witnessed the death of many relatives and friends in that war, and naturally had a deep hatred for the alien races in his heart. But he hated the demon race, who took advantage of his misfortune even more. After all, on the surface, they were allies. He survived, with hatred in his heart. But the human race was severely damaged at that time, and had no power to attack the demon race. So he chose to go into a deep sleep, cross the ages, and take revenge. Senior Ghost Mansion. The Jidao lineage. Several old ancestors all had a changed look, stood up abruptly, and were hesitant to speak. They naturally knew the true identity of the Lord of the Ghost House. He was an ancestor of the Holy Sect. Now that he was going to die, he naturally felt complicated. Ahem. No need to say more. This is my wish. I have lived long enough, spanning several eras. The time I have been awake alone is 5 billion years. It is too long. Too long. My lifespan is almost exhausted. No one is more suitable than me. It's better to do it today than to wait for a day. The Ghost Master suddenly stood up, and the dark mist that was as solid as a substance rolled and surged all over his body, and suddenly shrank into his body, revealing a thin and withered little body, with gray and dull white hair, cloudy eyes, and wrinkled skin. Anyone who sees this will not associate this person with the Lord of the Ghost Palace, who has intimidated countless alien races and monsters. They will only think that he is just a mortal who is about to die of old age. He was too weak to live long enough for the plan to start 100 million years later. He couldn't even resist the damage of time and fall into a deep sleep again. Therefore, he had to activate the information editor now. You little guys, Jidao and Guifu are now in your hands. The Lord of the Ghost House glanced at those extremely powerful ancestors. He had already made arrangements for all the funeral affairs, so there was no need to say more. After he finished speaking, he flipped his palm, and several mysterious objects emerged. Among them, one could vaguely see a pale mountain, with the words Bane deeply engraved on it. The withered palm of the Lord of the Ghost House cut through the void, and sent these things belonging to the ghost house back. Boom! The lord of the ghost house stepped into the void. And the dormant Hunyuan divine power in his body suddenly erupted. Everything was burning fiercely. And a terrifying aura rose wildly. In the endless chaotic light, the appearance of the lord of the ghost house changed rapidly. As if time was going backwards. His white hair became soft and black. His skin regained its crystal luster. His eyes became dark and deep. And his body stretched out, becoming tall and majestic. But in an instant, an octogenarian returned to his youth and turned into a handsome young man. My fellow Taoists, the human race is now in your hands. All the ancestors stood up, their expressions solemn, and dispersed their endless divine light, revealing their true forms, and bowed to the lord of the ghost house. Ha ha! The handsome young man laughed loudly towards the sky, boldly and freely, with his eyes extremely bright. Then he took out a white jade wine gourd and poured all the liquor into his mouth. I am the Supreme Saint Sect. Lord Feng. Go away. Go away. Ha ha ha. Boom. Endless colorful divine flames boiled and burned. And everything about Feng Jun melted into a strange stream of light, shooting into the information editor suspended in the void. Sizzle. The light ball trembled violently, as if it was activated. The endless stream of characters shrank and turned into a scarlet red color. It kept rotating between existence and non-existence, becoming more and more illusory. Senior Feng Jun. Ascend to heaven. All human beings will remember this forever. There was the sound of bells, coming from the depths of the temple, echoing over and over again in a space of millions of light years. Ding! Ding! Boom! Chapter 458 Human Will. In a dream world that is illusory, abstract and bizarre. Pink light mist, colorful scenes, quietness, peace and beauty are the main colors of this dream world. Squeak. In the center of the world, on a soft pink cotton cloud, a giant black python was lying prone and coiled. This snake seemed to be made up of countless twisted black lines. It had 8 huge heads, and even in its sleep, it would occasionally spit out tongues of different colors. And its breath was extremely cold. Snap! The snake's body broke apart, and countless twisted black lines appeared out of thin air at the wound, converging into a 9th head. I, Will Willican, am back. Boom! The huge snake body of the mountain stands upright, and 9 heads are looking forward to it, and the eyes are flickering. Hee hee. I have seen through the human race's plan. I will report to Father God now. Both of these sacred stones belong to my Wushan realm. Will Willican never thought that he would be so lucky to accidentally encounter an extremely rare real-world crack in the wizard god world. At that time, he hesitated for only a moment. Then he split out a clone and stepped into the red crack. Theoretically, the rifts in the one true world would only appear near the borders of the major battlefields. However, the time and space in the outer dimension were distorted and disordered, and no one knew what unexpected situations would occur. The special rifts he encountered would probably only appear a few times in an era. Even more interesting is that this rift leads directly to the core of the human race. In the Qianyuan realm, Will Willican made a prompt decision, changed his name to Phantom Viper, and infiltrated the Holy Blood sect, which was the most compatible with him, in order to obtain confidential information of the human race. Finally, thousands of years later, because the Black Mist Demon Emperor asked him to go to the Jidao Holy Sect to investigate the person who started the Jidao trial, he accidentally intercepted the top secret of the human race. Everything was too coincidental. So coincidental that it seemed as if it was arranged by humans. But Will Willican didn't care about it at all. He only knew that the information was true. And everything was just his good luck. With such a great contribution, after Father God returns to the embrace of truth, it will be my turn to take the position of Supreme Leader. Ha ha ha. Will Willican was in a good mood. He opened his 9 huge mouths, and suddenly swallowed the entire dream world into his stomach. The world shattered, and the twisted black lines that made up the snake's body condensed and shrank, turning into a man with a feminine and evil aura. With one step forward, Will Willican returned to the real world and glanced at the beautiful woman who was dead on the gorgeous bed. This was his habit. Every time he rested, he would find the purest girl and use the girl's beautiful dreams as his bed. As he said, the dreams of a pure girl were the sweetest. Over the long years, countless girls had died because of his dream eating. Will Willican was eager to contribute and didn't want to delay for a moment. He moved his body, tore through the void, and fled to the Witch God Palace in the center of the world. The sky of the Wushan realm is always dark, and terrible natural disasters fall from time to time. The environment is extremely harsh. It is said that this is a punishment from the Mother River. A punishment for peeping into the highest truth of the world. In this vast world, towering wizard towers can be seen everywhere. These are the wizard's laboratories, and also the most terrifying weapons of war. As one of the 9 sons of the Supreme Leader, Will Willikin has a noble status and great authority. There is no place in the whole world that he cannot go, including the most noble witch god palace. He does not need to report and can directly arrive outside the huge palace unimpeded. Will Willikin. Please see the father. Will looked a little nervous. He was very afraid of his father. The last time they met was tens of thousands of years ago. If it was not necessary, he didn't want to get close to this place. Click. The tall and heavy door slowly opened, revealing a dark and deep crack, like the entrance to H.L. Will calmed himself down and walked into the hall with a solemn face. As time and space passed, it seemed that he had only taken a few steps, but he had already crossed a distance of tens of thousands of light years and appeared under a throne. Hey! Isn't this my lovely brother Will? What? Have you let go of your fear of father? Is this the first time you take the initiative to come and meet father? TSK. Poor fellow. Didn't your father just swallow your mother right in front of you? And you're so scared? Ha ha ha. Ken Luo. Upon hearing this, Will's eyebrows twitched. His half-brother was still so hateful. Just wait. When I ascend to the leadership throne, I will make you live a life worse than death. Father God. Will has something important to report. Will bowed, then stood up. For the first time in millions of years, he looked at the figure that frightened him so much, and said word by word, "It's about the 5-colored divine stone." The already dark space suddenly became pitch black. The figure perched on the throne moved slightly, and his gaze, that was looking towards the unknown land, was retracted and dropped. Will's body froze. Infinite fear rose in his heart. He remained silent and glanced at Ken Luo. Snort. Ken Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Weir with ill intent, bowed to the throne, and then left the hall. Shujio, what good news did you bring to your father? The sound was extremely eerie and strange. Some powerful beings with weak wills would become distorted in consciousness and die of madness after hearing it. Gurgle. Will's legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. He didn't want to take credit for it. It was just like asking for punishment. He didn't dare to think too much and said in a hoarse voice, Father God, thousands of years ago. Will told the story from the moment he discovered the rift, and told everything in detail, not daring to hide anything, until he talked about the human race's Ragnarok plan and the 2 sacred stones, black, blue, and red dark. The one on the throne finally showed a slight change. His emotions, which had been silent for billions of years, began to fluctuate a little. It was a feeling of joy. For a powerful man like him who rules a clan, his emotions had long been dull over the long years. Perhaps only the destruction of the human race and the occupation of the real world, or this 5-colored divine stone, could cause his emotions to fluctuate. It was at this moment that, along with the ups and downs of joy, the will also began to fluctuate. This extremely obscure fluctuation reached the same frequency as the thing lurking in the deepest part of Weir's blood, and the information editor reached the same frequency. All conditions have been met, and the editor is fully activated. This was the swan song of Feng Jun, the lord of the Ghost Palace. Billions of years ago, it was an unavoidable and fatal blow. There was no magnificent sight, nor was there any earth-shattering aura. Silently, the figure on the throne froze for a moment. From the deepest level of information, everything was covered. This is the conceptual power that transcends the rules. The pinnacle masterpiece of scientific and technological civilization. The terrifying power of the 12th realm. The supreme leader of the Wushan realm. The most powerful person who had reached the end of the 10 realms. Was like an ant. Not to mention resistance. His fundamental will and self-consciousness were wiped out without even a trace of awareness. Father God? After kneeling on the ground for a long time without receiving the praise he had imagined, Will couldn't help but feel doubtful and asked cautiously in a low voice. Although his father was cruel, cunning, and deep-minded, he wouldn't be so unmoved when hearing the news about the 5-colored divine stone. Right? Yes. Shujio, you have made great contributions this time, and should be rewarded. Come over. Will was delighted and quickly stood up, straightened his robe, bowed, and walked to the throne. A dark, scaly hand reached out from the shadows and slowly pressed on Will's head. You are the son of God in the Wu God realm. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, You cannot die for the time being. Father! Will suddenly looked up, his eyes wide in disbelief. Before any distracting thoughts could arise in his mind, his consciousness fell into darkness. After completely controlling Weir, the tall figure withdrew his hand, held up his chin to his hand, and pondered, his eyes wandering. Is it already 100 million years later? Then, the plan to expel the demon race can begin. Who am I? Feng Jun? No. The tall and majestic figure slowly stood up, raised his head and looked around, his eyes penetrating through layers of boundaries, and looking at the extremely huge and only real world. I am the will of the human race. Chapter 459, The Empress's Dynasty. General. Crash. The sound of a turbulent tsunami came from afar. There was abundant water vapor, and a hint of salty smell in the air. This was an island surrounded by the sea. In the center of the island is a continuous complex of buildings, which are exquisite and elegant. There is a scene every 10 steps, and the owner's ingenious arrangements can be seen everywhere. In a villa, two figures sat cross-legged facing each other, their eyes fixed on the chessboard in front of them. Emperor Xian, you and I have pushed this game to the end. And you lose? Bai Donglin smiled, and felt inexplicably relieved when he saw his mysterious little brother suffer a loss. His real body was not in the real world at this time, so he was called Bai Donglin. The memory and consciousness of their souls were the same anyway, but there were differences in personality. It looks like an ordinary chess game, but in fact the chessboard space has been greatly expanded. The densely packed three-dimensional grid and countless chess pieces are like countless soldiers fighting fiercely. This is a huge civilization war with countless variables. Brother, your chess game is quite interesting. I lost. Emperor Bai Xian shook his head slightly and withdrew his thoughts from the chessboard. Very good. As agreed, I will start asking questions. Who are you? Where are you from? Bai Donglin's expression became serious. After his main body left, he went directly to the Great Xia Divine Dynasty deep in the Dongjiming Sea and found Bai Yuanzhen and others. This Emperor Bai Xian is indeed very special. It is impossible to see through his true colors even if you are in close contact with him. It is also impossible to force it. I am afraid that only the real emperor can take action personally to have a chance. Hey, brother, why do you have to embarrass me? I broke your plan before, but it was unintentional. I didn't think that those jade pendants were made by you. Brother. In short, I didn't mean any harm. Emperor Bai Xian slowly stood up, looking towards the edge of the sea with a dim gaze, his aura ethereal and otherworldly. After a moment of silence, seeing that Bai Donglin was still unmoved, he continued, there are some things that I can't say even if I want to. After Emperor Bai Xian finished speaking, he raised his hand and pointed to the sky, with an inexplicable meaning. All right, I got it. Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows slightly, and in a flash, he thought of what Emperor Bai Xian was referring to. Mother River. Only this Mother River that covers all time and space, runs through fate and cause and effect, and controls the reincarnation of all living beings can make people dare not speak. Hey, this is getting more and more interesting. Mother River. Mother River. If we calculate the time, Lan Ling should be born soon. Right? Bai Donglin's eyes flickered, and after thinking for a moment, he suppressed his complicated thoughts. His thinking was far less powerful than the superdimensional thinking of the main body, so he should leave these complicated things to the main body to deduce. Huh? Such a strong death energy. Bai Donglin was stunned and looked up in the direction of the endless sea. The Tai Chi Bagua diagram in his eyes was spinning wildly, and endless black air appeared in his eyes. When he and Emperor Bai Xian looked at each other, they saw the caution in each other's eyes. Such a rising and vast death aura was definitely not simple, and could only be seen on a huge battlefield. In the Qianyuan realm, a shocking change is about to happen. Let's go! Let's go see Big Sister. This sudden change might affect the Great Xia dynasty. Good. Emperor Bai Xian nodded slightly, and the two of them took a step forward, breaking through the void and escaping to the central core of the island group. All of Bai Yuanzhen's great power comes from the Great Xia divine dynasty that she rules. Those hundreds of millions of people are the source of her strength. As an emperor, one must naturally be considerate of his people. Such a huge business is, to some extent, also a shackle. Just like Bai Donglin. If he is well fed, his whole family will not be hungry, and he can run away at any time when encountering a crisis. But Bai Yuanzhen cannot do that. She will never abandon the Great Xia divine dynasty. This is also the reason why Bai Donglin pursues the great power for himself. so that he can be freer and have nothing to worry about. Nothing can restrain him. It is not easy for Bai Yuanjun to reach this point now. Perhaps this is the hope of mortals who cannot practice to fight against gods and demons. It is also the deep desire of Empress Bai Yuanjun and her ambition for the great Tao. She is also an ordinary woman with a red true spirit, who can deeply understand the sorrow of endless mortals. Humph! Any enemy that attacks will be crushed to pieces. Roar! 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 9 extremely huge illusory dragon shadows rose up in the capital of Daxia, circling and roaring throughout the Dongji Mihai and on countless islands. The people of Daxia looked up at the sky. They heard the dragons roar and the supreme voice of the Empress. Wind! 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 Strong wind! Strong wind! The faith of countless living beings rose and gathered, all condensing in Bai Yuanjun's body. Our eldest sister has come up with a new way to use the method of fortune. She has broken away from the shackles of luck and sublimated the power of faith to a higher level. She is really amazing. Don't you think? Emperor Xian. Well, it's really not bad. Bai Dongan and Emperor Bai Xian stood side by side in the hall, looking at the Empress whose aura was rising wildly on the throne, and talked in low voices without any reservations. This earned a big eye roll from Bai Yuanjun. The Ragnarok plan and the demon expulsion plan are both the highest secrets of the human race, under the restrictions of the rules of the human race's Supreme Council. Before the plan is launched, only the 10 realm ancestors who participated in the meeting knew about it. The strictest confidentiality measures are all for the smooth implementation of the plan. The Ragnarok plan was the first to be launched and informed to the emperors of the major human forces. After the Ragnarok began, the 2 sacred stones of Song and Ming were retrieved, and the plan to expel the demon race was immediately launched. Many decrees from the ancestors were handed down one after another, and the powerful people of the human race only then realized that Ragnarok was just the beginning. The human race, this huge machine, has completely revived and started running like crazy. All forces and all monks cannot be ignored. The first step of the plan is to pull back the battle line and migrate all living beings to make room for the demon clan and for the more brutal war that will follow. Woo woo woo. The horn of war sounded, and countless strong men stood in the void, with endless warships behind them. Attack! In the battlefield of gods, the second supreme ruler, Patriarch Lan Hui, gave an order and a mighty army rushed towards the scarlet boundary. Kill! Kill! Fell. Countless attacks spread, and the holy lands of light, the dark devil realms, and countless alien creatures were wiped out in an instant. The battlefield of the gods is special. The blockades of other battlefields will shrink and make way for large areas of territory. But the battlefield of the gods is destined to perish along with the world of gods. There is no need to stay there any longer. The human race decided to take back full control of this area and close the boundary. Humans! Humans! Are you crazy? How dare you? How dare you? Under the all-out attack of the human race, the alien race that lost its rear support was defeated step by step. No matter whether they were the top 10 realm powerhouses, the mighty ones, or the cannon fodder soldiers, they were all completely crushed. All this happened too fast. The world of the gods was completely blocked. And it didn't take long before these alien people who stayed on the battlefield were still in touch over and over again. They did not dare and never thought in the worst direction. After all, after the world chaos era, they had been using the power of the book of creation to cover their hinterland. So how could they have lost it? They just thought it was because the distance was too far, or that something strange in the outer dimension had cut off their contact. And they never thought about the human race. During this period, in order to prevent the human race from noticing anything unusual, they pretended to be very serious. The human race also cooperated very well, as if they really didn't notice that they had lost contact with the world of gods. It was not until now, when the human race launched a full-scale attack, that a very unpleasant feeling arose in their hearts. What should I do? Humph. Don't panic. The most important thing now is to contact the hinterland. Also, send someone to communicate with the demon tribe immediately to see what the human race is doing. Open the super realm communication. I want to communicate with the endless abyss, the universe's edge, the sinful purgatory and other battlefields. Please ask them to come to support me immediately. The Lord of the Underworld had dark and cold eyes, and he casually crushed to death several of his panicked subordinates. As the supreme ruler of the battlefield, he naturally understood the importance of stabilizing the morale of the army. Retreat for now. Avoid the human race's attack. We need time to figure out what is going on. Yes, sir. As orders were passed down one after another, the alien races in the world of gods began to rapidly shrink towards the boundary, leaving countless corpses behind along the retreat route that stretched for millions of light years. Report? Sir. A strong man who had ignited the divine fire was sweating profusely, stammering and unable to speak clearly. What's wrong? The Lord of the Underworld frowned, feeling increasingly annoyed. If it weren't for the heavy losses he suffered now, he would have wanted to crush this piece of trash to death. Gulu. The rest of the battlefield refuses to communicate with you. Sir. They seem to be fighting with the demon tribe. What? Snap. The Lord of the Underworld glared with anger, but he couldn't help himself and crushed the other person to death. Killing made him happy, but at this moment, he didn't feel any joy in his heart, but instead felt depressed. The situation was worse than he had imagined. Are humans crazy? Or maybe they have been living in comfort for too long and have lost their vigilance. A shadow of impending disaster lingered in the heart of the Lord of the Underworld and did not dissipate for a long time. Chapter 460 The Great Migration. It is an irregular sphere if you look at the only real world of eternal genuine. Then the Qianyuan realm and the Kunmo realm are the two farthest points on the sphere, the former being located above in concept and the latter below. It is connected to 2 points with a straight line. In the middle of this tens of billions of light years, there is a strange space in the depths of the unknown dimension. Qianyuan is yang and Kuan-Mo is yin. The yin and yang forces that span the boundless distance meet here, taking in the mysteries of heaven and earth and giving birth to this space of extraordinary significance. This chaotic space is one of the 10 core secret places of the human race. Its importance ranks among the top 3, second only to the Qianyuan and Kunmo realms, and the Time Waitian can only be ranked behind it. In the chaotic space, endless chaotic energy flows and spreads wantonly. In the core center of the space, a huge sphere with a diameter of billions of miles is suspended. Its color is chaotic, and the surrounding space and time are constantly changing. It is slowly rotating, bringing up a large amount of chaotic energy. In the 4 corners of the sphere, there was a human-shaped shadow sitting cross-legged, with eyes closed and mind concentrated. All perceptions were pouring out and spreading in all directions of the chaotic space. For eternity, this place has been guarded by 4 10th-level ancestors of the human race, alternating between life and death to prevent any possibility of hidden dangers. This shows how important this place is to the human race. Buzz. The space fluctuates. The chaotic gas rolls. And a golden light brilliant method has never been known. It is covered with dense text and a terrible coordinate. My fellow Taoists, it seems that the plan to expel the demon race has already begun. It's time for us to take action. Willian Tianzuan. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Humph. I hope those flat-haired beasts will obey me. Otherwise, Ahmed Ba. In my opinion, the demons will compromise. They have no choice but to either be exterminated or get out of here and leave for the battlefield. Haha. It's really a bargain for them. The human race is fully capable of completely eliminating the flying and scale-armored demon races. But the price to pay is too great. The real world will be at least shattered in half. And it may also lead to backlash from alien races. After repeated discussions on the pros and cons, this approach is now in the best interest of the human race. It is worth abandoning 10% of the barren territory in exchange for a stable rear area. In that case, let's get started. Good. Boom. For human-shaped light and shadow bodies rose rapidly, repelling the chaotic energy around them. They all stretched out their huge palms at the same time and pressed them on the sphere. Endless runes flowed out from the 8 shining palms and all poured into the sphere. Buzz. The sphere trembled violently, then slowly stopped rotating. Colorful divine light emanated from it, and dazzling bands of light entwined and fluttered, looking extremely gorgeous. BattleNet's core is fully revived. Synchronize wills. Connect. Drink. For loud shouts shook the chaotic space slightly. The 4 old ancestors glared with endless light gushing out. Their eyes were lifeless, and their wills were completely immersed in the sphere. This sphere is an ancient artifact, and its real name is Chaos Pearl. Chaos Pearl. 33 heavens, controlled by the God Court. 18 hells, controlled by the Ghost Palace. Jidao Bell, Jido Saint Sect. Xiantian Taiji Diagram, Taoism. For swords of Juxian, for sword saint sects each hold 1 sword. This Chaos Pearl is ranked in the top 3 among the top 10 true 1 ancient artifacts of the human race. Its special power is of great significance to the human race, because the birth of the Battle Soul Network depends entirely on this item. The chaotic space born with the Chaos Pearl as its core is the true center of the only real world. According to the deduction of many powerful people, the real world, including the entire outer dimension, was developed and evolved from an infinite chaotic space. And this magical chaos pearl naturally has a chaotic space. Although it is not infinite, it also has some supernatural power. The chaos pearl, with the help of the Qian Yuan and Kunmo worlds, gathered the yin and yang power of the real world to form this chaotic space. Every trace of chaotic energy here came from all things in the real world, containing the breath of all things. This is the best medium, using this chaotic space as a connecting medium. The chaotic space inside the chaos pearl reflects the entire only real world. This is the basis for the birth of the Battle Soul Network, the entire Fighting Soul Network, with the chaos pearl as its core, the Qian Yuan and Kunmo realms as branches, and the Super Realm core as a node. Spreads out endless network cables, covering the entire vast only true realm, transmitting information, instant messaging, accepting missions. These are some of the many functions of Battle.net. Battle.net controls almost all the space in the real world, which is somewhat similar to the role of the Jidao Xingzong's Universe Teleportation Department. But the energy level is not on the same level. The Chaos Pearl is the best among all the True One ancient artifacts, so it cannot be activated easily, even if the four ancestors attack together. The reason why the human race can use the Chaos Pearl to this extent is entirely due to the power of the true world, the enormous power of yin and yang. The role of the ancestor is like the driver. The Chaos Pearl is the engine, and the yin and yang power gathered from the Qian Yuan and Kunmo realms is the gasoline. With this powerful combination, the greatest creation fighting spirit network of the human race has been forged. In addition to being called the BattleNet Hub, the Chaos Orb also has another alias, called the Ancestor's Tomb. The Chaos Pearl, including all the ancient Genie artifacts, has no artifact spirit. This is very incredible. You should know that even immortal artifacts have complete artifact spirits, and can give birth to true spirits and reincarnate. The Genie ancient artifact is so powerful, but it has no spirit. The reason behind this has been studied by powerful people from many eras, but no unified conclusion has been reached. The lack of spirits may not be a problem for other true ancient artifacts, but if the Chaos Orb is to serve as the center of the battle network, it must possess unparalleled command and calculation capabilities, because the amount of information it needs to process is too huge. Therefore, in order to meet the conditions of the battle network center, the human ancestors who were nearing the end of their lives and could not even enter deep sleep, jumped into the Chaos Pearl before they died, burning everything and leaving behind eternal and immortal beliefs. In the blank chaotic space of the Chaos Pearl, they condensed a consciousness aggregate similar to the will of heaven and earth. This is why the Chaos Pearl is called the Ancestor's Tomb. This aggregate of consciousness is the result of the passion and eternal beliefs of many ancestors. It is not a personal consciousness, but a spiritual wisdom born from the beliefs of the human race. All pursuits are for the human race. In this world, anyone can betray humanity, except the BattleNet core. At this time, the four ancestors guarding the Chaos Pearl connected their wills with the Battle Network Center, input coordinate information, and coordinated with the center to carry out the Great Migration. Coordinates input completed. The Kila realm involves 3 million super realm galaxy clusters with human beings. The number of star realms that need to be moved is about 0.3 billion. 1 Jing is 1 trillion. And this is just one star world of the human race that needs to be moved. This migration plan of the human race affects a total of 1,000 worlds. The realms that needed to be relocated were all located in the star fields around the battlefield, because of the problems left over from the war. Most of the realms were destroyed, and only 2 to 3 million super realm star clusters remained. Also, because they were close to the battlefield, few creatures would settle there, so the star realms that needed to be relocated only accounted for a small part. But under the huge base, this was still a terrifying number. Rota realm, involving 3.5 million super realm galaxy clusters. The Kedana realm involves 2.4 million super realm galaxy clusters. In total, we need to move 380 star realms. Lock. Space cutting. Space-time bubbles generated. Capture successful. Target location information transmission completed. Space-time channel generated. Start moving. Boom. The Chaos Pearl burst out with an unprecedented brilliant light, and the entire chaotic space began to boil. Strands of chaotic energy were like mad dragons, pouring directly into the Chaos Pearl to maintain the Chaos Pearl's terrifying consumption. Such a massive move could be recorded in the history of the human race as a great migration, even though the Chaos Orb was only used as a starting point. Most of the power still relied on the might of time and space possessed by the one true world itself. However, the consumption was still appalling. The chaotic energy in this chaotic space was accumulated bit by the human race over endless years. But it is now being consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Such a shocking move also attracted the attention of countless creatures. The cultivators with advanced skills, after observing the sky and calculating with their fingers, were immediately frightened and turned pale and collapsed to the ground. In those realms affected, even the uncultivated mortals looked up at the night sky and discovered the unusual movements in the galaxy. With a thought, the galaxy was twisted, and the 380 Kyo star world was moved to the heartland of the human race. Those vast areas of nothingness in the universe gathered into new realms. Each star world has at least one sun, as well as several life stars or core continents. In addition, almost all the superworld cores have been moved away, regardless of whether they can be used or not. These are strategic resources and cannot be left to the demon race. Such terrifying power completely exceeds the imagination of cultivators. It is something that even the ancestors of the 10 realms cannot do. The demon race, alien race, and countless powerful people all looked extremely solemn. They all saw the terrible side of the human race, and also felt the unshakable determination of the human race this time. It was as if he was telling the demon race, "The place has been vacated for you. Why don't you hurry over there?" Chapter 461, All Expelled. In the Qianyuan realm, above the endless sea, the void began to ripple violently. One after another, the main ships of light, each tens of millions of feet long, slowly moved out, covering the entire sky, and not a single ray of sunlight could fall. The endless shadows and extremely heavy murderous intent made the area extremely depressing, and the waves on the sea calmed down and were compressed into a mirror. Inspect the law. Buzz. A token with dazzling light leaped out, expanded rapidly, and penetrated straight into the depths of the endless sea. The divine light was shining brightly in all directions. I am the Supreme Director of the Divine Court Inspection Department. I have received a decree from the Supreme Council of the human race, and have come to judge the scaled armored demon tribe for collaborating with the enemy. It has been found out that the person who owns the scale armor is collaborating with the alien race, selling out our intelligence, secretly hunting down the human race, and trading source fluid with the alien race, and secretly hiding the sealing artifact of the Kongi era with the intention of committing a crime. All sins are unforgivable. After being judged by the Supreme Council of the human race, you are sentenced to death. Extermination. The indifferent voice was filled with murderous intent. These evidences were not fabricated. Although the mermaid clan had been exterminated in the beginning, who could guarantee that the rest of the scale-armored monster clan in the endless sea were not involved? Now none of this matters. As the highest director gives an order, those shining main battleships spew out countless beams of light with terrifying power, and begin to baptize the endless sea over and over again. All living things were annihilated. Some strong men resisted the coverage of the light column and tried to escape, but were immediately pierced by golden chains. The space mezzanine, the dimensional space, everything is shrouded in it. Many powerful human beings are on high alert, with nowhere to escape and nowhere to hide. Ah! Run! Run! The humans are crazy. Wanlong Valley, save us! It was a one-sided massacre. Blood soaked the sea red. The thick death energy rose and condensed, making the sky even darker. The endless sea surrounds the entire Qianyuan continent and is a huge circular belt-shaped area. Above this huge area, there are many golden battleships sweeping and cruising. These main battleships formed a circle and moved closer to Qianyuan continent. Their target was Wanlong Valley. Slaughtering the endless sea is just killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Wanlong Valley is located at the junction of the Qianyuan continental plate and the endless sea plate, in the unfathomable trench. At this time, the atmosphere in the core area of Wanlong Valley was extremely depressing. In a magnificent and majestic dragon palace, several figures with dragon horns on their heads and majestic auras stood motionless, looking up in the direction of the endless sea with extremely gloomy expressions. Father, have you contacted our ancestors? What should we do now? Should we fight or retreat? Still unable to contact. But, humph! It is absolutely impossible for my people to escape in such a shameful way. Come! Let's go and meet them with me. Snap! Several old dragons broke through the void and entered the depths of the dimensional space. All of them were powerful titled warriors, and could naturally walk freely in the dimensional space. The powerful men from the inspection department were also waiting for them in the dimensional space. 0. Upon hearing this, the chief director raised his indifferent gaze and looked at the old dragons. His name is Ling. His daughter is Lin. And his father is Ling. This was a custom in the Han Tian era. Blood relatives no longer had the same surname, but the same pronunciation. Do you humans really want to fight to the death? The Dragon Emperor's tone was icy, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. It was obvious that he was not joking, and he really intended to do this. Anyway, if this world were to be destroyed, the human race would definitely be more anxious than them. A desperate struggle? You beasts. Are you worthy of this? There was great majesty in his glance, which was a natural aura that came from being in charge of the violent institution, the inspection department. Moreover, this Dragon Emperor just broke through the Emperor. Where is his opponent? You? Stop talking nonsense. I'm going to show you something. You can decide for yourself whether to leave or not. Ling Yi flicked his sleeves, raised his hand, and took out a crystal ball. It was shining with divine light, and countless light points poured out, condensing into an extremely clear three-dimensional image, far away from the only true world. Located in the endless space-time storm of the outer dimension, stands a palace complex built with massive superworld cores. Above this palace that can suppress all space-time with its mass, figures with terrifying auras are suspended. There are dragons and giant birds, hovering. Opposing it is a shadow, a deformed aggregate, with endless darkness spreading, twisted and grotesque, and a chilling atmosphere. The human race has Tian as the residence of their ancestors, and the flying and scaly races also have their own core areas, such as the palace complex called the Demon King's Palace. The composition of those alien races that are eyeing them covetously is more complicated. Almost every alien race has strong men descending, but they are mainly led by the Witch God Realm and the Evil God Realm. Needless to say, the Witch God Realm is almost under the control of the human race, and the Evil God Realm is the most evil, deformed, and twisted of all the alien races. Their only ambition is to gather all the five-colored divine stones, and they have no rationality at all. Monsters? Allies? They are nothing in front of the five-colored divine stone. Therefore, under the instigation of the Witch God Realm, the Evil God Realm also almost came out in full force. How is this possible? How could this happen? Are these aliens crazy? The Dragon Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he was only watching through the image, the oppressive and terrifying atmosphere made him feel as if he was there. This image was undoubtedly real. But why would the alien race help the human race? Crazy? Those guys are crazy anyway. Ling sneered with disdain in his eyes, and gently turned the crystal ball with his palm. The image began to rotate, and locked onto the void above the palace complex. There were two ordinary stones suspended there, one black and one red. They seemed as inconspicuous as dust, but they were the core where the auras of those 10-level powerful men converged. Five-colored divine stone. The human race is so cruel, and has such powerful methods. The Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, and understood everything in an instant. His aura became increasingly cold and fierce, and he roared silently in his heart. Old Ancestor is so confused. This is clearly a trick of the human race. At this time, why should we still covet the five-colored divine stone? Even if we give it to those lunatics, what will happen? We shouldn't let the race fall into such a passive situation. In the Dragon Emperor's opinion, the ancestors must have been greedy, which was why they couldn't understand the situation. After all, that was a secret related to the 11th realm. A cultivator like him in the 9th realm naturally could not understand the desire of the 10th realm for it. However, the truth was not as simple as the Dragon Emperor thought. How could the demon ancestors not know that they were being plotted against? They were not idiots either. They also wanted to hand over the divine stone. But they simply couldn't do it, since the human race dared to throw out two magic stones. They must have tampered with them long ago and placed them in the Demon King's palace. You can look at them, but you cannot touch them, let alone take them away. The Demon Clan also explained. But the aliens do not believe it. I wouldn't believe it if it were me. Humph. The cunning demons must be trying to trick us into taking the bait and then use the demon palace to suppress us. Dragon Emperor, if you don't get out of our area within 10 breaths, you will be killed. You still want to fight to the death? Ling put away the crystal ball with his hand. His eyes became more and more indifferent. An endless murderous intent surged in his body. The Dragon Emperor's expression changed violently, and he struggled internally. He didn't expect that the human and demon races would suddenly fall out and completely break up. Although it was a matter of time. The Dragon Emperor thought that this was something that the demon race should do. At the critical moment, they turned against the human race and pitted the human race hard. An indescribable humiliation boiled in the Dragon Emperor's heart. In ancient times, humans were treated as blood food by the demons, and were one of the many creatures they kept in captivity, until the appearance of the Zheni ancient artifact. The cultivation method was discovered by the human race, and the rise of the human race became unstoppable. Through cultivation, the human race made up for the fact that their physical bodies were far weaker than those of the demon race, and began to resist the rule of the demon race. The human race's development speed is too fast. By the time the demon race reacted, it was already too late to save the situation. The spark of the human race had already ignited the entire real world. Perhaps, if it weren't for the appearance of a powerful and terrifying alien race, their demon race would have been destroyed by the human race. The demon clan is jealous, and is also afraid of the rise of the human race. Therefore, they choose to cooperate with the aliens. They are wall grass. They do not completely fall to any side. Whoever is weak will help, and make a profit from it. Only by doing so can they continue the ethnic group. But I didn't expect that the human race would be so decisive, and directly overturn the chessboard. No more playing with the demons. You are a fence-sitter, don't you? Then I will completely fulfill your wish, and let you live in harmony with the people of a different race. This is the determination of the human race. The endless years, the hard work of the work. The countless strong people go to the succession, and then pay everything. After the death, the people must be eternal to guard the people. The Dragon Emperor's fierce eyes gradually dimmed. He knew that the situation was hopeless, and he could only withdraw from the hinterland according to the will of the human race. The reason why they are still alive now is that the human race does not want to break the real world. And this is their only bargaining chip. The human race is truly a formidable race. They are united and intelligent. The Dragon Emperor turned around, stepped out of the dimensional space, and appeared in the Valley of 10,000 Dragons. Order from the Dragon King. All members of the Dragon Clan, and those belonging to the Scale Armor Clan, evacuate. Head to the Aura Realm. Boom! One after another, flying magic weapons took off, carrying away everything they could, and all began to migrate and make cross-boundary jumps. Cry! A cry sounded above the Qianyuan continent. At the junction of the air domain, wing domain, and feather domain, the huge city in the sky quickly shrank and was swallowed up by the phantom of a giant bird. The bird flapped its wings, tore through the void, and disappeared into it. The Wing Palace also evacuated. As for Qiling Mountain, it is not in the Qianyuan realm, but was built in the Kunmo realm to avoid suspicion. Of course, they don't need to evacuate. The beast lineage is the good brothers of the human race. The fighting spirit network covering the entire One True World began to issue the final order to all flying, scaled armored monsters. They must leave the human area within the specified time. Otherwise they would be killed. After issuing the order, the Battle Network Center immediately deprived the two-line demon clan of their fighting spirit imprints and erased all information files from the military rank system. In all aspects and in all fields, we began to eliminate the traces of the demon race. Clean up and expel. A massive action. Over the endless years, the demon race has indeed been too deeply entangled with the human race, and there are traces of their activities in almost most areas. But fortunately, the number of strong humans is much larger, and under the command of the Battle Network, everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. There are also some iron heads who refuse to evacuate, sending their heads in vain, setting off a lot of blood and rain. It's a futile effort, and can only contribute some materials. Chapter 462. Hold head high. In the Dan realm, deep in the heart of the Dan Alliance's 9 rings, a terrifying dragon roar was heard, containing a hint of vicissitudes and sadness. Along with the dragon's roar, a snow-white dragon body that was winding for millions of feet appeared in the void, with dragon claws flying, tearing open the dark white passage leading to the dimensional space. The huge dragon head frequently looked back at the heart of dimension, with reluctance in its eyes. Teacher Dan Qian. At the top of the heart, Lu Dongjuan, Luo Tian, and a dozen other guards stood side by side, all with complicated expressions. Because of the attack on the heart of 9 rings last time, the date of their garrison handover was postponed for 100 years. Their mission in this major move by the human race is to perform their duties, guard the core area of the Alchemy Alliance, and produce elixirs day and night to supply the front line. Just now, the Supreme Council of the Rabies has descended the law. The demon clan affiliated to the bird scales needs to be all evacuated from the human ethnic area, And the Dan Qian is the dragon Sanlong family, and naturally faces the destiny of being expelled. Teacher Dan Qian, please wait a little longer. We have already informed our ancestors that you are different from those monsters, so you don't have to leave. Lu Dongchuan spoke sincerely. He had been friends with Dan Qian since he joined the Dan League, and he had taught him a lot of Dan Dao knowledge. After getting along for a long time, he even willingly called the other party a teacher. Naturally, he knew Dan Qian's temperament very well. Dan Qian had long since left the Dragon Clan and was a real good guy. Yes, Teacher Dan Qian. Just wait and see how the ancestor responds. Luo Dian, who always liked to go against Lu Dongchuan, actually stood on the same side and spoke out to persuade him. This shows that Dan Qian is indeed a good person. Nonsense! Dan Qian's huge eyes widened and his beard danced wildly. The ancestors all have important matters to attend to right now. How can I trouble them with my trivial matters? Well, take care of yourselves. Dan Qian. An old voice as vast as the sound of heaven came from the sky, interrupting Dan Qian's affectionate farewell. The void twisted and shattered, revealing a dark white hole, and a golden edict slowly floated out. The ancestor really responded to them. Everyone was surprised, then bowed to him. Dan Qian also shed his dragon body and transformed into a human form, kneeling in the air. I have met the ancestor. The golden edict floated in the void, with densely packed words in flamboyant style, one name after another, and a huge voice continued to come from the edict. The Human Race Supreme Council. The second supplementary rule of the Demon Race Expulsion Plan. That is, whether the demon race that belongs to a few bird-scale armors can be accepted by the human race and retain the qualification to exist in the human race area. Evaluation factors include contributions to the human race, past deeds, bloodline background, and 72 other factors. After multiple reviews and analysis, a total of 18,000 creatures meet the requirements. The Demon Race Expulsion Decree will not be implemented on these creatures. In addition, the above-mentioned creatures will no longer hold important positions in the human race. As follows. The voice coming from the edict was calm and without any emotion. Everyone then realized that this was not the will of the ancestor himself, but a replica of the voice in the edict. The same scene should be happening simultaneously in 18,000 places. Dan Qian, you have met the review requirements of our human race and can continue to stay in the human race area, but you are not allowed to continue to serve as the guardian of the Dan League. After the last voice was spoken, the decree turned into a beam of light and shot into Dan Qian's brow. A strange golden pattern appeared on the place where the mark of the fighting spirit was originally engraved. This was a kind of identity certificate. Thank you, ancestor. Dan Qian's expression was excited, and he looked at the slowly healing Yu Bai Kong hole. Although he could not stay in Danming, he was very satisfied with the canal in the human area. He was so wandering like him to leave. He really didn't know where he went. Congratulations, Teacher Dan Qian. Lu Dongchuan and others appeared around Dan Qian and congratulated him. This was indeed worthy of congratulations. The demon race in the only true world was so vast that it was impossible to count them. This showed how precious these 18,000 places were, and how difficult it was to pass the review of the ancestors. I was afraid that any trace of bad behavior would immediately lead to being eliminated. The ancestors are so kind-hearted. Dan Qian couldn't help sighing. He was flattered that just 18,000 monsters like them could make the ancestors specially hold a meeting. The human race's way of doing things was indeed different. They would not let go of any enemy, nor would they let down friends who had made contributions to the human race. Of course, it is understandable that they no longer hold important positions in the human race. After all, human hearts are the most unpredictable, and no one can guarantee whether these monsters will betray humans in the next moment. If there are loopholes in some important positions, the losses will be huge. Sometimes, the collapse of a building is often caused by problems in the details. With the wisdom of our ancestors, it is naturally impossible to leave such holes and make everything watertight. Lu Dongchuan suppressed his joy and asked inquiringly, Teacher Dan Qian, what are your plans for the future? Ha ha ha. The world is so vast. I want to take a good look at it. Take care, everyone. I will come back to see you. Dan Qian's voice was extremely happy, not only because he had obtained a precious place, but more importantly because his contributions over the years had been recognized by the ancestors, which was a reflection of the recognition of his own value. I am leaving now. Hold head high. The huge snow-white dragon body tore through the void, escaped into the dimensional space, and quickly disappeared. From then on, the world lost a Dan Qian who was an expert in alchemy, and gained a Bailong doctor who was able to bring people back to life and save people from suffering. And his name was widely known among countless mortals. In the center of a vast island continent in the Dongji Meihai, the imperial capital of the Great Xia divine dynasty, Bai Donglin and his siblings stood side by side on the observatory, gazing up and sensing the rapidly changing and surging secrets of the universe. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, and sensed the entire Qianyuan realm through the ubiquitous war monuments. Naturally, he also saw what had just happened in the Nine Rings heart. Well, this Dan Qian is good. It can be absorbed into the Tianluo space. Although he is a little old, I just like this kind of good guy who will wholeheartedly help me complete the task. From the beginning to now, there is one thing that has never changed in Tianluo space. That is, every Tianluo host has a daily task that must be completed every day. If they fail to do it, their Tianluo points will be deducted, their ratings will be lowered, and they may even be completely deprived of the Tianluo space. Of course, if the host needs to go into seclusion or has something else that he is busy with, he can apply for a cumulative extension of the task. The reason why such stringent task requirements did not cause resistance from the hosts was that this daily task called do one good deed a day seemed strange to the hosts. But it was not difficult at all. Usually, there is a drought in a certain place for many years, and the host needs to make the clouds and rain. Or there is a volcanic eruption, earthquake, or tsunami in a certain place, and they need to solve it. Or they need to exorcise demons. For them, these tasks are very simple, and they can earn Tianluo points by spending just a little time. They already regard doing one good deed a day as a benefit. The number of Tianluo hosts is currently close to 5 billion. Although Bai Donglin's assignment of this small task may seem ordinary, the effect is terrifying given the huge base number. Every day, no less than trillions of mortals survive because of this mission. As time goes by, Bai Donglin himself is not sure how many people he has saved. At least, it is much more than the lives he has killed. This was the rule he made when he was trying to stop the Blood River sect from trafficking human babies. Out of pity for the mortals. What he is doing is only a temporary solution, and he is doing his best. If he wants to fundamentally change the miserable status of mortals, he still has to rely on his elder sister. Thinking of this, Bai Donglin couldn't help but open his eyes and look at Bai Yuanjun, who was standing beside him with great imperial power. If the Great Xia divine dynasty incorporated all the mortal beings in the entire only true world into its territory, how powerful would his elder sister be? Little brother, do you think that big sister can develop towards Qianyuan continent? Bai Yuanjun detected Bai Donglin's gaze, and asked her side with a deep meaning. Upon hearing this, Bai Donglin frowned in thought. At this time, the flying and scaled demon tribe withdrew from the Qianyuan realm, and a large area of unowned land was left above the Qianyuan continent. Under normal circumstances, this was indeed a good opportunity to expand power. But the Great Xia dynasty is different. What his eldest sister needs is not a vast territory, but population. Although the major human forces usually don't pay much attention to the mundane world, those eyes spread all over the place have also shown their attitude. The massive population of the mundane world is an important channel for various forces to give birth to geniuses. The Great Xia divine dynasty wants to swallow up the cradle of other people's geniuses, which will undoubtedly cause conflicts. He used to worry that Bai Yuanjun would attract hostility from various human forces because of the dispute over luck. Now this problem has been avoided by Bai Yuanjun by cleverly using the power of belief instead of the power of luck. But the population dispute has been put on the table again. Sister, if you want to fight alone, you will have to face the entire traditional cultivation world, which is undoubtedly very disadvantageous. In fact, the contradiction between the Great Xia dynasty and the traditional cultivation system is not so absolute. Those forces want geniuses. But what you want, sister, is population. There are no requirements for qualifications. Just give those geniuses to them. And you can even help with the selection. Bai Donglin bares his hands and looks at the sky. There are no numbers in your eyes. To make the most correct analysis and suggestions, first of all, you have to understand all information. That is, the knowledge must be more and more. Sister, the first thing you need to consider now is how to gain a position where you can negotiate on an equal footing with all the major powers. The current Great Xia dynasty is still a little short of that. Although the Daxia Shichao developed well, it is far worse than those old-fashioned forces. It is to cooperate. At least you have to be qualified to talk to it first. Unfortunately, Bai Yuanjun has no qualifications at present. Forcibly, I am afraid that you will be swallowed without bones. So, what should I do? Bai Yuanjun frowned. The Great Xia dynasty has now reached a bottleneck in its development. She must rely on the powerful springboard of Qianyuan continent to develop deeper into the starry sky. As long as she overcomes this difficulty, there will be a bright future ahead. Sister, have you ever heard of the Department of Civilization Development? Bai Donglin had a smile. And when he was out of his horse, he naturally thought about his elder sister. Department of Civilization Development? Bai Yuanjun thought for a moment, and shook her head in confusion. She had started from scratch from the beginning to the end. When it came to obtaining information and secrets, she was probably not as good as Bai Jiana, let alone Bai Donglin. The Civilization Development Department is an institution under the Divine Court. Before the World Chaos era, it was an extremely violent and powerful institution. The current inspection department is far inferior to it. Unfortunately, after the World Chaos era, the human race forcibly interfered with the direction of civilization development and caused great disaster. The Civilization Development Department took a lot of responsibility for this and has since declined. Bai Donglin spoke in a deep voice. His eyes seemed to cross time and space, seeing the rampant behavior of the behemoth Civilization Development Department and its final lonely ending. Sister, you need a platform to show your fist. This Civilized Development Department also needs a chance. I think you can cooperate well. Hee hee. But, let's wait until my real body comes back before we discuss all this. Otherwise, if someone bullies you, big sister, Bai, will not stand for it. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, and spoke with confidence. Although he had lost contact with his original body, he could not repay himself. He would definitely turn the world of gods upside down, and return to the real world again. Everything would surely be different. Brother is mighty and domineering. Emperor Bai Xian, who was standing in the background, whispered. Chapter 463. The Lord of Sin. Snap. Boom. The dimension space was torn by Hao Rent's great power. So huge. And the terrible figure came out. Yelled loudly. Full of endless hatred. Surrounded by many powerful 9th-level alien warriors. There is a ruined metal continent. In the center of the continent stands a giant, who is more than 100,000 feet tall. He has a majestic aura, and his whole body is covered by extremely hot purple-gold flames. Hundreds of human beings are sitting cross-legged around him. Bai Donglin slowly opened his eyes, which were as bright as the sun. Looked around with indifference and coldness, showing no surprise. He had experienced many scenes like this in the past period of time. Every Taoist friend. The sin of killing has been completely removed. The spreading purple-gold flame twisted slightly, shrank and condensed, and all retracted into Bai Donglin's body. Those powerful beings whose sins were burned by him also opened their clear eyes at the same time. Thank you, Lord of Sin. The people of the human race straightened up. All of them were grateful. And their eyes were grateful. Bai Donglin's brows twitched when he heard this. Although he had heard it countless times, he still felt uncomfortable with the title Lord of Sin. It was not that it sounded bad, but it lacked a little bit of artistic conception compared to his talent for naming. The most important thing is that the word Lord, in the development history of human civilization, is evolved from the word ancestor in terms of title. The Lord of so-and-so, or the Overlord of so-and-so, are titles that only the ancestors of the 10 realms can have. He didn't have the strength of the ancestor, but was called the Lord of Sin. He felt a bit flattered. But Bai Donglin didn't care much about it, and was too lazy to explain. You can call me whatever you want. If I have the time, I can earn the Philosopher's Stone. In just this short while, thousands of Philosopher's Stones were credited to my account. It was such a great feeling. Ah! Humans! Stop being so arrogant. The powerful alien races outside the continent were so angry when they saw the human race chatting and laughing in their encirclement. They were simply arrogant. Quack! Bai Donglin's eyes turned cold, and he glanced meaningfully at the alien warriors. There were quite a lot of people coming to surround and kill him this time. It was the most highly deployed attack among the hundreds of attacks against him. My fellow Taoists, please leave first and continue to destroy the small world. Leave this place to me. These powerful men are all his treasure-delivering boys, and they cannot be wasted in vain. It is better for them to collect the Philosopher's Stone honestly. How can this be possible? We must stand together with you. Sir! A great warrior spoke passionately, then raised his hand and summoned his life-saving magic weapon, staring fiercely at the powerful aliens around him. Snapped. Brother, why did you hit me? The emotionally excited powerful man was patted on the back of the head inexplicably. He was stunned and looked at his senior brother in confusion. Only then did he realize that the powerful men around him were staring at him. Uh-huh. This is your first time. Right? You may not understand the rules of the Lord of Sin. And you may underestimate the Lord of Sin's strength. An old man with a refined and easygoing aura bowed to Bai Donglin to show his respect. And then continued cheerfully. The Lord of Sin has suffered hundreds of attacks from foreign races. And he has always been the only one to escort us away. In his own words, he brought the enemy here. So naturally he has to deal with it himself. He has the responsibility and the ability to do so. That's true. The aliens attacked you hundreds of times. But you didn't suffer a single injury. You said you wanted us to stay and help. Isn't that a slap in your face? Cough cough. It's over. It's a bit exaggerated. Bai Donglin was silent, but did not refute his voice. Agreed with the power. Oh, I see. Please forgive me, sir, for being rude. The mighty man who was ready to die, but was determined to protect the Lord of Sin's retreat, scratched the back of his head in embarrassment and retreated into the crowd. In that case, I will take my leave first. After saying this, hundreds of powerful human beings moved and turned into streams of light, shooting in all directions. When those powerful aliens saw this, their eyes did not waver at all. They let everyone leave, and all their perceptions were focused on Bai Donglin. Bai Donglin, the Lord of Sin, was their target. It did not matter whether the other human beings were dead or alive. Compared with the amount of power of 100 billion yuan, it is to kill these hundreds of power. And the battle against the battle will not play any role. The most important thing is the Lord of the Sin. That is, he intervened throughout the battle, which increased the shattered speed of the small world by 10,000 times, and even continued to rise, without the hindrance of the sin of killing. It was too easy for these powerful beings to destroy the small worlds. The annihilation of the vast worlds. The will of heaven and earth of the light and dark worlds lost the blessing of many small worlds. And the suppression of the ancestors of the human race declined madly. As a result, the gods began to be beaten. The chance of delaying time and waiting for rescue is becoming increasingly slim. The most urgent task is to kill the Lord of Sin, who is a variable, and buy more time for the gods. Die! The leading alien warrior is a powerful upper god with strength comparable to that of an emperor. It is not difficult for him to kill Bai Donglin. But the Lord of Sin is immortal. Hundreds of attacks and siege, coupled with some hidden information left by the great angels. They have already understood that the man's terrible strangeness in front of him. Therefore, their purpose is not to kill meaninglessly, but to suppress. Buzz, following an order, more than a dozen powerful alien warriors, all of whom were comparable to the titles, moved and appeared in all directions of the continent, surrounding this metal continent that spread over billions of kilometers. They all made hand gestures at the same time, and countless mysterious characters flowed out and drilled into every inch of space. In the entire metal continent, every metal particle was replaced by runes. Deep in the core of the continent, there was a strange ball of light that was pulsating slightly as if it had life. Huh? What's new this time? Bai Donglin's eyes showed surprise. And he did not feel nervous or panic at all. He knew very well that the gods would regard him as a thorn in their eyes. So he naturally had many backup plans in place, and was not afraid of the methods of the alien warriors at all. He only did one thing, which was to use all his strength to activate the two laws of time and space to sense the changes in time and space around him. If there was a slight fluctuation in time and space, he would immediately activate the emergency plan and escape. The way to deal with him now is to freeze his time and space, or cut off his timeline before he can react, and at the same time use the power of rules to completely destroy all his clones and souls. He can only be resurrected within a diameter of 1.2 billion kilometers, and then he can be completely sealed. But it is extremely difficult to do this, unless you understand all his secret methods. And that was in the past. Now he possesses the power of time and space. So it is still possible for him to buy a moment of self-destruction. Boom! In just a moment, the vast area with Bai Donglin as the core, extending over billions of kilometers, was filled with runes, and even the power of the dimension was expelled. Then, the ball of light deep in the core of the continent suddenly expanded to the boundary of the rune area. With a sound of difficult cutting, the entire spherical area was peeled off. Sharp! What kind of treasure is this? It can actually cut through dimensional space. Bai Donglin's eyes were shining as he observed the border of the glittering light ball in amazement. He was already on high alert, and ready to destroy himself at any time. The false realm comes. Drink. More than a dozen alien strongmen drank loudly, holding a virtual and reality rotation token in their hands. And the divine power in the body was poured into it. And the obscure and inexplicable spells were chanted in their mouths. Snap! The dimension collapsed. And a vague and illusory world appeared, filled with countless green lines and endless flowing characters. This was a virtual world compiled by information. Information assimilation. The boundless illusory world instantly extended the tentacles of condensed lines without digital articles, and deeply inserted into the spherical area wrapped in by Donglin. The strange and powerful force of rules spread and surged wantonly, and the particles condensed from each character burned fiercely. The strange waves that gathered together enveloped by Donglin, and the strange changes happened quietly and with unstoppable force. This is. By Donglin's eyes narrowed, and the cold light flickered, and his will understand the changes in the body. These alien methods are really powerful. It is really embarrassing to come up with this means. He actually wanted to digitize his information, turn him into a virtual being. What followed was that he was swallowed into the Matrix world, perhaps in the eyes of the gods. No matter how incredible Bai Donglin's immortal ability was, as long as his essence was digitized and then swallowed into the Matrix world dominated by the gods, then everything would be controlled by them. What would it matter if he was immortal? But it's just information. Just modify it. Haha. It's powerful. But it's useless to me. Even I can't see through the power of immortality. Let alone you. Bai Donglin resisted the power of emptiness, took a step forward, and crossed to the boundary of the light ball. As long as he spread the range of resurrection, no matter what kind of seal it was, it would not be able to trap him. Huh? What a strange space. Bai Donglin took dozens of steps in succession, sensing the outpouring, but found himself still in the center of the space, as if he had never moved at all. So that's how it is. The space has been completely distorted and changed. This is an infinite closed-loop space. No matter which direction I break out from, I will be trapped in the same place forever. Moreover, this light ball rune space exceeds 2 billion kilometers in diameter, covering my resurrection scope. Hee hee. It seems that the gods still have a lot of thoughts. At least at this point. They are indeed done by them. But, sensing that his body was about to become completely ethereal, Bai Donglin moved his mind, and the 3 lights in his body instantly disappeared, and he died completely. Humph. Lord of Sin. You can't escape. We will continue after 12 hours. Or, you will stay here forever, in the cycle of life and death. Yo! Even the upper limit of his resurrection time. But some things that have not been displayed. How can you count it? Bai Donglin fell into the weird will of non-life and death. He heard the roaring of the alien strong, and could not help but praise the efforts of the gods. But, they are still disappointed. As soon as the idea was moved, under the blessing of the immortal power, his perception across the boundless time and space distance, and clearly perceived a few coordinates. One place is farther away, in the only true world, and it is the incarnation of human inaction. The other places are closer, in this world of gods, where heaven and earth are in action. The ultimate evil, the ultimate good. Oh, it's so hard to die. Just wait here. I'm leaving now. In the blink of an eye, under the power of immortality, all blockades were destroyed, and he directly restored his original body based on the ultimate evil. The gods tried their best, and the lores under the distribution did not play a slightest role in feudal. However, there were some gains, and they also learned about some information about Bai Dong's immortal ability. But this information is undoubtedly desperate for them. The gods should give up targeting me. All actions are meaningless and a waste of time, unless the 10 realms lord gods come to deal with me. Bai Dong thought about it for a moment, then shook his head, eliminating this possibility. The strong men of the 10 realms in the world of gods had already been targeted by the ancestors of the human race at this time. They could hardly protect themselves and had no time to deal with him. Don't think too much. If the 10 realms take action, I will immediately destroy myself and escape. Let's continue to search for the Philosopher's Stone. Bai Donglin stood up slowly, sensing the many flashing dimensional coordinates with his mind, randomly selected one, and opened the Scarlet Passage. Welcome the Lord of Sin. Ahem. My fellow Taoists. Thank you for being so polite. You don't have to do this. This is what I should do. Alas, the energy consumption of my talent is really terrifying. Bai Donglin smiled elegantly and easygoingly. He reached out to take the Philosopher's Stone that was handed to him. His mind sank into the dark world, counting the shining crystal balls over and over again. A full 10 billion. Behind each one is the annihilation of a world, and the gathering of energy of a world. Oh! Too many. Too many. But I just can't control my hands. The more the better. I'll take whatever comes. The smile grew wider. Chapter 464, Bloody Battle Flag. True ancient weapon. The only one. Each ancient artifact is in existence that has condensed the timeline and has unique characteristics. In addition to their own different great powers, all ancient artifacts have the ability to roam the long river of time and seal time and space. A strong man in the 10th realm who wields an ancient artifact can rely on this feature to fight on the river of time. But because he cannot fully activate and use the ancient artifact, the wielder cannot affect any time node other than the present world, and cannot even observe. All he sees and hears is the distorted and chaotic fog of time and space. The destructive power of a strong man in the 10th realm with or without an ancient weapon is completely on a different level. If both sides do not want to cause irreparable damage to the present world, they will choose to enter the long river of time to fight. Although doing so will accelerate the consumption of divine power on both sides. However, the powerful men of the 10 realms in the world of gods chose to fight in their own lairs in the present world this time. It was not because they did not care about their own world, but because they were forced to do so. The strength of the human race in the true realm is simply too powerful. It's not just the cultivation strength of their ancestors, but also the large number of ancient artifacts. This is not something that any alien race can fight against alone. Therefore, in order to avoid being completely crushed, the gods need to use the will of heaven and earth in the world of gods to suppress the ancestors of the real world. Only in this way can they fight back. The consequence of doing this is that the real creatures in the worlds of light and darkness have committed sins. These creatures are different from the lambs living in the false matrix world. They are real creatures called gods and demons. Bang! An unblockable loud noise came from the depths of the universe, terrifying countless creatures on the continent of light. The so-called gods were also frightened and trembled like a sieve. And some were even worse, defecating and pissing. God of the Most High. What happened? Is it the demons invading? You guys look. A part of the galaxy has disappeared. At this time, it was late at night. The primitive night sky was not polluted, and the star river was extremely bright. This is a world of gods and magic existences. Naturally, all beings know what the sun and moon stars in the universe are. The area where the annihilation is destroyed is a full 3 galaxy groups. More than 300 billion stars and many stars continent. It's the supreme god who is fighting against an unknown existence. With their knowledge, after witnessing such terrifying power of gods and demons with their own eyes, their first reaction was that it was done by the most noble supreme god in their hearts. But does the omniscient and omnipotent supreme god have an equally powerful opponent? Once this idea appeared, he felt ridiculous, and then quickly turned into an infinite fear, and his face slowly collapsed. Deep in the void of the universe, 2 figures surrounded by divine light stood facing each other tens of thousands of light years apart. The background was not the dark and cold void, but an extremely huge red hole. The boundary wall of the world of light was shattered by the previous blow, and the dimensional storm group outside the boundary could be faintly seen. As a woman, you are already very good to be able to fight with me to this extent. The Lord of the Ghost House held the ancient artifact in his hand with his back to the shade. The solid armor formed by the dark white death energy was covered with cracks. A hole that went through his lower abdomen was filled with destructive power, and could not heal for a long time. Humph! I am not some woman, but the god of war. Omir! The goddess of war tightly grasped the spear of Longinus. Her tone was stern. Her eyes were like 2 deep whirlpools of fighting intent, as if she wanted to tear apart everything she saw. In Ohm's perception, under the raging of U-boat just now, the world was annihilated, and the huge boundaries left by were destroyed and healed. She could even hear the sadness of the entire world, and frowned tightly. The bright world cannot be compared with the only alien species of the real world, but it is also 1,000 world in the normal understanding. It is as high as 10 billion light years. However, it still cannot resist the destruction of the old man holding an antiquity. The destruction of the entire universe is a matter of time. Although it is extremely distressed, the gods have no better way. It was visible to the naked eye that the entire world of light seemed to be collapsing and shrinking towards the Lord of the Ghost House. Under the suppression of infinite power, most of it was offset by a piece of rag floating above his head. This ridiculous piece of rag, which seemed to be stained with blood, actually possessed a property that even ancient artifacts did not possess, and could resist the suppression of the will of heaven and earth. Upon careful perception, it seemed as if countless phantoms flashed around the rag, A group of gods and demons who were destroying the heavens, roaring and shouting silently, and having an unyielding and eternal will. It is no wonder that the flag of the heavenly battle can offset the suppression of the will of heaven and earth. Omir's eyebrows twitched slightly, and he was secretly resentful in his heart. It was this thing that put them in such a passive situation. And they couldn't even break the blockade of the Xiantian Tai Chi diagram. This inconspicuous rag is one of the things that the ancestors of the human race rely on in this battle. There are 9 pieces in total, which can be pieced together into a flag. Several ancestors who descended to the world of gods all carried one piece of cloth. Omir? Very good. You can die now. The Lord of the Ghost House looked cold, took a step forward, and instantly appeared in front of Omir. A ghost domain descended, and the extreme darkness swallowed up all the light. 18 hells, eternal hell. Woo woo woo. The cold wind blew violently, and Omir trembled all over. Even his will was slowly frozen. This old guy actually hid his strength. Omir's eyes widened, and the endless power of the Lord God in his body poured out. Behind his mind, a vast kingdom of God appeared, in which countless devout believers knelt on the ground, providing him with an endless supply of power of faith. Burn! Burn everything! Omir roared silently in his heart, under the shadow of death. Without reservation, the highest quality crystals of faith piled up like mountains in the kingdom of God. They were ignited by invisible fire and turned into a sea of power of faith, which was swallowed up and poured into the spear in his hand. This crystallization of faith is the product of the matrix world. The power of faith, which was rare before, has become hard currency among the gods. Clang! The spear of Longinus hummed violently. This was the sharp weapon that was said to have stabbed God. The blood of God dripping from the tip of the spear became more and more bright and eye-catching. Originally, this was an ordinary spear, and all its power came from this blood. Boom! All the divine power was poured into the spear. The holy light shone, and Omir's frozen will was instantly revived. The fighting spirit in his eyes became brighter and brighter. Without any intention of retreating, he stabbed towards the pale mountain pressed down by the Lord of the Ghost House. Omer! There's no time left. Start the final. Lord Supreme God. The sudden deep voice in her heart startled Omir. Before she could react, the spear in her hand that had absorbed all her divine power shook violently, broke free from her restraints, and shot towards an unknown place. Die! The sudden change in front of him was naturally noticed by the Lord of the Ghost House. Although he didn't know what happened, he would not pretend to hold back, and the speed of his palm pressing down increased dramatically. Snap! The vast kingdom of God collapsed and was destroyed in an instant, and the fanatical believers within it also died at the same time. The next thing to collapse was Omir's armor, which was comparable to an immortal weapon, followed by the hard body of the god. The body, soul, will, and the source of power, the kingdom of God, were all destroyed. The power of the ancient artifact was too vast. Moreover, Omir's divine power was taken away by the spear of Longinus. Death was the inevitable result. Huh? The Lord of the Ghost House stood at the center of the explosion. The aftermath spread wildly, wherever it passed. Galaxies, countless suns, moons, stars, and endless living beings all turned to nothingness. What was that just now? Information flow? This woman is not dead yet. The Lord of the Ghost House frowned. Although it was only for a very short moment, he still captured it with his perception. After Omir's death, a strange stream of information flashed by. What are the ideas of these guys? Is it related to that weird Matrix world? The only thing about the world of gods that they cannot see through is the Matrix world. According to their deduction, the core of this virtual world should be an ancient artifact that is not recorded in the human race. They have no idea what kind of power it possesses. This is the biggest variable in this battle. While the Lord of the Ghost House was frowning in thought, a golden bridge shining with golden light crossed the extremely long distance, passed through the blockade of the innate Tai Chi diagram unhindered, and descended into the world of gods. The golden bridge dissipated, leaving behind several terrifying figures. Killing intent, fighting spirit, and deathly aura spread madly in all directions. An area of the galaxy was affected by this aura, and billions of extremely hot suns were instantly frozen and shattered. Haha. These little guys are too slow. The person headed by looking for fierceness. A blood armor. Was I catching? Chapter 465. The gun named God Killer. Why is this senior here? The evil spirits sweeping the world are so rich, so that the master of the ghost houses outside the thousands of light years instantly perceived. In the face, he pressed the thoughts in his heart, raised his hands to break the time and space, and stepped out of tens of millions of light years. Senior Shwetu, why are you here? Have you dealt with the affairs of the real world? The Lord of the Ghost House bowed slightly. Shwetu was not only from the lineage of the Bell-Keeper of the Jidao Holy Sect, but also from the Fourth Era, with an incredibly high seniority. Putting aside his powerful strength, he also came from the Jidao Holy Sect, so naturally he should be respected. As he spoke, the Ghost Mansion Lord's eyes became more confused. This was not in the plan. Calculating the time, even if everything went well, it should have only solved the hidden danger of the monster clan by now. And Senior Shwetu still had his own tasks. That is to completely resolve the Wu God realm. Although this difficulty is not as great as the world of gods, because the human race needs strong people to suppress the situation in all aspects at this time. There are really not enough people. So Shwetu should be fighting fiercely in the Wu God realm now. The remaining rags of battle flags that could offset the suppression of the will of heaven and earth were taken away by Shwetu and his men. The plan has changed. The Wushan realm does not need to be destroyed for the time being. Shwetu looked the Lord of the Ghost House up and down, as if he saw through his true identity behind his shadow, and spoke slowly, with the chill in his tone weakening a little. Could it be that there is something wrong with the information editor? The Lord of the Ghost House frowned slightly, and as his mind was working, he thought of this only possibility. You know, the plan decided by the Supreme Council of the human race cannot be easily changed. Otherwise, everything will be messed up. Unless there is a really compelling reason, and it concerns the interests of the human race. That's right. Bloodslaughter nodded slightly. There is no need to explain too much. With the wisdom of the strong, you can guess it. The information editor is a rare item obtained by Feng Jun, the previous lord of the Ghost Palace, from the place where all the heavens and myriad worlds return to the abyss. It was also comprehended by him. When they were making the plan, Feng Jun told him some information. He couldn't make an absolute guarantee about what would happen after the editor was used. It was possible that the control would be time-limited, or that the control which God would die within a certain period of time. It was hard to say. Therefore, in order to maximize benefits, Feng Jun decided to destroy the Witch God realm immediately after the Demon Clan expulsion plan was completed. With him as an insider, it would only take a small price to break through the Witch God realm from the inside and eliminate the alien forces for the human race again. But now the plan is suspended. The effect of the editor should be unexpected, and the Witch God world exists temporarily, which is more conducive to the human race. In an instant, the Lord of the Ghost House figured out all the obstacles. And then, without thinking any more, he cast his gaze towards the several dark figures behind Shwetu's day. After a slight perception, his expression changed slightly. What a weird dead air. Neither alive nor dead. Constantly rotating between life and death, with an extremely eerie aura. And even he, who was extremely sensitive to the aura of death, could not see through the way these people existed. In addition, there is a condensed years around these people's body lingering. Such a strong years of breath is just to wake up from Shenmi. And it is impossible to have it. It is really weird. Senior Shwetu. Who are they? Now that he can't guess. He said it directly, but he was a bit drumming in his heart. It seems that the human race and his cognition existence, this kind of character, the master of the Ghost House, who he is the pinnacle of the human race, has never understood it all. They, they are just a bunch of old stubborn people. They were all my former opponents. They fought with me for countless years and refused to give in or admit defeat until their death. But now it seems that I have one. These guys are so unlucky that they have become like this. Neither alive nor dead. It's really a pity. Shwetu laughed loudly. The sound waves tore through the dimension. His eyes were extremely distant, as if he had returned to the 4th Adesian era, the peak years of that brilliant era. The Zheni ancient artifact can suppress time and space, freeze the lifespan of living beings, and make them sleep in a complete state, transcending endless years and coming to the afterlife. However, the use of all great power needs to be paid at a price. This is the truth that is unchanged in ancient times. Even the same is the same. There is an upper limit to the number of living beings that each ancient artifact can suppress. This is why the quota is precious. For living beings at different levels of cultivation, the proportion of the ancient artifact's power that they need to occupy in order to fall into dormancy is different. All creatures below the great power are almost the same, and ancient instruments can easily afford them. When the repair is broken to the power, the burden of the ancient wear will show thousands of or more. As for the 10-level monk, the price that needs to be paid is even more terrifying. So the sleeping person is not selected casually. This is a very complicated program. Each place is issued, and will open the Supreme Council of the human race. After careful discussion, there are too many factors to consider. Who is qualified to sleep? And who should stay in the world to fight against the aliens? Is it the low-level cultivators with potential who are sleeping? Or the old and weak 10th-level masters? It is very complicated. But everything must be based on the highest interests of the human race. There are a lot of ancient artifacts. But a large part of it must stand at any time to deal with alien monsters. So it cannot be used as a tool for sleeping. 33 heavens. 18 hells. The Supreme Tao Bell. The Hun Yuan Qiankuan Cauldron. There are only a handful of ancient artifacts used by sleepers. The human race is too large. So the quota is naturally extremely precious. The burden of sleeping a 10th realm cultivator is enough to sleep millions of powerful beings. Or hundreds of millions of low-level cultivators. Although the ancestor is precious. Among these 1 million powerful beings with outstanding talents, perhaps a person who reaches the 10th realm can be born? This was a very difficult decision. So Xuetu's old rivals unfortunately did not get a place. But he was unwilling to die. So he stepped into the legendary burial ground without hesitation, burying himself to leave a legacy for future generations, hoping to live another brilliant life. This is a choice that others cannot blame. Survival is the instinct of every intelligent life. These people did nothing wrong. Xuetu also thinks so. So he went to dig them out personally. Unfortunately, perhaps because hundreds of billions of years were too long, these people did not survive and turned into this horrible appearance. Did you hear that? Bloodslaughter closed his eyes tightly, listened, and murmured slowly. These stubborn guys are dying. And they are growing up. They want to fight. Want to kill. This war is so clear that it still does not disperse after the endless years. So, I brought them here. Come and enjoy the killing. The Bloodslaughter Alliance opened his eyes. A scarlet light flashed by, and he looked into the unknown depths of time and space. Boom! Time and space collapsed, and a huge figure fell out, destroying everything along the way, tearing open a huge red boundary, and smashing a galaxy before it could barely stop its figure. Master of the Gods. The Lord of the Ghost House instantly woke up from Xuetu's description, looked closely, and saw the appearance of the giant clearly. Ahem. The Lord of the Gods slowly stood up and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. The blood beads of terrifying mass pierced through the void and extinguished several rounds of the sun. There was a huge hole in his chest, and a transparent divine fire was madly burning the wound, and it was even drilling into his body. Several people looked up and saw a figure formed by endless light in the depths of the time and space chaos. The right hand held the book of creation, and the left hand tightly grasped the spear of Longinus that gathered all the divine power of the goddess of war. This is undoubtedly the supreme god in the world of gods. The gods dominated it, and they could still be unbeaten under the suppression of the will of heaven and earth. However, with the addition of Lancuri's gun, it was normal like 1 enemy and 2, and it was normal to fall into disadvantages. Is this guy the supreme god? You guys step back. I'll take care of him. Between the Bloodslaughter spoke, step by step, burning the flames of scarlet. And when the palm turned, a blood-red gun was held tightly in the hand. The end of the gun handle was engraved with the 2 characters of God of God. This ancient artifact is... The Lord of the Ghost House widened his eyes, and recalled a secret he had seen in the Jidao holy sect before. It is said that in the Jidao lineage, in addition to the Jidao bell, there is another powerful killing weapon. This killing weapon is so pure that it cannot even be used as a sleeping vessel. It is called the God-killing gun. This gun is extremely terrifying, and only a few people can use it. Xuetu is one of them. This is also the main reason why Xuetu was given the chance to sleep. Those who are strong may be born, but the only one who can use the 10th realm of the magical gun is the only one. Snap! Time and space collapsed, and one after another figures with terrifying auras stepped out, or broke through time and space and fell during the battle. There are those on the side of the gods, as well as the ancestors of the human race in the real world. The strong men from both sides gathered together, and a brutal war was inevitable. The universe of the bright world would be destroyed at any moment. Ha ha ha! Just in time! Let's kill him quickly! Xuetu held the god-killing spear in his hand, and stood above the sea of blood. His terrifying aura was incomparable even to that of the supreme god. It seems to be the center of the world. Xuetu slightly side-glanced at the figures with strange auras, and slowly spoke indifferently. Old rivals, Go to the demon world. I'll leave those bugs to you. Woohoo! A cold wind blew by, and several figures disappeared in an instant. Only a few grains of black soil remained on the empty spot. Chapter 466 Noah's Ark. The war goddess Ymir can be said to be dead. Or it can be said that she is not dead. Her existence is special. The core of the Matrix world is indeed an ancient artifact. But just like the human race's battle network needs a central core, the Matrix world also needs a center to process terrifying and complex information. Ymir was the chosen one. She had a very good compatibility with the ancient artifact. So she burned and condensed her will and soul, merged with the ancient artifact, and turned into an alternative artifact spirit, becoming the central core of the Matrix world, in charge of the entire Matrix world, and shepherding all living beings for the gods. She is now a weird information life. She can separate countless parties, and has become the center of war weapons such as the Bright Sanctuary and the Dark Magic City. She can also distribute the substantial wisdom of information and recontrol her original body. What the Lord of the Ghost House just killed was only her divine body, and a false divine soul composed of a piece of information. He couldn't even completely wipe her out according to the rules. This is the strength and weirdness of the ancient ware. No one knows what magical magic has these ancients. As soon as Ymir returned to the Matrix world, he immediately started the gods' final Noah's Ark plan. In this world full of crisis, facing the night, any civilized race that exists in wisdom will imagine how to preserve the fire species when facing the disaster of the destruction. The world of the gods is the same. The gods are awake. They have understood that things cannot be done. The human races will never let go of this opportunity to plan for hundreds of millions of years. The destruction of the world is irreversible. Then, turning the Matrix world into Noah's Ark. Preserving the fire and escaping is the only option at present. Drip drip drip. Warning! Warning! Countdown to the end of the world. 10 days. Ready to start the annihilation of all realms. The Matrix of the End. Noah's Ark project launched. Search for coordinates. Call out. A golden bridge turned into specks of light that drifted away, leaving behind densely packed tall figures, all of whom were powerful 9th-level warriors with strong auras, with bare arms and muscular bodies, revealing simple and unpretentious power. The world of God, my Titan family, finally returned again. The Titan in the lead was extremely tall, at least 300,000 feet tall. He was not a creature of this era, but a Titan who had participated in the War of Realm Rebellion and torn apart gods with his bare hands. Naturally, he had been baptized by the heart of the Titan, and his strength was truly at the Emperor level. After he defected from the world of gods, the Jidao holy sect gave the Titans a lot of dormant places in order to thank them for their help. The clan leader at that time chose to fall into a deep sleep, and made an agreement with Jidao to wake them all up when he counterattacked the world of gods again. However, all the operations were arranged by the Supreme Council of the human race. The Titans were very special and could resist the suppression of the will of heaven and earth more than the physical cultivators, and were almost unaffected. So they were previously arranged to follow Shui Tu to destroy the Wushan realm. After the plan changed, at his request, they were brought to the world of gods by Shui Tu. Naturally, they were not qualified to set foot on the battlefield of the 10-level strongmen, so they were thrown into the group of small worlds. My fellow tribesmen, remember our goal? To retrieve the heart of the Titan. Let's put aside the hatred in our hearts for now. The end of the gods has come. There is no need for us to take action. Lord Shui Tu and his men can deal with the gods. The heart of the Titan is the hope of our race, and we must get it back. The Titans opened with a buzzing sound. The sound wave shocked the dimensions of the dimensions fiercely, and under the infection of the exciting will, all the Titan was boiling. Follow the clan elder, vowing to regain the heart of Titan. Set off. The mighty giant crowd was divided into 10 people and one team, and he was in different directions. Titan's blood can feel the breath of Titan's heart, but there is also a distance limit, and can only be searched around by quantity. Buzz. Not far from the broken mainland, not far away, a token covered by the soil slightly flashed red light, and then a scarlet vortex channel slowly emerged. Bai Donglin stepped out of the middle. His brows frowned slightly, and felt the Titan giant, who went to all directions in all directions. How come these guys are here? No way. No way. I've been everywhere, and billions of war monument fragments haven't sensed the war monument's aura yet. These guys won't just come here and find it by sheer luck. Right? Bai Donglin was slightly raised. Although his tone was stunned, he felt a bad feeling in his heart. Sometimes reality is even more ridiculous than you imagine. This possibility is not impossible. And it is not small. Even if the Titans find it first, he will find ways to take it back. However, the Titans had been nice to him before. If he did this, no matter how thick-skinned he was, he would feel hot and feverish. If he finds it first, he can find a way to create a split body with the function of the Titan's heart for the Titans to repay their hospitality last time. One is to donate generously. One is a despicable, ungrateful treasure grabber. These are two completely different concepts, which greatly affect his glorious image. Therefore, Bai Donglin is extremely cautious about this matter. No! I can't wait like this any longer. I have to take the initiative. Sorry. Everyone. Don't accuse me of bullying you. Who told me to cheat? As he spoke, Bai Donglin slowly raised his left hand, and his eyes fell on the lucky ring that had not been used for a long time. The luck he had gained in the real world before had not been used yet. And he had killed many lives this time. Although the luck of these lambs was pitifully low, far inferior to those of the most vicious criminals, they had the advantage of huge numbers. The several powerful aliens he had killed also provided some luck. Overall, the inventory is still sufficient. The power of luck is common in all worlds. There is no such thing as the luck of the real world cannot be used in the world of gods. The power of destiny is of an extremely high level. It comes from the almighty Mother River. The Mother River covers everything. So destiny is naturally universal. It doesn't need to be too much. 20% of luck should be enough. Bai Donglin took frugality to the extreme. These lucks were truly hard-earned money. Every penny of them was earned with one's life, and could not be wasted. As the clear desire came out from the heart, a faint light flashed on the lucky ring, and the power of luck lingering on it dropped by 20%. Not a point more or less. It's done. Just wait for the battle monument to come to you. With all his worries gone, Bai Donglin regained his energy. He opened the passage and stepped in. Like an industrious little bee, he went to eliminate the sins for the powerful ones. During this period of time, the number of Philosopher's Stones has exceeded 50 billion. And the pace of the true realm's powerful beings in destroying small worlds has reached the upper and middle parts of the pyramid. But in recent times, the number of Philosopher's Stones has begun to decline sharply. One reason is that the world level has become higher, so the number is naturally smaller. But a single Philosopher's Stone contains more energy, so there is actually not much difference. The second reason is a bit difficult. Later on, almost all small worlds are guarded by powerful aliens. These guys have seen through the purpose of the powerful ones. Regardless of whether they can defeat them or not, they will destroy the core of the original law and destroy the 10 Directions world as soon as possible. It would be good enough to harvest one. Bai Donglin hated this behavior that harmed others and did not benefit himself. But there was no better way. Fortunately, there was a guarantee of 50 billion yuan, which more or less gave his wounded heart some comfort. Huh? What's going on? Bai Donglin had just eliminated the sins of a group of powerful men, and was still saying goodbye to each other, when he suddenly felt the dimensional space surging violently, with unprecedented excitement, as if some huge monster was stirring up the dimensional space. Hiss! The sky is dark. A catastrophe. A catastrophe that will destroy the world. There was not a single ordinary person among the powerful people present. They all had a thorough understanding of the changes in the dimensional space. They calculated with their fingers and found that all the secrets pointed to death, destruction and disaster. Could it be that the ancestors cleared out the gods? A powerful person analyzed that the only one who could cause such a catastrophe could be the 10 Realms ancestor. And the gods couldn't possibly destroy their own world. Right? Wrong. If the ancestor takes action, there is no way he would not notify us, regardless of whether it would cause casualties to us. Moreover, according to past practice, this should not be done. Many powerful people nodded in agreement after hearing this. Indeed, the human race has a set of procedures for dealing with these alien worlds that have eliminated their high-level leaders. Even though the only true world is huge, who would complain about having too many resources? The more the better. These small worlds will be recycled, or taken back to the true world, or used as a foreign stronghold. Just like the sinful world of Mingyu ancient world. It is the remaining world where the high-ranking alien races were exterminated. In short, the human race will not do meaningless and wasteful destruction. In other words, this shocking change was caused by aliens? Are they trying to fight to the death and give us a heavy blow before they die? This is the only possibility. Bai Donglin frowned. Because of the existence of the war monument split body, He could see more and farther than all the powerful people present. The overall changes in the dimensional space had already come into his sight. This pyramid of light and darkness, formed by a vast number of small worlds, is squeezing and shrinking each other at this moment. According to its trajectory of movement, the two worlds of light and darkness will eventually converge and merge. All the small worlds between the two will be crushed and destroyed. And these powerful human beings will also be affected. There will inevitably be casualties. Although these powerful beings may only die and not be completely wiped out, it is not ruled out that the alien race has other means. Moreover, even if you revive after death, it will consume a lot of resources. The most important thing is that the recovery period will take a long time. And the human race is short of manpower at this time. Bai Donglin's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. The more he thought about it, the more he felt the ruthlessness and decisiveness of the aliens. After pondering for a moment, he sighed slightly in his heart. Well, never mind. A lot of things have already been exposed. What if I expose the eternal light realm? Too many lice won't itch. These treasure-delivering boys have indeed made a lot of contributions to him during this period of time. He couldn't just remain indifferent when watching these cute guys die. His situation is different now. He had to keep a low profile before because of his low strength. Now that he is under the spotlight, he has to be high profile and show his value. Even if someone wants to harm him, he has to consider whether he can afford the wrath of the ancestors. In short, it is enough to maintain the two bottom lines of immortality and damage reversal. Ahem. Fellow Taoists, please listen to me. The powerful men who were whispering to each other suddenly quieted down. The Lord of Sin is now highly respected, and everyone admires him, and dares not neglect him in the slightest. Lord of Sin, what do you want? Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, and said in a faint voice, We are in trouble. Chapter 467, 10 Days of Destruction. Bai Donglin told everything he had seen and heard, without hiding anything. In addition, the serious consequences of the alien race's actions were analyzed, which made the expressions of the powerful people present change wildly. I never thought that the gods would be so crazy that they would destroy the entire world of gods. Now that things have come to this, what should we do? We cannot put all our hopes on the ancestors. No one knows the situation the ancestors are facing at this moment, and they may not be able to spare a hand to help us. Don't tell me. We have no choice but to destroy ourselves? As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd fell silent. This was indeed the safest method. No matter what tricks the aliens had, as long as they died quickly enough, they would not be affected at all. But this is also the most helpless method. With nearly 100 billion powerful beings destroying themselves, the ability of the entire human race to cope with crises will be greatly reduced. Not to mention this is a sensitive period. The powerful ones are all extremely wise people. Naturally, they can consider the pros and cons of all the situations, and their expressions can't help but become hesitant. My fellow Taoists, can you trust me? Bai Donglin stood up slowly. His huge body was extremely majestic, and he stared at everyone with burning eyes. Lord of Sin. Everyone was stunned, looking at Bai Donglin's serious expression. They were moved and raised their hands, and said in unison, Lord of Sin, we all see how hard you have worked for us, and how you have done so without asking for anything in return. Sir, please feel free to use whatever methods you have. We will definitely cooperate with you fully. The words are convincing, and the voices are full of emotion. These are the true feelings of the powerful people, without the slightest bit of force. Ha ha ha. Great. Since everyone trusts Bai so much, I will definitely ensure that everyone is safe. After Bai Donglin finished speaking, a brilliant white light shone from his chest. The rich white light gathered and rotated in the void, forming a huge vortex channel. All the materials and flower spirits in the light world were temporarily moved to the dark world by him. And he also temporarily stopped nourishing this spiritual orifice. He was not afraid of others noticing anything. Please come in, fellow Taoists. I will escort you all out once the crisis outside is over. Thank you, Lord of Sin. All the powerful men bowed their heads one by one to express their gratitude, then restrained their breath and jumped into the vortex channel without hesitation. 10 days. In just 10 days, the world of gods will be completely closed. We have to speed up. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed slightly. With his ability of thinking and deduction, he could naturally deduce the exact time based on the moving speed of the two pyramids. It is a huge project for a powerful being with nearly 100 billion strength. Bai Donglin did not dare to delay. He locked onto the gathering place of the split bodies, raised his hand to open the low-dimensional channel, and stepped in. Once it appeared, There was no time to explain. Bai Donglin used his will to project all the causes and consequences into the souls of many powerful people. The powerful people were slightly stunned, and then jumped directly into the open vortex channel without saying a word. In just a moment, Bai Donglin opened the low-dimensional channel and headed for the next target. This is the absolute and unreserved trust that the powerful ones have in the Lord of Sin. Entering an unknown space without any resistance. Who knows what lies behind? To be honest, Bai Donglin is still a little moved in his heart. This feeling of being trusted is very good. Faster! Faster! I can go faster! Bai Donglin did not stop for a moment, jumping back and forth between dimensional coordinates in the vast dimensional space. Fortunately, the powerful ones are not fools. After sensing the changes in the dimensional space, they began to gather together, trying to concentrate their strength to fight the impending crisis. This greatly facilitated Bai Donglin, and his efficiency in gathering powerful beings became higher and higher. On the Eternal Continent, the rolling plains, mountains, and dense forests were all filled with powerful beings with vast aura. Such a scene is truly rare to see. These are all high-ranking figures of the human race. Every stomp of their feet can make countless creatures in a galaxy tremble. At this time, these gods and demons, like good children, sat cross-legged obediently on the Eternal Continent, for fear of crushing the flowers and plants and attracting the displeasure of the Lord of Sin. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 3 billion, 7 billion, 16 billion. Starting from the 7th day, those high-level small worlds began to collide with each other. Endless dimensional forces surged like waves, terrifying mass superposition, and compression far exceeding the speed of light, forming an extremely violent destructive force. Wherever it passes, lives are destroyed and everything is annihilated into nothingness. The powerful ones are fleeing frantically towards the safe area. They have received the information broadcast by the Lord of Sin through the tokens, so they are not in despair. The Lord of Sin will come to save them. Only a few powerful people, because they did not possess the token, were either killed by the destructive force or annihilated themselves. This minority, despite the huge base, still numbers as much as 1 billion. And most of them are powerful beings in the 6 extremes realm. In this regard, Bai Donglin was helpless. He could only feel deeply regretful. He was not omnipotent, and he couldn't take care of all. He had been fully spreading the split body before. Unfortunately, the number of great power was too large, and some of them were too remote. On the 10th day, Bai Donglin brought the last group of powerful men into the eternal light realm and exhaled a deep breath. 97 billion. He closed his eyes again and sensed carefully for a moment, making sure that no split body was missed. He nodded with satisfaction and gave himself a thumbs up for the perfect rescue. Wait. I think I forgot something. Bai Donglin slapped his forehead with a look of regret. He definitely didn't mean it. He was really busy and confused. Then he felt that all his strength was poured out. Good luck, guys. When the Titans arrived, he quietly attached a trace of their will onto a Titan boy just in case. This is the only clue we can sense. If this young man dies unfortunately, all the Titans will be finished. Bai Donglin frowned. His will spread wildly, and through the few split bodies scattered everywhere. He tried his best to expand the upper limit of perception, and the divine light between his eyebrows shone brightly. The boundless destructive force was too complex and corrupt, and greatly interfered with his perception. The light of will. Burn! Boom! Golden flames burst out of Bai Donglin's eyes. He had tried his best. If it still didn't work, then it could only be said that the Titans were out of luck. In a small Class A world, the boundary wall suddenly shattered, and a giant 300,000 feet tall rushed in, his body boiling with colorful divine light. And at a violent speed, he smashed several suns in succession before slamming heavily on the core continent. Under the infusion of terrifying kinetic energy, the continent was tilted slightly, and countless ravines and abysses were cracked into shape. Who? The Titan chief was breathing heavily. His naked, muscular body was shaking violently, and golden blood was constantly seeping out. He had reached his limit. Hateful! Damn it! Boom! He roared madly, holding a yellow leather bag tightly in his left hand, and clenched his right fist, hammering the ground violently again and again, causing the magma in the Earth's core to gush out. Why? I just want to get the Titan's heart back. Why are you doing this to my Titan family? Blame me. It's all my fault. It was me who harmed the Titans. Ah! The tower-like big man shouted. His eyes were screaming, his eyes cracking, and the golden blood flowed down. After a while, the Titan chief gradually calmed down, sensing that the violent destructive force was approaching at a terrifying speed. His eyes were dead silent, losing all color. With trembling hands, he slowly opened the yellow leather bag, and murmured unconsciously, Sorry. I am a sinner of the Titan clan. My people, please come out and take one last look at this world. Our former homeland. I'm sorry. The yellow leather bag was opened, and the Titans came out one by one, looking at their leader, who was kneeling on the ground with blood all over his body. There was a trace of sadness in their eyes, but no one blamed them. The crowd slowly stepped forward, knelt on the ground, hugged the tall figure of the Titan chief tightly, and huddled together tightly. Master Patriarch, please don't apologize. You did nothing wrong. Boom. Snap. Good guy. I can find you. The boundary wall was shattered, and the whole body was covered in golden flames. Endless divine light gushed out around it. A figure like a god stepped in. Bai Donglin's chest was humming fiercely. It was obvious that he had tried his best to hurry on. This sound is Bai brother, Flame Titan, Lava Titan, Amethyst Titan, who have had all drinking wine with Bai Donglin. Instantly recognized Bai Donglin's voice. Strange. Why did I see Brother Bai before I died? It's too late to explain. The wind is blowing. Sensing that the storm of destruction was approaching, Bai Donglin's expression changed, and he directly opened the vortex of the light world, swallowing all the Titans in an instant. Fortunately, these Titans were ready to die and did not resist at all. Boom! The violent wave of destruction instantly annihilated the boundary wall. And then he had come behind Bai Donglin. The speed was amazing, and the destruction was even more terrifying. This is the big world of 10 billion light years. It is probably only 10 ancestors who can bring all the substances of many high-level small worlds. Destruction. The moment the storm approached, Bai Donglin's body had completely destroyed itself, completely turning into nothingness. And he died completely. Bai Donglin can proudly say that when it comes to suicide speed, he ranks second and no one in the world dares to claim to be first. Boom! This small Class A world did not even last for a moment and turned into nothingness in an instant. All matter and energy continued to be superimposed in the storm of destruction, sweeping away into the distance. Bai Donglin's will was in a strange state, as he calmly watched this shocking and horrifying scene. He could already vaguely see the world of light and darkness at the top of the tower. Gods, what do you want to do? Bai Donglin did not choose to resurrect immediately. This place is still full of horror destruction, and resurrection is also the most important thing. First, what are the consequences of the collision between the two big worlds? Bai Donglin suppressed his thoughts, and then thought of his goal again. The material of the war monument is extremely hard. It cannot be destroyed by this destructive storm. The gods compressed all the worlds together, which saved me the time of searching everywhere. If you are lucky, maybe you will be resurrected. You can perceive the position of the monument. Bai Donglin was like a ghost, avoiding all means of observation and silently watching the two vast worlds gradually approaching each other. A trace of thought inexplicably emerged in his mind. Who bears such a huge sin of killing? It's really amazing. Bai Donglin didn't know much about this. Although the sin of killing was terrible, it was not difficult for a strong man in the 10th realm. The Genie ancient artifact is invulnerable to all kinds of attacks, and can kill people without incurring the slightest sin. It seems a bit like the legendary treasure that brings good fortune. Click, click, click. The two worlds finally slowly came together. The dazzling light splashed and swept into the depths of the dimensional space, and everything perceived was silver white. Chapter 468 Cherubim Space. This is the place where the two worlds of light and darkness touch each other is too far away, and the changes are too strange. So Bai Donglin cannot figure out what is going on. But there is another strange place that catches his attention. Why did the split bodies that I left behind my will and aura gather together? Something is wrong. The material of the battle monument is special, and its split body is the same. It is expected that it can survive in this horrible destruction storm, but it is inexplicably converged. This is strange. Under normal circumstances, it should be impacted by this endless storm. Now it is obvious that there are signs of human intervention. Bai Donglin instantly became interested. His attention shifted. His will began to connect with the split body. His perception then jumped across an infinite distance, and a strange scene appeared in his mind. The surrounding area was filled with violent and surging destructive force. But the area where the split body was located was calm. Countless shining points of divine light gathered into a dazzling river, rushing towards an unknown place. Hiss! I'm rich. I'm rich. Upon closer inspection, those shining points of light turned out to be various kinds of magic weapons, storage rings, rare treasures, etc., densely packed and countless. These things should be the remains of those powerful human beings who died. No, not only that, the number is not right. They should also include the remains of powerful aliens. Billions of alien warriors died too? What on earth are the gods up to? As the leaders of this world destruction, the alien race should have the means to evacuate. But unfortunately, this was not the case. Instead, they were all annihilated equally. Hey, never mind. I'll take these things. Bai Donglin was just about to restore his body and jump over according to the coordinates. But he stopped after thinking for a moment. The gods' act of destroying the world is not to discuss the human race before dying, but to prepare to escape. Otherwise, why would we leave these treasures behind? Once you die, you are dead. You cannot take your treasures with you. The reason why we go to so much trouble to preserve these things is simply to keep them as development resources for our next rise. If my guess is correct, this treasure river should be under the observation of a certain 10th realm expert. Haha. It was almost exposed. After Bai Donglin pondered for a moment, he moved his mind, and his naked body was resurrected with full blood in the dimensional space. At this time, the destructive power of this area had slowly dissipated and could not pose a threat to him. Assimilation of will. True mimicry. Boom! The scorching golden flame surged out and enveloped Bai Donglin. His entire hard body and all the matter within it were melted and twisted at the particle level, controlled by the will, and began to reorganize their structure. After a moment, the golden flame dissipated, and Bai Donglin's tall body disappeared, replaced by a token that was exactly the same as the split body he spread out, making it difficult to tell the real one from the fake. This is the benefit of a strong will. By being able to perceive everything and control oneself, one can become everything. This is not enough to be insurance. After all, the other party is 10. Small. As Bai Donglin's mind moved, the token vibrated slightly, turned into the size of dust, and then sank into a tiny dimensional crack. He did not open a dimensional channel directly in the void as usual, as that would be too conspicuous. Instead, he opened a channel the size of a blank space inside the split body and squeezed into the inside of the split body. Under the double cover, there was not a trace of breath fluctuation, and he perfectly dived into the treasure river. Let me see what the gods are doing. Bai Donglin tried his best to suppress the speed of his thinking to avoid being exposed. His target was no longer just these treasures, but he was ready to follow these things to find out what was going on. Crash! The river of treasures was rushing at a high speed, and countless objects shining with divine light collided with each other, making crisp and pleasant sounds. Bai Donglin didn't dare to extend his will beyond the split body. He only used the spiritual perception of his mind to perceive. This was the safest way. He could vaguely feel that the river passed through a dazzling silver white. Have we entered the place where the two worlds meet? Without waiting for Bai Donglin to think, in front of the treasure rivers, a vortex channel was intertwined by countless green silk threads, and characters suddenly appeared, and all treasures were instantly swallowed. After a dizzying spin, according to spiritual perception, all the treasures were piled up into mountains, and then they stopped moving. This must be the destination. What is this place? The perception distance is limited, but since he has reached the end, his goal has been achieved. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the divine sea space, the war monument trembled violently, emitting dazzling red and blue light. It flew around, eager to reach the outside world. Wow! So the war monument is hidden here. Is it the treasure house of the gods? No hurry. No hurry. Let me take a look first. The thought calmed the impatient Janbei. Now that he had discovered it, everything here would be his. Destroy. As the will was urged, Bai Donglin died instantly, and the strange will began to expand unscrupulously in all directions. Passing by one treasure mountain after another, he saw a round ball on a stone platform, which was exactly the same as the heart of the Titan he had seen and heard about. Without stranding, the will continues to expand out, and the strict treasure house cannot resist his will. Pass through, spread to the outside world, and the strange scene suddenly appears. This is the Matrix world. I had died once with the help of evil before, and he still had some understanding of the appearance of the Matrix world. But now the location is different from the beginning. This should be the core place of the Matrix world. Not far away, he saw a towering body. Strange. Gods and magic, human shape and beast shape, all closed their eyes and fell into the sleep. And at the same time, it was scattered around the surroundings. The state of these things is extremely strange, as if they were condensed from countless illusory information flows. And the number is also terrifying. Densely packed, no less than tens of billions. So those alien warriors are here, and they have all been digitized. Is this how the gods are going to escape? But, in this illusory matrix world, why is there such a real area? Bai Donglin was even more confused. There was no doubt that he, as well as the countless treasures in the treasury, were real and had not been informationized. Or is it that the reason why it cannot be informatized is that it cannot be done? Suppressing his thoughts, Bai Donglin changed the direction of his will and began to spread it towards the depths of this real area. He had a premonition that all the secrets would be answered in this depth. The will spread extremely quickly, with almost no delay. Bai Donglin instantly covered the entire area of 1.2 billion kilometers. In the central area, a huge pyramid caught his attention. It is unknown what material this pyramid is made of. It is extremely mysterious and shines with colorful divine light. On the top of the pyramid, there is a thing with a strange aura suspended. These are two angels made of gold. Extremely delicate. One angel looks happy. The other looks sad. The two angels kneel facing each other, with their lifelike wings behind them closing together to form a space. In this space is suspended a green ball of light, supported by the slender hands of four angels below. This thing is, if there is a physical existence of Bai Donglin, he must have a tight eyebrows. He feels that this thing is a bit familiar and think carefully, but he can't find specific information about it for a while. With his thinking, this should not appear. He suppressed his thoughts and began to observe the angel. Unable to see its essence, he slowly went deeper into the green ball of light. The strange will ignored all obstacles and successfully passed through a layer of film. What came into view was endless fog. Above the fog, Bai Donglin saw an illusory figure of a woman. The phantom of the goddess? The goddess of war. This thing was too familiar. He had seen the same phantom before in the Sanctuary of Light when he was on the battlefield of the gods. And he had also gone deep into its body to take a closer look. This should be the ontology? It is much stronger than that avatar's shadow. But unfortunately, I still can't find me. Bai Donglin's will revolved around the goddess of war and looked at her carefully. At this time, the goddess's shadow was awake, with dense streams of characters passing through her wide-open eyes. But she ignored Bai Donglin, who was so close. Hey, I'll use the old method and learn everything through you. His will at this moment was in the state of an observer. And the only thing he could do was to observe information. Without hesitation, all his will entered the body of the goddess of war, and was instantly submerged in the ocean of information. As expected of the real body, the information contained in it alone is beyond compare. Bai Donglin calmed his mind and swept his will across the information streams, quickly reading and digesting them. It seemed that all the information and knowledge of the world of gods were recorded here. It was extremely complicated and huge. It would be a huge project to digest it all. He didn't have much time wasting, and the god world would run at any time. At that time, other changes may occur. Immediately, Bai Donglin's will began to read with choice, and dive to the ocean of the information. Based on last time's experience, the top secret information that has been heavily encrypted should be at the bottom. The encrypted information groups began to appear frequently, and they could not stop the strange and elegant, and they were read instantly until the bottom. In a golden light news group, Bai Donglin got the news he wanted. Noah's Ark Project, Ethnic Reconstruction Plan, 5-Colored Sacred Stone, Book of Genesis, Spear of Longinus, Kunganer, Matrix World, Information Center Core, Cherubim. So, the essence of the Matrix World is actually this thing. Cherubim? No wonder it feels familiar. This is not an illusion. Bai Donglin's will was slightly shaken, and it was obvious that he was not calm inside. He read these top-secret messages carefully over and over again, and his mind gradually became clear. According to legend, there were two cherubim made of gold on top of the Ark of the Covenant. The two angels faced each other and used their wings to enclose a space. This space represented where God was. The gods in the world of gods used the power of creation in the first chapter of the Book of Genesis and combined it with this strange space to create this weird and illusory matrix world. The green ball of light on the cherubim is the matrix world. The cherubim are in the matrix world, but the matrix world is in the strange space of the cherubim. Awesome. They are the inside and outside of each other. And the way they exist is actually the same as the dimensional world. This is a genuine ancient artifact. Bai Donglin's will surged violently. And his greed expanded rapidly. He wanted to swallow up the entire Matrix world. Let's give it a try. What if it succeeds? Hey, now that I'm here, everything I see and hear is mine. Call out. The strange will instantly shrank back into the treasure house. Chapter 469, The Real Place. Before taking action, you must first swallow the treasure. To be on the safe side, the war monument must be taken away. What if this Matrix world has some extraordinary means to kick him out? Wouldn't he never have the chance to get the war monument back? In this treasure house, apart from the solid walls, there is no other defense measure inside the space. I think this Matrix world is the safest place in the world of gods. His will locked onto the war monument. With a thought, his naked body appeared out of thin air, and a dark light gushed out from his chest. Like a river pouring down from the sky. Swallow. Swallow it all. Bai Donglin looked extremely excited, with a ferocious smile on his lips. Wherever the black light passed, all treasures were swallowed up into the dark world. The light world is now truly overcrowded and crowded, and can only be temporarily stored in the dark world. Drip drip drip. The moment Bai Donglin appeared, the entire Matrix world suddenly flashed with an intense red light, and bursts of alarm sounds were extremely harsh. Alert! Alert level 1. Intruder detected. Coordinates locked. Clear. Expel. Boom. In the cherub Matrix world, the goddess of war's eyes trembled, and her gaze slowly dropped, penetrating the fog, looking at Bai Donglin in the treasure house. Above the thick clouds of the Matrix world, two bright suns suddenly appeared. They were the eyes of the goddess of war. Humph! Human invaders. Die! Omir snorted coldly. Her eyes emitted a faint light, and she approached the treasury in an instant. She wanted to destroy Bai Donglin along with the treasury. Boom! Roar! 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 When the alarm sounded, the sleeping figures of gods and demons also woke up at the same time, roaring to the sky with red eyes, and surrounded the treasure house. The mighty force of the attack, with tens of billions of people charging forward, caused the entire Matrix world to tremble violently. Haha. You're too slow. Bai Donglin carries the spiritual orifice of the eternal and immortal world. After years of nurturing, it has already undergone tremendous changes. The swallowing power of this dark world is extremely strong. In just a moment, the huge treasure house and the mountains of treasures have been emptied. At this moment, the terrifying phantom light attack had just penetrated the treasure house. Destroy. Boom. The huge treasure house turned into nothingness. And Bai Donglin had already destroyed himself and turned into a ghost-like strange will. Damn it! It's him! The Lord of Sin. As the central core of the Matrix world, Omir observes the entire battlefield, handles all information secrets, and has a very deep understanding of Bai Donglin. However, after launching the Noah's Ark plan, the world needed to be destroyed to gather a massive amount of destructive energy, and the Matrix had been gathered. She had long lost the trace of Bai Donglin. Unexpectedly, this terrible guy would appear in the most important core place of the gods. What should we do now? This weird guy must not be dead yet. How can we get rid of him? Omir no longer had the intention to kill Bai Donglin. The most important thing now was to complete the Noah's Ark project. They really didn't have much time left. That man named Shui Tu is so terrifying. Just thinking about it, Omir's heart trembled, and the ocean of information rolled violently. Goddess of War. What are you thinking about? Bai Donglin was resurrected at this time. He stood on the top of the pyramid, looking down at the Matrix world on the cherubim. His eyes seemed to penetrate the green light ball, and saw the phantom of the goddess in it. Omir frowned and looked around. She now had two perspectives. One was outside the Matrix world, where she saw Bai Donglin, who was bigger than the world. The other was in the real place, inside the Matrix world, where she looked down at Bai Donglin. The cherubim, from the top of the pyramid. This is the magic of the inside and outside. Lord of Sin, get out of my world. Omir was furious. Cherubim were the only hope of the world of gods, and must not be lost. Hey, your world? No. No. This is my world. Bai Donglin had a fanatical look on his face. He stretched out his hand to hold the cherubim. He had already thought of how to deal with this thing. Snap. Boom. The sky and the earth changed color. This was a virtual world. And Omir was the master of the world here. His every word and action was full of divine power. Heaven and earth will kill together. The indifferent voice seemed like the consent of heaven. Bai Donglin's figure suddenly froze. His legs slightly bent, and the whole world seemed to be collapsing and compressing towards him. The terrifying weight made him unable to move at all. Sizzle! Colorful thunder descended. Colorful divine fire appeared out of thin air. Sword shadows. Corrosive gray fog. Dark divine light. The attacks are densely packed, and each one possesses immense power. This world is really weird. Even I can't tell whether it is real or imaginary. However, these attacks are real. Bai Donglin had an indifferent expression. His eyes flashed with coldness, and the original light in his body shone fiercely. If I say it's mine, then it's mine. Even if I can only get a dilapidated matrix world in the end, it's still mine. Original light. Infinite flashes. A spot of scarlet suddenly appeared, followed by endless destruction. Before a ball of extremely hot and violent scarlet destructive light dissipated, another scarlet light appeared. It goes on and on without end, as if it will not stop until all tangible things are destroyed. Today's primordial light is very different from before. When Bai Donglin was integrating this alternative source of light, the first thing he considered was destructive power, which means that it places very high demands on its core spiritual orifice. These are the spiritual orifices that carry the most powerful power for him at the moment. What is he best at now? Without a doubt, it is the fire of karma. After devouring endless sins, the karmic fire has become incredibly powerful, far surpassing other spiritual orifices. It is currently the strongest, bar none. Therefore, the primordial light fused with the karma fire spirit as the core is extremely powerful. Whether it is range damage or single target damage, it can be called excellent. Omir was confused. Even if she wanted to take action against Bai Donglin at this moment, she had no chance. Before she could make a move, Bai Donglin blew himself to death, then resurrected, and was blown to death again, repeating over and over again, as if it would continue until the end of heaven and earth. Haha. As long as I die quickly enough, even if you have supernatural powers, it will be useless. Oh no! The land of reality is about to collapse. The real land is the reality that exists in the illusion. God knows how much effort the gods have put in to create this small area. The Matrix world can digitize things, but there is one thing that cannot be done, and that is the Genie Ancient Artifact. The purpose of this real land is to carry the Genie Ancient Artifact from the world of gods. You can imagine how important it is. This is why she did not information about the treasures collected, because there are places to carry them in the Matrix world. Whether it is informatization or restoring it, it needs to consume huge energy. This kind of meaningless, useless work is naturally unnecessary. After all, after the gods escape, they must develop in the real world. Stop it! Stop it! Lord of Sin! What do you want? Stop! We can discuss everything. Seeing that half of the real land had been blown into nothingness, Omir could no longer sit still. Without the Genie Ancient Artifact, even if the gods escaped, they would be reduced to the lowest level of the race, with no hope of rising again. Oh! Okay. You recognize me. I stop. Bai Donglin took advantage of the resurrection to send a message, and then blew himself up, because he knew that the goddess of war would never agree to this condition. Impossible. Omir's eyebrows twitched with anger, and her pretty face was as cold as frost. She was now the core of the Matrix world, the spirit of the cherubim space, the way of heaven in this virtual world, and the true controller. If Bai Donglin is recognized as the master, wouldn't that mean everything in the Matrix world is handed over to him? Isn't this reversing the priorities? Looking at the emerging scarlet storm, Omir gave birth to a sense of powerlessness in her heart. She abandoned all the great power of the 10 Strongers. The only thing that could do is the power to mobilize the Matrix world. But the Lord of Sin, this strange guy, is obviously not afraid of these things. Hey, that's a bit unreasonable. Let me change the condition. You remove the restraints on the cherubim. I want to observe them carefully. Hey, this is my first time to come into close contact with a Shinichi Ancient Artifact. Goddess of War, can you fulfill this little wish of mine? Bai Donglin sent out a message again, like a poisonous snake, quietly revealing its fangs. Omir was stunned when she heard this. She definitely didn't believe Bai Donglin's nonsense. What little wish was it? It was just something to fool a child. But even though her mind was working frantically, she couldn't figure out the meaning of Bai Donglin's action. As long as the cherubim was still in her hands, no one else could take it away. After all, it was a genuine ancient artifact. However, only 1/3 of the real land remains. Omir was secretly resentful in her heart, but she could only respond as the enemy attacked. It was not as if she had done nothing, as she had already contacted the Supreme God and other powerful beings in the 10th realm. If they could spare a hand, it would not be too difficult to drive out the Lord of Sin. Stop. I agree to your terms. I can only delay the time as much as possible. Boom. As the scarlet storm dissipated, Bai Donglin appeared out of thin air at the top of the pyramid, and the real land around him had been blown into nothingness, and only the void formed by countless green line characters could be seen. Don't play tricks. As soon as my spiritual sense detects anything wrong, I will continue bombing immediately. Don't even think about stalling for time. You only have 10 seconds. Let's get started. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly. He read all of Omir's top secret information, including everything about the Noah's Ark plan. Naturally, he knew Omir's weakness, but he did not reveal it at all. He even pretended that he didn't even know her real name. Information gap often brings absolute advantages. Good. Omi's eyes flowed crazy, and she struggled unprecedentedly. She waited, whether the gods could draw their hands in these 10 interests. Unfortunately, the offensive of the human ancestors was too fierce, not to mention taking action. Even if they were distracted for a moment, they would die instantly. 7, 8, 9. Bai Donglin's indifferent and steady countdown seemed to be a life-threatening move, making Omir's figure illusory and uncertain. He could only take a gamble. Omir can only choose to believe in the power of the ancient weapon. Not everyone can get their hands on it. Ion, solution. Before Bai Donglin called out the 10th number, Omir untied the cherubim. Snap. Boom. The void trembled, and the extremely hard pyramid, which had been blown up countless times by Bai Donglin but remained intact, began to slowly split, turning into countless irregular structures shining with divine light, blooming like a golden flower. The hardships of the intangible imprisonment around Kilub Burba dissipated. Bai Donglin looked calm. He slowly stretched out his hand and grasped the cherubim. A hint of coolness spread throughout his body. But other than that, there was nothing unusual. Omir's heart moved. Bai Donglin's close contact with the cherubim was a good opportunity to digitize it. Once it was digitized, everything would be under her control. But informatization cannot be completed instantly and requires time for preparation. Omir could only suppress his restlessness and wait for an opportunity. Oh! This ancient weapon is really exquisite. But just looking at it with meat, it still has a little worse meaning. If you observe it with your soul, you will definitely feel different. Goddess of War. You should have no objection. Right? Bai Donglin seemed to be asking for advice from the other party. But his movements were not slow at all. A divine light shone between his eyebrows, and the power of his soul formed a vortex channel. A golden arm stretched out and instantly pulled the cherubim in. Seeing Bai Donglin's movement, Omal first stunned, and then he was ecstatic. This idiot. The informatization starts from the outside, and because of the resistance of the physical body, it naturally cannot be completed instantly. But when it reaches the soul can be informatized in an instant. And she can also control its consciousness at the same time. Huh? A arrogant guy. I really look for a dead way. Omir was about to mobilize the power of the cherubim. But suddenly he heard a loud shout. Blackstone tablet. Everything is up to you. Suppress it for me. Chapter 470, Eternal Spear. Clang. The sea of spiritual energy instantly boiled. The Darkstone monument was unprecedentedly restless. Between the tremor, a circle of black light rippled, rejecting Bai Donglin's divine soul to the edge of the world. The three incomparably magical things, at this moment, have become the center of the boundless and infinite spiritual world, emitting endless brilliance and dispersing the gray fog. The dark stone monument stands in the center of Shahai. The dark surface slowly melts, and the deep black liquid rushes, changing the complicated form. The war monument has integrated the newly acquired monument body. The red, blue, and dark yellow colors rotate and flicker. It is suspended in the void, shaking constantly, looking eager to try. Even more excited than the black stone tablet. The cherubim were locked in the terrifying aura emanating from the pitch black stone tablet and the war tablet, and were frozen in the void. A bright silhouette of a goddess floated out, and she stretched out her arms to embrace the green ball of light, with an expression more solemn than ever before. Lord of Sin. Om's beautiful face was horrible, and the gorgeous hair behind him exploded. How could he not know that he was calculated? And his hatred emerged. Hey, there's going to be some fun. Bai Donglin grinned. At this moment, Omer was already unable to take care of himself, and could not pose any threat to him. While thinking, his spirit retreated again to avoid any innocent people being affected. Dang! The silent stalemate lasted for a moment, and the pitch-black stone tablet took the lead in attacking. Several chains condensed from pitch-black liquid shot out at a speed faster than one could imagine, instantly blocking the cherubim and piercing through them. Killabo! God's forbidden zone. Omer's expression changed, becoming neither sad nor happy. His eyes turned silver white, awakening the sleeping cherubim. Ah, woo-woo. There is an unknown place, and there is a distant and wonderful singing, like the sound of heaven. The two golden angels opened the closed eyes, and one eye bloomed with holy brilliance. One of the eyes of red eyes was covered with blood and tears. Blood and tears flowed onto the ball of light. The green light dissipated and turned into a scarlet blood ball. A blood mist spread out and enveloped the cherubim. The dark chain that came from was touched by the blood mist, which instantly changed inexplicable changes, as if fantasy, as if it was about to dissipate. Boom! Kellua's resistance was irritated, and the standing tall monument collapsed immediately, turning into a dark river without an unparalleledness, running around, and swept away at Kalubar. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Kalubo trembled fiercely, and the two angels flickered. At the moment of surrounding the dark rivers, they finally broke away from the restraint and went to the distance. Woohoo! The war monument was circling and dancing, its body expanding wildly. A vast, abstract dimensional world was faintly visible. Crimson light condensed, and the altars on all four sides appeared and disappeared, smashing heavily on the cherubim. The cherubim, carrying the terrifying suppressive power of the war monument, fell uncontrollably. The dark river below rolled and surged, forming a huge liquid sphere that surrounded the cherubim. Buzz! Janbei was extremely excited. Like a lackey, after seeking the consent of the black stone tablet, he dived into the liquid sphere. The outcome is decided. Bai Donglin's eyes narrowed slightly. This black monument is still very interesting. It turns into a liquid ball and blocks all the surplus of the fierce battle. Otherwise, it will be scattered. Bai Donglin noticed the changes in the world's matrix world. With a movement, he opened his eyes and looked at the sky. Boom! The clouds condensed by information rolled fiercely, and a sharp and large black thorn suddenly entered the matrix world and deeply inserted into the earth. Snap! A big hole was smashed in the sky, and the war monument squeezed in. With a slight shake, it turned into endless split bodies. The huge and heavy monument fell down madly, smashing the matrix world into pieces. It's over. Omer's huge figure appeared between heaven and earth. His expression was miserable. Scarlet blood was flowing all over his body, and his eyes were full of regret and unwillingness. Who could have imagined that such a terrifying thing was hidden in the sea of divine power of the Lord of Sin? Especially the pitch-black stone tablet, which was too strange and powerful. No! This is the only hope for the world of gods. I can't just sit there and wait for death. Ah! Omer looked crazy and let out a sharp roar towards the sky. The matrix world suddenly turned scarlet. The billions of information-based gods and demons seemed to be summoned. They roared and condensed into dazzling streams of information, shooting towards Omer. Not enough. Not enough. Every time Omer devoured a stream of information, his aura surged, and his graceful body became distorted and terrifying. But these could not save the cherubim from falling. Under Omer's manipulation, the matrix world trembled violently, revealing an endless stream of information. In the deepest part of the information, worlds began to emerge, layer upon layer, endlessly. In every virtual matrix world, there are endless creatures. These are the lambs that the gods reserve for themselves. All the small worlds in the world of gods have been annihilated, and the corresponding souls in the matrix world have naturally dissipated. However, in the worlds of light and darkness, except for the two continental worlds in the center, the gods still have countless bodies placed on countless stars in the depths of the cosmic void that is billions of light years away. All worlds become one. All beings are united in the way. The cherubim are about to be lost, and there is no point in keeping these lambs. Omer now just wants to gather all the strength he can use and give it a try. The matrix worlds began to shrink and disappear, and those lost souls dissipated in silence. Together with the world, they converged into a shining stream of information and were swallowed by Omer. Oh my goodness! What kind of monster is this? Bai Donglin widened his eyes and saw the phantom of the goddess, who was supporting the sky and the earth, with her mouth wide open, constantly swallowing the streams of light flying in from all directions of the sky. Each stream of light was a matrix world, gathering trillions of souls. As he continued to devour the stream of light, Omir's body swelled like a ball, with strange and twisted limbs, densely packed eyes, and hideous faces. That beautiful goddess of war has completely turned into a monster. Buzz! The war monument seemed to have sensed something was wrong and stopped destroying the world. The sharp body of the monument pointed far into the sky and transformed into countless sharp streams of light, shooting towards Omir. Roll! Countless mouths on Omir's body roared in unison, and densely packed eyes simultaneously spewed out powerful streams of light, knocking the war monuments away one by one. Ding! Woohoo! The war monument suffered a loss and fell to the ground, making a humming sound. However, the black stone monument ignored it and continued to flow and spread the black liquid as usual. The entire matrix world has been 90% stained and corroded by darkness, and is unwaveringly invading deeper into the information layer. It is only a matter of time before it completely controls the cherubim space. Stop it! Omir swallowed up endless streams of information. The terrifying and complex will had driven her completely insane. Only a strong obsession in her heart supported her, preventing her from being completely lost in the ocean of information. Stop the dark monolith. At this time, Om's body swelled to extremely, and it had faintly exceeded by Donlin's field of vision, as high as 10 billion kilometers. The complex and violent aura twisted like a tangled mess. The dense wings shook slightly, and Omir's huge body seemed to teleport, carrying the power to destroy the world, and slammed heavily on the dark liquid ocean. Boom! By Donglin, who was extremely far away, could clearly feel the entire matrix world tremble slightly. Countless cracks appeared in the void, and scarlet characters could be seen flowing madly behind it. Kill! Omir was extremely crazy, with sharp blades condensed from information flows tightly grasped in each of his arms. He chopped and stabbed, and countless ferocious giant mouths spewed out colorful beams of light. Densely packed strange pupils also shot out scarlet streams of light. The wings behind him slashed wildly, and all the means of attack that could be used were poured onto the dark ocean. Each attack could instantly kill a powerful emperor. The terrifying aftermath prevented by Donglin, who was billions of kilometers away, from dodging in time, and was instantly annihilated. Damn it! This Omir is really crazy. It's scary. Bai Donglin's expression changed drastically, and he continued to retreat violently, avoiding wave after wave of violent attacks. Boom! The dark ocean endured all attacks, rolling and surging violently, and the black liquid rushed to the sky. Omir's attacks were accepted and swallowed one by one, but the black stone tablet seemed unaware and allowed Omir to attack at will, still eroding the matrix world in an orderly manner. Die! Seeing that his attack was useless, Omir's eyes became increasingly scarlet. His mind was completely confused, and his face, which was covered with blood, opened his mouth wide at the same time, and a terrifying swallowing force appeared, and he actually began to swallow the black liquid. This is crazy! This Omir is going to be finished. Bai Donglin was naturally aware of the terrifying power of the black stone tablet. It had never let him down. Every time he displayed his divine power, he was invincible. Even the war tablet was beaten to tears. Naturally, the cherubim was no match for him. This dark liquid is even more terrifying. It is a more powerful means of suppression than the dark light. Omir actually dared to swallow it into his stomach. He will definitely not get anything good. Ah! As he expected, not long after Omir swallowed the black liquid, he began to howl madly and knelt on the dark ocean. Countless sharp spikes burst out of his body, and a touch of darkness began to spread wildly on his body surface, swallowing up all material information. The black liquid eroded very quickly. In the blink of an eye, Omir's huge body was eaten away, leaving only a huge head. Before he died, Omir's ferocious expression calmed down, and his scarlet and confused eyes also regained clarity. This is because the vast ocean of information that Omir had swallowed was swallowed up by the black stone tablet, and his mind, which had been confused by the endless violent will, regained consciousness. Mr. Supreme God, Omir has let you down. Before being completely swallowed by the dark liquid, Omir's only remaining eyes flashed a brilliant light, and she used her last bit of strength to open the passage from the Matrix world to the present world. Boom! The Matrix world has turned into pitch black, except for a remaining corner that is still green. The information flow converges and condenses, and then collapses to form a huge hole. Omir! Damn thing! Chant! The sound of gunfire was heard, and a mysterious aura instantly enveloped the entire world. Bai Donglin's eyes narrowed. A vague feeling lingered between his eyebrows, and a feeling that was absolutely unavoidable surged into his heart. The real ancient artifact. Kumganer. An introduction to this object suddenly flashed through Bai Donglin's mind. This was top-secret information obtained from the Omir Information Ocean. It was one of the few ancient artifacts in the world of gods, named Kumganer, also known as the Spear of Eternity. The gun head is made of Aura's eternal black gold. The gun handle is made of the heart of the world tree, and the gun body is engraved with lost ancient divine texts. The ability of this gun is quite simple and powerful, which is it will hit the target once it is thrown. It is a magic gun that never misses and can penetrate anything it hits, and then automatically return to the owner's hands. In the Matrix world at this moment, apart from the two inanimate objects, the Black Stone Tablet and the War Tablet, the only living being was Bai Donglin. Naturally, he became the first target. Die! The extremely indifferent voice was like the announcement of the god of death. Good fellow. A small monk like me is not worthy of dying under this gun. I'd better do it myself. Ha ha ha. Destroy. Boom. A brilliant stream of light streaked across the dark world. An absolute sure hit. But it struck into nothingness. Bai Donglin's strange will at this moment was of a level that had no upper limit, and no strange ancient artifact could detect any trace of him. What? This is impossible. The one who threw Kumganer was the younger brother of the Lord of the Demon Realm, the evil god Rodaler, the spouse of the goddess of war Omir. This was why he was the first to rush over and take action after sensing Omir's fall. At this moment, Rodaler's anger was replaced by horror. Kumganer actually failed to hit the target. This is absolutely impossible to happen. Even if the target commits suicide, Kumganer will jump back in time to before the target's death and absolutely penetrate the opponent. This is a blow that cannot be avoided. Unless the other party is also like the Genie ancient artifact, an existence that has converged the timeline. It is the 11th realm, the only realm of true self. This is impossible. There is absolutely no way that the 11th realm exists in this world. The alien races, humans, and demons fought to the death, and the war lasted for endless years. The biggest goal was to get the 5-colored divine stone, to spy on the 11 realms, and Rodaler shook his head and didn't think any more about it, denying the possibility that the other party was at the 11th level. However, looking at Kumganer hovering motionless in the distance, his expression became extremely ugly. Ha ha! Thank you, Lord Rodaler, for the gift. Oh! No! No! I am dying of laughter. I just hacked your wife to death, and you gave me such a big gift. It's really awesome. Bai Donglin was resurrected out of thin air in the void. A red light flashed, and a black robe covered his naked body. The terrifying aura of the motionless eternal spear, Kumganer, had been completely dissipated, becoming plain and simple. He slowly spread out his palm, and with a slight flash, Kumganer appeared in Bai Donglin's hand. Kumganer, guaranteed to hit once thrown. It can penetrate anything it hits, then automatically returns to its owner. This ability is indeed extremely powerful, but it also has a very secret characteristic. That is, if it fails to hit the target, the gun will automatically change hands and become a being that avoids its attacks. This information was top secret among top secrets in the entire world of gods. Only the Supreme God and Rodaler knew it. However, Rodaler told this information to his beloved wife, the goddess of war Omir, and naturally, Bai Donglin learned about it. Lucky ring. You have done something great again. Bai Donglin smiled as he glanced at the extremely black lucky ring on his finger. His luck had been exhausted, but it was totally worth it to be able to exchange it for an ancient weapon for attack and killing. After he read this top-secret information in Omir's body, he began to plot against Kumganer. He originally just wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect that everything would go more smoothly than expected. Thief! I'm going to kill you! After hearing what Bai Donglin said, Rodaler's eyes instantly turned red. The hatred for his wife's murder and the treasure's theft was deeper than the destruction of the world of gods. He now had only one thought: to kill this hateful guy. Die! Boom! The world trembled, and Rodaler turned into boundless dark divine light, destroying everything wherever it passed. Amidba! Evil god! It's time for you to get on the road. The piercing information hole suddenly broke out of endless Buddha light. Light. Sacred. and permeated with the speed of transcendence of thinking. The dark light was affected by the Buddha light, and it suddenly became stagnant. Buzz! A golden 12-petal lotus pedestal floated out from under the ocean of Buddha's light, slowly rotating and bursting out with a terrifying sucking force. The black light that Rodolo had transformed into was drawn in, without any chance of escape, and was all swallowed up. No! Rodolo roared in despair and full of unwillingness. He had not yet killed that hateful guy. It's a pity that he lost Kunganer. How could he be a match for the ancestor of the real world? Not only did he restrain himself in all aspects, but he also had this terrifying lotus pedestal ancient artifact. Good. Good. The Buddha's light dissipated, and the golden lotus pedestal shrank and fell into the hands of an old monk. The old monk's skin was shining with golden light, but there were several terrifying big holes on his snow-white monk robe. His hard golden body was pierced, and an indelible aura lingered on the wounds. If it weren't for the lotus pedestal to protect his body would have collapsed long ago. Huh? Why is he gone? There was a hint of doubt in the old monk's eyes. He had clearly sensed the breath of human beings in this strange world just now, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Who took away Lordler's eternal spear? Boom! In the present world, there was a terrifying roar. The old monk's expression changed. He glanced at the dark ocean below with fear, and then turned into light and disappeared. Snap! The last hint of green was finally eroded by the dark stone monument. The world trembled continuously, and then endless black liquid gathered and condensed into a solid monument again. For a slight shock, he left the Kalu Bo space with the monument and returned to the Sea of God in Bai Donglin. At this time, Bai Donglin had stood in the void of the world, and he played with Kuningir in his hand, and Kalubo was hung in the Sea of God. A smile flashed in his eyes, and he slowly said, "This wave is worth it." Chapter 471 The Monster in the Deepest Part. Where does this horn-shaped god come from with such a strong aura of sin? Bai Donglin stood in the void of the universe, extremely far away from the most prosperous core continent of this world, and was already considered a remote area of the universe. However, in his perception, there was a strong aura of sin rolling and surging not far away. For a moment, Bai Donglin rolled his hands and put away Nunir, sinking it into the depths of the blood of the blood. True ancient artifacts do not need to be sacrificed, and there is no way to sacrifice. They are all chosen by themselves, and he can't use it now. He can only be placed on the side for viewing. It is common sense that one can barely use ancient artifacts at the 10th level, but Bai Donglin himself often breaks common sense. So he decided to go back and study it carefully to see if he can activate it earlier at some cost. My luck is now exhausted. Under normal circumstances, I will be in trouble soon. This surging sinful aura is what lured me in. But I am the Lord of Sin. Bai Donglin's mind moved, and an extremely hot purple gold flame gushed out. He used the power of heaven and earth, and his body size remained at 190,000 feet. Each spirit is constantly devouring energy. His strength has entered a period of rapid surge. When his strength is strong, people will become swollen. What is dangerous? Instead, he wants to see it. The sinful aura was moving rapidly. Bai Donglin thought for a moment and calculated its trajectory. He stepped into the void and headed for the place where it must pass to intercept it. If my guess is correct, this should be one of ours. As Bai Donglin was flying away at a high speed, he already had a vague guess in his mind that in this world of gods, only the cultivators from their real world would be entangled in such a strong sin of killing. The reason why he knew that he had descended to the door to save people. And the power of devouring sin can also enhance the power of karma. Today's karma is still his strongest attack method. Here it comes. What a fast speed. Bai Dong converged and went to the breath. Hidden behind a burning sun, looked up, and saw a magnificent shore that was covered with dark fog. He passed through this star world at a horrible speed. Under the black fog, there was a haggard face looming, with black and white stubble. Bai Donglin had a good memory and recognized this person instantly. It's him. Quasai. How can a strong emperor's strongman look like this ghost? Such a strong power of sin has completely lost his will. This should not be. A powerful emperor, the top one under the 10 realms, naturally knows his own strengths and weaknesses. So how could he possibly commit a sinful riot? Kill! The demonized Quasai had a blank expression on his face, looking extremely indifferent. He glanced at the sun and gently swept the long sword in his hand. The sword light, which was interwoven with scarlet and pale, poured out and danced, instantly destroying the core continent and several live stars in this huge star world. Even the sun where Bai Donglin was hiding was cut in half. Kaisa's movements were mechanical, and his expression was wooden. After destroying this star world with one sword, he flew to the next star field. One cut after another. Wherever he passed, the sun, moon, and stars all turned into gorgeous fireworks in the void. Bai Donglin stood on the wreckage of the sun, looking thoughtful. It was certainly not Quasai who discovered him just now. He was still very confident in his hiding skills. He was just an innocent person affected just now. Quasai's target was those life stars and core continents. Such a strong obsession. There is no doubt that Quasai has been possessed by the devil. The reason why he is tainted with such a strong sin of killing is that no one knows how many life stars he has destroyed. Bai Donglin has already learned in Omer that the lambs who contribute to the gods and Matrix world have been placed in part of the small world group. And the other part is placed in the void of the large universe of light and darkness. The vast world spreads over tens of billions of light years. And it only houses physical bodies, with metal buildings to resist severe natural disasters. It has no special requirements for the stellar environment. So the number of these creatures is terrifying. During the operation of destroying the small world, Bai Donglin did not find a peak powerful person who could be crowned an emperor among the hundreds of billions of powerful people. He did not expect that they would be arranged to the big world. It goes without saying how terrifying the dangers that powerful people like Quasai face are. This is the base camp of the gods, with countless strong men. They also need to worry about the aftermath of the battle between the 10 realms, and at the same time are responsible for cleansing the flesh of the lambs of the Matrix world in the world. The Matrix world has been destroyed by the Black Steel. Countless souls have been devoured by Omer. And then Omer was devoured by the steel. These lambs are dead, and cannot die anymore. The physical body on these stars is now a stall of dead meat. Unfortunately, the Kisi who entered the magic did not know. Perhaps he had lost his ability to perceive. But under the control of obsession, the machine was cleaned mechanically. How many powerful people like Quasai are there who have achieved the status of emperor? Bai Donglin was silent in his heart. This number was probably not low. He thought that the human race would crush the world of gods. But it seemed that it was not the case. The story behind it was so tragic. Everyone was silently trying their best. And they never stopped even if they lost their will and became a demon. Indeed, if the small world group battlefield, if there was no his birth, the situation may be completely different. We are clearly the invaders who bring destruction. Why is there such inexplicable tragedy? Bai Donglin shook his head and laughed. He was not a sentimental person. Even if he suddenly felt emotional, it would only last for a moment and pass immediately. Let's give it a try for now. I don't know if it's possible to pull him back from the devil's grasp. Brother Quasai, it all depends on your luck. A few steps across. The end of Tianya is across space. And it is much faster than Kisi. Bai Donglin did not spend much time. And stopped the other party's way. Whoever stands in my way, kill. Kueza's eyes were red. And there was no expression on Muran's face. When he saw Bai Donglin who suddenly appeared, he raised his knife and chopped. Rigid body. Clang. Bai Donglin's strongest means of defense at present is the defensive magical power that awakened his body after the opening of the Yuan Lingqiao, coupled with the blessing of the Tao One of power on his body. His body is terribly hard. Quasai was possessed by a demon, and his moves lost their spirituality. And he couldn't even condense the power of rules. So the seemingly terrifying blow was actually just a blow of brute force. And it couldn't even break Bai Donglin's skin. Eagle catches chicken. Bai Dong's arms moved, jumping in the dimension and the world space expansion. And the speed of magical speed. Time was also affected. And the two huge palms immediately held the Quez, who did not know the avoided. Held it tightly. Senior. I'm sorry. Bai Donglin's expression became serious. He didn't care whether the ferocious Quasai would be injured. He put his hands together and pressed him tightly between his palms. Anyway, even if he was crushed into a pulp, he could heal him. Besides, the injuries caused by the subsequent burning of the karmic fire would be much more terrifying. Namo Amidba. When Bai Donglin opened his eyes again, his expression had turned into pure compassion. The situation this time was different from the past. Quasai's condition was extremely bad, and strong medicine was needed to pull him back from H.L. Shishan controlled his physical body, and his huge body sat cross-legged in the void. 9 wheels of Buddha light appeared behind his head, and his whole body became golden, bright and warm, divine and holy, without evil or demon. Boom! Zijin flames came out of the body, slowly condensed into a hot Buddha lotus, rotating, and a small crystal silk sprayed out, deeply inserting into Kuei-si. Om Mani Padme Hum. Buzz. There were bursts of Sanskrit sounds, and Buddha's light shining everywhere. In Bai Donglin's palm, the character formed by countless golden Sanskrit characters appeared, shining brightly. Ah! Sizzle! Along with Kuei-si's inhuman howls. The sinful black fog that twisted and squirmed like a living creature was corroded and burned, emitting bursts of white smoke. Countless hideous human faces floated in the black fog, staring at Bai Donglin with resentment. Boom! The purple gold flame gushed out and rose between his hands, burning fiercely, reaching a height of tens of millions feet. This was the first time that Bai Donglin had seen such an active fire of karma. This showed how strong and heavy the sin of killing was in Kuei-si's body. Kuei-si, wake up! After a long time, when all the sins were cleared, Bai Donglin glared and shouted in Buddhist Sanskrit, striking directly into the deepest part of Kuei-si's lost will. Who are you? Extreme. Bai Donglin. Who I am? Kuei-si. 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 I am Sanyo Kwangdo Kuei-si. Keisa's confused eyes suddenly cleared up, and his lost will instantly returned from the sea of confusion after learning his real name. His true consciousness shone, and he regained control of his divine body. Thank you for the rescue, fellow Taoist. Kuei-si stood in the void and gave Bai Donglin slightly. Nothing. Raise your hand. Bai Donglin waved his hand, but found that Keisa's brows were furrowed, and he looked absent-minded. Could there be any sequelae? Then he asked, Senior Keisi, what are you doing? I seem to have forgotten something. Something very important. Keisi's frown deepened, and he paced back and forth, looking a little anxious. A powerful person who has been crowned as an emperor would have amnesia. This is simply impossible. Every particle of divine power of a powerful being in the ninth realm contains all his information, including will, soul, true spirit powder, consciousness memory, etc. This is also the most important prerequisite for the powerful being to be reborn by a drop of blood. There are countless divine particles in the body, and the information is synchronized at all times. So even if the brain is blown up, the restored brain will not lose information. Bai Donglin's eyes were thoughtful, and he carefully recalled his previous operation to see if there was any mistake. I remember. It's him. World Tree. No. Run away. Kuei-si frowned tightly and released instantly, but his look became extremely ugly. The body that had just moved was stagnant. Brother Keisi, next time there is something so important, please don't forget it. Bai Donglin's brows twitched slightly, and he looked around. In an instant, the world had changed. The dark void of the universe disappeared, replaced by a green scene, covering everything in all directions with a green sky. It's not that I forgot. It's this world tree that did something to me. Keisi slowly took out the dark white sword. A brilliant divine light appeared between his brows, and an inexplicable force swept around his body, cold and sharp to the extreme. You mean, is this world tree using you to fish? Bai Donglin's eyes flashed with a cold light. This world tree was very strange. He didn't even notice anything strange just now. You know, this world tree is terrifyingly large. Just as he saw, the leaf that wrapped him in Kuei-si was as big as a Class B small world. With such a huge size, its full appearance is probably no less than the entire world of gods. How can such an exaggerated thing hide itself? Space? More importantly, he did not obtain any information about the world tree in Omir's ocean of information. There was only a glimpse of information, which was that 50 million years ago, the world of gods used a seed with the blood of the world tree to exchange for the 5-colored divine stone black and blue from a person. That person should be Hadu. Right? Bai Donglin shook his head slightly. His eyes fell on the end of the leaves, revealing a thoughtful look. In the ocean of information about Omir, this is the only information related to the world tree. But there is no trace of this big guy at all, which is incredible. Obviously, there is a big problem behind this. I'm afraid that even Omir has been used. Brother Kuei-si, what else do you know? What is going on with this world tree? There is too little information to analyze anything useful. So the only thing to do is to ask the only person who knows the inside story. Yes, I remember. I was not originally in this star region. It was the world tree that moved me to this area. At that time, I was already possessed by the devil. So the memories I have left are very vague. As for the purpose of the world tree, Keisi paused, looked Bai Donglin up and down with an inexplicable expression, and continued. It's obvious that he is targeting you. What did you do? To be honest, fellow Taoist, I'm not looking down on your strength. With the size of this world tree, even the ancestors have to treat it with caution. How could he set his sights on you? As a top swordsman, Kuei-Sai's perception is naturally extremely sharp. Although Bai Donglin in front of him is a little strange. His strength is not as terrifying as he imagined. At least not stronger than him. Hey, brother Kuei-Sai. You may not believe me, but I didn't do anything. I just picked up 2 pieces of junk. It was unexpected that they would attract the world tree. We don't know how to use Kunganer and Cherubim yet. So in a way, they are really garbage. But it was obvious that the world tree came to him just for these 2 ancient artifacts. And in order to prevent him from destroying himself and escaping, he also used a little trick. This Kuei-Sai was not only a bait, but also a tentative means of threat. You can escape yourself. You can't take others together? Bai Donglin's trump cards have been revealed time and time again. And the gods in the world of gods have almost figured them out. Haha. What an unexpected surprise. I thought the eyes of the world of gods were the Matrix world. But I didn't expect that the one hidden deeper was this world tree. The question I'm most curious about right now is, between this world tree and the supreme god, who is the master? Who is the servant? Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, his mind working frantically, capturing every detail, reanalyzing it, and reconstructing the power structure of the world of gods. Even Omir didn't know about the existence of the world tree. In other words, the only person who knew about it was the ruler of the world of gods, the most supreme god. In this case, we cannot rule out another possibility. Is this world tree the actual controller behind the world of gods? Is the supreme god just pushed to the stage to attract fire? This is entirely possible. He had witnessed another powerful heart of plant life dimension in the heart of the 9 rings. This shows that plant creatures in this world can also reach the pinnacle, possess brilliant wisdom, and a long life. Just based on its lifespan, the world tree has outlasted countless supreme gods. So Bai Donglin had this idea in his mind. And the probability is indeed quite high. Bai Dong thought about it for a moment. His dignified look dispersed, and he resumed his relaxed and pleasant appearance again. He didn't know what the gods were thinking. Perhaps they saw him working tirelessly on the battlefields of the small worlds, clearing the sins for the powerful people in the real world, like a living bodhisattva who saved people from suffering. So, we have a preconceived notion that Bai Donglin is a kind-hearted and good-natured person. As expected, good people can't do that. Look! These cunning gods targeted Bai Donglin's weakness, and captured Kuei-Sai to restrain his self-destructive escape. I have to say that this move is very clever. But unfortunately, Bai Donglin is not a good person. He clears his sins for the sake of the Philosopher's Stone. And saving Oisi is just a byproduct. His main purpose is to increase the power of the Karma Fire. Haha. Supreme God? Or the World Tree? You don't think you can defeat me? Do you? No way. No way. No way. There really is no one who thinks that I, Bai Donglin, am a good person. Bai Donglin sneered at this. He had already made plans, and was ready to self-destruct at any time to return to the only true world. He had gained enough on this trip. And Ragnarok was almost coming to an end. There was nothing much more to plot. Fellow Taoist Bai, why do you suddenly seem to be in a good mood? Kuei-Sai glanced at Bai Donglin puzzledly. He believed that his perception would not make mistakes, and thought that the other party had found a way to get rid of his sleep. No. No! You must have seen it wrong. Brother. Bai Donglin quickly lowered the corners of his mouth. His expression became solemn again, and he took the lead and walked forward. Wow. Swordsman and swordsman. The perception and spiritual perception of these 2 types of people are really terrifying. Boom. The emerald green earth trembled violently. Bai Donglin and Kuei-Sai looked at each other. And then, their figures leaped into the void. That's... Kuei-Sai looked towards the end of the world of green leaves. When he saw the thing slowly emerging, his expression suddenly turned cold, and veins bulged on his palms that were tightly gripping the long knife. Hiss. Bai Donglin took a breath. His brows trembled slightly, and he suddenly hesitated. Killing people is like destroying their hearts. Killing people is like destroying their hearts. God. This is to add chips? At the end of the world, there suddenly appeared green vines hanging down. Each one seemed to be condensed from rules, and was extremely hard. On these vines, they were tightly entangled and imprisoned tall and mighty figures, their bodies shrouded in sinful black mist, their eyes extremely red, struggling violently. And it was obvious that they were still alive. These people like Quasi, are powerful humans who have been possessed by demons and are powerful emperors. The key is that there are quite a lot of them. This is a bit difficult. Huh? Why do I suddenly feel like flipping the table? Bai Donglin's brows twitched, a little wondering where this inexplicable impulse came from. Chapter 472, Rescue Brother Bai. The atmosphere in the Greenleaf world was once very strange, and an invisible murderous intent gradually rose, ready to devour anyone. Bai Donglin and Qixi looked at each other in silence. Only the creepy and terrifying howls of the emperors lingered in their ears. Dozens of emperors had lost their minds and become possessed by demons. This seemed very abnormal, and it was hard to say that there was no world tree behind the scenes fanning the flames. The human race dispatched hundreds of billions of powerful beings for this battle, among which there were less than 100 emperors. Each of them was a figure that amazed an era and was almost the best in the eyes of cultivators. It was very likely that a 10th-level ancestor would be born among them. To some extent, the value of these people exceeds that of the hundreds of billions of ordinary powerful people. This made Bai Donglin feel very entangled. If it was only Qixi, he would have died, and at most, he would have burned more paper for him every Qiming festival. But now so many emperors died here in vain. Even with his indifferent heart, he felt a little pain for the human race. As if sensing something, Qixi glanced at Bai Donglin from the corner of his eye and said in a muffled voice, "Brother Bai, judging from the posture of the world tree, it is obviously coming for you. You must think of a solution. We cannot let these fellow Taoists die like this. For our human race, such a loss is too great. Brother Quasi, please don't scare me. I'm just a young and promising monk, and I can't bear this responsibility. Let me think about it, and I'll do my best." Looking at the frightened Bai Donglin, Qixi was speechless. "You are indeed young and promising, but you are not a little cultivator. You can control him after he is possessed by the devil, and you can eliminate such a terrifying power of sin. This is not something that ordinary people can do. Even the ancestor has to use ancient artifacts and pay a huge price to do it. This kid is so mysterious. He must have done something extraordinary to attract the world tree's calculations." Kuei's eyes narrowed, and the soul in his body was erratic. But he exhibited the fairy law. He could not put all his hopes on Bai Donglin, and quickly contacted the ancestors. As soon as Bai Donglin fell on the green ground, he leaned over to touch the ground, and his will spread slightly along his palms, immersing into the green leaves. At the moment when his will was connected with the world tree, Bai Donglin was stunned, and a hint of inexplicable meaning flashed in his eyes. Suppressing the wandering thoughts, the will began to vibrate, and the language was transmitted in another more essential form. "World tree, let's talk. What do you want?" The communication of will. You can ignore the obstacles in any species. One tree, a flower. As long as there is spiritual wisdom, you can communicate without barriers. Keleb. The world tree's response came extremely quickly and powerfully, with a voice that was heavy and ancient, as if it came from ancient times. It caused Bai Donglin's will to be shaken and almost shattered. What a terrifying will! A trace of solemnity flashed across Bai Donglin's eyes. This was the strongest will he had ever felt. It could only be described as unfathomable. It was as if he was not facing a tree, but a vast world. It was not surprising that the world tree asked him to hand over the cherubim. Of the two treasures he had robbed, only the cherubim was mysterious. The space where God was said to have existed must have other uses besides creating the Matrix world. He just couldn't see through it at the moment. Moreover, the eternal gun Kenujinir can no longer change the master. In this world, no one can avoid the musts of Kundiganal. The powerful anti-heaven characteristics come from the fatal loopholes. This is the power of vow exchanges. In other words, the only thing that the world tree cares about is the cherubim space, the details of which are unknown. Bai Donglin frowned in thought. A divine light flashed between his eyebrows. His mind was working at high speed. Endless deduction. He was thinking about another thing. After a long time, the shaking will slowly said, "I can hand over Kalubar, but you have to let my people be able to let go." "Oh, the world tree. You are hiding in the dark, and you have seen it almost in my bottom. You will not be afraid to take someone to run away, right?" Bai Donglin did not deceive the world tree on this point. In this Greenleaf world, all spaces were confined. The eternal immortal world and the outside world that he needed to rely on had been abolished. It was impossible for him to lead his people to self-destruct and escape. You should at least show some sincerity. Right? Right now, you have all the advantages. Boom! The Greenleaf world trembled violently. Dozens of huge vines crossed the long distance and instantly appeared in front of Bai Donglin and the others, carrying dozens of demon emperors. Roar, roar, roar. The extremely strong smell of sin, the confused and violent fluctuations of will, the fierce struggle, all staring at the two strangers Bai Donglin and Kisi with red eyes. Brother Kisi, give me a hand. Bai Donglin's expression changed. His body rose wildly. His spirit stepped out of his body. He sat cross-legged in the air, and at the same time purified and saved dozens of powerful emperors. He was under great pressure, and had to go all out. Kisi, who had already contacted the ancestor, was anxiously waiting for rescue. The sudden change made him stunned. And then, he was ecstatic in his heart. This Bai Donglin was indeed not simple. Brother Bai, rest assured, I will strive for time for you. Kuei-Sai's expression was solemn. As both of them were emperors, he undoubtedly had more advantages because he was sober. However, he could not withstand the opponent's large numbers of people. You? Kuei-Sai's palm flipped, and the long sword changed from the slope to the right grip. Blood mania. Buzz. The void trembled continuously, and endless blood rose and spread, gathering and condensing in Kuei-Sai's left hand, forming a scarlet broadsword. Supreme, selfless, unrivaled in all realms. Boom! A terrible madness burst out. God! The shadow was in black and white, with blood-stained armor on his face, and a long sword in each hand. He exuded a violent aura, exactly like Kuei-Sai, looking at both eyes and indifferent. Kuei-Sai, Bai Donglin's eyebrows shaking slightly. This is the style of the strong emperor. Serious? It is really terrible. Ha ha. The emerald vines, which are restrained into the magic, trembled slightly, and they have to stretch it at the same time. Obviously, the world tree is to let go of these capabilities, and they must be disgusting Bai Donglin. People have given you. From the perspective of the world tree, he naturally can't wake up these magic power. After all, the sober power is more valuable, and the chance of returning to Keeley Robber is naturally greater. Boom! Roar! 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 The restraints were released, and dozens of powerful demons roared, with a chaotic will that had lost control, and only the desire for destruction. Bai Donglin and the other man were the only living creatures here, and were their first target. After being possessed by the devil, due to the interaction of their auras, they will not attack each other. Snort! Kuei-Sai's eyes were indifferent, and he slowly cut out two knives. One sword, and there was no self. The dazzling bright light slowly dissipated, leaving only a huge sphere in its place. The red, white and black colors intertwined and flowed unsteadily. Dozens of demonic masters were trapped in it. This was a terrifying space of knife prison. The masters were chopped into particles of flesh time and time again, and after condensing and resurrecting, they were chopped into pieces again, and the cycle continued endlessly. Seeing that Kuei-Sai had controlled the possessed powerful man, Bai Donglin didn't dare to delay any longer. The magic gestures in his hands changed rapidly, and the three souls flashed and hovered around the three-colored sphere in a specific position. Boom! An extremely hot purple-gold flame gushed out from Bai Donglin's chest, gathering and condensing into several solid purple-gold pillars, connecting his soul and body. And the huge sword prison space was blocked within it. The ultimate sublimation. The golden flames rolled and surged, casting bursts of brilliant light. The body and soul were burning fiercely, enveloped by endless light and flames. The bright eyes were still eye-catching, and the magic formulas in the hands were pinched at the same time. Wui's body was surrounded by black and white energy. The Bagua Tai Chi diagram was spinning in his eyes. He pinched the sky seal with his hands, and spoke indifferently. Heavenly Way. The scarlet word devil gleamed in the depths of the most evil eyes. Endless black flames burned fiercely on the huge body. He pinched the earth seal with his hands and shouted angrily. Earth Demon. Shishan's eyebrows were slightly closed. The character was shining brightly. Buddha's light was diffused. A face appeared on each side behind his head. The four Buddhas showed joy, anger, sorrow and anger. And he made the human seal with his hands and recited softly. Human Buddha. A mysterious wave passed through the purple gold flame giant in the center, connecting the three together closely. An inexplicable aura rose and surged continuously, and three spiritual shadows appeared behind Bai Donglin's head. They were sentient beings, and the two Buddhas of the past and future, chanting the Taoist and Buddhist supreme scriptures for salvation at the same time. All the auras merged into one. Bai Donglin suddenly opened his eyes and shouted. The fire of karma burns the devil. The three talents. The three paths. The 3,000 worlds. The great Buddha. Kill the evil. Hold head high. The purple gold-like column was shrouded in countless Taoist scriptures and Sanskrit. It expanded wildly and instantly enveloped the space of the sword prison. It was like a barrel of explosives had been ignited. The three-colored sphere first turned into a purple gold-like ball, and then erupted violently. The rich sin inside was ignited, and a huge purple gold flame column as thick as tens of billions of kilometers shot up into the sky. And it was unknown how high it was. Snap! The green sky was actually torn into a big hole by the abnormally hot flame column, although it was instantly restored by the world tree. A trace of breath still leaked out. After a long time, the purple gold flame gradually dissipated. Bai Donglin had restrained his breath and stood aside in a simple and unpretentious manner. He was elegant, easygoing, and harmless to people and animals. This was exactly what he looked like. Ahem. Quasi collapsed to the ground. His body was charred black. His burnt hair was growing back with difficulty. His eyes were staring blankly at the sky, and his coughs emitted hot smoke with sparks. His internal organs had been burned to charcoal. Brother Bai, you were a little too harsh, weren't you? You almost burned me to death. Kisi recovered and his breathing became smoother. He glared at Bai Donglin and said unhappily, "Uh-huh. Serious illnesses require serious medicine. Brother Oi. Look, isn't this a good result? Everyone is alive." Bai Donglin smiled brightly, raised his hand and pointed at the dark charcoal scattered on the ground, which he did not know what it was. Quasi's eyebrows twitched. Indeed, he could sense that the wills of those possessed demons had awakened, and their sins had disappeared. But they did not seem to be in very good condition, with only half their lives left. Boom! Before the two could continue their conversation, this world formed by curled green leaves began to shrink, and the sky and the earth seemed to merge, destroying everything in them. Hand over cherubim. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed coldly. Could it be that World Tree couldn't hold back so soon? Chapter 473. The remaining bones destroy the demon world. Ancestor, you haven't come yet? Kay's eyes showed anxiety. He never thought that the World Tree would let them go. Both parties were not on the same level. This was an unequal transaction. As long as the World Tree got what it wanted, they would still not escape death. Everyone present was aware of this. But Kisi's understanding was rather one-sided. At least Bai Donglin could not die. Brother Kays. Bai Donglin looked up at the sky, looking at the green sky slowly descending. His eyes were wandering, and his thoughts were wandering. Kisi, who was standing by, was slightly stunned, and turned to look at Bai Donglin, feeling a little ashamed. Brother Bai was so young and promising, and he was so calm in the face of life and death. But he was impatient, which was really embarrassing. I wonder if you have ever heard of such a story. Bai Donglin spoke in a gloomy tone, not paying attention to Kisi's complicated expression, and continued to speak to himself. According to legend, the World Tree is also known as Yggdrasil. It refers to an extremely large tree whose branches and leaves make up the entire universe. The World Tree is as high as the sky. Under the tree is a poisonous dragon named Nidhogg, which keeps gnawing at the roots. It keeps gnawing at the roots until one day when it finally bites the tree off. Then the Ragnarok of the gods will come. Hiss. Kisi took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Brother Bai, I understand. You mean that we humans are this poisonous dragon who will destroy this World Tree and send the world of gods into twilight. Am I right? No. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, retracted his gaze, looked at Kisi and said with a smile, I just made up this story. What do you think? It's very true. Right? Brother Bai. In a life or death situation like this, jokes are not funny. Quasi smacked his lips, but didn't say much. The divine power in his body had begun to boil. He held Yu Bai and Xue Kuang tightly in his hands. He would not sit still and wait for death. He would chop the World Tree twice even if he died. Bai Donglin's mind moved slightly, and he wanted to take out the cherubim to delay some time. At this moment, a stream of red light streaked across the end of the sky, and the green leaf world that matched together suddenly stagnated and instantly shattered into countless pieces. Bai Donglin, Kisi and other powerful people suddenly fell into the void of the universe. Blood slaughter, ancestor. Quasi steadied himself, looked up, and saw a scarlet figure holding a spear. The violent murderous intent made him terrified, but he still felt a sense of joy at being rescued. It's not just the blood slaughter, ancestor. Kuesi looked around and looked at the magnificent shore. Almost all the ancestors have appeared. Humph! How long do you want to hide? Xue Tu roared angrily. and the god-killing spear in his hand shook lightly. A brilliant blood light surged out, and the void dimension barrier was completely shattered. A mysterious rule was torn apart, and the fog of time and space dissipated, revealing the truth in the shadows. This is. Bai Donglin's brows twitched. Everywhere he looked was emerald green. The densely packed branches and leaves were so huge that the star worlds, the endless sun, moon, stars, and the core continent were all supported by the leaves. The extremely huge branches run through the entire world of gods, from top to bottom. Before the gods started the world destruction, it is not difficult to imagine what the world of gods really looked like. One of the tops of the pyramid, the Great Thousand Light World, spreads over a vast area of tens of billions of light years, barely covering the entire crown of the world tree, with countless branches and leaves, carrying countless suns, moons, and stars. The other top of the pyramid, the Dark World, also spreads over tens of billions of light years. This vast area is covered by the dense roots of the world tree, and between the two are countless small worlds, slowly rotating around the trunk of the world tree. This is the true appearance of the world of gods. Everything we saw before was the scene obscured by the world tree. Bai Donglin was amazed. He had tried his best to imagine the greatness of the world tree, but he didn't expect it to exceed his imagination. Not only him, but also the ancestors of the human race did not expect this. The appearance of the world tree was completely outside the Ragnarok plan. World of gods. World tree. This? No doubt. Xuetu spoke, interrupting the words of the Lord of the Gods. His eyes were more solemn than ever before, and he continued to speak word by word. This world tree is the actual controller of the world of gods. This guy is just a puppet. Sizzle. Xuetu raised his hand toward the void and connected to a strange time and space. An extremely huge corpse of a god slowly fell into the real universe. Its body was covered with holes, and golden divine blood kept flowing. Even though it was dead, its eyes still burst with endless thunder. Its breath was fierce, and the cold resentment lingered for a long time. This is the Most High God? He was beaten to death by Xuetu. Click. Click. The other ancestors also raised their hands at the same time, shattering time and space. Tall corpses of gods appeared in the void, with their huge mass and terrifying and tragic aura. This place would have collapsed long ago if it had not been suppressed by the ancestors' rules. Beast God, God of wisdom, Mother of the earth, Lord of the ocean. Crash! In a dark star field, the sound of chains colliding was heard. 3 tiny figures, no more than 2 meters tall, were dragging several huge demon corpses that spread over several light years with pitch-black chains. Crash! Boom! The chains were stretched straight, and wherever they passed, star regions were crushed into nothingness. This epic scene deeply shocked Bai Donglin. It is like a mortal holding a kite string, dragging the solar system across the universe. It's them. The Lord of the Ghost House was stunned, looking at the 3 hunched figures. There were 5 people when they left, but only 3 came back, and 2 of them stayed in the dark world forever. Under the gaze of everyone, 3 nameless human ancestors dragged the demon corpse and stopped in front of Xuetu. Xuetu opened his mouth slightly, with an extremely complicated expression. He had 1,000 words in his mind, but he didn't know where to start. Humph! You old guys may be a little older, but your strength is still not bad. Click. Click. After hearing Xuetu's words, 3 dark figures suddenly stood up straight with their heads held high. A cold wind blew from nowhere, blowing out the black flame robes of the 3 people, revealing their appearance under the shadows. The pale skeleton was covered with wormholes, and was even more dilapidated than Immortal. Its head, mouth, and eye sockets were filled with dark mud, which would fall off from time to time when it moved. How could this happen? Bai Donglin and Kisi looked at each other in surprise. They thought that this was a certain old ancestor who had returned from killing the enemy, but they never expected it to look like this. It was clearly a corpse that had been dead for who knows how long, and was already rotten. However, it was definitely not that simple for it to be able to drag such a huge demon corpse. The Lord of the Ghost House and other ancestors turned their heads slightly, unwilling to look any longer. The more they understood, the more complicated their feelings naturally became. Dear fellow Taoists, thank you for your hard work. Xuetu was stunned for a moment, and for the first time a gentle look appeared in his eyes. And he continued, It's time for you to rest. Go back to where the dead belong. Woohoo! The wind was blowing coldly and gloomily. Xuetu's words seemed to be filled with unknown magic. The 3 skeleton ancestors seemed to remember something and their figures froze. So, I'm already dead? Suff. As the cold wind blew, the tall and majestic skeleton ancestor turned into fine black soil and sand, which drifted away into the air, and returned to dust. Donlin blinked his eyes, seemed to be illusory, and saw the three handsome youth figure, wearing a quiche robe floating from the soil grains, and smiled brilliantly at the blood slaughter. Donlin opened his eyes again. All the illusions had disappeared. A trace of sadness inexplicably emerged in his heart, and he immediately understood everything. These are the ancestors of the human race. They died for countless years, but still crawled out of their graves, with their bones made of soil and sand. They slaughtered the dark demon world of the gods. Shwetu narrowed his eyes slightly, and returned to indifference. The god-killing spear in his hand became even more scarlet. Looking around, he saw that all the 10 realms of the world of gods had been beheaded, and their bodies were lying here. These corpses with terrifying auras floated in front of the world tree, but the world tree seemed not to see them. This was completely different from what Shwetu had expected. All his men were slaughtered. So could you at least give some reaction? The ancestors of the human race looked at each other in dismay, and their fear of the world tree grew stronger and stronger. This was an unprecedented enemy, and its threat to the human race had already exceeded that of the entire world of gods. It must be destroyed. Kill! Shwetu roared angrily, and took the lead in attacking. The god-killing spear in his hand carried a terrifying destructive power, and cut off a huge branch that spread for thousands of light years. Fell. The world tree was too huge, and the branches cut off were just a drop in the ocean. Not even a wound. Shwetu's expression became stern, and he turned into a scarlet whirlwind, stabbing the trunk of the world tree with the god-killing spear as the head. The other powerful men looked at each other, took out the ancient artifacts, and followed Shwetu. This world tree is too good at hiding. If we don't take the opportunity to get rid of it this time, we will be in trouble after it escapes. This ambitious monster hides in the dark and plots against the human race. It's disturbing just to think about it. Donlin sensed the terrifying fluctuations coming from a distant land, and could only shake his head helplessly. This level of battle was simply not something he could participate in. Unless, give it back to me. Killub. Chapter 474. The beginning of all things. The wills were interacting with each other, and were constantly shaking. Quasi, who was standing next to him, knew nothing about it, but the roar of the world tree echoed in Donlin's heart without a doubt. The world tree's obsession with this thing was terrifyingly strong. Cherubim? What are they for? Donlin frowned. The performance of the world tree forced him to take it seriously again. The world of gods was destroyed. The powerful 10 realms such as the supreme god were killed, and ancient artifacts such as the Book of Creation were lost. Each of these things was a big deal. But the world tree, as the controller behind the scenes, didn't care at all, but always kept its eyes on the cherubim. This thing seems to have extraordinary significance to him. Donlin frowned. His mind was frantically deducing. All the information was extracted and thought over and over again. Especially the information he got from Amir, about the destruction of the world, the Noah's Ark plan, etc. Could it be? Donlin's eyes lit up, and a flash of inspiration flashed through his mind. The world was destroyed. Boundless energy gathered. Light and darkness intertwined and merged. The Matrix world. The cherubim space. This world tree wants to be God. Hiss. What a cruel fellow. The gods, all living beings, all living and non-living things in the world of gods, have been calculated and used by the world tree. Everything will become a stepping stone for him to become the omniscient and omnipotent God. If the human race hadn't suddenly created Ragnarok and disrupted everything, the world tree might have really succeeded. TSK. 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 This world is really outrageous. A mere tree can have such a vicious mind. Is there any safe place in this world? Donlin felt a little complicated. The world tree should represent life, represent the mother, and be the existence that gave birth to everything. According to normal logic, it should have a positive image. But this world, even the world tree has fallen. It would be best to destroy this kind of powerful and vicious thing. Donlin's eyes flickered slightly. Ding! Ding! Donlin frowned, sensing the unusual movement in the dark world. A hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes, and under the control of his mind, an extremely ugly little chick appeared in his hand, with his neck tightly pinched. What are you crazy about? Do you want to turn into a roast chicken? He was thinking about something very important. The ugly little chick was making a lot of noise, which really annoyed him. Ahem. Let me go! Brother! No! Master! Spare my life. I just smelled the scent of ancestral blood. And I wanted to come out and take a look. Ahem. Let me have a sip. I promise. Just one sip. Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows and forgot about it. He threw the chick to the ground and looked at the huge corpses of the 10 realms gods and demons not far away. For the strong men in the 10 realms, the size of their divine bodies has never been fixed due to their bloodline talents, different races, or their magical powers. But this does not affect their respective strengths. Body shape isn't everything. It was like how Kaze, who was about 2 meters tall, still managed to chop the gigantic archangel into pulp. Although the corpses of these gods are huge, and it's no big deal to eat a little, they are also the spoils of the ancestors after all. It seems a bit inappropriate for him to take them quietly like this. Right? And the most important thing is that Kwasai has not left yet. So we can't do it in front of outsiders. Right? This is also the reason why Bai Donglin is so honest. Master, I beg you. Just let me eat a little. Without the nourishment of my ancestral blood, I really can't make it. My true spirit is about to collapse again. You are my master. You won't stand by and watch me die. Right? No way. No way. There won't be such a cruel master in this world. Right. Bai Donglin lowered his eyes and looked at the little chick who was hugging his thigh tightly and crying bitterly. His brows twitched violently. Where did this guy learn such a weird attitude? He really deserves to be beaten. Ahem. Brother Bai. What's that thing between your legs? It looks like a chicken. Stop. Brother Kisi. To be honest, although this little chick looks extremely ugly, it is actually the offspring of a dragon and a phoenix. With extraordinary talents and amazing bones. It is indeed a good poultry to guard the house. Kuei-si frowned and glanced at the chicks. He was a bit doubtful. He did perceive the breath of dragon and phoenix. But the phoenix was extinct for several times. Brother Kisi, I know you don't believe me. Let's put the chick into the ancestral blood and see if it can transform and evolve. If he still comes out looking so ugly, I'll kill him and share his food with Brother Kwasai. Kisi shook his head and laughed, understanding what Bai Donglin meant. Although he did not have the right to use the corpses of these gods and demons, Bai Donglin made great contributions in this battle. Even the ancestors would not say anything if he took some blood. He just needed to pretend that he did not see it. Okay. Please do as you please, Brother Bai. Ahem. Then I'll satisfy Brother Kwasai's curiosity. I'm not the kind of person who takes other people's things without permission. Bai Dong murmured a few words, then mentioned the chicks, aiming at the blood sea below Gao God. Go! With a powerful kick, the chick instantly broke through the speed of light and shot straight into the sea of golden light and blood. Boom! Some minor episodes on Bai Donglin's side did not affect the fierce battle in the distance. As the aftermath spread, the void of the universe continued to shake. Throughout history, it is rare to see such a battle. Several powerful men in the 10th realm holding the Zhini ancient artifacts surrounded and attacked the huge world tree with unknown origin and unknown strength. The world tree actually fought the human ancestors on equal terms with its own strength. The human race's attack was more powerful, especially the blood slaughter ancestor, who held the god-killing spear. Every shot he fired would leave a huge wound on the huge branches of the world tree, spreading for tens of thousands of light years. With such an attack, it would be easy to destroy hundreds of billions of suns in a galaxy. But for the world tree, this wound does not hurt at all. The advantage of the world tree is its huge size and terrifying vitality. It can heal a huge wound measured in light years in just a breath. This damn thing. It can actually absorb and digest dimensional power. The Lord of the Ghost House raised his hand and cut off a vine that was glowing green. Pale stars flickered in his eyes. With his special magical powers, he observed the abnormal flow of dimensional power. More than that, the will of heaven and earth of the two great worlds of light and darkness has also been eaten by him. If my prediction is correct, this world tree will swallow up these two great worlds. No wonder he squanders his life force so recklessly. He has plenty of it, and can even survive in a dimensional space. The powerful men looked at each other with ugly expressions. The current situation was that even if they worked together, they could not kill the world tree instantly. They originally wanted to slowly wear it down. But now it was no longer feasible. Both the light and dark worlds are being devoured by it. Its energy is endless. Even if they use it up, they cannot defeat the world tree. What's more, this world tree can also devour the power of dimensions. This is very scary. In everyone's understanding, the ability to devour dimensional power is only possessed by the world. This is why even the strong men in the 10th realm have to rely on the world to exist. World Tree. World Tree. We are all wrong. I'm afraid he has surpassed the concept of tree and is more like a world. What should we do? Can we just let him go? Shwetu frowned. He was unwilling to accept this result. He knew that the other party was a huge threat to the human race. But he let the other party go? Then this Ragnarok plan would not be considered a success. After destroying the gods, an even more terrifying monster appeared. How can we explain this to the human race? This is a battle in which the human race represents the dawn. It is a battle in which the human race displays their confidence and style. The hope of all human leaders is to hurt the alien races, so that they dare not set foot in the real world again. No one present would be willing to end the battle in such a disgraceful way and retreat back to the real world. Humph! I don't believe there is anything in this world that cannot be killed. I don't even believe in the god-killing spear in my hand. Kill! Shwetu's expression was ferocious, with countless red stars surging in his eyes. His murderous intent condensed and flowed like a plasma blood robe, spreading for tens of thousands of light years. Kill the gods. Slay the demons. Clang. The terrifying scarlet light made by Donglin, who was watching the battle billions of light years away, couldn't help but dodge sideways, with tears of blood flowing from the corners of his eyes. The ancestors are going all out. This world tree is truly extraordinary. If I don't hand over the cherubim, he will definitely not give up, and will even go directly to the one true world. It has been seen through the ambition of the world tree. Bai Donglin naturally knows the other party's obsession. It will never stop without the purpose. Keilu Bo is a real hot potato. But it is not appropriate to make it. Isn't this cultivating the enemy for the human race? Now it seems that I can only try my guess. Although this idea is a little crazy. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, and his mind sank into the realm of eternal light. As the master of the world, a perfect body condensed with a thought, with his thoughts attached to his body. His figure moved and appeared in the center of the eternal continent. Looking up, he saw powerful people sitting cross-legged everywhere. Some were practicing, some were chatting, and some were playing chess. They looked so comfortable. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly and walked outside the medicine garden, where two big trees were planted. One is the longevity fruit tree waiting for Nini, and the other is a branch that was cut from the big tree in the ancient world of Mingyu. It was originally planted in the origin space of death, but only one branch survived. After all, the environment of the origin space is too harsh. This only one was transplanted to the eternal continent along with the medicine garden. After so many years, under the excellent environment, the tree has grown very large, revealing its extraordinary charm. Is that you? World Tree. Bai Donglin's eyes wandered. This idea was very crazy. But, the moment his will intersected with that of the World Tree, he indeed felt a familiar breath. That was the smell of chaotic energy. Something that was nurtured by his spiritual orifice. How could he have sensed it wrong? Just give it a try and you'll know. Right? Bai Donglin stretched out his palm and slowly pressed it on the rough tree trunk. It was just killing a tree without intelligence. Although it had been raised for a long time, it was still just a tree. Destroy. As the ruler of the world, this slightly mysterious tree was extremely fragile, and was strangled by the power of heaven and earth in an instant. Every grain of it was annihilated into nothingness, and it died completely. Bai Donglin's mind was in the world of light, and most of his attention was on the outside world. He opened his eyes wide, and looked towards the end of the universe. Hold head high. With a miserable wail, the huge body of the world tree disappeared in an instant. As if it had never existed. All traces were erased. This is... What happened? The ancestors looked terrified and retreated billions of light years. The more they thought about it, the more horrified they became. Is that really the case? Bai Donglin slowly closed his eyes, and his surging emotions were instantly extinguished, returning to silence and indifference. It turns out that I am one. The beginning of all things. TSK. This is interesting. Chapter 475. Neither enemy nor friend. The sudden disappearance of the world tree made the ancestors' witness dumbfounded. And their thoughts were even more messy. Did he escape? Or did he hide himself in some way? Although these two possibilities are equally incredible, they are not unacceptable. After all, the world tree is so powerful. It is reasonable that it has some incomprehensible and heaven-defying methods. But, what really made the ancestors fearful was that just now, when they were locked on it at the same time, the miserable wail of the world tree did not seem fake. and the scene of its sudden disappearance was as if it had been wiped out from the world by some horrible thing. This seed thinks that this world tree does not seem to be hidden, and it is even more impossible to escape. There is no change in the congenital Taiji map. The ancestors are in every corner of the universe, their wills sweeping across the void again and again. At the same time, there is a silent communication between the collisions of wills. Taoist Master Shuyo, who is in charge of the innate Tai Chi diagram, expressed his opinion, implying that the world tree was indeed wiped out by a certain existence. I also agree with the Taoist saying that everyone locks the world tree at the same time. He is indeed very extraordinary. But it is also the level of 10 realms. No matter what means to use, you should not hide all the talents at the same time. I second the motion. But, is the other party a friend or an enemy? As soon as this statement came out, the ancestor stagnant will be stagnated at the same time. The answer to this question may be related to the lives and deaths of the human race. It can instantly kill the world tree with a stubborn vitality. The other party's strength has surpassed the understanding. That is, this mysterious existence is 11, and they will not hesitate to believe it. We are still alive. So we are not enemies. But, we cannot expect them to be friends. Neither friend nor foe. Unfathomable. Extremely mysterious. This matter is of great importance. I suggest that we return to the outer heaven immediately and convene the highest meeting of the human race to come up with necessary response proposals. We even need to re-examine the feasibility of the human race's fire plan. Facing such a terrifying force, the previous arrangements may not be of any use. Second, return to the one true world immediately. Good. Boom. Thunder rumbled in the sky. This was the humming of the void caused by the surging will. The ancestor set the tone in a few words, which also represented the successful completion of the Ragnarok plan. The world of gods was completely annihilated and swept into the garbage dump of history. Before leaving, the ancestors still needed to do one thing, which was to anchor the dark and light worlds that had merged, and use the power of the ancient artifacts to pull them towards the only true world. Let the true world devour the two worlds, grow itself, and give birth to more abundant resources for the human race. This is what the human race has been doing for countless years. The only true world can grow to such a large size, thanks to the contribution of feeding and nurturing by the human race. Bai Donglin slowly opened his eyes, and his gaze returned to calm, as if the earth-shaking incident just now had nothing to do with him. Indeed, he understood something. But he also raised a new doubt. Some things can be stopped when you taste it. Knowing this has no impact on my plan. I still have to achieve my goal step by step. Under the fog, the surging river of time can be combined or divided, cut off, closed, frozen, reversed, or even evaporated completely. Everything is determined by strength. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly. His gaze was extremely firm. His faith and will had not wavered at all. The only impact of this incident was that it made him certain of the time node he was in, which was the only truth and the center of everything. Nothing more. The destruction of the world tree was an erasure that reversed cause and effect, and was filled with time paradoxes. But in the end everything was calm. The timeline was not broken and restarted, and the world line did not change. They still had the memory of the existence of the world tree in their minds. This is enough to explain everything. Brother Bai. What happened just now? Where's the world tree? It's such a big world tree. But I blinked, and it disappeared just like that. Did you see that? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Kisi had a blank expression, and was mumbling in a daze, as if he had been greatly stimulated, and his speech was illogical. I saw it. I saw it. It was me who destroyed the world tree. Be obedient and stop making trouble. The ancestors will be back soon, and we should be able to return as well. Before that, Bai Donglin waved his hand and pushed the crazy Quasi aside. With a thought, he slowly sank into the eternal light world. Everyone get out of the way. I'm going to explode. Buzz. A dazzling white light bloomed from Bai Donglin's chest and spread wildly into the dark void of the universe. Like an endless curtain of light. Faintly, one could see the phantom of a continent. Countless powerful figures sat cross-legged, looking up at the sky with their eyes flickering. My fellow Taoists, you are safe. We thank the Lord of Sin for saving our lives. The sound was mighty and mighty, like the roar of thunder. Densely packed figures took a step forward, passed through the light curtain, and returned to the void of the real universe. In an instant, the silent and cold void of the universe became lively. The complex wills were extremely hot. Nearly 100 billion powerful beings gathered together. The overflowing aura condensed and broke the void. Is the war over? Many powerful people showed complicated expressions. Looking around, the crowd was almost the same as when they came. For some reason, they felt dazed. I thought this would be a brutal and long-lasting battle, and I was prepared to sacrifice my life at any time. But I didn't expect the process to be so dramatic. At the beginning, the small world had almost no power to resist. They killed people all the way. When the war was about to enter the most brutal stalemate stage, the Lord of Sin appeared and eliminated the biggest hidden danger for them. When the gods were about to destroy the world, it was the Lord of Sin who saved them. They felt that they were just a bystander in this war and had gained some merits. They felt very happy, but also a little ashamed. We will always remember the great kindness of the Lord of Sin. After thinking about it, the powerful people bowed to Bai Donglin in the crowd to express their gratitude. Haha, fellow Taoists, there is no need to do this. This is all for the human race. I just did what I could. Ahem. It's fate that we meet. Please keep those tokens well. They are my keepsakes, and also the testimony of our comradeship. Bai Donglin had a righteous look on his face. In his heart, he had already regarded these powerful people as his own people. When the day came that the Tianluo space came into being, these hundreds of billions of powerful people would all be brought in by him. Tianluo space is a more relaxed force than Dan League and Qi League. There are not so many restrictions, let alone any so-called annihilation. It is just a platform for mutual exchange of resources. Bai Donglin just earns a few 100 million yuan as a reward for his hard work. Therefore, these powerful people would definitely not refuse this invitation. With so many strong people standing on the platform, the appearance of Tianluo's face instantly exploded. He wanted to see who else dared to cast a covetous look. Ha ha ha. We will definitely keep the words of the Lord of Sin in mind. That's right. We will definitely treasure this token. The split bodies that Bai Donglin sent to these powerful men were the crudest. Now even the aura there will have been wiped out, leaving only the dimensional coordinates. They would need to be upgraded once in the future before they could serve as a medium to open the Tianluo space. But that is a story for later. While Bai Donglin was chatting with everyone, part of his mind had already entered the realm of light, condensed his body, and set foot on the eternal continent. Everyone. Long time no see. In a canyon, there were hundreds of huge giants sitting there. They were the Titans. Brother Bai. It's really you. We thought it was all an illusion. Ha ha ha. Brother Bai. Your strength has become even more unfathomable. I cannot repay you for saving my life. I can only... Boom. Boom. The banter between the Titans of Flame, Lava and Bai Donglin was interrupted. The Titan chieftain, who was 300,000 feet tall, suddenly fell to his knees. The huge kinetic energy caused the earth to crack. Amid the earthquake, he said in a buzzing voice, "Thank you for saving my life. The Titans will never forget this. You will always be the most honorable friend of the Titans." The Titan chief spoke sincerely and expressed his true feelings. He was more grateful to Bai Donglin than anyone else because Bai Donglin saved the Titan clan. The Titan clan is special. They have their own unique cultivation system, which is different from the human race in the real world and the alien demon races. In other systems, the powerful ones all possess the ability to resurrect through a drop of blood. As long as a powerful monk in the real world has a particle of divine power alive, he can be reborn and resurrected. The gods in the world of gods, who have ignited the divine fire, can also be resurrected as long as there is a trace of divinity left. The Titan clan is different from all other systems. Once dead, they are dead. There is no possibility of resurrection. It has nothing to do with the level of their realm. This is their cultivation system. Although he has the talent to ignore the suppression of the will of heaven and earth, he has also lost the life-saving ability of rebirth by dripping blood. Every sip and every bite has its own destiny. Therefore, when the world was about to be destroyed, the Titan chieftain was so desperate. He brought out all the strong men of the Titan clan, leaving only some old, weak and sick people in the clan. If Bai Donglin had not come to the rescue, the Titan clan would have completely declined. Please stand up, old patriarch. It's just a simple favor. Bai Donglin shook his head. Big guys like the Titans were just so straightforward. They never hid anything. And the same was true when expressing their emotions. Besides, old patriarch, you are showing such a great courtesy at this time. What are you going to do later? Bai Donglin didn't waste any more words. He flipped his palm, and a ball of light appeared on his palm, shining with divine light and emitting mysterious aura fluctuations. This is... All the Titans widened their eyes, trembling with excitement, And then, they all prostrated themselves in front of Bai Donglin. Titan's Heart. Chapter 476, The 8-Department Mountain. This war monument in the world of gods has naturally been swallowed up and integrated. This so-called Heart of the Titan is just a split of the highest quality. No different from the original. This is the power of dimension. As for what the Titans needed, and why they could not make progress, because they did not have the cultivation of the Titan's Heart. Bai Donglin understood all this after he accepted the inheritance. This battle monument carries the mountain among the 4 outer parts of the 8 parts: wind, forest, fire and mountain. This is a book that explains the inheritance of flesh and blood particles. That is, a method closely related to the physical body. How to nourish particles, transform particles, and combine particles in order to achieve the effect of improving defense and increasing strength. Below the power, they are called flesh and blood particles. And above the power, they are called divine power particles. So this inheritance cannot be underestimated. Its mysterious and magical level is no less than any other, especially for physical cultivators. The effect of mountain is unimaginable. Bai Donglin carefully comprehended and deduced it, and felt more and more the profoundness of this method. This mountain is not just a little bit similar to the fantasy divine elephant prison suppressing power. It can only be said to be exactly the same. The reason why the Titans need this war monument to continue their practice is because the inheritance of mountain cannot be materialized, has no specific rules, and cannot be recorded in detail in written form, because each creature is different. The same is true of the physical body in particles. So how can the particles of the flesh be transformed and the combination of the flesh? And each creature has different solutions, which is only suitable for themselves. This is the function of the Titan's Heart. It can pass down different mountains according to the situation of each Titan. I can get the recognition of the monument. This Titan family says it has nothing to do with the warriors. I definitely don't believe it. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed slightly. The Zhan clan was very powerful and mysterious. He had been collecting relevant information as much as possible in the hope of gaining a deeper understanding of this mysterious clan that had disappeared. The only 2 clues at the moment are the war monument and the Titan clan. In the past, he aimed to recruit the Titans as his thugs. But now that he has hundreds of billions of powerful people to support him, he no longer cares about this small force of the Titans. Saving the Titans' lives and then giving them the split bodies containing the complete inheritance is for the purpose of observing, analyzing, and finding traces of the war clan. This is the most important thing. And everything else is just a side issue. Bai Donglin didn't say much nonsense, and returned the heart of the Titan to the Titans, and then released these grateful giants. The split body became the sacred object of the Titans, and the movements of the entire tribe would be under his observation. Well, where did these little guys come out? After dealing with the end of the hand, the ancestors' attention shifted, and they will understand the 100 billion power that suddenly appeared in the corner of the universe. Between the flow of eyes, all the information became weird, and the look became weird. Lord of Sin? Ji Dao? Bai Donglin? At a glance at the Lord of the Blood Pucker and the Ghost Mansion, they all showed a little unexpected look. They dared to call the Lord in the realm of power. When did they have such genius? The ancestors and 100 billion yuan. Although they were in the same battlefield, they faced the enemy. What they thought was not in a dimension. It is really a confrontation between 10 realms. It is too thrilling. It must not be a little bit careless. And it is also necessary to face the ubiquitous world of will. A battle is really struggling. Hee hee. Don't you know if you go to sea, can you eliminate the sin of killing without injuries? And you can avoid the destruction storm of destroying the world. There is still a magical world in the body. Interesting. Interesting. The ancestors smiled at each other. They could see the surprise in each other's eyes. The power to remove sins. They could do it by using ancient artifacts and paying a price. But they had never heard of such a talent. As for the inner world, it is nothing. A cultivator at the 9th level can use magical powers to open up a small world inside his body. But this is not the real world. The world opened up by a 10th level strongman has a complete origin. The will of heaven and earth, and the mysterious power of creation. That is the real world. Between thoughts, the ancestors walked side by side to the crowd. And one step across was hundreds of millions of light years. They looked relaxed and freehand, and obviously did not do their best. The ancestors are back. We have met all the ancestors. Seeing the ancestors coming one after another, the crowd fell silent. And then they all bowed and saluted respectfully. This battle can win. And the ancestors solved the gods. And they just played it. And the power and faith of the world cannot be the main force. No need to be polite. The voices of the gods are full of majesty. As the coach of this battle, he is most suitable for him to speak. Everyone, you have worked hard. If we can win this battle, you will quickly destroy the small world and suppress the will of heaven and earth. You are an indispensable help. Everyone's efforts are all under the observation of the fighting spirit. When we return to the real world, we will reward you according to your military achievements. Blah blah. The Lord of the Gods said a lot of things, which made the hearts of the mighty ones surge, and their blood boil. It was not that the will of the mighty ones was not firm enough, but that the will of the ancestor was too powerful. Bai Donglin looked energetic, but his attention had quietly drifted away. He glanced at the blood sea under the supreme god. The ugly thing called the little chicken was still inside. This greedy guy. Now that the ancestors are in person, they have to be exposed when they can't come out. These gods and corpses will definitely be recycled. At this time, it is piled up here, just to show the ancestors' power, improve the sense of identity of the ethnic group of 100 billion yuan, and so on. Bai Donglin's eyes turned around, and the ancient tomb of Longfeng had been regarded by him as a pocket. If there were high-level people from the people, he had to drink some soup and water. Through the information obtained from the chicks, he has carefully learned about the two legendary characters of the Void Zulong and the Ghost Ancient Phoenix. The dragon is a female, and the phoenix is naturally a male. This man and woman were the most powerful people of an era, and the things they left behind are definitely not simple. Even, it is said that the decline of the Phoenix clan is related to the ancient phoenix of the netherworld taking away the clan's ancient artifact. What an ancient artifact! Who would complain about having too many ancient artifacts in their hands? This damn chicken. It's always causing me trouble. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed slightly, and he was about to activate the backup plan he had secretly left on the chick. And now, he didn't care whether it would attract the attention of the ancestor. At this moment, a few heavies were extremely heavy, full of majestic eyes, and at the same time fell on Bai Donglin's body, making him a stagnation. Gao Fei, I haven't done anything yet. Little guy. Are you Bai Donglin? The Lord of Sin? Bai Donglin only felt the scene in front of him flashing, and when he came to his senses, he was already in a strange space. This is... Bai Donglin's expression was slightly froze, looking at the palms, all kinds of perception overflowing, and comparing with many dimensions of coordinates. This only figured out where it was. This is the ancestors, collapsed with strong will particles, and the temporarily open party only existed at the illusion universe at the level of will. His body was still in the outside world, but his will was pulled in. If his guess was correct, Bai Donglin raised his head slightly and looked around with his peripheral vision. Sure enough, the shadows of the ancestors' wills are all here, whispering to each other. The gods who are giving speeches to the outside world. Look indifferent here. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a hypocritical fellow. Little guy. What are you thinking about? Well? Bai Donglin's expression became serious. He cleared his mind of all distracting thoughts, raised his hands, and spoke in a focused voice. Junior Bai Donglin greets all the ancestors. Lord of Sin. I was just joking with you fellow Taoists. Don't take it seriously. Please don't take it to heart. Bai Donglin was not humble, and he put himself in an innocent place in 3 words. He believed that the ancestors would not embarrass him because there was no one behind him. I am the future star of Jidao. Well, the title of Sin is very good at you. This is just a trivial matter. Your talent is that I have never heard of it. Can you exert it? Bai Donglin blinked. Since he had made this purple flame, he had expected this scene for a long time. And he also thought about the response method. As long as he did not expose his burning human body, he would go. Since the ancestors want to see it, then of course it's fine. Boom! Bai Dong opened his palm, and a group of condensed purple gold flames floated out, and the bear burned, exuding a hot breath. The universe opened by this ancestor is indeed amazing, and the means of exerting the outside world can also be fully reflected in it. Huh? This smell is... The expression of the empty Buddha was stunned. He smelled the smell of karma, but he seemed to be a little. His hands folded, and his eyes were lingering in his eyes. All right. Xue Tu raised his eyebrows slightly, and his light tone instantly shattered the inquiring gazes of many ancestors. The expressions of the ancestors changed slightly, but they did not continue to attack. Bai Donglin laughed, turned his hands out of the purple gold flame, and the whole robe was completely wiped out. This extraordinary ancestor is really handsome. East is a disciple of Wujitao, and this generation of the successors of the bell. You should understand the rules of my pole. Even outsiders cannot cross this line. Blood Slaughter waved slightly, and drove by Donglin's will, and then looked around everyone, with a trace of warning. Slowly said, I see. Senior Shuetu. Please don't be angry. Bai Donglin had just come to his senses when a brilliant divine light suddenly burst out from the sea of blood of the Supreme God. And then a series of earth-shaking cries rang out in his ears. Angry. The dragon roars and the phoenix cries. Winding and endless. On. Li. Kakata. Bai Donglin. Sure enough. Chickens are always chickens. So they can't become a phoenix drop. Chapter 477. Congratulations from heaven and earth. Giggle. This weird chicken mixed with Long Yinfengya is harsh. Not only is Bai Donglin's black line, many big energy also frequently look sideways, and some of them also raise the method, thinking that it was something unknown to this god and corpse. The appearance of the chicks has really changed dramatically. The goosebumps that were originally like a toad were covered by golden and red feathers. When it moved, the fine scales under the feathers were faintly revealed, shining with a faint light. It was obvious at a glance that the defense was not bad. The 9-tail feathers stretched out extremely long, surrounded by 9-colored brilliance, and the star-like light scattered and gathered into a thick dragon tail. The protruding tumor on the top of the head also grew ferocious dragon horns. Cluck! The little chick flapped its wings and danced in the sea of blood, with a weird look and a smug attitude. It was posing and coquettishly under the gaze of everyone, which was extremely obscene. This guy. Is he too complacent? Bai Donglin's old face turned dark, sensing that the ancestors in the distance seemed to be looking at him. So he quickly moved his mind and triggered the backup plan left in the chick's soul. A scarlet light flashed, and the chick was uncontrollably pulled into the dimensional channel. And the next moment, it was held in Bai Donglin's hand. Gaga. Master. Let go. I can't breathe. Cough cough. Huh? Little things. You are comfortable. Do you know who is helping you resist the pressure? Can you really want to become a roast chicken? Bai Donglin secretly exerted force with his palm, pinching the chick so hard that it rolled its eyes. He could easily pinch any chick present to death, even if it had completed its transformation. It was really courting death to be so arrogant without any strength, especially the sensitive relationship between the human race and the demon race. The blood of the poultry, the blood of the 2 top ethnic groups of birds, and the scale armor is simply the target of the criticism. Ahem. Master. I was wrong. Please spare my life. Looking at the shivering little chick, Bai Donglin nodded secretly. Some things will become complacent when they gain power and forget their own identity, which will inevitably give rise to strange thoughts. He is still waiting for the little chick to take him to get the treasures in the dragon and phoenix tomb, so it is necessary to give it a beating. Bai Donglin flashed in the white light, threw the chicks into the light world, and looked at the surrounding confession, and said with a hint of apology, Everyone, this little thing is a chicken I raised for laying eggs. It has never seen a big scene, and it lost its composure. I am sorry to make you all laugh. Ha ha ha. It turned out to be the poultry of the Lord of Sin. No wonder it is so extraordinary. Yes. Like master. Like chicken. Obviously. These great power of these years of cultivation, enlightenment, and extinction have no experience of shooting. Indeed, only others shoot their horses on weekdays. Bai Donglin could only smile awkwardly. He couldn't help but think of Zhang Shanren in the black prison. That guy felt much more comfortable when he could flatter someone. It was a farce and did not attract much attention from the ancestors. They just glanced at it and then looked away. Bai Donglin just took some ancestral blood. For them, this was nothing. The most important reason is that the words of Patriarch Shuetu are still very effective, and everyone knows the rules of Jidao. It is forbidden to pry into the secrets of disciples. This is a rule set by the Jidao holy sect since its establishment in ancient times. Crash! At this time, the Lord of Gods had finished his speech. With a wave of his hand, countless strong and thick chains spread out. The chains were condensed by the power of creation and the supreme rules. Like a mad dragon dancing wildly, they instantly tightly bound all the corpses of gods and demons, along with a flowing sea of blood. Clang! The chain was stretched straight, and the group of corpses that spread dozens of light years were slowly dragged. The gods dominated step by step. Open! Go home. Promise. Billions of powerful men responded in unison. The passionate sound waves crushed large tracts of the void. As a soldier, the triumph of victory made everyone's heart slightly moved. Taoist Master Shuyo flipped his hand and through a golden bridge that shone brightly, piercing through the dimensional space and instantly connecting the only real world trillions of light years away. The golden bridge transformed from the innate Tai Chi diagram is the best for traveling. The terrifying distance of trillions of light years is so great that even a mighty man could not cross it by running on 2 legs, even if his lifespan was exhausted. The lords of the gods and several old ancestors were the first to step onto the golden bridge, followed closely by hundreds of billions of powerful beings, who transformed into streams of light and fell toward the golden bridge. Bai Donglin looked back and took a last look at the world of gods. This was where he rose to fame. Becoming famous in one battle was a small matter. The key was obtaining endless resources. For a long time, he would not have to worry about resources for cultivation. War is such a wonderful thing. He suppressed his dark thoughts, put his hands behind his back, and took a step forward onto the golden bridge. Crash! A huge shadow that stretched for dozens of light years slowly sank into the red boundary of the battlefield of the gods. The shadowy figures behind it all had powerful auras, and were extremely majestic. Such a huge movement instantly attracted the attention of countless creatures outside the boundary. The world of the gods has been annihilated, and there is no need for the battlefields of the gods. Those alien soldiers have been cleaned early. Around the huge boundary, there were shrinking and converging battle lines suspended. Huge sky gates built with the wreckage of countless suns, and endless spherical fortresses, each with a diameter of 3 billion kilometers. On top of these sky gates and fortresses, there are many living beings looking forward to it. Some are the troops stationed in the battlefield of the gods, and some are human monks, who have come from all over the real world. People from countless forces have come just to witness this historic moment that will be recorded in the history of the human race. Come back. They are back. The crowd was uproar, and countless light shone, which was the gaze of various magical fairy. I saw it. It's the expeditionary army. The divine light was faintly visible, and a powerful being was using his power to capture the distant scene, gathering it into a huge curtain of light for the lower-level cultivators to watch. Triumph! Triumph! God peace! Shenwei! Countless lives were completely boiling. Jihai whistled, sounding the entire battlefield. The hot emotions, the trembling will, the blood of the chest rolling. The condensed belief made the world move. The will of heaven and earth is touched. The void emerges gorgeous light. The fairy sounds flutter. Countless light feathers fall. The streams are gurgling. The ground is rushing Jinlian. And the world is congratulatory. Luck! The Lord of God stopped. Beside him stood old ancestors with powerful auras. And behind him were hundreds of billions of powerful men. We are back. Fulfilling the mission. The world of the gods has been destroyed. And all the gods are all ambiguity. The calm voice of the Lord of the gods was clearly heard by everyone. The huge battlefield was silent at first, and then it erupted into even more boiling cheers. Human race. Human race. Invincible. Invincible. Bai Donglin was standing in the crowd, and was drowned by endless cheers. The color of emotions appeared in his eyes. The human race was really amazing. He also suffered too much bullies. The endless years of endless years have erupted. Naturally the world moves. He is very fortunate that he was born in a good era. This is the era when the human race has accumulated. The human race has finally welcomed the long-awaited dawn. After a long time, when everyone vented her emotions, the gods dominated their hands slightly, and the entire battlefield was quietly quiet, thoroughly annihilating the world of the gods. This is just the beginning. I wait for everyone to remember this feeling, remember the taste of this victory, and continue to work hard. My family, standing between heaven and earth. After countless hardships, I, and air, can still stand here alive. Inseparable from every sacrifice family. They're gone. But I can't forget. And the heavens and the earth cannot be forgotten. The taste of victory is more qualified than me, and so on. Today, the monument to destroy the gods is established to sacrifice all the people who sacrificed for the battlefields of the gods. Let them sleep in the cheers of victory in the eternal years. The Lord of the gods withdrew his hand, closed his eyes, and looked more solemn than ever before. Alas! 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 The crowd roared again, full of sadness and endless admiration. Xian Kuan-Ding, the Lord of the gods, opened his eyes and flipped his hand. A huge bronze square tripod with 4 legs and 2 ears appeared out of thin air, turned upside down, and swallowed up all the corpses of gods and demons, as well as the sea of blood. Refine. Boom! The transparent flames burned in the middle of Ding, and the hard-to-reach corpses were quickly melted by the horrible high temperature. of far hundreds of billions of power. Just feel like a heat wave rushed, and couldn't help withdrawing. Bai Dong's pupils were slightly shrinking, and he thought that his karma was strong enough. But compared with this transparent fire, he was not even a root hair. Press down your thoughts. Let your senses spread, and stare intently at the flames. Chapter 478 Lord. The essence of temperature is the intensity of particle movement. In the previous lives, in the cognition of ordinary people, the movement of the particles cannot break through the speed of light. So the temperature has an upper limit. And there are also a lower limit of particles in a completely static state, the so-called absolute 0 degrees. However, in this vast world, the monk's power can break the speed of light, and the temperature has no upper limit. It is a very violent attack method. In order to increase the temperature of the flame, there are two ways. One is to improve the quality of motion particles, and the other is to increase the movement speed of the particles. White light flowed in by Donglin's eyes, and his will and perception permeated. With the calculation of his superdimensional thinking, he roughly estimated the details of this transparent divine fire. Flame is in a plasma state. Each of the countless invisible particles has a mass of 1 trillion tons, and moves at a speed 10,000 times the speed of light. This is the essence of transparent fire. Just imagine endless particles weighing trillions of tons moving madly at 10,000 times the speed of light. These violent particles condense into a flame. How terrifying its power is. It is no wonder that these gods and corpses that have lost their will to control are so vulnerable. Even if they are living gods, they see and carry this fire burning. Under the divine power of the Chinkuan Ding, the Lord of the Gods quickly refined the corpses of gods and demons. Inside the huge bronze cauldron phantom, 2 layers of solution were clearly suspended. The lower one was dark gold, and the upper one was golden red. Congeal. The gods dominated the appearance, and the 2 techniques moved. The dark gold liquid in the tripod flowed out. Under the traction of the power, it instantly gathered into a huge dark gold monument. Apart from the heavy square base, the main body of the god-destroying monument is 99 light-years high, with 4 inclined sides, and the top contracted into a sharp point. The overall color is heavy and solemn dark gold. BattleNet Central. Give me a helping hand. Buzz. The void trembling, and inexplicable fluctuations. The gold and red liquid that was refined by the blood of the gods and demons was drawn and flowed down slowly, covering the monument of the gods, and the names of gold and redness began to rush on the monument. Every human warrior who died in battle has information saved in the Battle.net database. Over the endless years, countless human beings have sacrificed their lives on the battlefield of the gods. Only Battle.net can record every sacrificed human warrior without omission, with the help of the Battle Soul mark. There are naturally countless repetitions of endless names. But when Bai Donglin stared at those golden and red names, he perceived a hint of soul atmosphere. A little will fluctuate, and under the careful perception, a majestic figure clearly appeared in his heart. In my heart, this is behind this name. The soldiers who were sacrificed before the endless years. Everything was recorded by the Battle.net. The human race's top leaders are really thoughtful. After a long time, the golden red liquid was consumed, and the 99 light-year tall monument was already engraved with tiny words, so densely packed that it was impossible to tell how many there were. The gods of the gods bundled the sword, and on the wide base, a few lines of large characters were deeply engraved. Remember forever, the heroic spirit of the human race. A famous warrior of the human race, who died heroically on the battlefield of the gods. That long string of numbers was so eye-catching that Bai Donglin couldn't help but frown when he saw it. This was an extremely large number. Such casualties, even if accumulated over endless years, were still suffocating. A moment of silence. Alas! 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 Including the old ancestor. Countless human cultivators bowed towards the god-destroying monument. The heaven and earth were filled with mournful cries, and countless snow-white flowers fell, gently brushing against the monument to the destruction of God. The monument to the god stands eternally on the site of the battlefield of the gods, and also stands forever in the hearts of every human being. Bai Donglin looked dazed, as if he saw countless figures flashing across the monument, all with happy smiles. He also sensed the extremely firm belief and will of the human beings present. There is no celebration feast. In the words of our ancestors, if we haven't completely wiped out all alien races and defeated the birds and scaly armored monsters, we won't be qualified to celebrate. Let's save the celebration party for the day when humanity finally wins. Bai Donglin bid farewell to everyone. Instead of using the Jidao bracelet to use the teleportation function of the Universe Teleportation Bureau, He directly opened the dimensional channel and instantly returned to Yujing Mountain. Today, he has no need to cover up, and his strong strength has given him confidence in facing any crisis. Without disturbing anyone, Bai Donglin sat cross-legged in Zuzuju, slowly closed his eyes, and began to summarize his trip. So many things have happened in the one true world during this period of time? Expelling the demons and relocating the human race. What a big deal. The foundation accumulated by the human race over countless years is truly terrifying. Bai Donglin's eyebrows trembled slightly. The moment he returned to the only real world, he ignored the distance and achieved memory synchronization with Rindao Wuwei. But it was not convenient to look closely at that time. A lot of information was digested instantly, and the mind worked at high speed, starting to deduce some things that were beyond one's ability to deal with. What exactly is Bai Xuandi? It involves the Mother River. Bai Donglin frowned. The Mother River was the existence he feared the most, far more than any other alien race or demon race. He knew too little about the Mother River. After thinking for a moment, he made a decision to observe secretly, and not interfere with Emperor Bai Xian for the time being. It was related to the Mother River, so it was worth his attention. Huh? The Winged God Palace ran very fast. The grievances between us temporarily after the resentment, and then liquidated together. Bai Donglin's expression turned cold. In the confrontation with the Winged Palace, he had gained all the advantages and never suffered any loss. But he just held a grudge. After cleaning up the trivial memories of the real world, Bai Donglin stretched out his palm, twisted his 2 fingers on his eyebrows, and pumped a bright crystal. This contains the memory of his gods and the soul crystals of will. He intervened in the destruction of the small worlds, destroyed the Noah's Ark plan of the gods, destroyed the Matrix world, and even seized the 2 ancient artifacts, Cherubim and Kunganer. The death of the evil god Lodella also has my help. The Buddha Kongming was able to easily kill the evil god. The decisive factor was that he had seized the opponent's ancient artifact. There is an inseparable causal relationship. Bai Donglin has a hint of expectations in his heart. I don't know how much warfare he will get, and to what extent can he be able to raise the ranks of the troops. The only information about the world is everything about the world tree. His shot is extremely secretive, and is not under the observation of the war soul. And the matter is too significant. There is no need to expose it. With the soul crystals, the idea of the war soul on the back of the hand shone, and the white light gathered into a vortex channel, swallowing the crystal bite. Buzz. The fighting spirit shone fiercely, connecting to the ubiquitous battle network. The void trembled, and the soul crystal was transmitted to the chaos pearl. Drip drip drip. Special battlefield missions Dusk of God. It's completed. The transmission of the Battle Soul imprint record has been completed. The Soul Crystal has been accepted, verifying the Soul Aura and will fluctuations. Past. Start analysis. Counting military achievements. Statistics in progress. Bai Donglin blinked. This Battle Soul marks like a card machine. It has not been completed for a long time. It seems that what he does is really illegal. After a long time, the seal of the War Soul finally flashed a dazzling red light, and the information became smooth. Statistics completed. Evaluation, perfect. Contribution, 62% of the destruction, affecting the trend of the war. Unparalleled excellence. Supreme glory. Greatly impact on the victory of the war. Military merit distribution. Contribution points distribution. Congratulations, Sir Bai Donglin. Your military rank has been upgraded. Promotion to Borders. 1 billion human contribution points have been distributed. Hiss. Bai Donglin was stunned and stood up suddenly. As the Lord of a Realm. The Lord of a Realm. This was really beyond his expectations. Even 10 billion contribution points did not shock him so much. I thought that Lord Jinzhong was already the limit this time, but I didn't expect that he would directly surpass the Lord. Realm Lord. Don't look at the only real world. Very large. And a total of 10,008 boundaries. And this time, the monster tribe also abandoned nearly 1,000 barren and desolate boundaries. The boundary of one party has millions to 10 million superborite groups, and each super-bound galaxy group covers a 100 billion galaxy comparable to the Milky Way. Such a vast area. Countless lives. Countless powerful forces. As long as he wants, he can immediately take office and rule such a huge territory. This shouldn't be the case. Bai Donglin frowned. He did not have a good job in this battle. But do not look at it between the Master of the Golden Missouri and the Lord of the Borders. Could it be? Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows, thinking of the 2 ancient artifacts he had taken away, And suddenly he understood. Yes. Although these two ancient artifacts are my personal belongings now, I am a human. In the eyes of the BattleNet, this also increases the strength of the entire race. I see. With the contribution of the two ancient artifacts, I am indeed qualified to obtain the rank of Realm Lord. Buzz. The void trembling. Bai Dong appeared from the vision behind his head. The original scarlet and remnant moon had disappeared, and it was replaced by an endless starry sky. Tens of millions of bright spots of light. That is the core of the superworld galaxy cluster. Countless spots of light converge to form an extremely simple pattern. This pattern is composed of several extremely mysterious Taoist texts interwoven together. Lord of the White Realm. Indescribable majesty. Extremely noble. Chapter 479 The richest man in the world. The rights of the world are great, and the senior management of the human race is extremely cautious about the promotion of this rank. In popular terms, the master of the world is already the combination of marshals of the soldiers and horses in ordinary countries, as well as the combination of the history of Fengjiang. Externally, they are in charge of military affairs on major battlefields and in charge of conquests. Internally, they collect the resources produced by a certain domain on behalf of the human race. It is clearly stipulated that the domain master can keep 1/10,000th of the resources as his own salary. Don't underestimate this 1 in 10,000. It is a huge resource that any individual or any force would envy. Therefore, the master of the boundary, the controller, and the master are all the ancestors of the 10 realms. And one person can only control the boundaries of one side. This is the benefit of the patron saint of the human race. There are no more than 200 ancestors of the human race alive. The remaining many unowned realms are governed by a special agency called Realm Government Department under the Supreme Council of the human race. The staff of the Realm Government Department are appointed by major forces. This is a disguised resource allocation, which involves complicated games and compromises. There have been special cases like by Donglin in the past. But looking at the entire history of the human race, there are no more than 5 people who have served as realm masters below the 10th realm. And they are all at least at the peak of the emperor level. The reason they are exceptions is that they have made outstanding contributions to the development of the human race. For example, the Lancia realm master of the Hades ancient era was a genius in formations that shocked the world and made the gods weep. All the blockades on the battlefield today were created by her. With such a huge and outstanding contribution, this extraordinary woman became the first sage in the history of the human race to obtain the rank of realm master in the sealed emperor realm. Haha. I'm still in the divine source realm. Does that count as making history again? Bai Donglin shook his head and chuckled. He looked up and saw that the formation outside Zuzuju was trembling slightly. It was almost unable to withstand the pressure of the military rank phenomenon. He thought about it and quickly hit it. This was all the official gains from the human race during the Ragnarok War. 1 billion contribution points were enough for him to squander for a long time. But for now, he didn't seem to have anything to buy. Because Bai Donglin felt a slight heat in his heart, and his mind sank into the dark world. Unlike the dark and gloomy scenes in the past, at this moment, what came into view was endless brilliance, shining divine light, shining treasures, endless powerful aura, and complex energy fluctuations. Anyone who saw it would think that this was the treasure house of the top forces. This time it's real. Ha 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 ha. As the ruler of the dark world, he could understand the vast amount of resources contained in it with just a thought. The most important of which were the dazzling Philosopher's Stones. The total number is about 50 billion. And some of them have even more abundant energy. They are the Philosopher's Stones from the advanced small world. For the convenience of statistics, Bai Donglin converted them with a thought, which is roughly equivalent to all the energy of 60 billion cubic D-level small worlds. The Philosopher's Stone is a complete sacrifice of a world. The energy contained in it roughly includes a life star with spiritual energy, a big sun, and 1 trillion living beings. They are all the purest energies, and there is no need to swallow or convert them. They can be used directly to nourish the spiritual orifice. Ever since he obtained the Philosopher's Stone, Bai Donglin has been devouring energy with all his might all the time. It only takes 10 Philosopher's Stones to spew out energy at the same time to satisfy the consumption of all spiritual orifices. Up to now, he has only drained 20 Philosopher's Stones. 600 billion. I don't know when it will be completely consumed. Even using time acceleration is too slow. Looks like we can start the Heavenly Path project. Bai Donglin thought for a moment and decided to start the training plan he had formulated long ago. Now all the conditions have been met, and there is no need to postpone it. Except for these Philosopher's Stones. Bai Donglin's eyes trembled slightly, and his gaze passed over the bright stars and looked towards a colorful river. Tens of billions of alien races who ignited the divine fire. 3 billion human races. And everything left behind after their death. There is also a huge treasure trove looted in the Matrix world. The materials in this treasure trove are the resources for the gods to rise again after escaping. It is roughly divided into storage rings and various magical weapons. The things in the storage rings are more complicated, including spiritual stones, spiritual liquids, spiritual pills, materials, secret records of exercises, and various sundries, the number of which is shocking. This batch of supplies is indeed a staggering amount. But it is not all the wealth of the powerful people. The natal instrument and the original instrument will not be lost, as long as the power is not completely wiped out. After rebirth, they will return to the Master's Dharma image, or the original light according to the power of rules. Therefore, first of all, the most precious item on the strong men was excluded. Secondly, one of the unspoken rules of this world is that the ninth realm strongmen will never put all their eggs in one basket because of the characteristic of rebirth through a drop of blood, especially on a battlefield where they are at risk of death. Except for some necessary items, most of their assets are stored in various resurrection points. But even so, given the huge base number, this is still a huge batch of supplies that would move even a strong man in the 10th realm. The highlight is still the treasure house of this Matrix world. It is really breathtaking. There were so many treasures that Bai Donglin was dazzled. His thinking became stagnant, and it took him a while to count and record them all. Bai Donglin has already figured out how to use these things. Except for those he can use himself. He will keep a part of the fine products to develop by Yijing, and throw the rest into the Tianluo space. After all, it won't be long before the Tianluo space is completely integrated into the world. If there are no hidden rewards, wouldn't it make people underestimate him as the Lord of Tianluo? Although the value of all these things added together is inestimable, it is still not as good as these two things. Buzz. The void trembled slightly, and an item appeared in each of Bai Donglin's energy body's hands. The real ancient artifact. Kumganer and Cherubim. There is no need to mention Kumganer. Its characteristics are simple and powerful. He already fully understands it. He just needs to consider how to activate it. This Cherubim. Bai Donglin frowned. The Cherubim space, the legendary residence of God, should have other functions besides the Matrix world created by the gods. Otherwise, the world tree would not be so obsessed with it. Cherub. What secrets are you hiding? Bai Donglin suppressed his thoughts. The function of the Matrix world partially overlapped with that of his dimensional world. To some extent, the superiority of the dimensional world was higher than that of the Matrix world. The fact that it could open the dimensional channel without any consumption was something that ordinary ancient artifacts could not compare to. Let's study it first. If I can't figure it out, or it's useless to me, I'll take it and exchange it with the ancestors for useful things. Haha. It can be regarded as making use of waste. Bai Donglin looked back at the treasures he possessed, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. The great is unknown, but this black stone tablet made many ancient artifacts cry for their parents. A strange, powerful lucky ring that can plunder luck. The dimensional world carried by the war monument. Gumner. The eternal spear. God's dwelling place. The cherubim. The black blade. Death omen, which I once relied on, is no longer of any use. I am now, probably, perhaps, the richest individual life in this world. Among all known civilizations, I, Bai Donglin, am the richest man in the world. Even the 10 realms ancestors usually only possess one ancient artifact, and many did not even have any ancient artifacts. In essence, these ancient artifacts belong to the human race, and the ancestors only had the right to use them. So, it is true that he is the richest man in the world. No matter from which aspect. No one can be richer than Bai Donglin at this time. Sure enough, the ancients never lied to me. If you want to get rich quickly, the only way is war. Bai Donglin's eyes were filled with anticipation, looking forward to the next war breaking out. However, he estimated that he might have to wait for a long time. At this time, both the human race and the alien demon races were licking their wounds, recuperating, and accumulating strength. But he had a vague premonition in his heart that this was just the calm before the storm. And that day was not far away. It just lacked a fuse to ignite this powder keg. Such is the sudden appearance of a 5-colored divine stone. Before that, I have to improve my strength as quickly as possible. In the next war, I want to stand on my true home turf. A firm look flashed in by Donglin's eyes. He withdrew from the dark world with his mind, opened his eyes, and spoke slowly. His voice could be heard from far away. Xiaozi. Xiao. Come meet me in the backyard. Brother. Swoosh. 2 streams of light, one white and one purple, streaked across the void and instantly landed in Ziju residence. Brother. When did you come back? Bai Shishia's figure moved slightly, but then stopped suddenly because a purple shadow pounced on him before him. Brother. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Bai Donglin was speechless as he looked at Xiaozi, who was touching him all over. He stretched out his big hand, grabbed Xiaozi's fluffy little head, and lifted it up. Xiaozi. You still don't understand me? I think you want to take advantage of me. Big brother? TSK. That's right. Which woman wouldn't covet a man as outstanding as me? Bai Donglin joked and waved his arms. And Xiaozi danced in the wind like a noodle. Hey. Big brother. You are talking nonsense. I don't have that. Looking at Xiaozi, who covered her face with her hands and looked shy. Bai Donglin's brows trembled. He didn't dare to joke anymore and quickly threw her out. Xiao. What are you secretly happy about? Bai Donglin's face turned dark and he glared at Bai Xiao, whose shoulders were shaking from trying to hold back his laughter. He thought she was really lawless. Where was his authority as the eldest brother? Okay. I called you here to give you benefits. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed with white light, and he saw the increase in the strength of the two. He nodded slightly and continued. Your strength has improved quite well. It seems that you have not neglected your cultivation during this period. However, as the 12th floor master, this strength is still not enough. Bai Donglin flipped his palm, took out 2 storage rings, and threw them to her shoe. The huge space in them was filled with all kinds of precious resources and magical weapons. With a thought, he converted 100 million contribution points into sect contributions, and transferred 10 million to each of their Jidao bracelets. Hiss. Big brother. Which top power did you rob? Xiaozi and the other person only took a look at the inside of the storage space, and were dazzled by the precious light. They were stunned. This was a huge amount of wealth that they had never dreamed of. What nonsense are you talking about? This is all the hard work that Big Brother earned with his life. Use it well. Remember, if you want to be my helper, you must be at least a powerful god or demon. Come on, little ones. Thanks. Bro. We understand. The two looked at each other, their expressions stern and determined. They all knew clearly that their eldest brother was the most terrifying monster in the world, and his strength was changing day by day. If they didn't work hard, they might not be able to follow their eldest brother forever. Brother, let's go practice. After they finished talking, they turned into flowing light and disappeared into the distance. With the many cultivation sites of the Jidao Saint sect and the resources I provide, if you still can't grow up, then I will have to punish you according to the family rules. Well, we can't be partial to one and ignore the other. After Bai Donglin finished speaking, he took out a few storage rings, connected his mind to the dimensional coordinates in the order of the 12th floor master, opened the dimensional channel, and sent the rings over. Where did my second brother go? He's not in the real world. Bai Donglin looked at the only storage ring left in his hand, with a thoughtful look on his face, and his mind began to retrieve the information engraved in the dimension by the split body. Shinra Sword Prison? Second brother went to look for Louis. TSK. The Sour Smell of Love. Chapter 480 Super Thinking Quantum Cloud. After finishing these trivial tasks, Bai Donglin did not visit other old people in the holy sect. This is his character. He is indifferent by nature and never takes the initiative. If you come to him, he will treat you with courtesy, but it is absolutely impossible to ask him to take the initiative to build a relationship with you. He did not think that this was an emotional deficiency. He just saw things more clearly. The journey of the Great Road was originally a solitary journey that went forward courageously. It was best to have a companion, but it was normal without one, especially for a freak like him who made rapid progress. Now that he called Sheng Qing and Su Qi to come over, although he is fine, the other party will definitely be restless and even dare not look him in the face. This is the gap in status and cultivation, and the difference in life levels. This gap is 1 billion times stronger than that between the emperor and the beggar. While you were still gazing at the starry sky from a single star, I could already annihilate millions of suns, moons and stars with just a wave of my hand. There was no common language between the two of us at all. In the sea of origin laws, Bai Donglin stepped out from a light gate. With his current authority, He does not need to enter from the vortex channel outside, but can directly open the light gate in the Sea of Origin laws. Speaking of the authority of the Holy Sect, he has now, to some extent, stood at the pinnacle of the extreme. Human contribution is common to all human forces. The military merits gained on the battlefield will be distributed in the form of contribution points, which can be used for transactions. In addition, there is also a kind of hidden points. For example, Bai Donglin obtained 1 billion contribution points this time, and the corresponding hidden points also increased by 1 billion. This point cannot be used, and can only be accumulated and superimposed. Its only function is to measure his contribution rating to the human race. The Jidao Holy Sect also recognized this rating. So Bai Donglin has been promoted to the highest level 5 counselor of Jidao based on his contribution in the Ragnarok battle. This is the pinnacle of power of the Jidao Holy Sect. Going further up is the ancestor of the Tianyi Tian, which is an organization of another level, and is not included in the calculation. As a 5th level counselor, there is no place in the Jidao Holy Sect that he cannot go to, no facility that he cannot use, and any secret is at his disposal. Of course, the points consumed are the same. Fortunately, he doesn't lack this thing now. There are still more than 180 million. This Sea of Origin laws is so complicated. Bai Donglin looked up at the sky with amazement in his eyes. Those colorful and surging chains of laws could no longer cover his eyes. The truth behind them was revealed because of the increase in authority. It was a deep and dark cave, in which one could see the power of rules rolling and flowing endlessly. The establishment of the Sea of Origin laws is not about randomly selecting a place, but about using special means to open a hole in the weak point of the only true world, the node where the rules flow, and then developing a small world around this hole. The rich laws on the surface are only one of them. The rules within the cave are the essence. Although I don't need to go in to comprehend the rules yet. Practicing in this excellent environment can greatly increase the speed of law integration and the chance of success. Divine power, time and space, world, dimension, destruction, chaos, cause and effect, destiny, reincarnation, lust. The 10 basic rules he established had just been melted into the divine power foundation. This time during his retreat, he decided to melt them all out. The difficulty is actually not that great. After all, he has already completed it once. The reason why it is called retreat is that he wants to challenge the 10 fusion laws to the limit of 13. 13. I like this number. Bai Donglin chuckled, with an inexplicable evil amusement in his eyes. Before you refine your foundation, you should sharpen your knife first. He randomly found a mountain top and sat cross-legged there. His will slightly rippled, and the entire mountain was distorted and blocked, making it impossible for others to perceive or step on it. The eye of Adamogo, looking at the time gem shining with green light in his hand. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed with a trace of nostalgia. This gem was incomplete and had lost most of its power. Bai Donglin has now come a long way on the path of time. Even if he uses all his strength to activate this thing, he can only accelerate it 100 times, which is nothing compared to its original power. 100 times is 100 times. It's better than nothing. Buzz! The time gem vibrated violently, gushing out endless green light, and turned into a cocoon of light that tightly wrapped Bai Donglin. And the passage of time in it suddenly accelerated 100 times. Slowly close your eyes. Cut off all distracting thoughts with one stroke, and enter an empty and selfless state. When the war monument was integrated into another monument body, Bai Donglin's control over the dimensional world increased a lot. The most significant benefit it brought to him was the surge in his control over dimensional laws. He has a more thorough understanding of the dimension, and can already exert some power unique to the dimension. What he needs to do now is to upgrade his thinking again. The improvement of thinking can greatly enhance comprehension, calculation and other abilities, which is undoubtedly the best tool for refining the foundation of Taoism. Pure and spiritual energy cannot be available all the time. It is always a one-time consumable. Bai Donglin desires more for eternal and endless powerful thinking. Therefore, he does not seek from external things, but seeks from himself. In the past, dimensional leaps of thinking were simply based on dimensional time, connecting past and future thinking in order to achieve insight into time, closed-loop thinking, and spiral leap-like improvement. Now Bai Donglin can control the 3 major forces of the dimension at the same time, command and integrate them, and bring out all the characteristics of the dimension, endless space, true reproduction, and disordered time. Combine! Shishan sat cross-legged on top of the pitch-black stone tablet, put his hands together, and gave a low shout. The young-looking Buddha of the past and the illusory Buddha of the future took a step forward at the same time and entered Jishan's body, merging into one perfectly. Chant. The best body of the soul becomes transparent and illusory. In its head, a group of light groups like nebula shine fiercely. The nebula rotates quickly in a spiral shape. Dimension. Embodiment. Replication. Boom. The space where the mind nebula is located is shaking violently, twisting and stretching. And endless dimensional spaces appear, layer upon layer, no less than billions of them. Theoretically, dimensions are infinite, but the user's control over the dimensions determines the number of dimensions that can be divided. With Bai Dongling's current limit, even for the easiest illusory thoughts, he can only materialize 100 million layers. This number will continue to increase as he goes further on the path of dimensions. As Bai Dongling urged his thoughts, points of light began to appear in the billions of dimensional spaces. More and more points of light appeared and gradually formed a nebula. This was the same materialized thought. This is just the first step. The replicated thoughts have no effect. Their operations are all synchronized, and there is no improvement for Bai Donglin. Let's start. Bai Dongling's mind was extremely focused, and dimensions of space and time began to collapse and shrink under his manipulation, finally compressing the thought nebula into the size of a particle. Billions of thought particles slowly moved along inexplicable trajectories. But there was still a gap between them, and they could not be truly unified. Endless dimensions. Superthinking quantum cloud superposition simulation. Boom! Every particle of thought exploded instantly. Just like the opening up of the universe. The burst of thought light stretched out disorderly, penetrating space and time, linking up with each other one by one. And a cloud of thought quantum appeared that was irregular, expanding disorderly, and spinning wildly. Sizzle! Spots of lightning flashed through the quantum cloud of thought. They were sparks of thought and bursts of inspiration. The cloud is not moving stably, and there are signs of collapse, which is a reflection of the fact that billions of minds are not perfectly unified. However, all this was within Bai Dongling's expectations. After countless deductions, he had already come up with a solution. I. Self. Super me. Now. Split. Unite. In the dark, a thing that existed in the concept was cut out from every particle of thought. Billions of them merged into one. And in the inexplicable thing like molten soup, a ray of divine light was slowly born. God me. Bring down my thoughts. Buzz. The violently surging cloud of thought quantum particles was illuminated by the divine light, and suddenly calmed down and stabilized. Slowly rotating, billions of thought particles shone brightly and brilliantly. Success? Although he had gone through countless deductions, when he finally succeeded, Bai Donglin still felt endless joy in his heart. This was a fundamental improvement that would solve the problem once and for all. From now on, he would no longer need such trouble. His thinking would be infinitely elevated with the improvement of the dimensional way, with no upper limit. 100 million times of superposition is not just as simple as multiplying the previous thinking ability by 100 million, but it is immeasurable. With his current thinking ability, Bai Donglin decided to do a test, deriving the Guolihing numbers in his mind and writing down all the numbers as much as possible. With a little deduction, we can roughly calculate the time it will take. It only takes about 100 trillion years to write down all the Guolihing numbers. Hiss! Has my thinking become so terrible? Ignoring the exaggerated time, being able to completely remember the Guolihing number with the mind is already an unimaginable thing. The Graham number is an extremely large and specific number. For example, is the only real world big enough? Even if all the matter in the one true world were converted into an equal amount of ink, and placed in a fountain pen, even if all the ink was used up, it would still be impossible to write down all the digits of the Graham number. This is Graham's number. A number so large that even God feels powerless. But Bai Dongling's thinking can do it. Although it will take a long time of 100 trillion years, my thoughts can be infinitely improved. One day, I will be able to write down the Guolihing number in an instant. The knife has been sharpened. It's time to lay the foundation. At this moment, Bai Dongling's ability to perceive and comprehend is even stronger than when he used the clear spiritual energy. The integration of 13 laws is no longer an insurmountable gap. Chapter 481, Refining the Tao and Establishing the Heavenly Tao. Lust. The thoughts sank into the body, wandering and spreading in the bright and hot light of the origin, and shining spiritual orifices with vast aura flashed by continuously. It is like an infinite universe, with 365 main spiritual orifices standing still, and hundreds of thousands of hidden spiritual orifices constantly rotating in inexplicable trajectories. Bai Donglin's gaze turned to the Divine Sea spiritual acupoint. Although there was no order of priority in smelting the Tao Foundation, the reason why he started smelting the Divine Sea spiritual acupoint first was to strengthen the thinking of the soul, which could increase the smelting speed again. The rules of lust are based on the laws of the soul and integrate the 7 emotions and 6 desires. This rule can enhance the soul, 6 senses, strengthen the will, and stabilize the heart of Tao. It is a rule of power that governs and evolves the state of mind of the cultivator. I think, therefore I am. The importance of this abstract rule can be imagined. He suppressed his thoughts, and under Bai Donglin's urging, the light of origin in his body shone violently. His soul and thoughts poured out. His will covered everything, and control was running at full power. With the blessing of all kinds of great powers, those hidden spiritual orifices shrouded in the light of origin were activated and began to change their trajectory and operate. The hidden spiritual orifices are connected to form a bridge, linking the spiritual orifices of the laws one by one. The laws are replicated and spread, flowing into the sea of gods, and fusing into the core of the laws in the center. Under the control of the powerful mind, everything went very smoothly. The 13 spiritual orifices vibrated violently, and the light was dazzling, especially the spiritual orifice of the Sea of Divines, which served as the core of the fusion, was an abstract and colorful light with an extremely broad aura. Among the 7 emotions and 6 desires, Bai Donglin abandoned the law of fear. Fear? He didn't need this thing. It was as if 13 suns appeared in the dark void of the universe, and many hidden spiritual orifices were connected to each other with strange and mysterious trajectories under the penetration of the light of the origin, faintly forming a pattern that seemed to be true but was not. Mysterious and profound. The literary desires of the Great Way. A complicated Taoist text slowly emerged between Bai Donglin's eyebrows, as if it contained all the emotions in the world. I didn't expect it to be so smooth. Bai Donglin was filled with emotion. The last time he integrated the 10 laws, he felt extremely exhausted. But this time, he just put in a little effort and succeeded naturally. The heaven-defying thinking would indeed bring endless benefits. Also, my will is a little loose, which is a sign of breaking through the 6th realm. The most fundamental reason why he chose to refine the rules of desire was to enhance his will. Will is extremely useful and is related to the control of immortality. Since it is so simple, let's perfect the foundation of divine power rules first. As his mind moved, the light of origin shone, and the hidden spiritual orifices were connected again, connecting the 3 spiritual orifices of the laws. 3 colorful lines were added to the divine power text again, making it even more mysterious and the aura even deeper. Desire, destiny, and cause and effect are the 3 basic rules of Taoism. They were established by Bai Donglin around the upper Dantian, the sea of divine spirit, and the sky where the main spiritual orifices of the human body are distributed. Divine power, time and space, world, dimension, the 4 basic rules of Taoism, are built around the spiritual orifice of the sea of blood in the middle Dantian, the land where the main spiritual orifices of the human body are distributed. Destruction, chaos, and reincarnation are the 3 basic rules of Taoism, which are built around the lower Dantian, Shihai and Lingqiao, the main spiritual orifice of the human body. It's done! Bai Donglin suddenly opened his eyes. A brilliant divine light flashed, and all the spiritual orifices in his body were connected. Countless dense lines and veins intertwined in the light of the origin of life to form 10 complicated and terrifying Taoist texts. The last time he smelted out the divine power, Bai Donglin's strength increased by 20% out of thin air. Now the Taoist foundation has been fully smelted, and it is a fusion of 13 laws that transcend common sense. Every spiritual orifice has been amplified and enhanced. His strength suddenly increased 5-fold out of thin air. This is entirely the power from the law, without consuming any energy. It just adds power. Call. Bai Donglin exhaled deeply, clenched his fists, and his surging strength was instantly mastered under his terrifying thinking. The foundation of the rules has been established. Now I just need to wait for the power of my rules to emerge. The understanding of the rules can speed up this process. He felt inexplicably comfortable in his heart. The 365 laws in his body before were extremely complicated, and he could not use many of them. Now all the laws have been transformed into nutrients for smelting, which can be regarded as a further integration and control of power. In the future, when using the laws, you can just activate the corresponding Taoist texts. and the power will be doubled. With my current strength, if I unleash it at full power, I should have already reached the level of a crowned emperor. Bai Donglin's eyes were a little dazed. Feng Huang, the Black Mist Demon Emperor, whom he regarded as a formidable enemy before, was only at this level. But other people had practiced hard for millions of years to reach this state. While he is not even 100 years old at most. It's really fun to cheat. It's even more fun to keep cheating. No. I did this entirely through my own efforts. There is no such thing as cheating. After refining the Tao foundation of rules, Bai Donglin did not choose to leave immediately, as he had more important things to do. While completing the plan, he could also devote his energy to comprehending the laws of the Sea of Origin laws. Without any delay. Heavenly plan. The way of heaven is the will of the world. In Bai Donglin's view, each of his infinite spiritual orifices is a huge world, at least with the potential for development. How to increase the speed at which the spiritual orifice absorbs energy is what Bai Donglin is considering now. Similarly, this is also a stage of practice in the true scripture of conceiving the god and forging the demon. Just like the ultimate evil in the world of Sea of Blood and inaction in the world of Sea of Qi. They are now the way of heaven in their respective worlds and control everything in that world. The heavenly Tao plan is to place a controller for each spiritual orifice. In this way, the speed at which the spiritual orifice absorbs energy will increase dramatically. We can start now. The evil is almost ready. Bai Donglin slowly closed his eyes, and his mind sank into the endless Sea of Blood. In the turbulent Sea of Blood, Ji was sitting cross-legged on a blood lotus, with a black knife of death placed across his knees. Hee. The time has come. Billions of blood gods. Show up. Boom. The Sea of Blood rolled endlessly. In the deepest part of the Sea of Blood, in the blood eyes, dense scarlet spots of light emerged. Each spot of light was fluctuating with a burning will. Deeper in the Sea of Blood, there are many naked men sleeping. These are the bodies bred from the ultimate evil. The humane Wu Wei uses these bodies. But now it is still in the experimental stage. The bodies have a huge flaw. Wu Wei and their separated souls carry immortal healing abilities. As long as they are not dead, the injuries they receive will recover at a very fast speed. And they can also be converted into enhanced energy. However, these bodies that were created cannot do this. So Bai Donglin calls them incomplete and imperfect. Those floating scarlet spots of light were equally imperfect. They were all the blood god's sons transformed from the ultimate evil. In essence, they were still Bai Donglin's souls. But like the physical body they conceived, they did not inherit the two major talents. Bai Donglin also thought about it, and thought that this might be related to his spiritual realm, which could not maintain so many souls. Although it is incomplete, it is sufficient to serve as the will of heaven in the spiritual world. The imperfections can be made up for naturally when the soul is advanced in the future. 129,600 heavenly Taos. Establish. The soul moves freely, and the spiritual orifices that are already connected to each other have brought great convenience to the heavenly Tao plan. These scarlet spots of light quickly spread towards the one spiritual orifice along the bridge built by the hidden spiritual orifices. The light spots are Bai Donglin's soul fragments, which have an inseparable relationship with the spiritual orifice. The spiritual orifice is formed by the explosion of the singularity condensed by Bai Donglin using blood essence. And these soul fragments are born from the Sea of Blood, making the connections even closer. As soon as the soul entered the spiritual orifice, it attached itself to the core of the law, and along the lines of the law, it instantly mastered the entire spiritual orifice world. From the outside world, it could be seen that the spiritual orifice that was taken over had a faint flash of red light. And then it was filled with an inexplicable meaning, as if it had life. The birth of each will of heaven will impose a burden on Bai Donglin's soul. But fortunately, his upgraded mind can easily bear the pressure of these souls. The speed at which the divided souls spread was extremely fast. Within a moment, every spiritual orifice flashed a red light, establishing the will of heaven. My spiritual acupoints are full of vitality. These wills of heaven and earth seem to be extensions of my thoughts. My spiritual acupoints have a higher affinity with the laws. The most important thing is, after Bai Donglin had a careful understanding, he moved his mind, and the philosopher's stones flew out from the dark world, and sank into many spiritual orifices. Each spiritual orifice was temporarily divided into 10,000 pieces. As soon as the philosopher's stone entered the spiritual space, it began to gush out energy crazily. After an inexplicable transformation, it turned into a wisp of chaotic air, lingering around the core of the law. Incredible! The speed at which each spiritual orifice devours is almost equivalent to the previous integration. In other words, the speed at which I digest energy has increased by more than 100,000 times. His strength skyrocketed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bai Donglin's eyes showed excitement. He finally saw the hope of digesting the Philosopher's Stone. 6 billion was indeed a bit too much. After I devour it, I wonder how much my strength will be improved. Bai Donglin immersed himself in cultivation with anticipation in his eyes. The endless abyss, located below the concept of the only true world, is an extremely large alien battlefield. This battlefield is even more terrifying than the battlefield of the gods. The endless abyss demons are also more powerful. Some clues can be seen from the boundary. Across the dark and deep boundary is the world of abyss demons. The endless abyss plane. It was clinging tightly to the wall of the only real world, like a gigantic worm, gnawing at the wall of the real world with its pitch-black abyss mouth. The reason why the abyss is so bold is also related to the special structure of its world. It is known whether it is an endless plane. It does not know whether the human race does not know. At least in the era of chaos, the physical cultivation has entered the endless abyss and shattered millions of layers of planes. In such a harsh battlefield, the human race's defending force is naturally extremely powerful. Tall temples stand at the entrance to the dark boundary, and ancestors are in charge of them. On the throne of the temple, an old ancestor with a haggard figure suddenly opened his eyes, and his figure flashed, and he appeared in a secret room. Mingyu, what happened? Why is this happening? The old man looked at Mingyu, who was lying on the ground with a weak breath, with a dim gaze. At a glance, he saw through the collapsing world inside his body and his rapidly falling state of mind. Grandfather, I don't know. Cough, cough. Mingyu coughed up a few mouthfuls of divine blood and was extremely weak. Upon seeing this, the old man raised his hand and shot out a stream of divine power to stabilize his injuries. But he was helpless as his realm had fallen. I opened the world tree of the world, and it disappeared inexplicably. Silently, as if there has never been, never appeared. The old man frowned when he heard this. This was his temple, and nothing could escape his perception. It was impossible for anyone to attack Mingyu under his nose. Alas, fool, I was against you using the world tree to break through the 10 realms. After all, it is something from the world of gods. According to the time, this is the final moment of Ragnarok. The gods must have made some backup plan. When Mingyu heard this, his expression suddenly turned ugly. He was the bloodline left by his grandfather, and it was not his intention to accidentally step into the Ragnarok situation. This was indeed the calculation of the human race's top leaders. But countless Qianyuan disciples did die because of his greed. So he had no words to say if he was convicted. The ancestor pulled his face and consumed 100 million contributions and kept him. He thought that the world's tree was the only comfort. Gods, Mingyu, will never coexist with you. Well, idiot. The old man estimates that the god world should be destroyed at this time. Mingyu. Chapter 482. A shot that shocked the world. In the cultivation treasure place of the origin, under the blessing of evolutionary thinking, 10 rules and paths have grown rapidly. The law of time is close to perfection. After a year of seclusion, Bai Donglin has added time acceleration on top of the 100-fold acceleration of the time gem. The speed of progress in cultivation is not static. As the perception of dimensional laws increases, the thought quantum cloud adds another 50 million thought particles. The growth of the will of heaven also increases the speed of energy absorption. Time flies, and 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. As time has accelerated, he has actually been practicing for more than 1,000 years. These were the longest years ever. But Bai Donglin did not feel bored at all. He was swimming in the ocean of the great Tao at all times, his heart filled with joy. If possible, he would even continue practicing like this. Unfortunately, there are only 1 billion Philosopher's Stones left, and they won't last much longer. An uncontrollable groan of pain inexplicably sounded in Bai Donglin's mind. It hurts. It hurts so much. Junior brother, I am in so much pain. I am sorry. Junior brother, I am sorry. It's useless. Senior sister, I'm about to die. I'm not afraid of the pain. I just want to see my junior brother for the last time before I die. Junior brother, I miss you so much. Boom. Bai Donglin instantly woke up from his immersion in the great Tao, and suddenly opened his dark eyes. The terrifying aura that emanated from him caused the sea of origin laws to stagnate, and awakened many disciples of the holy sect who were seeking enlightenment. Pity! Huh? Tianji Pavilion. You are so brave. Bai Donglin stood up slowly. His eyes filled with white light. He saw the information engraved in the dimension by the 12th floor master's order, and understood everything in an instant. Wu Wei, if you like to understand the Tao, then stay here. The foundation of the Tao is about to be nurtured and cannot be interrupted. Good. Sizzle. Raise your hand to tear the dimension channel. Step into it into the disappearance, leaving only a look of indifference and nothing. And he has never moved. After Bai Donglin left for a long time, the stagnant sea of original laws finally returned to normal. Many disciples of the holy sect breathed a sigh of relief. A shadow had just filled their minds, as if they were going to die in the next moment. They didn't know which god or demon in the holy sect was angry, and it was so terrifying. Bai Donglin stepped into the scarlet dimensional channel with his hands behind his back. Here, time lost its meaning. In the past, he could reach his destination in one step. But now, he could stroll freely in the dimension. There was a flash of white light in his eyes, as he stared closely at the 12th floor master Ling Xian. There were dimensional coordinates in each token, as well as many means arranged by him. Lin Xian was about to die, which triggered one of the means. Somehow, his will was connected with his. Tianji Pavilion is one of the top power. The base of its Qianyuan realm naturally has the array of protecting the sky against the sky. It is the same as the power of the dimension. The reason why he could use the dimensional world to enter and exit the Jidao Holy Sect was because he had the Jidao bracelet and the sect protection formation was open to him. However, this time he wanted to directly step into the core forbidden area of the Tianji Pavilion through the dimension. But it was not possible. The Tianji Pavilion's guardian array is not possible. However, if it takes time to contact the people in Tianji Pavilion, after a complicated report, I am afraid that he will not be able to persist at that time. And he is unwilling to do so. For thousands of years, he has not been doing nothing but practicing. His extremely powerful mind gives him the energy to accomplish everything he wants to do, including research on the ancient artifacts. As soon as Bai Donglin's thinking moved, his thoughts did not enter a spiritual trick. Infinite and wide spiritual space. The central core spread a silver-gray ocean. This is an ocean formed by the gathering of chaotic energy. Every spiritual orifice is exactly the same. This is the contribution of countless philosophers' stones over the past 1,000 years. The size of the chaos and the sea represents the strength of the spiritual trick. And it also determines the size given to him by the $1 spirit. Without knowing how strong the ancestor is, it is no exaggeration to say that he is now the number one person under the 10th realm. Kumganer. Chant. In the deepest part of the chaotic sea of energy, a shocking gun roar resounded, and a streak of light shot out and landed in Bai Donglin's hands. Normally, only a strong person in the 10th realm can activate ancient artifacts. Although Bai Donglin knew this, he was unwilling to let the treasure be put aside. So he experimented with the means he had one by one, and finally found that the chaotic energy can be used as a source of energy to activate ancient artifacts. Humph! You didn't even inform me of such an important matter first. You deserve to be shot. Drink! Bai Donglin roared angrily, and brilliant divine light burst out from his body. A terrifying aura of Taoist text appeared all over his body. Veins bulged in his right hand as he tightly grasped the spear. He took a step, leaned back, and formed an extremely perfect arc, with all his strength unified. White light gushed out of his eyes as he locked his eyes firmly on the Tianji Pavilion's protective formation. His spear vibrated and trembled, emitting a rich silver-gray light. It was the chaotic energy boiling and burning. Kumganer. Will be in. Pierce it. Eternal gun. Boom! Bai Donglin throwing a long gun. And the horrible violence and the power of the dimming were fragmented. Ean! Click! Click! Kumganer's speed is beyond thinking and transcends time and space. Wherever it passes, the tip of the gun destroys everything that stands in its way. Buzz! At the moment before Bai Donglin's gun throwing a gun, under the huge crisis shrouded, the Tianji Pavilion was arranged from the ancient times. And the many years of the protection of the array of blessed by the years was instantly activated. The vitamin of the vastness can be seen in any corner of the Qianyuan realm. This is. Countless monks felt it and looked up in shock. Suddenly they felt a sharp pain in their eyes and quickly lowered their heads to find that their eyeballs had been pierced. His good prophets. The moment the formation rose, Kumganer had already appeared in front of the thick barrier. Silently, a big hole was pierced through the powerful formation that could withstand the bombardment of the Emperor. Without any fierce strikes, no sound, and even no energy fluctuations. The formation was penetrated like this. This is Kundajal. Definitely hit. Definitely penetrate. Crack. An inexplicable force erupted from the round and smooth hole. And countless cracks spread. The fist-sized hole suddenly expanded to 1,000,000 feet. Bold. Who dares to attack Tianji Pavilion? Boom. Inside and outside the Tianji Pavilion, countless terrifying auras burst out, and white-robed figures stood in the void. Their eyes surveying the world. Their hands pinching the magic formula. And seeing through the secrets of heaven. Huh? It's me. Bai Donglin stepped out of the dimension, holding the automatically returning Kunganer in his hand, and ignoring the crazy sweeping thoughts of everyone. His figure appeared in the depths of a towering temple, which was the core forbidden area of the Tianji Pavilion. Stop! Madman. Do you know what a sin you have committed? Everyone's expressions changed drastically as they sensed Bai Donglin's breath. Their figures flashed and appeared in the temple, surrounding Bai Donglin. Bai Donglin frowned and glanced at everyone with a violent look. The void behind him trembled, and a realm filled with vast and oppressive power emerged. Mysterious Taoist text formed by millions of bright lights gathered together, faintly flashing with scarlet light. Tianji Pavilion. Don't make the mistake. Buzz. A dense buzzing sound was heard in the hall. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Looking down, they saw the mark of the fighting spirit shining fiercely, and military rank certificates automatically appeared behind their heads. There was a scarlet waning moon and a scorching sun, all of which were trembling slightly, and the light was dim, with a tendency to collapse. This is Lord. What? The elders of the many days of the good pavilion changed greatly, and the subconscious steps subconsciously came back. And then, there was a trace of understanding in my heart. The 4 characters of the Baijia Lord echoed over the heart over again, which contained the meaning of warning. This is the real Lord of the realm. It's him. He is Bai Donglin. At this time, someone finally recognized Bai Donglin. In fact, it had only been 2 breaths since Kunganer broke through the protective sect formation, due to various unexpected events and everyone's emotional excitement. It took some time for them to recognize Bai Donglin. After all, Bai Donglin has a special meaning for Tianji Pavilion. Every elder has already seen Bai Donglin's portrait. Lord Bai. Everyone's expression became pale. Her forehead was immersed in sweat. And these wise men didn't know how to speak for a while. Everyone, get out. Bai Donglin spoke indifferently. He didn't have time to argue with these old men. After that, he walked towards the stone platform deep in the hall. Yes, sir. Everyone knew that they had caused a big disaster, and that the matter was no longer something they could handle. So they quickly bowed and left the temple in a flash. Deep in the temple, there stands a sky-high platform made of sacred white moonstone. There is no dome on the stone platform, only a deep cave that connects to nowhere. On the top platform of Tontian Terrace, endless white light gathered and intertwined to form a huge ball of light. Faintly, one could see a woman in a white dress floating in it, with her slender brows tightly furrowed, as if she was enduring unimaginable pain. Bai Donglin took a step forward and appeared inside the ball of light. He frowned, and his eyes, like white fireflies, had already seen through the situation deep inside Lian Xion's body. Fortunately, I am not dead yet. Now that he is here, it would be difficult for me to die even if I wanted to. Only 5 breaths of time had passed since he was awakened by Lian Xion's call. Junior brother, is that you? It seemed to feel Bai Donglin's breath. His eyes trembled slightly, and opened his eyes difficultly. When he looked at the figure in front of his eyes, he could not help but flash with joy. I didn't expect to see you before I died. Brother. How nice. The clear eyes stared at Bai Donglin tightly. If she wanted to see more longer, she knew her situation and had 10 times. And she would die completely. And the true spirit could not be left. Humph. Death? You are one of the 12 building owners of Baiyujing. No one can take your life without my permission. When Lianqin heard this, her lips pursed and tears welled up in her eyes. She had never cried even though she was in such terrible pain. But Bai Donglin's words hit the most vulnerable part of her heart. Don't worry. I'll take care of everything. Bai Donglin's expression became serious. He stepped into the void and walked in front of Lian Xion. He stretched out his finger and pressed it on her forehead. Lianqin sniffed and nodded heavily, as if she felt the warmth of the fingertips on her forehead. And her brows, which were furrowed in pain, relaxed. My junior brother is such a gentle person. Chapter 483 Eternal Protection. Who is it? He actually activated the ancient killing weapon in the Qianyuan realm. The horror of Kunying's flashes was so eye-catching that he couldn't hide it as a 10-story ancestor. The ancestors of Tian are much more relaxed than those who guard the battlefields. This is also a kind of rotating vacation. However, it does not mean that the ancestors of Tian do not have to worry about anything. They observe the hinterland of the human race in the only true world, sense abnormalities, and control everything. Especially the areas such as Qianyuan and Kunmo are of paramount importance and are the areas where the ancestors paid special attention. In order to protect the integrity of the human race's territory and resources, and to avoid affecting weaker creatures, the human race's Supreme Council established a rule that battles between cultivators above the level of great power must be conducted within the dimensional space. The offenders are sanctioned by those who cause huge losses. But just now, someone in the Qianyuan realm promoted the big killer of the ancient weapon. With such boldness, many ancestors frowned, and then cast their eyes from the sky. Huh? On the bank of Taihu Lake, an old man was fishing with his eyes closed. Suddenly he woke up, opened his eyes, and looked around. As if he saw through the dimension, he saw a figure holding a gun and about to throw it. It's this kid. Incredible. He is worthy of being the one passed down from the ancient ancestors' order for me to wait for. It's really scary that he has grown to this level in such a short period of time. The old man's eyes were filled with shock. This was the second time he felt shocked in billions of years. The last time was also because of Bai Donglin. He was shocked by the other party's talent in the way of will. This ancient artifact is quite interesting. There were countless nebulae flowing in his eyes. In an instant, the old man carefully observed Kunganer for decades in the reflection of stagnant time and understood its characteristics thoroughly. Real. Pure. A single attack will not affect the Qianyuan realm. Don't stop it. The old man's expression slightly moved, and his mind fell into the real world. He sensed several gazes coming from the outer world, and flicked his fingers to cut them off. He slowly spoke. This person is given to the old process. Wait back. It's the fisherman, Senior. I obey your command. Thank you for your help, Senior. The expressions of the ancestors changed slightly. They raised their hands slightly, and then withdrew their gazes. On the bank of the long river of time, there is an old fisherman, who is one of the most mysterious ancestors of the human race. Since ancient times, there has been a fisherman in every era, whose mission is to protect the Qianyuan realm forever. It is said that there is also such a person in Kunmo realm. But that person is more mysterious and rarely shows up. Tianji Pavilion, the temple's Tontian Terrace, and the inside of the light ball. Bai Donglin's expression was solemn. His thoughts and will poured out and sank into Lianqin's sea of consciousness. The three lights filled his body and enveloped Lianqin. The powerful healing energy instantly stabilized his body and soul, which were about to collapse. With the entry of ideas, the situation inside the sea is more clearly observed by Bai Donglin. I didn't expect that after such a long period of strengthening, Lian Xian's soul still cannot satisfy the heavenly secret compass. Before he left the real world, he left many enhanced energy crystals to Lianqin. After being nourished by the enhanced energy, Lianqin's soul was strengthened dozens of times. Among cultivators at the same level, not to mention physical cultivation, even chi cultivation is far inferior to Lian Xian. Humph! I'm afraid it's because of the inexplicable strengthening of Lianqin's soul that gave the old guys in Tianji Pavilion the confidence that the Tianjin project would succeed. But obviously, things are not as simple as they thought. The problem lies with this Tianji compass. It is rumored that this is a magical tool created by the first-generation ancestor of Tianji Pavilion. But is this really the case? Bai Donglin frowned and stared at the Tianji compass. I saw the heavens at this time, as if it was a round of holy bright moon. It was hung in the sea of pity, extending countless and invisible crystal silk threads, deep in the soul of the pity, and even the core true spirit was tightly covered. At the same time, the strange blood of the pitying of the body was introduced, and countless colorful and unreal light spots floated from the depths of the blood veins. Instead of combining the endless silk threads, it was tightly fitted at the top of the silk thread, giving the special ability of the silk thread. Drill into the spirit. This thing dared to fight true spirit. Bai Donglin's eyebrows twitched slightly. This was a step he had not seen in the Tianjin plan. Did the old guys in Tianji Pavilion hide it from him? Or did they not know either? It's meaningless to think about this now. After the thread is merged with the soul particles, it can no longer be cut or separated. The Tianjin project cannot be stopped and must be carried out. After making a decision, his mind works, and he deduced countless times in an instant. choosing the most perfect solution. Lianqin has really gotten a great advantage this time. Bai Donglin joked in his heart. But it was just talk. After all, they were all family members. So there was nothing wrong in giving her a hand. It would keep things within the family. Before the beginning, improve the body and soul as much as possible. Previously, Bai Donglin did not complete the specific process of implementing the plan to implement it, and only thought that it only needed to be strong. But now it seems that the power of the peculiar bloodline is equally important. And the stronger the better. To increase the power of blood, you only need to strengthen your body. As a panacea, strengthening energy can do this perfectly. As soon as Bai Donglin thought about it, the Yao Gua deduction service of the Tianluo space immediately started to shine. And at the same time a message was transmitted to the hearts of every Tianluo host. To celebrate the human race's eradication of the world of gods, Tianluo space is holding a special promotion. Within 10 days, the price of Yao Gua deduction will be greatly reduced to only 10% off. A big 90% discount. You can't afford to lose. You can't afford to be cheated. The Tianluo host who received the information was stunned at the same time. My goodness. Is the old stingy Tianluo space going crazy? This is the first event in history. Moreover, it has been 5 years since the destruction of the world of the gods. Isn't your celebration a little late? But no matter what, this is a good opportunity to take advantage. Maybe the Tianluo space is really temporarily out of order. If you don't take advantage of it now, when will you? Many Tianluo hosts did not hesitate at all. Some tore off their hair and sent them into the Tianluo space. Some shed blood. Some hoped for a better effect of the Yao Gua. And some even cut off their hands and feet and sent them into the Tianluo space, fearing that the objects serving as the medium would not contain enough true spiritual energy. Bai Donglin estimated the limit of the backlash from heaven and earth that he could withstand now. So he burned many media, activated the Xiantian Tai Chi Bagua diagram, and began to deduce the hexagrams. The peeping and leaking the heavens, followed by the horrible world of the world. At the same time, it acts on the body of the soul, which brings huge harm to Bai Donglin. However, under the calculation of his precise thinking, he is always at the critical point of death. All energy is manipulated, all poured into the pity body. One is divided into two, the soul and the flesh. The crazy enhancement. The gap between Bai Donglin and the pitying is too large. And the reinforcement energy that can be transformed by the transformation of the threat of death can be imagined how huge this is. For pity, this is undoubtedly a large number of Tianhe. 7 days later, Bai Donglin stopped his actions. Lianqin's body and soul had been raised to the great perfection of the divine source realm by him. You must know that Lianqin is just a cultivator in the supernatural power realm at this time. Damn it! Even I am a little envious of this kind of treatment. If I had such a huge amount of enhanced energy to use before, why would I have gone to such great lengths to commit suicide? This is the difference between different levels of life. If a higher level life lets slip a little benefit through its fingers, it will be a huge fortune for lower level life. Almost done. We can start. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly. What he wanted to do was to transform Lianqin's thinking and use his endless dimension. Superthinking quantum cloud superposition mimicry on Lianqin. To integrate the Tianji compass is essentially to create a central core with life will for the Tianji compass. Similar to an artifact spirit, but also different. In short, one must have a powerful mind. I want to see how big your appetite is. I still don't believe that even the thought quantum cloud can't satisfy you. Dimension, embodiment, replication. As Bai Donglin's mind moved, the pity of the soul, the dimension began to pile up countless folds, dense, and hundreds of thousands of layers. Lian Xian is not him. And even the fire of will is not ignited. Whether it is will, state of mind, or heart of Tao, they all have a huge impact on the control of thinking. He can add a 100 millionth layer as soon as he comes. And even as the dimension increases, he still increases his mind particles without worry. The limit of compassion, according to his deduction, is only 500,000 levels. I, self, super me, unity, God I, command thoughts. Bai Donglin, who had experience in superimposing billions of layers, operated the 500,000 layers with ease and smoothly. In a moment, Lian Xian's thinking had changed drastically, and a quantum cloud of thought was successfully formed. The pity does not have the ability to control the dimension, and does not have the ability to compress the thinking particles. Since then, if Bai Dong can't shoot, It can only maintain it at 500,000 layers. But this is enough. There are two ways to improve thinking. One is quantitative change, which is to infinitely superimpose thinking particles like by Donglin. The second is qualitative change, which improves the realm of the soul. Then all the superimposed thought particles will be improved synchronously. By Donglin himself was carried out at the same time. As for the pity, it was unnecessary to enhance the realm of divine soul, which was enough for her to be used for a lifetime. Buzz. At the moment when the mercy of the thoughts appeared, the heavenly compass was impressed, trembling fiercely, and an extremely bright light broke out. In the light, it became ethereal and vague, and with a slight flash, it instantly appeared in the center of Lianxin's thought quantum cloud, merging with the conceptual divine self. Everything seems natural and harmonious. The pity wakes up from the sleep, opened his eyes fiercely, and his eyes were lingering by endless holy white light. A bright moon slowly emerges between the eyebrows, containing endless mysteries. Junior brother, looking at the pity in her arms. Bai Donglin shook. Good guy. How did this shy girl become so bold? Could it be a ghost of the heavenly compass? Sure enough, this broken plate doesn't look like a good thing at first glance. Chapter 484, 9 Realms of Will. Senior Sister Lianxin? Bai Donglin blinked his eyes, and keenly felt that Lianxin, who was holding him, was getting hotter and hotter. Could it be that the complete recovery of his bloodline had some sequelae? The moment the heaven's secret compass merged into the quantum cloud of Lianxin's thoughts, under his observation, the special bloodline related to destiny underwent a leap-forward sublimation. Sorry. My brother is my state of disappointment. A trace of nostalgia flashed in Lianxin's eyes. Her little face, which was resting on Bai Donglin's chest, was already blood-red. She felt extremely shy in her heart. She quickly loosened her hands, took 2 steps back, lowered her head, and began to play with her skirt again. Well, there is nothing. There is great horror between life and death, and any abnormal performance is normal. Seeing that Lianxian had returned to normal, Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction, and then continued, Sister Lianxin, this can be considered a blessing in disguise. Apart from other things, this experience of hovering between life and death, remembering the feeling just now will help you ignite the fire of will in the future. Well, thank you, junior brother. How is it, after integrating the heavenly secret compass? Do you feel any changes? Bai Donglin showed curiosity in his eyes. The mysteries of heaven belong to the rules of destiny. He has melted all the related laws of this kind into the foundation of destiny. He is very sensitive to the abnormal fluctuations of the mysteries of heaven. In his field of vision, endless threads of divine secrets, like swimming fish, lingered around Lianxian obediently, and even penetrated deep into his soul. If his guess was correct, they should all be integrated into the divine secret compass. Well, I feel like the world is completely different now. The blush on Lianxin's face gradually faded, and her agitated emotions calmed down. She slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with holy light, and looking around, the entire world was covered and connected by a kind of silk thread. These invisible and intangible threads form a multidimensional grid, running through dimensional time and space, connecting the past and the future. Nothing is absent from it, and nothing does not exist. He lowered his eyes, and took a look at a piece of moonstone that was used to build the Tantian Terrace. In an instant, countless images flashed through his mind. This moonstone was born, discovered and collected, went through several twists and turns, and was finally delivered to the hands of the Tianji Pavilion. Everything that comes into contact with this moonstone will extend a new line of secrets, and its past and present lives. Everything will be transformed into clear pictures and read by the compassionate mind. The disorderly splitting was like a tree diagram. In just a short moment, billions of lines of destiny were split, and more than tens of millions of lives were affected. This was just because she took a look at this ordinary moonstone. In theory, if the pity thinking is strong enough, with this moonstone, or anything else, you can connect everything in the only real world through the sky. Wow! It's amazing! Lianxin was like a child who had discovered a toy. She saw the other hidden side of the world. The past and the future were all under her observation. There was a holy light shining in her eyes. She looked at this and that, and had a lot of fun. Huh? Lianxian was suddenly stunned. She looked at Bai Donglin, but did not see any thread of heaven's secrets on him. It was as if he was an isolated body from heaven's secrets. All the threads automatically avoided Bai Donglin. Junior brother. This is too special. Everything, including herself, is linked by densely skirochemical lines. Did you find out? This is my junior brother's secret. Remember to keep it secret for me. Bai Dong smiled lowly. As the only creature in this world, he was not in the heavens. And naturally there was no sky. Yes, I will. He nodded solemnly, and did not chase the instead of asking. Instead, he told Bai Donglin in detail about his changes, and everything you saw and heard. Bai Donglin frowned slightly when he heard this, and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. This compass of heaven is indeed not that simple. He can usually use the innate Taiji Bagua diagram to follow the breath of the true spirit of living beings to peek into the heavenly secrets. But this does not include dead objects without true spirits. The only time he did was to use the heavenly Marilog to deduce the rule of the seeds. And he needed a huge price. But the current pity can be easily done. It is really extraordinary. This day's compass. Sister Madam, what is the essence of the paddling of the heavenly machine? There is no doubt that the problem must be with this compass. Lianxin has integrated the Tianji compass, and should be able to see things that he cannot see. Lian Xian had a pensive look on her face. Her eyes closed, sensing something carefully. Its name is Creation. Jade Disc? Ha! Bai Donglin's eyes widened when he heard this. And he was shocked. It turned out to be this thing. No wonder. What the first generation of the ancestor of the Geka Pavilion is the information of the eye-catching people. But I do not know why the Tianxi Pavilion lost the truth. However, it seems to be incomplete, having lost most of its power, and only has something to do with fate. The pity slowly opened her eyes without much difference in her eyes. After all, she didn't know the meaning of this thing. Patty, you do it if you know this. Don't tell outsiders. Okay. All right. He nodded with a good job, and trusted unconditionally to Bai Donglin's words. In any case, his brother would not harm her. Let's go. The old guys of Tianji Pavilion can be tough at this time. Bai Donglin frowned slightly, turning around and walking out of the temple with pity. The keen sense of will. He can clearly feel those anxious emotions. Click, click, click. The heavy door of the temple opened slowly, and the old man who had a large group of hair was white. And he stood up outside the door. Come out. Mayor. It's okay. Did the Tianxin project succeed? All the elders of the Tianji Pavilion were relieved, and their faces were dissipated. Sure enough, their calculations were not wrong. Under the help of the blood, the pitying soul could perfectly integrate the heavenly compass. Don't you think? This is your credit. Right? Bai Donglin frowned, and his expression was unhappy. How could he not see the thoughts of these people? If he hadn't had time to come in time, he would have to be fragrant. Even in the future, if he can resurrect her, who knows how long it will be. Even if Lianxin comes back to life, she will lose that period of time and have no relatives. Lord Bai. You mean? An old man with white eyebrows and beard that reached the ground, with a heavy and majestic demeanor, walked out of the crowd, bowed his hands, and asked in confusion, Old man, are you the owner of the contemporary Sky Pavilion? Bai Donglin's eyes slightly moved. And this majesty can only be raised by the peak of the rights of one party. Yes, the old man is the contemporary cabinet. Lord Bai, listen to what you mean. Is the Tianxin plan accidental? Forget it. Now it is meaningless to say these. I just want to ask you, why did you start planning to notify me? Bai Donglin's expression was slightly cold, and his tone was reprimanded. He really didn't know the self-confidence of these people. At first, he hinted that he had been in He-Do. Ahem. Lord Bai, we also thought about contacting you, but we couldn't find any trace of you. And your secret is? The head of Tianji Pavilion looked embarrassed and stopped talking halfway, fearing that he had touched upon Bai Donglin's taboo secrets. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly. The other party was indeed not lying. Then he turned around and looked at Lian Xian with a blaming look. Junior brother, I was afraid you would worry. I thought it would go smoothly. Lian Xian looked apologetic. With the 12th floor master order, she could easily contact Bai Donglin. It was not what Bai Donglin thought, that the Tianji Pavilion stopped her. She just didn't want to trouble Bai Donglin for everything. After all, her junior brother was very busy. Moreover, she was also afraid of what would happen. If something unexpected happened, she didn't want to die in front of Bai Donglin. Bai Donglin was speechless. Women were really strange. He couldn't guess their thoughts. Okay, let's end this matter here. Bai Donglin shrugged his shoulders, and was about to leave with pity. As for the sect protection formation that he had destroyed, he had no intention of compensating for it. Master Bai. Wait a minute. Can you talk a step? Bai Donglin paused, thought for a moment and nodded. Then he and the master of Tianji Pavilion stepped into a strange space, isolated from all perception. Master Bai. The first step of Tianqin's plan has been successful. The only real-world Tianqin will. The two talked for a long time, and did not know what to communicate. After a strange space, Bai Donglin explained some things to Pity. So he was going to leave Tianji Pavilion alone. Lianqin's current position in Tianji Pavilion is extremely special. No one dares to neglect her. She is also free to leave at any time, and no one will stop her. With the full support of the old guys from Tianji Pavilion, Lianqin's complete replacement of Jinjia Tianqin will proceed more smoothly. Master Bai. My ancestor of my pivot? Let the old man ask him to ask you H. Lo. Nu. Bai Donglin waved his hand. Without looking back, stepped into the dimension and disappeared. Bai Donglin did not return to the Jidao Holy Sect, but came to Sanyu through the dimensional coordinates. After taking a few steps, his figure appeared on the shore of Taihu Lake. Looking up, it is still the same cliff, and the same haggard old man fishing. This picture seems to have remained unchanged for endless years. Senior Jiang, what do you want to talk to me about? Bai Donglin walked to the cliff and contributed to the contribution. He looked curious. He was rare to this mysterious Senior Jiang. After all, the ancestor of the other party came from the world. Sit down. You came at a good time. You are in for a treat. Crash. The lake rolled. A golden light, and a tooling of more than 100,000 feet was pulled out. Hey. My luck has always been good. Bai Donglin raised his hand to take the dragonfish and took the initiative to process it. After a while, the two of them drank the delicious dragonfish soup. Nini. Why didn't you? I remember. She liked to drink allanade soup. Well, the little girl has reincarnated 99 times, and is about to complete the most critical transformation. She is not in the real world at this time. Bai Dong nodded clearly. He had some speculation from the goddess sleeping from the sea of Nini, and he had not been surprised. He just couldn't perceive the coordinates of Baihu's body. So he asked casually, Donglin, your willpower is about to break through the 6th level. Right? The Weiable has a total of 9 realms. From the initial ignition of the fire of will to the eternity of the 9th realm of will. This is a very difficult process, and a more difficult practice than comprehending the rules. Hick just a little bit more. Bai Donglin drank a big bowl of fish soup happily. This dragonfish was of very high age, and its delicious taste was of a higher quality. Good. As the two chatted, they began to discuss the Tao. Naturally, the fisherman talked more, and pointed out the various key points on Bai Donglin's path of will. As for his own cultivation, he did not mention a word, because everyone's path is different. Bai Donglin has already walked out of his own path, and there is no need for outsiders to interfere. The sun was setting in the west, and the two men ended their discussion in the stagnant time and space. And the breeze around them began to blow again. Donglin, let me give you 2 more words. Hide your strength. Hidden phone? Bai Donglin slowly stood up, smiled and shook his head. He naturally understood Senior Jiang's good intentions, but he had hidden it for long enough, and no one knew himself better than him. Senior Jiang, I will take my leave now. Go ahead. Looking at the calming dimensional fluctuations, the fisherman's eyes flashed with contemplation, and he put down the fishing rod in his hand. The past is invisible, and the future is unpredictable. What is the origin of this kid? Chapter 485 Ordinary Pebbles. Deep in the universe, in a remote star region, a red crack suddenly appeared on the dead star. Bai Donglin took a step out of the dimensional channel. This place was where the host of Tianluo had been in seclusion and died. The split body he left behind became his fixed coordinate. The number of Tianluo hosts has exceeded 20 billion. So there are naturally many such cases. It is just waste utilization. Senior Jiang's warning is to tell me not to expose the ancient artifact? Unfortunately, you don't understand my ability to save my life. Bai Donglin shook his head and laughed. He was naturally aware of all the decrees issued by the Supreme Council of the human race. He used Kunganer in the Qianyuan realm because he knew that this gun would not harm innocent people. Even if the ancestor questioned him, he was confident that he could handle it. It's time to take that thing out. A rare look of caution appeared in Bai Donglin's eyes. With a thought, he entered the dimensional world. The dimensional world is extremely secretive, and he has to deliberately cross to a remote place in the universe, which shows how much Bai Donglin values this matter. Bai Donglin sat cross-legged in the vast and boundless dimensional world. With a thought, A giant hand appeared out of thin air in the eternal light realm, reached into the interior of the sun, and took out something. This is a fist-sized sphere. I don't know what material it is made of, but it feels warm in the hand. There is colorful light lingering on it, which is erratic and flowing, and looks extremely gorgeous. The palm disappeared, and the ball appeared in Bai Donglin's hand. Looking at the extremely gorgeous unknown object floating in the palm of his hand, Bai Donglin's expression became solemn. When Senior Jiang handed this thing to him, he seemed extremely cautious, and even had a sense of ease that he had accomplished the task. This shows that this thing is by no means simple, although the secret of practice is difficult. With his thinking and understanding, and with the help of the law of time, he has already practiced it to perfection. Senior Jiang just came to me. I think he was curious about what this thing is. Since I didn't tell him, he didn't dare to ask. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered. His expression became focused. He threw away all distracting thoughts, and pinched his hands to perform magic gestures. Strands of gray threads emerged, which were the manifestation of time. Time is like an entity, flowing endlessly at Bai Donglin's fingertips. It is pulled and manipulated, slowly condensing into a shining character. This is the embodiment of all the mysteries of the secret of movement. Open! Bai Donglin shouted loudly, and pushed with both hands. The bright Xing character shot out, and instantly sank into the sphere suspended in the air. Snap! Snap! The line character seems to be a time composed of time. Complicated key. When the ball enters the ball, it has triggered severe changes. In the crisp sound, there is no trace of the surface of the gap began to split. Like a lotus blooming, colorful streams of light linger, and brilliant divine light flashes. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, waited for the light to slowly dissipate, and the complex fluctuations to subside, and finally saw the mysterious object clearly in the lotus. This can't be. Whoosh! Bai Donglin's chest heaved violently. His mouth opened wide, and his eyes were wide open. Even if an ancient artifact was placed in front of him, he would not lose his composure like this. It was an irregular stone, gray in color, without any strong aura emanating from it, as if it was just an ordinary stone. The only thing that was extraordinary about it was a vague word engraved on its surface. Wow! It really is the five-colored divine stone. Great time. The word engraved on the stone is time, which should be the time in the coordinates. Bai Donglin felt his throat was a little dry. Not long ago, because of this five-colored divine stone, a huge wave of events had been set off. The world of gods was annihilated, and the demon race was driven out. These are all closely related to the five-colored divine stone. This is the most precious thing in the world. Countless powerful people flock to it. The powerful people in the 10 realms have been scheming and fighting for it for billions of years. Even the value of the Zheni ancient artifact is not as great as it. There are many ancient artifacts, but there are only 5 pieces of the five-colored divine stone. The meaning behind them is the fundamental reason for the endless years of war. This is no longer a surprise, but a shock. It's a hot potato. A hot potato. Bai Donglin suppressed his complicated emotions, stretched out his hand to hold great time, with a strong curiosity on his face. This was his first time to have close contact with the five-colored divine stone. He had only heard of it in the past, and had never even seen it. It felt slightly cool to the touch, no different from an ordinary pebble. Divine light burst out from his palm, and he gathered all his strength and squeezed it hard. But not a single mark was left on the surface. He used all his means of perception, but could not reveal any mystery. It's clearly made of ordinary particles. And there's not even a trace of energy fluctuation. And there's no trace of laws or rules. How can it be so hard? If he hadn't used all his strength, he wouldn't have been able to hurt it at all. He would have thought it was just an ordinary pebble. It is as if you randomly picked up 5 stones from the river beach, and randomly drew a few words on them with your fingers, and they became the most precious 5-colored magical stones in the world. Incredible! Bai Donglin sighed endlessly. This kind of heaven-defying method has already surpassed his current understanding. How should we deal with this thing? Bai Donglin's mind was shining, and countless possible consequences were deduced under various treatment methods. At the moment, it seems best to keep it in my hands. Whether the 5-colored divine stones are gathered together will be decided by me. This is also the ticket to participate. Holding a 5-colored divine stone, he has the initiative. No matter who wants to open that coordinate, they cannot bypass him, and he can naturally participate in it. It's enough for me to know this alone. After that, Bai Donglin's palm was thrown, and gray time sank into the deepest part of the dimension world. Needless to say, the security of this place is not to say. Under uncertain cases, he will not get it to the outside world. Who knows whether those people have the means to perceive the five-color god stone? If he is exposed, he can only hand himself over to the human leaders. Otherwise, he will be unable to move forward and become the target of public criticism. Do you want me to open the coordinates? Or is it prevented by others from opening the coordinates? Bai Donglin's eyes were filled with thought. This thing had gone through so much trouble and spanned endless years before being given to him by the fisherman. It must have a special purpose. In fact, there are only these two situations. Let's take it one step at a time. Being mysterious, is not like my style. Bai Donglin cut off all distracting thoughts, stood up, and stepped into the real world. Fortunately, the birth of the magic stone did not cause any abnormal phenomena in the weather. Crash! In the center of a huge island in the Eastern Sea stands the imperial capital of the Great Xia dynasty. There was silence in the empty hall. Bai Yuanjun was surrounded by a strong imperial aura. He sat meticulously on the dragon throne, reviewing memorials at an extremely fast speed. The gods of the gods, all the people, have to be carefully arranged by her. This is a very mental consumption process. Fortunately, there is a cabinet to assist. She only needs to deal with some big things. Only when the people live a prosperous life and are strong and healthy can they have abundant spirits and firm beliefs. Only in this way can they gather the beliefs of more sentient beings. This is her way of cultivation. General. Brother. You lose. Ren Daowei blinked and looked at the indifferent Emperor Bai Xian opposite him. He could not help but marvel in his heart that this guy's learning talent was really strong. In a short period of time, he surpassed him in the way of chess. Of course, he did not rely on the terrifying thinking of his original body. Otherwise it would be too much cheating. Putting down the chess piece, Wu Wei looked up at Bai Yuanjun and said, Sister, are you ready? Bai Yuanjun nodded slightly, finished reviewing the last memorial, and continued, Before January, I arranged for the Shin dynasty, and I could start to expand to the Qianyuan continent. Are you done with your original body? It's almost there. The memories of all Bai Donglin's souls are synchronized at all times. So he is naturally clear about the situation of his original body. He has already informed Bai Yuanjun that he has been awarded the rank of Realm Lord, and stated that he can develop the Great Xia dynasty at will within his territory and among the trillions of galaxies. Bai Yuanjun was naturally shocked when he learned the news. But he was not confused by the huge surprise. Instead, after careful consideration, he temporarily rejected this tempting suggestion. The Qianyuan realm is the only true realm of the real world, and its status is irreplaceable. This is why many top forces are built in the Qianyuan realm. In the deep space of the universe, countless forces want to intervene in the Qianyuan realm. But there is simply no way. Naturally, she cannot give up here. She wants to develop the Qianyuan realm. And she also wants to develop the endless stars in the void of the universe. As an emperor, one must naturally have a broad mind that can swallow the world and endless ambition. Therefore, she must first gain a firm foothold in the Qianyuan realm and then expand into the deep space of the universe. After all, her younger brother is the master of the realm and has a background in territory. Who can bully her? He came. Wu Wei closed his eyes. His figure became illusory, and he returned to the Qi-Hai world. When he opened his eyes again, his temperament had completely changed. His supreme majesty was even more terrifying than Bai Yuanjun. Big sister. Long time no see. Bai Donglin stood with his hands behind his back, smiling, his eyes shining brightly. Donglin. Bai Yuanjun's expression moved. The original body and the clone gave people different feelings because of their different personalities. At least, she felt the intimacy of her childhood in Bai Donglin for the first time in a long time. For some reason, her fingers felt a little itchy. With a low laugh, her brother was now the master of a world, in a high position of power. He couldn't let her pinch his face anymore. Emperor Xian. Low brother. Emperor Bai Xian stood up, straightened his robe, and bowed respectfully. Emperor Xian. Not bad. Not bad. There seemed to be a deep whirlpool in Bai Donglin's eyes. His unfathomable gaze swept over, causing Emperor Bai Xian's body to shiver and a helpless expression on his face. Sister, let's go meet with the Civilization Development Department and fight for an official status for the Great Xia dynasty. At least, no one will dare to embarrass you in public in the future. Okay. But the Divine Palace is so far away. How can we get there? Bai Donglin showed a confident smile. His dimensional coordinates had already penetrated into the interior of the divine court. These were just minor problems. Leave it to me. It's just a small matter. The perception then spread out, descending along the coordinates of an extremely distant dimension, and taking in the entire scene of the outside world. There was the sound of flowing water, and a graceful figure was looming in the mist. Sister, I'm afraid we still have to wait for a while. Bai Donglin smiled awkwardly and scratched the back of his head with an unnatural look. This Lin is also. Why take a bath in broad daylight? Chapter 486 Young Man. The Divine Court governs all affairs of the human race, big and small, and has complex functions and an extremely large structure. Unlike the Ghost Mansion, which only governs war-related matters and has a relatively simple structure, it does not have a clear headquarters, perhaps for the purpose of concealment and ease of mobilization. Traces of the Ghost Mansion headquarters can be seen in all major battlefield areas. On the other hand, the Divine Court, because it represents the authoritative official organization of the human race, has its headquarters set up in the central Divine Court realm, the core area of the only true realm, in order to be able to more comprehensively manage the vast territory of the human race. That's right. The entire realm belongs to the territory of the Divine Court. With one domain core, countless branch strongholds are connected, just like a dragnet, managing the entire human race in an orderly manner. The inspection department is the most powerful of the many institutions in the Divine Court today. No matter whether it is the major forces or the Divine Court itself, they are all under its supervision. The inspection department has the right to deal with any anomalies that are not beneficial to the human race. The headquarters of the Inspection Bureau is naturally also within the central Divine Court realm. It is a superboundary galaxy cluster called Kueha, with hundreds of billions of galaxies. It is enough to accommodate all the deployments, facilities, and various important places of the Inspection Bureau. The core of the galaxy group should have been an unlimited superbound core, but disappears, and is replaced by the large mainland of the mainland. This continent can replace the core of the superworld and bind hundreds of billions of galaxies. This is enough to show its extraordinariness, and is far from being as simple as it seems. Deep behind the main halls of the Inspection Bureau stands an extremely tall mountain, so high that it is unknown how high it is. The clouds are only at its foot, and the top of the mountain is deeply inserted into the void of the universe. This is the pinnacle of power of the Inspection Bureau, and the residence of the highest director. Lin, as usual, finished her daily practice, took a bath to wash off the sweat, relaxed herself, then dressed neatly, left the bedroom and walked towards Duanwang Cliff. This timeless scene is always so beautiful and fascinating no matter how many times you see it. Lin sat on a huge rock on the cliff with her arms around her knees, looking in the direction of a dazzling chain of stars. Each glittering gem was unique. They were all galaxies composed of hundreds of billions of stars. These galaxies were home to countless living creatures, and everything they did was related to the inspection department. Countless galaxies formed a circle surrounding this continent that replaced the core of the superworld. The mountain where Lin was located was the core of the core. Standing at a very high place and looking up, she saw endless galaxies surrounding her. This dazzling and beautiful scenery was so breathtaking and dazzling. Well, Lin sighed softly, hugged her arms tighter, buried her head deep in her chest, and looked desolate. The beauty has not changed. Only the people who see it, and the people who are no longer around have changed. I will never forget. I will never forget. Big brother. After several generations, can we still meet? The Han Tian era has been buried in history. People like her who are in deep sleep are no longer people of this era. What they see and hear are no longer familiar to them. Ahem. My sudden visit should not have disturbed Miss Lin from enjoying the beautiful scenery. Right? If you don't mind, I can accompany you to enjoy the scenery. Lin's body trembled violently, her expression ecstatic. She turned around and looked, and when she saw the other person's figure clearly, the joy on her face did not disappear, but a trace of disappointment flashed in the invisible depths of her eyes. Brother Bai. Long time no see. Why are you here? Lin calmed down, jumped off the huge rock, stood in front of Bai Donglin, looked at the woman with great imperial power beside Bai Donglin with curious eyes, and asked, "Who is this sister?" When she fell into a deep sleep, she had just reached the age of 15. Or maybe it was just women's nature that youth is eternal. But when she saw Bai Yuanjun, she subconsciously called her sister. Lin, let me introduce you. This is my eldest sister, Bai Yuanjun. She is the founder of the great Xia divine dynasty, the hope of countless mortals. the founder of the Will and Faith Divine Dynasty, and the only Empress of Eternity. Bai Donglin looked solemn, and spoke confidently, as he introduced the matter in a serious manner. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuanjun glared at Bai Donglin with a hint of reproach, then smiled and slowly said, Sister Lin, don't listen to Donglin's nonsense. I'm just an ordinary woman, seeking the Great Way. I'm not as exaggerated as he says. Hee hee. Brother Bai still likes to joke around. But I feel like you, Sister Bai, are not as simple as you say. Sister Lin, you're too kind. No way. Sister Bai, you are so beautiful. And your skin is so nice too. Sister Lin, you are not bad either. Especially your figure, which makes me so excited. Oh, Sister Bai is so annoying. Bai Donglin stood in the cold wind, dumbfounded. Hey, are you kidding me? This is the first time you've met, and you become so intimate so quickly. Bai Donglin suddenly felt like an outsider. Sure enough, Lin and his elder sister were already walking towards the bedroom while laughing and chatting, completely ignoring his existence. Big sister. Donglin, why are you here? That's enough. Stop it. Big sister. We are here to find the Department of Civilization Development. Bai Donglin was confused. Although he knew that the two were just teasing him, he still felt weird. It was too easy for women to get to know each other. Just a few words of praise for each other on business? Oh, yes. We are here to see the Department of Civilization Development. Sister Lin, can you help introduce them? Bai Yuanjun deliberately showed a look of realization, clapped his hands, turned to look at Lin and asked, Department of Civilization Development? Why are you looking for them? They are a group of weird guys. Not easy to get along with. That place is rarely visited by people, and most people even forget the existence of this organization. Lin's expression was full of doubts. The Hun Tian era happened to be the era after the Realm Chaos era, and it could be said that it witnessed the fall of the Behemoth Civilization Development Department. Before the World Chaos era, when the human race's civilization development experiment had not yet collapsed, the Civilization Development Department was in its heyday. No force or organization dared to confront it because it had the strong support of the human race's Supreme Council. If you dare to offend the Department of Civilization Development, or fail to act according to the rules it has set, they will put a smear on you and say that you are hindering the development of civilization, impeding the progress of the human race, and destroying the internal unity of the human race. Multiple crimes will be charged at the same time, and in a short while, the joint forces of the Inspection Department and the Ghost War Department will appear in front of your mountain gate. That's right. In the past, the Civilization Development Department could even directly mobilize the two violent agencies, the Inspection Department and the Ghost War Department. It is conceivable how powerful its power is. But now, everything has changed. This behemoth has been shouting from everyone to no one to ask, and it has completely declined. This Civilization Development Department is also pitiful. It is just a scapegoat. Bai Donglin shook his head and laughed, naturally understanding the deeper reasons behind it. No matter how powerful the Civilization Development Department was, it would not be so arrogant without the support of the ancestors. In this world, the strong were always respected, and everything was still decided by the 10 realms. Lin, just take us there. You'll know later why we need to find the Civilization Development Department. This is a great cause. You are a witness and an eyewitness. How about it? Do you feel very honored? Bai Donglin had a smile in his eyes, and what he said was actually his true inner thoughts. The development of his elder sister's divine dynasty would definitely be beneficial to the human race, and would be a win-win situation. This is a huge contribution that can be recorded in the history of the human race. Bai Donglin estimated that his elder sister might become another special world master after him. Okay. Although the Civilization Development Department is also within the Central Divine Court realm, it is in another super realm galaxy cluster. Let's use the cross-domain teleportation hub inside the Inspection Department to get there. Lin, who had been staying in this place day and night and was feeling bored, suddenly became interested. After she finished speaking, divine light shone around her body, and her previous gauze nightgown had turned into formal clothes. She rolled her eyes and continued, Brother Bai, can you tell me how you appeared here without making any noise? Lin is not a brainless woman. On the contrary, she is very smart. What is this place? This is the palace of the highest director of the Inspection Department. The defense is so strict that it is definitely not weaker than the nests of those top forces. Bai Donglin entered here without touching the defense. Either he has the terrifying strength of a 10th level expert, or he has a special identity and extremely high authority, even higher than her father. There are only these two possibilities. She doesn't care how Bai Donglin did it. She just needs to understand that Bai Donglin can help her get rid of Jilu, the follower. Her father was busy with work and was often away from the inspection office, so he seldom took care of her. Most of the time, it was Jilu who kept an eye on her to prevent her from sneaking out of the inspection office. Alas, originally I just wanted to be your friend as an ordinary person, but since you've already discovered it. Bai Donglin crossed his arms, his face hidden in the shadows, and spoke in a low voice. While he was pretending to be cool, the inner world of his body was gleaming with green light, and the time in his inner world was accelerated by 200 times, rapidly digesting the remaining philosopher's stone. Wu Wei, who was far away in the Jidao holy sect, was immersed in comprehending the great Tao. Countless mysteries were transmitted to his mind through memory synchronization. The foundation of rules was pulsating slightly, and the supreme rules were about to break out of the SHL. Pretending to be cool, or joking around, or relaxing, does not affect his ongoing practice. This habit was formed long ago, and has now become his instinct. Bai Donglin's sudden seriousness made the atmosphere a little subtle. Lin and Bai Yuanjin looked at each other, nodded, and quickly took a few steps back. You guessed it right. I am the Lord of the White Realm. Boom! Along with the Realm Master certificate rising behind Bai Donglin, a dazzling realm vision and an invisible majestic aura were seen, which were so heavy and oppressive that even the void trembled slightly. What? Before Lin could react, the void in the distance suddenly shattered, and a figure flashed out and landed in front of Bai Donglin. He raised his hand slightly and said with shock in his tone, "My name is Jilu, and I am honored to meet the Lord of the White Realm." Bai Donglin was showing off. Of course, not for the two beauties to see, but to intimidate and stop the killing. Don't underestimate Jilu. His cultivation has already reached the Emperor level. Although he is just a beginner, he is also one of the best figures in the world. The moment Bai Donglin and the other person appeared on the top of the mountain, they attracted Jilu's attention. If he hadn't seen that Lin was familiar with Bai Donglin, he would have taken action long ago. But it was impossible for him to watch Lin leave. In his opinion, the two people were able to enter here because the young lady must have given them access permits. But he didn't expect. Stop killing. No need to be polite. This is not the first time we meet. Bai Donglin waved his hand slightly, looking elegant and easygoing, without any of the arrogance of the big guys. At the same time, he also put away this extremely useful military rank certificate. Not the first time. Jilu was slightly stunned, then raised his head to look at Bai Donglin. This was the first time he had looked at this person seriously. He did feel a sense of familiarity. When had they met before? It was impossible for him to forget such a big shot after meeting him. Bio Palace? Dimensional space? Mustard seed spirit bead? Bai Donglin kindly reminded him. Indeed. How could a high and mighty god or demon remember an ant on the roadside? What? It's you? How? How is this possible? Jilu's eyes widened, and he suddenly remembered that when he destroyed the Bio Palace, he did sense a faint breath fluctuation in Lin's mustard seed spirit bead. But he never paid attention to it, and did not keep it in mind. But how could such a weak creature grow to this level in such a short time? Was he pretending to be him before? Was he actually a 10th level expert? Okay. Now you know the friendly relationship between Lin and I. With me by her side, nothing will happen to her. Of course, you can follow if you're worried. After saying that, Bai Donglin didn't waste any more time. He took the two women away from the top of the mountain and fled towards the cross-domain hub. Jilu was stunned for a long time, frowned and thought for a moment, then followed from a distance. At the same time, he sent a message to the Supreme Director Ling, explaining the matter in detail. The Civilization Development Department has been marginalized for many years. Its territory has been reduced time and time again, and after continuous migration, it has moved to the most remote and desolate corner of the Central Divine Court. That's why even Bai Donglin's countless Tianluo hosts didn't know the location coordinates of the Civilization Development Department. That's why he came to seek Lin's help. The Inspection Department's intelligence network can be said to be one of the best. Not to mention an official agency like the Development Department, which naturally has detailed records. I don't know why the Supreme Council of the human race did not disband the Civilization Development Department, nor did it lower its administrative status. Otherwise, it would have been driven out of the Central Divine Court realm long ago. According to the highest law of the human race, all important institutions of the human race, with administrative levels above the prefecture level, have the right to occupy a place in the central divine court. The administrative status of the Civilization Development Department has never been lowered and is still the highest God level. According to convention, it should have a super-boundary galaxy cluster as its headquarters, just like the inspection department. Unfortunately, the current Civilization Development Department, at the very edge of the central divine court realm, in an almost completely destroyed galaxy, close to the endless void, the void between realms, there is a solitary floating star realm. This is the star world with the simplest structure, a big sun, a life-bearing star, and nothing else. This extreme edge seems to be about to break away from the pulling force of the galaxy core and completely rush into the endless void. Buzz! The void trembled, and a huge teleportation array emerged. A light gate stood in the center of the array, and 3 figures walked out side by side. Is this the Department of Civilization Development? It's too shabby. Donlin raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes flashing with white light. He did not see any terrifying concealing formation on the stars or the sun. Everything he saw was real. What else? The decline of the development department is normal. After all, it bears the guilt of an era. Although we all know in our hearts that the real leader is. Lin stopped talking suddenly in the middle of her speech. Although she was of high status, she did not dare to criticize the ancestor. I understand. Although the development department is the scapegoat and not the plan maker, they are the implementers of the plan. They have many innocent souls on their hands, so they have nothing to say if they are punished. But the punishment has been imposed, and it is time for the development department to see the light of day again. After all, the reason why the Human Race Supreme Council did not revoke the development department's God-level administrative status was to leave a hope, a real new direction that is beneficial to the development of the human race. Our ancestors are still exploring the way forward and have not yet reached the end of everything. How can they guarantee that the current direction of human civilization is the most perfect? This is the significance of the existence of the Civilization Development Department. This God-level administrative status is reserved for his elder sister. Let's go. Let's go meet these people who have been forgotten by the world. I think the plan should go smoothly. Donglin's mind moved, and a passage automatically opened in the void, directly connecting to an unpretentious hall. This is the Department of Civilization Development, a God-level administrative agency that does not even have the most common defensive formations. From whom? A clear child's voice sounded in the hall, and a pair of clear eyes hid in the dark, staring fearfully at the space passage that suddenly appeared. Donglin and the other 2 stepped out of the passage and stood in the center of the hall. Out of courtesy, they did not recklessly release their perception to spy on everything. Kid, where are your parents? Ask them to come out. I have something important to discuss with you. Looking at the frightened eyes of the little boy, Donglin restrained all his breath, showed the most gentle smile, and spoke softly. Humph! Who are you? How dare you break into the Civilization Development Department without permission? As if he had no evil thoughts. The little boy pulled himself together, put on a fierce look on his face, and stared at the 3 invaders with both hands tightly gripping a long sword that was thicker than his body. All the adults are dead. I am the chief of the Civilization Development Department. By you, Engine, brother. Is this really reliable? Chapter 487 God-Level Seal. Woof! A dog bark like thunder came from the backyard of the hall, directly shattering the space passage behind Donglin and others. A whirlwind of yellow hair blew past in the air. When everyone's vision recovered, a heroic big yellow dog was already standing in front of the child. He had shiny yellow hair that was extremely soft, a strong body with faintly visible smooth muscle lines, and a pair of extremely smart eyes that stared at Donglin and the other 2 ferociously. Bang! The child, who was originally at a loss, suddenly became happy when he saw the big yellow dog. He threw away the long sword in his hand, danced with his 2 short legs, and ran behind the big yellow dog to hide. He poked his little head out to peek and whispered, "De Huang, there are bad guys." Woof! Sir Director, please rest assured that De Huang is here, and no one will hurt you. The big yellow dog turned around and spoke in human language, comforting the child in a gentle tone. Then he turned around and stared at Donglin and barked wildly. Woof woof woof. Woof! Intruder! Get out of here! Donglin blinked his eyes. A flash of white light appeared, and he instantly saw through the cultivation base of the big yellow dog. Yes! It's a good dog. With the blood of an ordinary earth dog, it can cultivate to the level of a king. Its understanding and perseverance are both extraordinary. Bai Donglin's tone was full of admiration. The green-eyed water ape king he had met before was also a powerful king. But he could cultivate to this level because he had an excellent bloodline. Compared with humans, the demon race was much more dependent on bloodlines. After all, it all depended on this thing to make up for the gap in comprehension and the body of the Great Way. It is rare that this big yellow dog can become a king with the most common earth dog bloodline. The dog demon clan belongs to the beast clan, and there are top-level bloodlines among them, such as the Tengu clan. But Bai Donglin did not sense any special blood aura in the big yellow dog. Only a solid foundation is accumulated step by step over a long period of time. It's just strange that this big yellow dog is obviously at a very high level, but for some reason, it hasn't transformed. Supreme Director and Big Yellow Dog, please don't be nervous. We have no ill intentions. I have come to visit the Department of Civilization Development without any hesitation. I do have something important to discuss with you. If possible, can we sit down and talk? Bai Donglin spoke in a gentle voice. He sensed that there were no other living things in the Civilization Development Department except a dog and a child. His will surged and instantly enveloped this planet of life. Every tiniest particle was under his observation. The Civilization Development Department has really fallen into a terrible state of decline. The environment of this only planet with life is extremely harsh. 99% of it is covered by endless yellow sand. Only near the palace complex, there is an oasis of moderate size. Bai Donglin estimated that the reason why this place was not swallowed by the yellow sand was mostly due to the big yellow dog. After proceeding with his mind, he did not find anything unusual. Only the pendant on the big yellow dog's neck caught Bai Donglin's attention. Woof! Who are you? The Civilization Development Department has become like this. What else is there for you to covet? Whatever you want. We don't want to discuss it with you. Please leave here immediately. Woof! After the big yellow dog said this, it leaned forward and growled, with murderous aura all over its body. It protected the child behind it with a loyal look. The beast-like demon race, unlike the flying birds, has a close relationship with humans. And the dog-like demon race is the best among them, and is the demon race with the closest relationship to humans. As the saying goes, dog legs. Dog legs. This is why this dog family is called this. Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows slightly. His eyes fell on the big yellow dog's pendant. The Civilization Development Department is not completely penniless. At least the most important thing is still there. But then again, no one dared to snatch it away. Ignoring the ferocious big yellow dog, Bai Donglin looked at the child and said slowly, he was just a king, so he didn't take him seriously. You are the one who is in charge of this place. Right? We are here to give the Civilization Development Department a chance to rise again and revive. Would you like to hear it? The big yellow dog was stunned when he heard this. He opened his mouth, but didn't dare to continue speaking. Instead, he turned around and looked at the child with a worried look in his eyes. The chief director is still too young and his mind is not mature yet. He should not be sold out and then help count the money. Rise? Revival? The child's eyes were blurry, and many images flashed through his mind. It took a long time for him to come back to his senses. And he said seriously, Brother, are you telling the truth? It was obvious that the chief director was moved. Although he was very young, a certain obsession was passed down and ingrained in his bones. Bai Donglin chuckled, and a vision of the Realm Master slowly emerged in his mind. He pointed at Lin beside him and introduced, This Miss Lin is the only daughter of the chief of the inspection department, and I am the lord of a realm. We both have officially recognized backgrounds, so you don't have to worry about us harboring ill intentions. Besides, the Civilization Development Department is no longer profitable. Right? Realm Master? The big yellow dog's eyes widened. It had seen some of the world, so it naturally recognized the authenticity of the military rank certificate. It trembled in its heart, and dared not bark anymore, and laid down on the ground obediently. The Realm Lord is supreme, standing at the top of the human race in terms of strength and power. Even when the Civilization Development Department was at its most powerful, no one dared to neglect a Realm Lord, let alone now. De Huang greets the Lord of the Realm. I was disrespectful just now. Please forgive me. At this time, the big yellow dog felt relieved. How could the high and mighty Lord of the Realm be so bored as to bully a declining organization? There was no need for this at all. No problem. You are just loyal to your master. Let's sit down and talk. The atmosphere immediately relaxed, and several people, along with a dog, went into a side hall and sat down. The big yellow dog also took out some specialties from this planet and placed them on the table, inviting everyone to taste them. This is a purple sweet potato. After being cooked, it has a hint of fragrance. It is the main food source for the big yellow dog and children. Bai Donglin tasted one out of curiosity, and it tasted good. Let's talk business first. Communication between cultivators became more convenient, and Bai Donglin didn't want to waste time talking nonsense. With a thought, he imprinted all the information, including the composition, development method, and prospects of the great Xia divine dynasty, no matter how big or small, into the souls of the child and the big yellow dog. It only took a moment. The big yellow dog and the child looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Although the chief director was young, under the education of the big yellow dog, he had a deep understanding of things related to the development of civilization. Master Realm Master, is this really possible? Why not? I know the doubts in your mind. As Bai Donglin spoke, he picked up a fruit called fire ginseng fruit and swallowed it in 2 bites. This is a fruit similar to that of a cactus plant, which is widely distributed in desert areas. In the history of your civilization development department, all reforms and changes related to human civilization were carried out from top to bottom. It will first be passed by the Supreme Council of the human race, then conveyed to the top forces, and then infiltrated into the entire cultivation world, and finally spread to the mortal world. Dozens of civilization reforms have been like this. Without exception. I'm not saying this method is bad. At least it's very quick to implement, and there are no obstacles. While there are advantages, there are also disadvantages. If we make a mistake, the entire human civilization will be affected. We have all seen the consequences of the chaotic era. Bai Donglin paused, glanced at the people and the dog who were in deep thought, and continued. This time, we are different from the past. We are reforming from the bottom up, starting from the secular world. If anything goes wrong, we can stop it immediately. So, with the name of your civilization development department and the guarantee of me as the realm master, the human race official agencies will not interfere and stop us. After all, we will not affect the foundation of the human race's cultivation world. Bai Yuanjin changed the luck required for the Yunchao Fa into the will of humanity and the faith of all living beings. This was definitely a stroke of genius. Otherwise things would not have gone so smoothly. The major cultivation forces need geniuses, and the great Xia dynasty will give them. There is no fundamental conflict of interest between the two. As long as they get official support, no force will come to embarrass the great Xia dynasty. After all, offending a realm master will make everyone think whether it is worth it. How about it? You guys want to get involved? Hee. Lord Realm Master, do you think we still have a choice now? This may really be the only chance for the Civilization Development Department. The big yellow dog grinned. It was quite intelligent. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for it to cultivate to this level with the blood of a native dog. It could see at a glance that this could be done. De Huang is right. We have no choice. Besides, I am optimistic about the great Xia dynasty. The chief secretary's young face was solemn. His eyes were bright. He turned to Bai Yuanjin, raised his hand slightly, and said seriously, Queen, please give me more guidance in the future. The Civilization Development Department will fully cooperate with the development of the great Xia dynasty. Sir, your words are too serious. Bai Yuanjin nodded slightly. He did not look down on the chief director because of his age. Instead, he put him on the same level as himself. It's better to start now than to wait for a day. In Bai Donglin's view, this is just a trivial matter, although it is of great significance. The process is not difficult, and there is no need to spend too much energy on it. Rhubarb. Woof woof woof. Buzz. As the big yellow dog barked, as if chanting some obscure spell, the pendant on its neck began to shine, and the metal on the surface melted, revealing a simple token full of the breath of time. Bai Donglin looked curious, his eyes penetrating the token, and he saw a series of vast scenes at the most tiniest particle level. Each particle has been transformed through special means and carved into lifelike sculptures. They are all important deeds in the epic of the development of human civilization. They are endless and have converged into a small token. This token is the most precious thing of the Civilization Development Department. The administrative agencies of the human race are divided into 4 levels: God, Heaven, Earth, and Human. This token is the highest God level seal. With this thing, everything will be easy. A smile appeared in Bai Donglin's eyes. No matter how big or small the civilization development department was, even if there was only a dog and a child left, as long as the seal of power was still there, everything would be fine. The rest were just some established trivial procedures, and he didn't need to do anything personally. Then Bai Donglin looked up at the void of the universe and said, "Stop the killing." Buzz. Ripples appeared in the void, and Ji Lu's figure instantly appeared in the side hall, although he followed far behind. In order not to cause Bai Donglin's displeasure, he did not set foot on the star, but waited in the void. "Master Realm Master, what do you want me to do? I'll leave the rest to you, to prevent some blind guys from causing trouble." "Haha. You're free anyway, so just protect Lin." Bai Donglin waved his hand, ready to get rid of the subsequent trivial matters. He called Ji Lu just in case. After all, it is easier to deal with the King of Hell than the little ghosts. "Yes, sir." Ji Lu gave a bitter smile, but still agreed. Bai Donglin was right. He had to follow Lin anyway. The highest director also replied to him, asking him to treat Bai Donglin with courtesy and meet all of his requests. Bai Donglin nodded, then raised his hand to open a dimensional channel, and his figure moved back to the Jidao Holy Sect. He was about to make a breakthrough, so there was no need to waste time on trivial matters. The main body personally practices in the Sea of Origin laws, so the efficiency is naturally much higher, which is not comparable to Wu Wei alone. Chapter 488 Great Obsession. Alien Battlefield. Sinful Purgatory. The human race's tight blockade has been evacuated, leaving nearly 100 realms around the battlefield to the flying, scaly armored demon race. The areas around these battlefields were originally very barren, a legacy of the war, and the situation around all major battlefields was similar. There were not many stars suitable for living creatures and rich in resources, and most of them were migrated away with the human race. What was left for the demon clan was a vast territory and even more barren resources for survival. As more and more demons were driven out and gathered here, the scarcity of resources became more obvious. Therefore, in recent times, there have been constant fights of all sizes within the demon clan, and they have also had to face harassment from other races, which can be described as chaos. The bird-scale demon clan is a fence-sitter. Their previous cooperation with the alien races was also ambiguous. They did not completely turn to the alien races. After all, the demon clan was bullied by the alien races, so it is normal for them to be wary. In addition, the alien races made a lot of efforts for the human race to successfully expel the demon race. For the sake of the 5-colored divine stones, they blocked their ancestors in the Demon King's palace. Until now, there are still some brainless alien races who believe that the 5-colored divine stones are in their hands. Under this delicate situation, it was impossible for the alien race and the demon race to fully accept each other. So a stalemate occurred. The dust of the times is like a mountain hanging over the head of every demon clan. External crisis and internal strife have plunged all forces, big and small, into a state of uneasy confusion and madness. Plundering resources, fighting for power and profit, eradicating dissidents, and killing until their eyes are red with anger. Hurry! 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 The master has ordered that they must be found, dead or alive. Humph! I didn't expect that a mixed blood bitch would actually awaken that kind of bloodline. She must be killed. Otherwise, it might affect the status of the adults. Chew! Whoosh! Several streams of azure light streaked across the night sky. Thoughts poured out, and while communicating with each other, they swept through every corner in all directions again and again. The void, the depths of the sea, the strata to the center of the earth, all possible hiding places, could not escape their sight. Buzz, in the vast primeval forest, a huge tree that required dozens of people to hug was shaking slightly, and the rough surface of the tree was rippling like water waves. Then, 2 figures, one big and one small, fell out, hit the ground heavily, and were submerged in the thick leaves. Ahem! Wow! The black-haired man coughed violently, and coughed up dark blood with broken internal organs. And he was dying. On this star occupied by the bird-like demons, it is really not easy for a human like him to escape the demons' repeated pursuit. Now his injuries are getting more serious, and he can't hold on for much longer. The man looked a little confused, but when he thought of his lovely daughter, his eyes suddenly became firm. "Father, are you okay?" A little girl of about 5 or 6 years old, with her little head shaking, struggled to crawl out from the pile of dead leaves. Under the moonlight, the little girl's skin was dazzlingly white. She had a pair of sapphire pupils, and her soft long hair was also a bright sapphire blue. Seeing his precious daughter looking over, the human man quickly turned around and wiped the black blood from the corner of his mouth, turned back with a gentle smile, and said softly, "Linger, I'm fine. Don't worry. Linger, we will be fine. Father will definitely take you away from here." "Whoa, Father, you are lying. You are obviously badly injured." "Whoa, I miss Mother." Linger's sapphire pupils flashed slightly, as if she was born with the ability to see through the man's body. His internal organs and bones, which were like mud, were directly imprinted in her eyes. "Whoa, Father, please don't die. Linger has no mother anymore. You are the only relative she has." The man's expression changed. It was worthy of the Blue Phoenix bloodline. It had just revived and possessed such miraculous abilities. His daughter was only 6 years old and had not yet started practicing. "Don't worry, Linger. I won't die." Afraid that the crying would attract pursuers, the man made hand gestures and cast a sleeping spell. Linger immediately closed her eyes and fell asleep. Her chubby cheeks were covered with tears, making her look pitiful. "At least I won't die until you are safe." The man looked determined. He held the little girl in his arms, took out a golden needle, inserted it into his dantian, forced out a burst of magic power, and then disappeared into the distance in a flash. Those birds have extremely keen senses, and he cannot stay in one place for too long. Otherwise he will be discovered. His name is Zhang Yun. He is an ordinary Dharma cultivator from an ordinary force of the human race. As fate would have it, he fell in love with a woman from the demon race. When the demon race was driven out, he resolutely migrated here with his wife's tribe. He thought that his life would be so ordinary. Although he was far away from home, he still felt happy with his beloved wife by his side. But until the birth of his daughter, a young girl of mixed human and demon blood actually awakened the highest level of blood in his tribe. His wife did not have a high status in the tribe, and because of his human status, she was even squeezed out of the tribe and lived alone. They did not care about this, but the awakening of their daughter's blood still attracted the attention of the tribe. If it weren't for the fact that Linger has half human blood, she might have been taken back to the tribe and trained well. Unfortunately, the relationship between humans and demons is now. His wife, who was covering their evacuation, had been brutally killed. He didn't know how long he could live, nor did he know where to escape. He only knew that he could not stop. If he stopped escaping, his precious daughter would also die. 7 days and 7 nights later, in a desert, Zhang Yun was carrying Linger on his back, moving with a staggering step. His flesh and blood had been drained away, leaving only a thin layer of skin tightly attached to his bones. If it weren't for the faint breath of life, he would have been a complete skeleton. It was obsession and fatherly love that supported Zhang Yun. Every step he took was very difficult, but he could not stop because he had to protect his daughter. Wow! 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 Father! Don't go on. Stop! We won't run away anymore. Linger woke up from her deep sleep, took one look at Zhang Yun, and immediately burst into tears. With her extraordinary bloodline talent, she could naturally see that her father was already dying. No. No. I can't stop. I can't stop. I want to save my daughter. I promised her. I want to save my daughter. Zhang Yun murmured unconsciously. His eyes had lost focus. A trace of strength overflowed from the depths of his skeleton. This was the bone marrow burning and evaporating, and even the brain began to disintegrate actively. Every particle of flesh and blood was releasing the last weak energy. The extreme pain could only result in staggering steps. Snap! Zhang Yun's legs were broken, which was the inevitable result of his bone marrow burning. He fell headfirst into the sand. Linger also fell down, and his arms were also broken. Father! Linger burst into tears instantly. She sensed that Zhang Yun's life fire was extinguished. Linger, my dear daughter, I'm sorry. I spoke out of turn. Father, please don't leave me. Linger was only 6 years old, and she lost both her parents one after another. She was filled with grief, and her tears rolled down her cheeks with a faint blue hue. The children in this world are precocious. At a young age, they have already understood the meaning of death. That is an eternal farewell. TSK, TSK, TSK. Hee hee. One human and one bastard. Haha. It's really touching. Russell. Several figures with ferocious auras were walking towards them from a distance, their skin covered with blue feathers, which was a manifestation of imperfect transformation, perhaps because of impure blood, or insufficient foundation in cultivation. In fact, They had already discovered Zhang Yun's whereabouts a long time ago. But they had not shown up just to watch him work himself to death. This was the most satisfying way to vent their hatred for the human race. Humph! This little bitch is really lucky to be able to awaken that bloodline. Envy flashed in the eyes of several monsters. They couldn't even transform perfectly. But this little girl was born with a body of the great Tao, and possessed the purest blue phoenix bloodline. Don't waste time. Kill her, remove her bloodline, and present her to the Lord. The monsters that slowly surrounded them did not notice that Linger, who was crying on Zhang Yun, had her sapphire blue eyes shining brightly. The immense grief actually caused his soul to be extremely agitated, and the brilliant true spirit deep within him underwent inexplicable changes. A hint of scarlet flashed across the true spirit. Chapter 489, Picking Leaves and Destroying Stars. The Holy Sect of Jidao. The Sea of Origin of Laws. Bai Donglin went into deep seclusion and practiced with all his strength. Unknowingly, another year had passed. The foundation of his rules and Taoism was transforming every moment. And this was growth visible to the naked eye, with the time acceleration turned on at any time. 1 year in the outside world means he has actually been practicing for 200 or 300 years. The Philosopher's Stone has been used up, but he still has not broken through to the realm of gods and demons. The reason why it was so slow was because the number of rule foundations he established was too large, and the quality was too high. The limit that ordinary cultivators knew was to refine 9 kinds of laws. And he refined 13 kinds of laws in each of his foundations. However, there is only a thin film between it and the birth of the power of rules. Break through the membrane. Survive the calamity of gods and demons. Then you could enter the 9th realm of gods and demons and become a powerful one. This is... Bai Donglin's eyebrows trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes, looking towards an unknown place. An extremely distant coordinate. Huh? That's weird. Bai Donglin pinched his fingers repeatedly. But for some reason an unexpected situation occurred. This had nothing to do with the plan he had originally made. According to my plan, after Lanling is born, she will immediately break the mystery in the womb and awaken her past life memories. And the backup plan left in her true spirit will immediately trigger the dimensional coordinates to lead me here. But why was it delayed for 6 years? Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows slightly, and his attention to Mother River deepened. He thought his plan was perfect enough. But it almost failed. If Lanling dies again, then his true spirit will return to the Mother River, and the means he left behind will become completely meaningless. And it will even be impossible to find Lanling's true spirit again. Humph! Mew, I am really becoming more and more curious about you. Bai Donglin suppressed his thoughts, and had no intention of continuing to practice. He was just 1 step away from success. If he wanted, he could break through right away, and there was no need to continue to spend time in seclusion. His thoughts are all in a rush. But it only lasts for a moment. This is his unique frozen time and space of thought. In a moment, he can use the extremely fast operation of his thoughts, and extend it billions of times. This is a kind of bullet time in thinking. Snap! He raised his hand to open the passage. He didn't care whether the front was the heartland of the demon clan. Now, there was no place he was afraid to go. He took a step and arrived at the desert. An invisible aura filled the air, and everything around, including the laws, fell into stagnation. The blowing hot wind, the falling sand, the ferocious and ugly demons, and the hands reaching out to Linger. Everything fell into stagnant time and space. Only the sobbing Linger and Bai Donglin who walked out from the red crack were not frozen in time and space. His eyes flickered as his will poured out, completely covering this star world. The causes and consequences, everything, no matter how big or small, were all read by Bai Donglin's mind, and a glimmer of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. The result was a significant distortion compared to the plan. TSK. The time is wrong. The place is wrong. And even the race is only half right. The Mother River is still too hard to figure out. Of course, it's also because my methods were too immature at the time to be able to achieve this level. It all depends on Lanling's special true spirit. I don't know what I will gain. There was a glimmer of anticipation in Bai Donglin's eyes. According to his original plan, Lanling would not reincarnate for several years, and the location would be in Qianyuan realm, with the same human race. However, the facts were greatly distorted. He was reincarnated into a blue spirit bird. Although this blue spirit bird is a bit special, it has awakened some powerful bloodline, and was born in the form of the great Tao. This star world has a core continent and 7 life stars, all of which belong to the blue spirit bird lineage of flying monsters. It is a force of moderate size. Although it seems that this blue bird has no other advantages except its good looks. In fact, its ancestors do have a little bit of history. It is said that the phoenix gave birth to 9 chicks, namely the golden phoenix, the colorful phoenix, the fire phoenix, the snow phoenix, the blue phoenix, the peacock, the big pung, the thunderbird, and the strong wind. The blue phoenix is the ancestor of the blue spirit bird. The reason it is in this state now is only because its bloodline is weak. However, there are special cases, such as this blue spirit, whose bloodline has returned to its ancestral lineage and awakened the purest blue phoenix blood. The Daping bird is also one of the 9 chicks, and is now a royal family of birds. This shows that the blue phoenix bloodline is not weak either. This blue spirit still hasn't awakened its past life memories. The triggering of the dimensional coordinates was only caused by the intense fluctuations in emotions, which caused the soul to be agitated. Bai Donglin thought for a moment and gave up trying to wake Lan Ling up by force, because doing so might cause some information to be lost, which was far worse than waiting for her to wake up on her own. Besides, he didn't lack that little time. Whoa, father, please wake up. Don't abandon Linger. Linger doesn't want to be alone. Woo-woo. Linger was immersed in sorrow, completely ignoring everything in the outside world. She didn't even care about Bai Donglin's arrival and the stagnation of time and space. Your father is dead. Bai Donglin only took a glance and saw through the state of Zhang Yun's mutilated body. A hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. He was considered a man, and at least a good father. He burned everything he had, his body, soul, and Dharma image. Everything that could convert energy was burned by Zhang Yun. He himself often does this kind of thing, so he naturally knows the pain involved. He is a man of iron, and if possible, he doesn't mind saving his life. Unfortunately, it was too late. Zhang Yun's true spirit had been taken away by the Mother River, and he had no other options at the moment. No! I won't listen. I won't listen. Father promised me that he would not die and would not leave me alone. Bai Donglin shook his head helplessly. He really didn't know how to comfort the throwing tantrum little brat. Excluding the method of modifying and erasing the memory, he could only use drastic measures. Linger, your talent clearly tells you that your father is indeed dead. You can choose to live in false self-deception, or you can choose to face reality and avenge your parents. Since we are destined to be together, I will help you. Bai Donglin did not use any means to interfere with Linger's will. His calm tone made Linger's little body tremble. She stopped crying, slowly stood up, looked at Bai Donglin with her scarlet eyes and said, "Are you serious? Will you help me get revenge?" Linger knew clearly how powerful the Blue Spirit Bird clan was. This vast star world belonged to them, and there were countless strong people in the clan, let alone revenge. She would die in the pursuit under normal circumstances. His Blue Phoenix bloodline was drained away, and he died tragically. As long as you avenge me, I'm willing to give everything. Little Linger was only 6 years old, but after her parents died, she matured instantly. This kind of example was not uncommon. In this cruel world, there was not much warm time for children to enjoy. Ha ha ha. Your name is Lan Ling, right? From now on, you will follow me. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Bai Donglin. Do you remember it? Bai Donglin recalled his first meeting with Lan Ling and immediately found it interesting. He thought about how to arrange for Lan Ling. Yes, Lord Bai. Linger remembers it. Xiao Linger bowed. Although her body was small and her movements were clumsy and funny, she did it very seriously and meticulously. TSK. What's the point of calling me sir? Call me brother from now on. After Bai Donglin finished speaking, he restrained the overflowing breath, and the stagnant time and space suddenly began to flow. Who are you? Several bird monsters were lost for a while without noticing it. They only saw a flash of the scene, and suddenly a stranger appeared in front of them. Linger, you can do it yourself. Bai Donglin didn't even look at those ants. The chains of laws appeared automatically and bound the monsters in place. Death sign. The monsters' bodies were hard, and even if they stood still, they could not be harmed by Linger, who had never practiced. The death omen, which had shrunk into a dagger, was handed over to Linger. Its inherent destructive power was enough to kill these bird monsters. Linger nodded seriously and took the black dagger. These people were the culprits who killed her father. They were the ones who exhausted her father to death. Ah! Go to H.L. Linger raised the dagger high. Blue light flashed in her eyes. She saw through the bird demon's body, and hit the core and deadly demon pill directly with one knife. Swish. With a few slashes of the knife, the bird monster's demon pills were all shattered. A scarlet destructive force flashed, and their corpses turned into nothingness. Yes. Here. I'll give you a gift. Bai Donglin looked at Linger's clean and neat movements, nodded with satisfaction, and then handed over a white ring. This is? Linger looked puzzled, as she sensed a familiar aura on the ring. I sensed an extremely strong obsession in your father's corpse. It was the obsession to protect you. To be honest, this kind of obsession is hard to find in a Dharma realm cultivator. So, I added some materials and refined your father's corpse and obsession into a protective magic weapon, so that your father can still protect you after his death. Bai Donglin had a calm expression as he recounted the origin of the ring. Linger's expression changed when she heard that. She turned around and saw that her father's body was gone. Father. Linger held the ring tightly, and tears began to well up in her eyes again. She didn't expect that her father was still worried about her safety after his death. Let's go. Leave this place. Bai Donglin reached out and picked up Linger, but there was no way they could hold hands because of the huge height difference. He took a step forward and arrived in the void of the universe. Brother Donglin. Where is this? Linger put away the ring and looked up. What came into view was a continent, 7 stars, and a big sun. This was her first time entering the void of the universe, and everything was so unfamiliar. Don't you want me to help you get revenge? Do you see these continental stars? On them live the Blue Spirit Bird Clan. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke indifferently. He didn't want to have to run again for something that he could do easily. Revenge? Now! Linger was confused. The Blue Spirit Bird Clan was very powerful. Just watch. Bai Donglin stretched out his hand into the void in front of him, crossed the void, and picked a leaf from the star below. Emerald green leaves are common and can be found everywhere. The laws of matter floated slightly, and the leaves were suddenly decomposed into the smallest particles. The dimensions were distorted, and the same particles were materialized and began to superimpose madly, while the size remained unchanged. The mass of the last particle left had exceeded 1 trillion tons. Feeling that it was about enough, Bai Donglin stopped adding particles. Linger, please watch a fireworks display. Call out. With a flick of the fingertips, particles were instantly ejected, their speed soaring to 1,000 times the speed of light. The void was annihilated. A ray of light flashed across. 7 stars were instantly pierced and exploded, followed by the sun, which was smashed into pieces by the particles. The particles continued to move forward and hit the core continent fiercely. The particles, which contained extremely powerful kinetic energy, exploded with a loud bang as if they had completed their mission. Wow! Awesome! Linger widened her sapphire eyes. Only then did she realize what a terrifying person this Brother Donglin was. In the blink of an eye, he plucks leaves and destroys stars. It only takes the blink of an eye to destroy a star world. Chapter 490. The Tribulation of Gods and Demons. The stars and the sun, the most basic particles that make up matter, were all shattered and turned into nothingness in a brilliant stream of light. Bai Donglin held Xiao Linger in his arms and stood there waiting for a while. But no powerful demon clan members came, nor was there any dimensionality reduction attack from the strong men in the 10th realm. A mere blue bird tribe and a star world are still too small. With constant birth and death, it is difficult to attract the attention of the demon tribe's high-level officials. The behemoths that Zhang Yun saw, the tribe that could force him to death, were actually nothing in the entire demon tribe. Without any special value, their annihilation would not cause much commotion. This is also related to the fact that the demon race does not have enough control over their territory. If it were the human race, under the coverage of the battle network, such wanton destructive behavior would definitely lead to sanctions. The demon race is now a good place to gain luck. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered slightly, and white mist once again lingered around the lucky ring that only he could see. This was the manifestation of luck. The Blue Spirit Bird Clan was not destined to die. The reason for their destruction was all due to him. So the luck this time was still extremely high, much higher than those of the most evil criminals and aliens. In addition to luck, the Battle Soul Mark also recorded the scene just now, giving him a lot of combat merits and contribution points. After the flying scale armor monsters were driven out, these monsters were automatically labeled as enemies, and killing them was also considered a merit to the human race. One of the star worlds is missing a little, but I don't know if you can still sit still later. Humph! Wing Palace. Brother Donglin. What is the Wing Palace? Just a bunch of bird people. Oh. Sorry, Linger. I didn't mean you. I have something to do later, and can't take you with me. I'll send you to a fun place for now. Oh. Well. What is that place? A very beautiful place. The holy palace of ice and snow. After saying that, Bai Dongling's whole body flashed with divine light, and the particles had been reconstructed, turning into the appearance of a blue spirit. The two blue spirits, one big and one small, looked vaguely similar at first glance. The appearance of the creatures in this world is not entirely determined by the life factors inherited from their parents, but also by their true spirits, which have a huge influence. After making good disguises, Bai Donglin raised his hand to open the dimensional channel and took a step forward. He then appeared in the secret room belonging to Lan Ling in the holy palace of ice and snow. Over the years, he has lived in seclusion, only showing up from time to time. With his increasingly powerful cultivation, he has not been exposed. Senior sisters, please help take care of this little girl. Her name is Linger. When Bai Donglin appeared in the hall holding Linger, who looked 70% similar to Lan Ling, several senior sisters were completely stunned. Their eyes widened, and they looked back and forth at the two's faces. Yes, they are so similar. Oh my god. How come my junior sister gave birth to a child after a retreat? Junior sister. Who is the child's father? Marriage is prohibited in the ice and snow holy palace. If discovered, the only consequence is expulsion from the sect. Ahem. It's a long story. I'll tell you next time. I feel like I'm about to make another breakthrough. I'll leave Linger to you. See you later. Bai Donglin disappeared in a flash, leaving only a small figure. Linger blinked her big blue eyes. For some reason, she felt that the sisters in front of her were so kind. Her nose felt a little sour, and she wanted to cry. Hello. Sisters. I'm Linger. Wow. Oh. Don't cry. Don't cry. Are you hungry? Do you want to be fed? What should we do? We don't have any. In an instant, Bai Donglin returned to the void of the universe, and the light of the annihilation of the stars had not yet dissipated. The most fundamental reason why he handed Linger over to several senior sisters to take care of was that he wanted to take advantage of the familiarity between them. By spending time together day and night, Lan Ling's true spirit would awaken faster. Bai Donglin closed his eyes slightly, sensing the dimensional coordinates all over the place, and compared them with the information he had just obtained. While killing the Blue Spirit Bird Clan, he read a lot of information and learned about the current Flying Bird Demon Clan, especially the area where the Winged God Palace is located. After finding the dimensional coordinates closest to the target location, Bai Donglin's eyes flashed with a cold light. He opened the passage and stepped in. His realm was almost unsuppressible. The 10 Tao bases of rules were pulsating violently as if they had life. The aura of the power of rules was faintly emanating from him, which was extremely terrifying, deep and vast. With just a thought, the power of rules that has been smelted and nurtured will break out of the SHL, and at the same time, a horrifying calamity of gods and demons will be brought down. To successfully overcome the tribulation, complete the leap of life, go against the innate nature, and completely abandon the mortal body is to become an innate god or demon. If you fail, you will turn into ashes. If you are lucky, a little bit of your soul may be left to be reincarnated. There is no such thing as disbanding soldiers in this world. You either succeed or your soul is destroyed. There is no way out. In the entire cultivation world, except for the demon race, who have to go through the tribulation of transformation in the early stages. The rest of the cultivators will only begin to face tribulation tests when they are promoted to the 9th realm. Bai Donglin has also studied the divine and demonic calamity seriously, and made many deductions and speculations. The calamity of gods and demons does not come from the will of heaven and earth in a certain world, but comes from a higher level. Cultivators generally believe that this calamity is related to the Mother River. Therefore, Bai Donglin did not dare to underestimate his own divine and demonic calamity. This was a power that surpassed the heaven and earth. The ancestors of the 10 realms were all extremely taboo about it, and did not dare to be easily contaminated by this thing. Because even the ancestors were afraid of something. And that was the longevity disaster that occurred once every 100 million years. This was a terrifying thing similar to the 5 deteriorations of heaven and man. And if one could not survive it, one would die. This Mother River seems to be consciously controlling the number of top powerhouses. Otherwise, why do they face more disasters the stronger they are? Is this what they call God's jealousy? Bai Donglin raised his brows slightly. All these signs made him more hostile towards Mu. Haha. But I'm not afraid of these disasters. I'm just afraid that you're not strong enough. I hope you can ruthlessly ravage me next time. Snap! With one step, he shattered the void and instantly crossed the boundless distance through the dimensional channel and arrived deep in the heart of the demon clan. This place was not far from the current nest of the Winged Palace. Not close enough. Without the dimensional coordinates, Bai Dongyan could only cross the space step by step and walk in the dimension. Fortunately, his speed was still not slow. He has been a frugal person since he was young, so he naturally cannot waste this tribulation. The tribulation of gods and demons can also be recycled, so he plans to sweep through the Winged Palace. Improving luck and military merits are secondary. The most important thing is to vent his anger. The Winged Palace is looking for him to settle accounts all over the world, and now he takes the initiative to visit them, hoping that the other party can bear it. As we go deeper, the aura of the strong begins to become denser, and all kinds of defense and attack formations and detection magic weapons are spread throughout the void of the universe. From time to time, there is a strong will and sharp eyes that sweep across the universe to eliminate the possibility of any intruders. Right here, Bai Dongyan walked out of the void and landed on a vast continent. After the Winged God Palace evacuated the Qianyuan realm, its nest became even more vast. After all, the void of the universe is not as valuable as the Qianyuan continent. Vastness is synonymous with the only real world. In the void of the universe, territory is worthless. Just like the Winged Palace at this time, it has built its nest in the center of a realm, surrounded by countless, extremely large continents, and the densely packed life stars are incalculable. This realm is the most resource-rich of the many realms occupied by the birds. Therefore, all the prominent tribes will migrate and gather here to establish their own nests. The demon clan still prefers to live among the mountains and forests. As far as Bai Dongyan can perceive, there are only a few cities on this vast continent. But he didn't care. There was no need to look for the place where the monsters gathered. The monsters would naturally gather there later. It didn't matter if they didn't come. The only fate would be for them to be destroyed along with these continents. He randomly found a place on the top of a mountain and sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and let his mind slowly sink into the spiritual orifice of the sea of blood. Boom! The endless sea of blood was surging, and the scarlet waves were rising thousands of feet high. In the center of the blood sea world, there was a huge blood cocoon hanging in the air, pulsating slightly, and a murderous aura was overflowing and flowing. Divine power. Buzz. As Bai Dongyan released his suppression, the divine power rules that had been waiting for a long time instantly boiled over, tearing the blood cocoon apart. Colorful chains of rules stretched out disorderly, crossing the spiritual world, passing through many hidden spiritual orifices, and linking together the main spiritual orifices. Incomparably mysterious patterns shone fiercely in the light of the origin of life. Inexplicable trajectories intertwined and entangled to form a scarlet Taoist divine power. The moment the regular aura appeared in the body, the heaven and earth felt it, and an invisible pressure appeared out of thin air, followed by an extremely thick, dark and deep calamity cloud, which stretched out continuously, with Bai Dongyan as the core, and expanded madly in all directions, without any sign of stopping. The god and demon tribulation is divided into 9 levels, divided according to the number of different rules and laws. The highest is the 9 god and demon tribulation. What are my 13 laws? I'm really looking forward to it. All cultivators who are undergoing the tribulation take it extremely seriously. They will prepare many methods in advance and then look for an uninhabited area to undergo the tribulation so as to avoid being disturbed by outsiders. You can only rely on yourself to survive the catastrophe. If other creatures are affected, the power of the catastrophe will be aggravated. If you are a creature that is affected and you are about to survive the catastrophe, there is a very high chance that you will be triggered to survive your own catastrophe. If the two are superimposed, no one will be happy. The madly spreading calamity clouds and the extremely oppressive sense of crisis are silent warnings, warning irrelevant creatures within the range of the calamity clouds to leave quickly. Otherwise there will be disaster. What's going on? The weather is changing. Something big is happening. Such a big commotion instantly alarmed the powerful demons on this continent. Their dense and vast thoughts rose into the sky, sweeping across the 10 directions, trying to find the source of the change. Everyone, do you think this dark cloud looks a bit like a calamity cloud? Ha ha ha. Brother, you must be kidding. How can there be such a huge calamity cloud in the world? Look, it covers most of the land and has a diameter of nearly 20 billion kilometers. How can it be a calamity cloud? I'd never heard of it before. But this aura. The thoughts of the powerful demon spread and talked, expressing their opinions one after another. The demon who proposed that it was the robbery cloud thought for a moment and laughed at himself. Yes. How could there be such a disaster in the world? He must be too sensitive. After a moment, the thoughts of many powerful demon clan members finally reached the center of the change. And they also saw Bai Donglin sitting cross-legged on the top of the mountain. Huh? A human? He was the one who caused the mutation? Humph. No matter if he is a human or not. Kill him first. Bai Donglin seemed unaware and unconcerned about the changes in the outside world. His thoughts began to slowly explore the foundation of time and space rules. His calamities with gods and demons are far from over. 10 Tao bases. 10 supreme rules. This time, it will be impossible not to cause earth-shattering events. Chapter 491. 10 Direction Tribulation Clouds Refining Gods and Demons. Kill! The flying demon race and the human race have become completely hostile to each other. There is no need to hesitate. This person is sneaky and causing trouble in their heartland. It is obvious that he is not a good person. So he should be killed first. Rumble. The first to take action was a netherworld blood python, whose cultivation had reached the 6th extreme level. Each particle of its divine power had been superimposed millions of times, and its manifested body possessed immense divine power. It lashed towards Bai Donglin with its tail as fast as lightning, and the dimensional barrier was shattered in an instant. Faced with this attack containing the power of millions of worlds, Bai Donglin naturally felt something in his heart. But he did not stand up to dodge, allowing the tail like a pillar of heaven to smash towards his head. Clang! The terrifying sound of metal clashing resounded throughout heaven and earth. And the aftermath was so powerful that an area of 1,000,000 miles was instantly shaken into nothingness. Hiss! How is it possible? Bai Donglin was seen sitting cross-legged in the void. The mountain beneath him had disappeared. A dark yellow color was flowing all over his body. He endured the powerful attack without even frowning. On the contrary, the netherworld blood python was like it had hit an indestructible nail. Its extremely hard tail was directly pierced through by Donglin's body. The sharp air lingered around the wound, and blood kept flowing. It fell to the ground, creating countless huge holes. Rigid body is the defensive power bestowed upon him by the One Yuan Lingqiao. It is the embodiment of the instinctive defense of the physical body, and is proportional to his strength. It does not consume any energy. He can just stand there and let people attack him at will. Even the Emperor cannot break his defense. These little demons are still far from enough. This is a tricky idea. Let's get rid of him together. The monster's expressions changed drastically upon seeing this. There was no need to talk about morality when facing a racial enemy, so they immediately rushed forward side by side to kill him. However, Bai Donglin still had his eyes closed, motionless like a rock. Human race. You are too arrogant. Kill him. Bai Donglin's disregard was undoubtedly the greatest humiliation to the group of monsters. And they were all furious. With a stern look on their faces, they all sacrificed their origin weapons, activated their bloodline talents, and unleashed their most powerful attacks. Countless colorful streams of light surged past, instantly submerging Bai Donglin. The void and dimensions were all annihilated. He sat cross-legged in the center of the dark white cave, his body covered in dark yellow fireflies, and the harsh sound of the lights colliding with each other continued. At this moment, Bai Donglin's first dark calamity cloud finally stopped expanding. It had covered the entire continent and spread into the void of the universe. Its diameter was as high as 100 billion kilometers. Such a calamity among gods and demons was simply unheard of. Bai Donglin's eyebrows moved slightly. The strength of this calamity cloud was a little beyond his expectations. It was probably not just because of the fusion of 13 laws, but there should be other factors involved. However, the breakthrough had already begun, and there was absolutely no possibility of stopping. He then released the suppression of the time and space rules Tao Foundation. Snap! The gray core of the law suddenly shattered, and bright rays of light, colorful chains of rules shot out, connecting to the other law's spiritual orifices along the hidden spiritual orifices. And the complex and mysterious trajectory intertwined and fused into a gray time and space Taoist text. Boom! The world was undergoing another drastic change. Although Bai Donglin's dark calamity clouds were extremely dense and heavy, and could be described as sticky like substance, compared to the huge area it covered, it still looked like a thin plane, with this pitch-black plane as the base point. Another gray calamity cloud appeared, slightly tilted, and the two calamity clouds formed an angle of 36 degrees. It was as thick as a great calamity cloud and filled with endless pressure. But its spreading speed had increased by dozens of times. In a moment, the area covered by the great calamity cloud surpassed that of the black calamity cloud. And it only slowly stopped expanding when its diameter reached a terrifying 1 trillion kilometers. I see. Each calamity cloud is 10 times larger than the previous one. Not only are they different in size, but the aura they exude is also very different. Bai Donglin was also a little numb to his own strange calamity with gods and demons. But this was also what he hoped to see. And naturally, the stronger the better. Continue. Crack. The suppression of the World Rule Foundation was released. And along with the strange changes in the body, another pale, sticky calamity cloud appeared out of thin air, forming a 36-degree angle with the great calamity cloud, and spread wildly. What on earth is going on with this guy? After attacking for a long time and using all their strength, the monsters were only short of self-destruction, and most of their divine power was consumed. Not to mention hurting Bai Donglin. They couldn't even make the opponent move an inch. That would have been fine. But this unprecedented and terrifying weather change made them terrified. The invisible and intangible strange pressure and the huge range that exceeded the limit of perception made them feel uneasy. Something's wrong. This is terribly wrong. I think we should report this to the higher-ups. Yes. Yes. Contact the adults quickly. The demons woke up instantly. This was no longer a big event that they could handle. It would be best to let a more powerful demon king or even demon emperor handle it. By the time they sent out the message for help, the fourth red calamity cloud had stopped expanding. With a diameter of 1 trillion kilometers, dozens of continents, and densely packed stars and suns were all shrouded in it. Countless powerful demons were alarmed and dropped everything they were doing to rush to the center of the calamity cloud. Until this moment, they did not think of the worst possible scenario and just thought that some rare treasure or ancient ruins had come to the world. After all, this is the core nest of the Wing Palace. Who would dare to risk their life to cause trouble for them? The turmoil in the outside world did not affect Bai Donglin at all. Starting from the fifth calamity cloud, due to the angle, different calamity clouds began to cover and merge. The yellow calamity cloud completely covered the black calamity cloud. The area where the two intersected underwent strange changes. The color became darker, and the aura became more terrifying and fierce. Most of the yellow calamity cloud spread to trillions of kilometers away, exceeding 100 light years, and covering countless living beings. Black, gray, white, red, orange, yellow, green, 100 billion kilometers, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million. When the last purple calamity cloud stretched out, the area it covered had reached a terrifying diameter of 1 million light years. A normal galaxy contains hundreds of billions of star worlds, and its diameter is only about 100,000 light years. Bai Donglin's calamity cloud covered the entire 10-direction galaxy. Boom! Bai Donglin finally opened his eyes, slowly stood up, and his dazzling eyes swept across the boundless area. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a grand scene! This mother river is going to beat me to death. Bai Donglin stood at the center of the calamity cloud. The 10-colored calamity clouds overlapped one another, blending colors and presenting a strange and colorful appearance. The overall calamity cloud was an irregular spherical mass of uneven clouds, rolling and flowing, as sticky as substance, like a monster that devoured everything, not only the present world, but also the spatial layers. Dimensional spaces and dimension spaces are all covered by calamity clouds. There is no corner to hide between heaven and earth. Invisible pressure gathered and intertwined, covering every inch of Bai Donglin's body. The extremely heavy pressure made his body instinctively begin to shine with divine light, and the spiritual orifices in his body sparkled, and the chains of rules ran through everything. Brother, why do I feel a little numb on my scalp? How about we retreat temporarily? No. We have already informed Emperor Lei Yu. If we leave, how can we explain to him? Moreover, this change in the sky only looks strange, but it has not revealed any signs of attack. The powerful demons who had gathered from all directions have already withdrawn from that continent and are standing in the void of the universe, watching from afar. Many of them have already considered retreating, but due to the fierce power of Emperor Lei Yu, they dare not leave without permission, and are caught in a dilemma for a while. The calamity clouds from the 10 directions were indeed terrifyingly large, but it was this size that went beyond common sense that prevented any of the demons present from recognizing that this was a calamity from the gods or demons. Ordinary cultivators, before they break through to become powerful, only possess the power of a few realms. So the calamity clouds they attract are naturally ordinary. And a radius of 10,000 miles is the limit. From a certain perspective, the calamity cloud is very small. And the core nest of the winged palace is in a superboundary galaxy cluster in this realm. By Donglin's so-called closeness is just being in the same superboundary core cluster with it. However, the core group of the super realm covers hundreds of billions of galaxies. And this calamity cloud that spreads over millions of light years only covers 10 galaxies. Compared with it, it is as small as dust. This is also why, before the calamity cloud erupted, it did not attract the attention of the 10 realms ancestors of the demon race. And even the Emperor Feng had to be notified before rushing here. The reason why so many powerful people appeared here was because this super realm galaxy cluster was the nest of the winged god palace. And it gathered many powerful people. The universe of the only true world is really too huge. Humph! How dare you come to the winged palace to stir up trouble? Cry! An extremely huge thunderbird, carrying boundless thunder, shattered the void and descended in front of the group of monsters. Amidst the endless dazzling lightning, a tall and majestic figure holding thunder in his hand slowly walked out. His sharp and blazing gaze seemed to be able to penetrate and melt everything. Lord Lei Yudi. Seeing this man, all the powerful demons seemed to have found their backbone and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Donglin's eyes moved slightly. He glanced at Lei Yudi and continued to look up at the sky. He had no time to pay attention to these birdmen at this moment. He had already sensed that the 10 directions tribulation cloud had been nurtured to the limit, and a faint aura locked him tightly, leaving him nowhere to escape and nowhere to hide. Coming! Boom! A terrifying noise exploded in the hearts of countless creatures. What? The pupils of the powerful demon clan members, such as Lei Yudi, shrank sharply. They looked up at the sky with a look of horror on their faces. This is a calamity between gods and demons. Chapter 492, 10 million foot flesh body. Sizzle! An endless sea of thunder gathered together. Its colors were brilliant. Lightning snakes danced wildly. The size was unknown, and it extended for hundreds of thousands of light years. At the moment, the calamity cloud exploded. An extremely powerful blockade force descended, and all the time and space dimensions were imprisoned. Bai Donglin felt it in his heart that this was the power from the great time and space calamity cloud, which was going to cut off his retreat, and at the same time, cut off the life root of the endless demon clan. No! Run away! Emperor Lei Yu possesses the purest blood of Thunderbird and is extremely sensitive to thunder. The thunder, which was originally so familiar to him, now makes him feel creepy in his heart, and his bright feathers stand up. If you don't leave this place, you will die. Cry. At this moment, he could hardly protect himself, and could not care about the other powerful demons. He transformed into a huge body, flapped his wings, shattered the dimensional barrier, and instantly turned into a stream of light and flew away. He did not dare to delay for even a moment. The space was blocked, and all the magical powers of jumping through space could not be used. He could only use the clumsy method of flying. But even at the speed of light, it would take 1,000,000 years to escape the coverage of the calamity cloud. Emperor Lei Yu knew that he could not escape, so he could only stay away from the center of the calamity cloud as much as possible. What kind of monster is this person? Emperor Lei Yu's eyes were filled with fear. There were 2 types of disasters sent from heaven. One was the 9-realm god and demon tribulation, and the other was the 10-realm life disaster tribulation. He had experienced them before and recognized the aura of the god and demon tribulation very clearly. But this aura was too powerful to be against the will of heaven. Lord Lei Yudi. He escaped. What should we do? The group of monsters froze in place, staring blankly at the sky, for a moment distracted by the shocking event. Idiot! If you don't run, you're just waiting to die? All the powerful demons immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Bai Donglin put his hands behind his back with a solemn expression. His body surface was shining with dark yellow light like crazy. His body also sensed the crisis. Every particle of his body was activated instinctively, releasing endless potential. The hexagram deduction that was running all the time was stopped, and the ability was restored to prepare to deal with the calamity of gods and demons. A trace of chaotic light filled the body inside and out. This was the law of chaos. The rules of chaos melt the laws of yin and yang, light and darkness, 5 elements, and devouring. It has the ability to transform everything into one and one into everything. Devouring, transformation, and fusion are its basic characteristics. The tribulation of gods and demons contains endless energy, so he naturally won't let it go. having caused such a big commotion. He naturally wants to use it to drain the tribulation of gods and demons. Sizzle! Boom! Finally, several huge thunders fell from every angle around. It was like a colorful sea of thunder, instantly submerging Bai Donglin. Bai Donglin was extremely dazzling in the sea of thunder. The power of this first thunder catastrophe was comparable to Feng Huang's full-strength attack, but it could not cause any injury to him. Part of the destructive power of thunder was dissipated by the rigid body, and part of it was swallowed up and converted into energy. But the surface area of the body that was attacked was too small, and most of the huge thunder tribulation was wasted. Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows slightly and slowly stretched out his hands. Point one hand to the sky. Fathian. Point to the ground with one hand. Elephant land. Divine power. Divine power. Divine light shone in the body. The spiritual orifices and flesh and blood particles were all shining with colorful brilliance. The light of the origin of life was boiling, and the scarlet divine power text spread across the entire back. The figure rose rapidly, and faintly, there was already a hint of the shadow of the ancestor of the world. 100,000 feet. 1 million feet. 10 million feet. 100 million feet. This is the true law of heaven and earth. Bai Donglin gently exhaled a breath of turbid air, shattering a large area of the void and disrupting the ocean of thunder and lightning. The god's body is extremely majestic. His eyes are like the sun and the moon, and scarlet chains of rules linger around his body, emitting a terrifying and murderous aura. The rules of divine power. The power of smelting the body. The four basic forces of the universe. The four elements that constitute the world. And many other powerful laws far exceed the power of ordinary rules. The magical powers that govern the heaven and earth, which are based on the rules of divine power, naturally underwent earth-shaking changes. This is his unique magical power, and it is different from those of others. Bigger body, greater strength, stronger defense, bringing the physical cultivation method to its extreme. The boundless sea of thunder could no longer cause him the slightest harm. He opened his mouth and sucked fiercely, like a black hole. The sea of thunder that spread for hundreds of thousands of light years immediately poured into Bai Donglin's stomach, crushing and swallowing it all, converting it into pure energy to nourish his spiritual orifice. The sea of thunder, which Bai Donglin regarded as nourishment, was a horrific disaster with nowhere to escape for the countless demon creatures. The moment the calamity of gods and demons breaks out, all living beings and matter within its coverage area are regarded as targets. The thunder dragon, which was hundreds or thousands of light years thick, swept across, and all living beings, the sun, the moon, the stars, and the boundless continents were turned into ashes. It didn't last even for a moment. Even those terrifying celestial bodies, such as white dwarfs, pulsars, neutron stars, and black holes, were swallowed by the thunder dragon and turned into nothingness. Just the first thunder tribulation wiped out everything within a million light years, leaving only Bai Donglin and Lei Yudi alive. Hateful. Emperor Lei Yu had a ferocious look on his face as he kept running wildly despite the bombardment of thunder. Although he was temporarily safe, this was only the first thunder tribulation. One could imagine how terrifying the subsequent tribulations would be. The ultimate means of escape by self-destruction is also useless here. This is also common sense in the cultivation world. Many powerful people are terrified when talking about calamities. This is because the cultivators who died in the calamities of gods and demons cannot use the blood rebirth, and their true spirits will be inexplicably annihilated. This is also one of the evidences that the calamity comes from the Mother River. Escape. 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 After millions of years of hard training, this emperor is still going to break through the 10 realms and achieve the position of ancestor. How can I die in such a ridiculous way? Ah. Emperor Lei Yu had a crazy look on his face. The divine particles in his body were burning madly. His speed skyrocketed, approaching 1,000 times the speed of light. His terrifying kinetic energy crushed countless dimensional storms. His feathers were burning madly under the intense friction. Swallow the sky and the earth. Bai Donglin's huge body seemed to turn into a chaotic void, and the terrifying swallowing force spread wildly, pulling an endless thunder, crushing and transforming it. The strange pure energy made his spiritual orifice extremely excited, and his flesh and blood and soul particles were also nourished, undergoing a strange transformation. This was a leap of life. So that's how it is. The energy hidden in the thunder of the divine and demonic calamity is actually the power of creation. A flash of enlightenment came into Bai Donglin's mind. The first time he came into contact with the calamity of gods and demons was with that big firebird. At that time, He sensed the special energy contained in the thunder. Now that his knowledge has increased, he can naturally see through it at a glance. The sea of thunder was so huge that Bai Donglin swallowed it as his body began to move and flew towards the headquarters of the Wing Palace. The lucky ring on the finger had also become incomparably huge, and was already surrounded by tangible white light. In the previous lightning strike, countless monster creatures were annihilated, including many powerful men. The amount of luck that had gathered was enormous, the largest in history. Many lives have died because of me. All the causes and consequences, all the sins, are borne by me. Bai Donglin's expression was extremely indifferent. Countless lives died before his eyes, but he did not experience any emotion at all. Of course, there are innocent and kind-hearted monsters among them. But so what? Have you ever thought about how miserable and desperate the ancient human race was when they were kept in captivity by countless monsters and became blood-eating food like pigs and dogs? Even now, although humans and demons have openly formed an alliance to fight against aliens, there are also countless demons who are secretly harming humans, capturing them as blood food, making elixirs, and even trading them to aliens in exchange for life source fluid to prolong their own lifespans. He had experienced all of these personally. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. He does not express any opinions on the life and death of these beasts. Nor is he qualified to express opinions on behalf of the countless tragic deaths of humans. But if there is a saintly bitch who comes to him and complains, he doesn't mind giving her 2 big slaps in the face. This is war. A war between different races. A war that will not stop until one side is completely wiped out. The human race is actually quite merciful. For example, the beasts that have completely surrendered to the human race are now living well. Aren't they? Unfortunately, some beasts will always be beasts, and they cannot change. Only death and extinction are their best fate. Humph! It's an honor for you to die in my hands and make a small contribution. A sneer flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes, and he moved even faster. As he moved, the huge spherical calamity cloud also moved with him. At all times, he was at the very center of the calamity cloud. As the calamity cloud moved, everything it touched the edge was annihilated, bringing Bai Donglin a huge amount of luck and endless sins of killing. Bai Donglin is extremely fast. Although he cannot jump through space or travel through dimensions, he has mastered the 4 basic forces of the universe and has plenty of means to increase his speed. He even surpassed Lei Yudi. Poor Emperor Lei Yu. He fled in the same direction as Bai Donglin chose. But after running for a long time, he still didn't move. Infernal fire. Boom. Scarlet. Sticky flames flowed out, lingering and swirling, reaching billions of feet high. Squeak. Aah. The endless dark fog was burned and became nutrients for the growth of the karma fire. After a moment, Bai Donglin's confused will suddenly became clear. The number of demons that died at his hands this time was too huge, and even his willpower almost couldn't hold on. Fortunately, he had the karma fire on him, which could be regarded as one of the additional tests of the calamity between gods and demons. Mother River. Mother River. These lives clearly died at your hands. But the sin is entirely my fault. You are really amazing. This strange thing, the sin of killing, might also come from the Mother River. It is normal for the Mother River to kill, but not be involved in the cause and effect of sin. After all spirits are reincarnated from it. I gave you life, and now I take it back. So the cause and effect are offset. Bai Donglin's expression changed slightly. His skin felt a slight pain, and his eyebrows twitched slightly. The second disaster is coming. Chapter 493: The Disaster of Time. The gray calamity clouds rolled and surged. Countless gray lights flashed, and the strange aura shook, making those who saw and heard it tremble with fear. Chant. The gray light shimmered, spanning time and space, carrying an extremely sharp aura, lightly brushing across Bai Donglin's huge body. Sizzle. Golden blood gushed out, and the extremely hard rigid body was actually cut into pieces. Dense wounds covered the entire body, and even the eyes that were like the sun and the moon were cut into pieces. All the facial features were cut off, as if by slow slicing. These were just superficial injuries, which were instantly healed by the Immortal, bringing him a lot of energy. Along with the gray light, a strange aura descended, eerie and terrifying, full of desolation, and it irresistibly penetrated into Bai Donglin's body, causing his figure to stagnate. And then he felt as if something was deprived of him. Apart from that, there was nothing unusual. This extremely sharp gray light should be the blade of the dimensional space. But what is that strange smell? Bai Donglin blinked his eyes, which had returned to normal. thought for a moment. And then he thought of something. Could it be the curse of time? Bai Donglin was slightly stunned. This was not the aftermath of the year's injuries left by the sleepers of the time as known to ordinary people, but a very terrible disaster. However, this disaster of time will only appear in the ancestor's life disaster. It is the unavoidable strange aura just now, which will deprive the cultivator of his lifespan. It is an extremely strange time force. A mere aura can take away at least 10,000 years of your lifespan, and at most 100 million years. Which cultivator would not be afraid of such a disaster? Even the strong men of the 10th realm would be inexplicably afraid, and dare not easily bear it. Haha. Interesting. My god and demon tribulation is becoming more and more interesting. Bai Donglin had a smile in his eyes. Before he set foot in the world of cultivation, he was already an immortal body. Endless lifespan was just a basic operation. The curse of time that everyone feared was of no use to him. Go ahead and knock as hard as you can. You win if you can knock off all my life. Boom! The coming of the second catastrophe did not mean that the first catastrophe had disappeared. Instead, it became more violent. Endless thunder dragons roared and rolled, with dazzling colors, possessing various rules and attributes, and their power increased several times. Sizzle! The endless sea of thunder enveloped Bai Donglin without any reduction, allowing his chaotic void to swallow him. Still endless. At the same time, the blade of the dimensional space and the disaster of time fell continuously, and would not stop until Bai Donglin was killed. Bai Donglin could still withstand these attacks, but it was different for Lei Yudi, especially the disaster of time. How is it possible? How could this happen? The calamity of the years. Ahem. The calamity of the years is something that only the ancestors face in the calamity of longevity. How could it appear in the calamity of gods and demons? Crazy. Crazy. I don't believe it. The speed of the Thunder Feather Emperor slowly slowed down. His brilliant feathers became dull. His strong and huge body became skinny, old and dying. Cry! Emperor Lei Yu raised his head and cried, filled with endless grief and indignation, and extremely desolate. After exhausting the last bit of energy, the old demon body of Emperor Lei Yu was suspended in the void without moving, completely dead of old age. But the horrific disaster of time continued to fall. The immortal body of the god and demon gradually decayed and turned into dry bones. And then even the bones turned into ashes. A thunder dragon swept by, and the ashes disappeared completely. This divine and demonic calamity was so horrific that it not only killed people, but it even scattered people's ashes. Bai Donglin, who was passing by, saw the scene and couldn't help but shook his head. It was worthy of being his god and demon tribulation. Really awesome. When Bai Donglin was sweeping across the four directions with the calamity cloud, the death of Lei Yudi and the huge commotion caused by the calamity cloud finally attracted the attention of the ancestor of the demon clan. Not only the ancestors, but also many high-ranking officials of the Winged God Palace discovered the constantly moving natural disaster in their own hinterland, and sent out many powerful men, who began to appear outside the calamity clouds. Many figures with powerful auras appeared in the rear of the path of the calamity cloud. All that was seen was nothingness. Nothing could survive where the calamity cloud passed. These powerful demons followed closely while observing, and did not dare to rashly step into the range of the calamity cloud. They were truly frightened by the calamity cloud with its complex and terrifying aura. Just one look at it made them tremble with fear. Buzz! The void trembled. An array of lightning streaked across space and descended. The light spots gathered together and condensed into a vague human-shaped light and shadow. The monsters were stunned at first, but when they saw the light and shadow's face clearly, their expressions changed, and they all showed respect and bowed quickly. We have met the Thunder Ancestor. The Thunder Ancestor responded casually, and it was obvious that he was not in a good mood. That was because, just now, the Thunder Feather Emperor, the most talented person in his Thunderbird clan, who had the best chance of breaking through the 10th realm, had died. He died completely in the heart of the Wing Palace. This is not just a slap in the face. This is like shitting and peeing on his head. And after that, you still ask him for paper. How could he feel good about this? I want to see what kind of person dares to humiliate our Wing Palace like this. The Thunder Ancestor narrowed his eyes slightly, and a sharp look flashed across his face. He saw through the calamity cloud at a glance, and looked directly at Bai Donglin in the center. Human race. Physical cultivation. Is this a divine and demonic calamity? There is also the breath of the eternal bane. How is this possible? The Thunder Ancestor finally lost his composure. His brows twitched slightly. His figure flashed violently for a moment, and he immediately gave up the idea of entering the calamity cloud. When cultivators see others undergoing tribulation, they will stay away from them. This is not only because of the tribulation's ability to attack anything, but also because they are afraid of being drawn into their own tribulation. If a cultivator has not reached the peak of the 8th realm, there is no need to worry about this. Whether a catastrophe will be triggered depends on whether you are facing a tribulation. However, it is different for the strong men in the 10th realm. There is no fixed time for their life-threatening disasters, and they are very random. The chances of being triggered by disasters are even greater, especially the disaster in front of them, which contains the disaster of time. It is simply a lit fuse. Once the strong men in the 10th realm enter this powder keg, it is very likely to explode. Humph! If you don't want to go in, then don't go in. How can a mere ant turn the world upside down? The Thunder Ancestor snorted coldly, flipped his hand, and a feather shining with thunder divine light emerged. The aura was obscure, and contained extremely powerful power. It was a fusion of rules, and the power of Hunyuan. A terrifying method unique to the strong people in the 10th realm. The idea of Thunder Ancestor was very simple. Just crush an ant. If he couldn't get in, he would just attack from a distance. It's just a pity that this human race is so weird that it actually attracted such an unprecedented calamity from gods and demons. If we capture them alive, and study them in depth, we might get unexpected results. Forget it. It's better to kill this monster as soon as possible to avoid any unexpected accidents. Suppressing his thoughts, the Thunder Ancestor held a feather in his hand. His eyes locked on by Donglin's head, and with a light wave of his hand, a ray of thunder light instantly crossed 1,000,000 light years. Sizzle! With a difficult cutting sound, Bai Donglin's head was immediately pierced by a thick thunder light. His eyes darkened, and endless thunder exploded in his body, annihilating all particles and spiritual orifices. Buzz! 10 rule divine patterns burned instantly, barely resisting the sweep of lightning and saving Bai Donglin's life. Although it was just a casual attack from the 10th realm, it was an unethical sneak attack. Bai Donglin was pierced through the head before he could use many other tricks. You old dog. You are bullying the weak and showing no moral principles. Don't blame me for being rude. Destroy. Bai Donglin's eyes turned cold. Everything in his body that was destroyed by Ling Yu had already been restored. But with his will, it was completely annihilated into nothingness. At the moment of Bai Donglin's death, the calamity cloud paused slightly, and the blockade of the time and space dimensions was released, as if it was about to dissipate. But in the next moment, Bai Donglin was resurrected out of thin air, following the split body he left along the way, which was as small and hidden as dust. And he crossed the dimension and appeared beside the Thunder Ancestor in an instant. Old man, you have no moral principles. You actually attacked a young comrade like me. You are really shameless. The sudden appearance of Bai Donglin made everyone confused, especially old Ancestor Lei Ting, who was like seeing a ghost. He wanted to capture Bai Donglin, but suddenly his expression changed, and it was too late to retreat. Boom! The calamity clouds from all directions were unprecedentedly violent and surged violently. In an instant, they moved to Bai Donglin's side in a strange way, still covering him tightly in the center. All dimensions of time and space were once again imprisoned. Bai Donglin's fake death deception seemed to have touched a taboo. The aura of the calamity cloud became extremely terrifying, and the attacks it brought down became more and more terrifying. Even the thunder at the very beginning. Each one was comparable to the attack of a powerful emperor. Ancestor, save me! Ah! Amidst the fierce howling, the hundreds of powerful demons were the first to suffer. The thunder, the blade of the dimensional space, and the strange and terrifying disaster of time were all beyond their ability to resist, and they were turned into ashes in an instant. Asshole! Human boy! How did you do it? The Thunder Ancestor had an extremely ugly look on his face. He flashed at a very fast speed, dodging the disasters of time. As for other attacks, he completely ignored them. But the Thunder Ancestor still did not dare to stay any longer, and fled outside the calamity cloud at an extremely terrifying speed. In a moment, he was far away from the calamity cloud, although he was not afraid of these attack methods, and the one who descended was only a clone. However, the longevity calamity is very strange, and he cannot guarantee whether it will trigger the longevity calamity of his original body. If he is really unlucky, he will suffer a great loss. As for attacking Bai Donglin, he had already seen something through the previous attack. It would be difficult to kill this strange human with ordinary means. Old man, take care. Bai Donglin smiled brightly, Before carrying out this plan, he had thought about and deduced various situations, naturally including the possibility of a strong man from the 10 realms taking action. So he left dimensional coordinates along the way. He had no idea what his divine and demonic calamity would be like before it began, so he could only take one step at a time. Anyway, he could activate his backup plan and leave at any time without any fear. The appearance of the disaster of time was a small surprise. As for whether the calamity of gods and demons would dissipate after his death, and whether the confinement of space dimensions would be lifted, he didn't know these and had to give it a try. Anyway, it is certain that the 10 realms will take action, and his death is also certain. It is only a matter of time before he takes the initiative to test it. At worst, the calamity cloud will dissipate and he will perish on his own, and there will be no loss. If the space-time dimension had not been released just now, he would have prepared to use the method of self-destruction and resurrection to make a long-distance jump. But fortunately the situation was in his favor, and crossing the dimension saved him some time. Boom! The calamity cloud surged violently, and a chilling feeling slowly emerged. The third disaster is about to come. Chapter 494, Unrepeatable. Drink. Bai Donglin's face turned slightly red. His muscles tensed, and an invisible pressure surged from all directions, acting on every particle of his flesh and blood. The terrifying compression force seemed as if the entire universe was collapsing towards him. What was even more terrifying was that the directions of these extremely subtle and ubiquitous forces were not unified, and the directions of force on each particle were different. As a result, he could not use a unified force to resist. The worst result was that he would be torn into pieces at the particle level. This is an attack from the microscopic world. The decomposition of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe. Huh? Is this the power from the world? 8 parts mountain. Since he obtained this unique inheritance, he has been practicing for thousands of years with the help of his extraordinary thinking, and has reached the level of perfection. The heart moved at will, and a strange wave emerged in the body. Countless flesh and blood particles trembled slightly. Their appearance has undergone special modifications. The whole body is still the most adaptable sphere to force, but complex patterns are carved on the surface of each particle. Under the traction of the chi, countless patterns of divine light shone with strange power, and the particles in the body were suddenly connected to each other, like a whole. Strength and defense, from the inside out, are rising wildly. At the same time, the strange decomposition force was also expelled, and the disordered force was forcibly summarized and turned into a force pressing on the surface of the body. Bai Donglin's expression regained its ease, with a sneer in his eyes. That's it? That's it? It's nothing special. Sizzle. The billion-foot-tall divine body lingered in the boundless sea of thunder, and the chaotic void greedily devoured the power of thunder. Everything in the body was nourished by the mystery of creation. Bai Donglin had a vague feeling in his heart that his life level was not far from a leap. After the transition, the flesh and blood and soul particles will undergo qualitative changes, and will first have 2 characteristics, fusion and superposition. Fusion is the basis of the great power's blood rebirth, with the participation of will, soul particles and flesh particles, plus a little true spirit powder, can form divine power particles. Each divine power particle contains all the information of the great power. As long as the energy is sufficient, it can be resurrected with full blood. Superposition. Bai Donglin has experienced it once in the Titan clan's inheritance pool, but now he has only superimposed the flesh and blood particles 10 times. And he has tried his best. The reason why it is so difficult is because the level of life has not yet jumped. Moreover, soul particles can also be superimposed. Even the most ordinary cultivators can superimpose millions of times. Bai Donglin thought that his foundation was not bad, and he should be able to create miracles again. There is no doubt that after overcoming the tribulation, his strength will experience explosive growth. Countless calamities kept falling. Bai Donglin stretched out his body, accepting everything without resistance. Everything in his body was undergoing mutation. The 10 rules of Taoism shone brightly, and under the salute of calamities, they became more mysterious and perfect. The 5th, 6th, 7th, one catastrophe after another came, and Bai Donglin already felt a little exhausted. He used all his defensive measures and operated the immortal body at full power, but he was still lingering on the brink of death. At the same time, he crossed a long distance and annihilated the demon forces and countless creatures. The lucky ring absorbed luck crazily, and the karma fire continued to devour the sin of killing. Everything was progressing rapidly. Damn it! This damned human race. How long will it take for them to survive this catastrophe? This is the area with the richest resources in my wing palace. And it has been ruined by this devil. The wing palace once again sent many powerful people. And several old ancestors also dropped in to watch. The old ancestors chose to wait and see because the current losses were still within their tolerance. They have already started to migrate in the areas that Bai Donglin has targeted. Although they do not have the heaven-defying means that the human race has. The sun, moon, stars and continents that need to be moved are much smaller. And only the direction of the calamity cloud needs to be relocated. Which is not difficult. Bai Donglin naturally sensed all of this. And the decreasing luck and sin of killing were the manifestations. However, he was not in a hurry, as he had already made other backup plans. Now he just wants to fight against the upcoming 8th disaster. It's not enough to just rely on defense. Even if you have immortality and can recover at any time, it won't work. If you add the 8th disaster, you will definitely die instantly. We have to take the initiative. Bai Donglin's expression was solemn, and a terrifying aura began to condense in his body. His huge eyes were extremely deep as he stared at the calamity clouds, eager to try. The divine and demonic tribulations that ordinary cultivators encounter are all one after another, usually consisting of thunder, divine fire, wind disasters, and some strange attacks against the soul and will. Their way of dealing with it is not to resist head-on, but to first use offensive means to dissipate some of the power of the disaster, and then use defensive means to endure the disaster. However, Bai Donglin's divine and demonic calamities were too strange. Not only was each calamity endless, it never stopped for a moment, as if they would not stop until they killed him. Moreover, as time goes by, the types of disasters increase, and they have bonuses on each other. The power increases dramatically. Ants, they should be killed. A mighty voice came from the calamity clouds, as if it was granted by heaven and possessed great majesty. Not only Bai Donglin, but also the powerful demon clan members who were watching from the outside, and even the several 10th realm ancestors were all stunned. How can the god and demon Jia speak? Is he conscious? Could it be that this god and demon tribulation has come back to life? Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly and looked towards the indigo cloud. Faintly, he saw densely packed figures in it. Boom! The calamity clouds rolled, separating the broad road. One after another, tall and majestic figures strode down like heavenly soldiers, with thunder lingering all over their bodies and bright and dazzling eyes. Each figure exuded a terrifying aura, and their strength was no less than that of the Emperor. Is this the dimension, or the power of time and space? After seeing these figures clearly, Bai Donglin heaved a sigh of relief. Damn it. He just thought that the Mother Rivers had come in person and was shocked. He was not qualified to face the Mother River yet. Among these figures, Bai Donglin saw some familiar faces. Some had died in the past, such as Lei Yudi, who had just died not long ago. This is the power of time and space. Some still exist in the world, including humans, demons, and alien races. This is the power of the dimension. Every single person here is real. Their body, soul, will and consciousness. Except that they are instilled with the obsession of killing Bai Donglin. As expected of the Mother River, it can actually do this. He also possessed the power of dimension. But although he could superimpose thoughts smoothly and easily, thoughts were intangible and intangible, conceptual things, and superimposing thoughts would not add any mass to the entire world. Superimposing billions of times was not as difficult as superimposing a leaf. He thought that he might never be able to completely replicate himself, even if he cultivated the dimension to the strongest level, because his two talents were too extraordinary. Compared with him, the dimension was nothing. So how could he replicate it? If my guess is correct, I should be among these figures. But unfortunately I am not. Mother River is not omnipotent. At least not as good as my innate ability. A hint of joy flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes. This was a very important piece of information. If the Mother River really replicated an identical him at this moment, he would definitely be confused, as this would mean that his trump card would lose its meaning. As for summoning the dead from past time and space, it is not difficult for the Mother River that controls the long river of time and space. These people have already died in the past, and the waste will be disposed of after recycling, and it will not interfere with the timeline to form a paradox. So the difficulty will be much reduced. Kill! All kinds of thoughts came in a flash, and many powerful emperors came to surround and kill Bai Donglin with colorful thunder under their feet and dimensional space blades in their hands. Well done! Bai Donglin's eyes lit up. His heart was burning with fighting spirit. Fighting with living beings was much more interesting than this boring disaster with dead things. Sublime. 3 lights burning. Bai Donglin's giant body stood in the endless sea of thunder. His shirt was destroyed by the disaster, revealing his perfect upper body. The rules of Taoism are formed by the gathering of the spiritual orifices of the laws. Burning the spiritual orifices is burning the Taoism. Mysterious and complex Taoism began to appear on Bai Donglin's body surface. Every stroke was formed by the gathering of endless colorful divine fire. Boom! The powerful force of rules surged out, repelling all the disasters. The immortal recovery ability was then idle, just enough to be used to recover the burned substances. 1 yuan. Origin vision. Rigid body. With the blessing of various magical powers and secret techniques, Bai Donglin's billion-foot-tall body has been enveloped by endless colorful flames. Only his eyes are like 2 dark holes. Extremely deep, cold and indifferent, ready to devour anyone. Kill! Kill! When the 2 sides came into contact, Bai Donglin moved, and his body of 10 million feet long turned into the size of particles. He went against the laws of nature and earth, and his speed increased explosively, instantly shooting into the body of a huge poisonous dragon. This dragon spread out for tens of millions of feet, comparable to the power of his full-strength magic of heaven and earth. It was truly eye-catching and naturally became his first target. The poisonous dragon's eyes widened, and countless streams of light flashed through its body. All its organs, except for its hard scales, were shattered in an instant, and then the particles that made up its body began to disintegrate and perish. Humph! The poisonous fog is not fog. The poison dragon sensed the changes in his body, and used his magical powers without hesitation. The particles that had not yet been annihilated immediately turned into a strange poisonous mist. This poison is invisible and intangible, without even a particle structure. It is a very strange and deadly poison. Sizzle! Bai Donglin frowned slightly, and glanced at the flames that were constantly corroding his body surface. There was no ripple in his heart. His divine self controlled his thoughts. As long as he wanted, he could enter absolute rationality at any time without having any negative emotions that would affect his combat effectiveness. This calamity cloud suppressed his strength too much, and many of his methods could not be used. Otherwise the poisonous dragon would definitely be killed instantly by his attack. Chaos, return to the origin. Bai Donglin's body suddenly recovered to a height of 10 million feet. With a fierce breath, he sucked all the void where the mist transformed by the poisonous dragon was located into his body. A huge chaotic cavity appeared in his stomach, and all the mist could not escape the sucking force. The sky-devouring and earth-devouring force rotated in the reverse direction, and the power of rules contained in the poisonous fog was slowly stripped away and began to restore its original particle state. Although it was slow, the result was already determined. Roar! The demon world is here to suppress the world. An alien with 2 horns on his head, dark skin and an evil aura, appeared in front of Bai Donglin like a ghost. The 2 men looked into each other's eyes, and the next moment, Bai Donglin appeared in a dimly lit world. The so-called demon world pulled all his will and thoughts in. It was similar to a fantasy world, but more real. This was a real fantasy world. Yongjin! The demon world became increasingly darker. The entire world was engulfed in darkness, collapsing and shrinking, as if to lock Bai Donglin here forever. Not a bad idea. But unfortunately, thought Quantum Cloud, thought Leap, the scene flashed, and Bai Donglin's thoughts instantly returned to the real world. Time seemed to stand still, and the man and the demon just looked at each other. Bai Donglin clenched his palm and instantly pinched it in his palm. Thick and sticky karma fire gushed out and turned into a karma fire HL in the palm of his palm, trapping the demon in it forever. His current mind can see through the falsehood of illusions, which is why he was not modified or implanted with false memories when he was pulled into the demon world. No false illusions can deceive his quantum cloud of thought that runs through the dimensions of time and space. Any abnormality, whether it exists or not, will be found out. The strong men fought each other at an extremely fast speed, and Bai Donglin's methods were even more decisive. Even though they had only fought twice, his mind had already deduced billions of possibilities. In just one breath, he dealt with the 2 powerful emperors. Kill! The remaining powerful men did not change their expressions, and continued to rush towards Bai Donglin. The wave of rules they set off was extremely terrifying. Bai Donglin's expression changed slightly, and he looked up into the depths of the calamity cloud. So fast? The 9th calamity. Chapter 495 absolutely true. all kinds of disasters, and the mighty power of heaven. Wherever the huge calamity cloud passed, all living things retreated. Only the strong men in the 10th realm could thrive in such a horrific natural disaster. However, there was a lurking crisis of causing a longevity disaster. Even the ancestors did not dare to set foot there. Should we kill this person? There was an old demon ancestor standing in the depths of the dimension, holding a scarlet sword in his hand. His eyes were locked on by Donglin, who was fighting fiercely in the calamity cloud tens of millions of light years away. If he wanted to, he could kill him with ease. No. The Lord of Thunder sent a message that this person has a special way to save his life. He withstood his attack without any injury. Preliminary calculations show that it should be a treasure similar to the lost death substitute puppet. A surrogate puppet cannot die for gods and demons. Let's wait and see. The Lord of Thunder is in a bad condition. There are signs that the longevity calamity is about to arrive early. This calamity of gods and demons is very strange. It won't be too late to take action after it dissipates. With us watching, how can he get away? That's all we can do. A strong man in the 10th realm has boundless power, and can destroy a galaxy with just a wave of his hand. But they did not dare to attack Jayan at this moment, for fear of causing bad luck. After all, a strong man in the 10th realm is much more valuable than a barren realm. If you want to destroy, just do it. Take out a superboundary galaxy cluster and hundreds of billions of galaxies for you to destroy. If it is not enough, you can add more. This is what the demon ancestors think deep in their hearts. Sizzle. Boom. The violent and raging calamity clouds did not stop for a moment according to anyone's will. Endless terrorist attacks fell one after another. Within millions of light years, it had become a forbidden zone for life. Kill! By Donglin looks stern, his figure flashing in the sea of thunder, fighting madly with many powerful emperors. Relying on his immortality, he used all means to suppress or defeat the opponent's divine body. But it was difficult to kill him completely. After all, these were all powerful people who had reached the pinnacle. Is it coming? By Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, and most of his attention was on the azure calamity clouds. Waves of hot air were condensing, and an invisible sense of crisis lingered in his heart. Boom! Scarlet, gray, and bright gold. 3 balls of flame of different colors were born in the calamity cloud, flickering and burning slightly. These flames seemed to be the natural enemies of life. And even the powerful people far outside the calamity cloud felt that there was an invisible fire burning in their bodies when they saw these flames. This thing is... By Donglin sensed something unusual in his body. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly stopped burning himself to increase his combat power. He stopped attacking the powerful Emperor Feng and changed to wandering around and dodging. This flame is an attack against the 3 lights of man. In the Ice and Snow Temple, he had experienced the Ice Soul Divine Water that could freeze the 3 lights of a human body. But this 3-color flame was just the opposite. It could burn a person's 3 lights. Buzz. The 3-colored flames in the calamity cloud trembled slightly, and then disappeared. The next moment, they strangely appeared directly in By Donglin's body. Perception reflection? By Donglin cursed inwardly. This Jayan was too shameless. This method of attack involved the law of cause and effect, and there was no way to avoid it. Once you sense it, you will be hit by a direct attack. Even blocking your perception will be useless because there is a sequence of priority. You can only sense its existence before you will have the idea of blocking your perception. But by then, it is already too late. Boom! The scarlet flame clings to the light of life. The gray flame burns the light of the soul. And the golden flame scorches the light of will. It spreads madly, extremely hot, melting all the brilliance and decomposing it into nothingness. By Donglin's body trembled and shrank to the size of particles. He no longer had the energy to fight with those powerful emperors. He could only dodge at high speed and deal with the burning of the 3 lights in his body with all his strength. Fortunately, I stopped the sublimation of these secret techniques in advance. Otherwise, I would have broken the critical point of immortality and been burned to death instantly. It's a good opportunity to break through to the 6th level of willpower. If an ordinary cultivator were to be contaminated by this horrific flame, he would be burned to death in a moment, and there would be no good way to deal with it. However, By Donglin was not afraid, as his immortal recovery ability was enough to balance the speed of burning. Moreover, this flame is different from the way he usually burns himself. Although he cannot use the burning light to enhance his strength, it has another characteristic, tempering. Every time the 3 lights were burned and restored, they would become pure, as if the impurities in them were burned away. This was especially true for his will. which was on the verge of a breakthrough. The fifth realm of will is distorted reality. As long as the will is strong enough, it can affect and tamper with the reality perception of all things in the world. It is easy to understand that it can affect the perception of living beings. Tampering with the will of all things, such as using a flame to burn a piece of paper, can use the will to tamper with the will of the paper, making it think that the flame is extremely cold. Then it will not be burned, but will be frozen instead. The sixth level of will is absolute truth, which is the sublimation and transformation of will. The will of illusory concepts will be transformed into real matter with all kinds of powerful powers. Willpower is a very powerful force, and even mysterious figures like anglers take it very seriously. Under normal circumstances, a cultivator would have to break through the ninth realm before igniting the fire of will. However, Bai Donglin had just started to overcome the tribulation and was about to break through the sixth realm. This was truly incredible. From this, we can also see the abnormality of this calamity of gods and demons, using this horrific flame to burn the person who is undergoing the calamity. Unless he is immortal, he will not be able to survive and will surely die. The will is the mind. The will is me. Everything is created by intention. Bai Donglin, who was as tiny as a particle, had his body taken over by the divine self's thinking. Time and again, he dodged the attacks of the powerful Emperor Feng in a thrilling and perfect manner. All thoughts are immersed in the light of will, sensing the unswerving transformation under the burning flames. The invisible and intangible brilliance gradually becomes reality in countless cycles of birth and death. It's done. The sixth level is absolutely real. Hold head high. With a thought, the radiance of will instantly transformed into a chaotic beast named Tao Tai. It opened its big mouth and swallowed. The terrifying golden flame was instantly sucked into its belly and completely extinguished. Boom! The three-colored flames were unable to achieve any success, and were even extinguished. The calamity cloud suddenly became furious and became more and more violent. It rolled and boiled, and all kinds of attacks fell madly. The purple calamity cloud, which spread over millions of light years, became darker and darker in color. The 10th calamity is about to end. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered slightly, and his expression became colder. He knew that at this moment, there were many powerful demons waiting outside the calamity cloud, waiting to capture him after the calamity of gods and demons was over. He was also waiting for the power of this calamity cloud to reach its limit. Chant. In the 10th purple calamity cloud, a clear sword chant suddenly rang out, and a boundless and extremely huge sword light emerged, with a faint purple light that was extremely eerie. John Dao. Those who saw the purple sword light felt a sound like the voice of heaven in their hearts. They closed their eyes in horror and blocked their perception. However, no matter what means they used, even if they erased their memories, the terrifying sword light still hovered above their hearts. Humph! You want to kill me? You can try! Bai Donglin had a sneer in his eyes. His path, life or death, was all determined by his will. Without me, there is no way. With me, the way exists. How could his Tao be destroyed by a cloud of disaster? Bring it on! Bai Donglin looked fanatical, and instead of retreating he advanced, rushing out towards the chopping purple knife light. In his eyes, this Tao seemed extremely large and extremely small, neither real nor unreal, between existence and non-existence. Those without a heart of Tao could not even observe this knife light. It was born to cut off the Tao, and those without the Tao should not watch it. The knife flashed across, ignoring all obstacles, including spatial distance and time dimensions, and in the blink of an eye, it had already slashed at Bai Donglin's heart of Tao. Clang! The collision of the two invisible objects produced a real loud noise. When the demons whose Taoism hearts were not firm heard this sound, they suddenly felt a cracking sound in their hearts, and their Taoism hearts were broken. Haha. That's it? Keep on chopping me. Ding ding ding. Bai Donglin's Tao heart is crystal clear, like a colorful crystal heart with 10 colors. Extremely hard, not stained with a trace of dust. Flawless, without a single crack or defect. He allowed the purple blade light to chop wildly, creating large amounts of invisible sparks. But he remained unhurt. Among so many tribulations, this last and strongest tribulation of beheading poses the least threat to Bai Donglin and can be completely ignored. About there, a cold light flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes. Now that the disaster has come, if he continues to procrastinate, it will be troublesome when the disaster clouds dissipate. Just when Bai Donglin was about to start his plan, the robbery cloud changes again. Chapter 496 Crazy Massacre. What happened? Bai Donglin's expression changed slightly, and he looked around. Those powerful emperors, who had been attacking frantically just now, had stopped. The space-time dimensions around them were distorted, and one after another perfect replicas of their bodies crossed the dimensions and emerged. The calamity clouds outside Bai Donglin's observation began to expand wildly. In just a moment, the uneven calamity clouds had stretched to 1,000,000 light-years. Immediately afterwards, 10-colored calamity clouds of equal length surged again, crossing countless star fields. Faced with this shocking change, those demon forces that had not yet had time to migrate were instantly swallowed up and annihilated by the calamity clouds. The calamity cloud slowly stopped extending only after they had expanded 100 times. The calamity cloud at this time has turned into a huge sphere with a diameter of 100 million light-years. It is a blend of 10 colors and is colorful. It looks gorgeous and dazzling, but it contains extreme danger. The expressions of the powerful demons who were observing outside changed drastically. Fortunately, they reacted quickly and were far enough away, so they jumped through space and time and escaped the disaster. Those 10-realm ancestors looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. They thought that the calamity cloud was about to dissipate, but they never expected such a sudden change to happen. The calamity cloud sphere paused for a moment, and then began to spin rapidly. Different calamity clouds began to intertwine and merge, with all kinds of strange changes, and the aura had become obscure and unpredictable. Bai Donglin, who was at the center of the calamity cloud, finally noticed the changes in the calamity cloud. He was stunned and was too tired to complain about the shamelessness of this calamity from gods and demons. According to common sense, although the calamity clouds are terrifying, they also have life. Otherwise, how could there be so many powerful people in the 9th realm in this world? But his god and demon tribulation no longer follows any rules and has only one goal, which is to kill him completely. Snap! Snap! Inside the spherical calamity cloud, the void shattered, revealing huge dark cracks. Colorful spheres appeared in the cracks, like huge eyes with strange gazes, without a trace of emotion, staring blankly at Bai Donglin in the center of the calamity cloud. Bai Donglin's scalp went numb, and he had already given up the idea of resisting. The thunder dragon rolling in the sea of thunder, the blade of the dimensional space, the misery of time, the power of the world, the 3-color flame. The power of all disasters increases 100-fold. Damn it. This is not a divine or demonic calamity at all. This is a calamity that will definitely kill you. Bai Donglin was completely numb. His existence seemed to have triggered something ominous, and it was obvious that he was going to be killed. Is it because I am an illegal resident and don't have a true spirit? His mind is strong enough to deduce various possibilities at any time. This is the factor with the highest probability in his deduction. If it was because he had melted the supreme rules, and 10 of them in total, and also had the 1 yuan spiritual acupoint, and other foundations, then the previous disasters would be enough to match them. But after thinking about this final change in the calamity cloud, it was probably because he had no true spirit, which triggered some kind of taboo rule. Mother River is very afraid of life without a true spirit. Boom! As soon as Bai Donglin had this thought, the calamity cloud that had accumulated power attacked again. Numerous calamities and endless destructive power instantly overwhelmed Bai Donglin. He was killed instantly without any resistance. Well, since you're cheating, I won't play with you anymore. Neither alive nor dead. The strange will that entered the observer state cursed loudly. Bai Donglin decided to give up fighting wits and courage with this calamity cloud. With a thought, he was resurrected with full blood. No matter how terrifying this calamity cloud is, it has no self-awareness, and all its actions are carried out according to established procedures. Although it is ruthless, selfless, and has no loopholes, it is inevitably somewhat rigid and inflexible. When Bai Donglin was resurrected, he had already locked onto the dimensional coordinates on a split body. With a move of his figure, he had crossed the boundless distance and landed on a prosperous continent. Who are you? A young demon man was practicing in seclusion. When he saw Bai Donglin suddenly appear in front of him, he was stunned for a moment. Hello, host Tian Luo. Bai Donglin waved his hand with a bright and innocent smile, looking like a war man. What? You? The young demon was shocked, and before he could finish his words, he fell into eternal darkness. Because at this time, the spherical calamity cloud that spread over 100 million light-years had followed Bai Donglin in a strange way. This young demon was just one of the countless dead creatures. In an instant, all matter and all living things within a spherical area with a diameter of billions of light-years were turned into ashes under the indiscriminate and violent attack of the Calamity Cloud. With a thought, 1,000 galaxies and 100 trillion star worlds were destroyed because of me. Bai Donglin's eyes were dark, cold and indifferent to the extreme. The boundless sins had begun to affect his will. It's too late to burn it. Boom! The Calamity Cloud crushed Bai Donglin to death again, and was resurrected in the next instant, jumping to the side of the next Tianluo host. In an instant, trillions of star worlds were reduced to ashes. A long, long time ago, when the Tianluo space was just being developed, Bai Donglin had already distributed split bodies into the demon clan and developed Tianluo hosts, so that they could be used one day. When these monsters were driven out, the split bodies were not taken back. Anyway, before the Tianluo space was made public, all the Tianluo hosts thought that they were the only ones who owned the Tianluo space and would keep it secret. Before transcending the tribulation, he issued tasks through the Tianluo space, asking these Tianluo hosts to go to various coordinates, covering all the important core locations of the Wing Palace. Asshole! In an instant, the ancestors of the 10 realms understood everything and saw through Bai Donglin's thoughts. And they became furious. They might not care about the minor losses before, but the scope of the disaster cloud now is too wide. And Bai Donglin is eyeing the important areas of the Wing Palace. The future of the Wing Palace depends on these places. If Bai Donglin is allowed to act recklessly, the Wing Palace will not be able to recover for a long time in the future. Kill him! Now! Boom! A huge golden wheel of the sun slowly rose up. An endless warm light illuminated the boundless star field. The obscure aura unique to the Zhini ancient artifact was wantonly spreading. The ancestors were really anxious and directly used the powerful weapon. Bai Donglin died and resurrected again. As soon as he appeared next to a Tianluo host, he was turned into ashes by a burst of light. The power of the Zhini ancient weapon, when it is fully activated, is extremely immense. To a single unit, the destructive force is much more terrifying than the current Calamity Cloud. Naturally, it is not something Bai Donglin can resist. The strange will was unpredictable. Bai Donglin's thoughts were in turmoil, and doubts arose in his heart. He had directly jumped over an extremely long distance. So how did the ancestor of the demon clan lock onto him? You have to know that the Calamity Cloud has not yet jumped over. So the speed is indeed a bit fast. Unless an ancestor happened to be guarding here in advance, he would not believe such a coincidence. Try again! Bai Donglin was suddenly resurrected at the original place, and died instantly under the shining sun. But he also found out the cause of death. The great sun's radiance turns out to be this ancient artifact. The human race and the demon race have been entangled for endless years, so they naturally have some understanding of what ancient artifacts the other side has, and what powers each possesses. Bai Donglin has naturally also read the relevant secrets. The golden wheel of the great sun. All places covered by the light of the great sun can become an extension of its perception, and its supreme power can ignore the distance and cross to the place where the light shines. Very strong. But the weakness is also obvious. After seeing through the mystery, Bai Donglin's will spread to the center of the earth, and the place where the sun's light could not reach was instantly resurrected. Boom! The Calamity Cloud descended again, spreading over billions of light years, and all material and living things were annihilated in an instant. Snort! Bai Donglin groaned in pain. Deep in his dark eyes was endless scarlet. The sea of sin was boiling and roaring. Sizzle! After suffering many disasters, he died again in an instant. Damn it! Attacked together. A large area of star field was lost, and countless geniuses of the clan fell. The ancestors became even more irritable. They had never thought that a human below the 10th realm would pose such a huge threat to their Wing Palace. Several old ancestors looked indifferent and took out ancient artifacts. Even if it cost some price, they had to solve this trouble. I'm almost at my limit. Bai Donglin's current will is not affected by the sin of killing, but as long as he is resurrected, the strange sin of killing will still fill his body. The current situation is that not only can Jieyun kill him instantly, but the ancestor of the demon clan is also waiting to kill him instantly. He simply has no time to activate the karma fire to burn his sins. The sins of killing caused this time are really too huge. If he loses his will, it will be very troublesome. We've gained enough. Let's do one last job. The coordinates of many Tianluo hosts are no longer useful, which is unexpected. After all, he had not expected that the Calamity Cloud would be so terrifying. The destruction caused by it was 10,000 times more powerful than he expected. The area where Bai Donglin died, a place he could not sense, had already been cast with several gazes locking onto this area. with the wisdom of a strong man in the 10th realm. He has already seen through the pattern through by Donglin's actions several times. But he still doesn't know why this human can't be killed. Since it cannot be killed, then just ban and suppress it. Time and space are frozen. Time stands still. The moment Bai Donglin appeared, a mighty wave instantly penetrated the inside and outside of the calamity cloud, disturbing time and space. Countless chains of rules appeared, cutting and blocking the space within billions of light years. Hey, I've been waiting for you. Bai Donglin, who was about to fall into the quagmire of time, suddenly had a brilliant light in his eyes and moved his fingers slightly. Come here. Go through it. The stagnant time was instantly pierced by a big hole. At this time, the calamity clouds were still stagnant. Bai Donglin's figure flashed and crossed the dimension again. This is the ancient weapon, the Spear of Eternity. These ancestors had also heard of this famous ancient artifact belonging to the world of gods. But how did he, a 9th level cultivator, activate the ancient weapon? The ancestors felt that it was increasingly absurd. Their worldview was once again shattered. The perverted and bizarre calamity of gods and demons, the immortal human race, and now an ancient artifact had appeared. No matter how these ancestors struggled, this last time, Bai Donglin had arrived at the true core of the Wing Palace, the floating continent from the Qianyuan realm, the place he had attacked before. Boom! The robbery cloud was neither sealed nor dispersed. It froze time and space just now because it only needed to be at the same time as Bai Donglin. Its target was Bai Donglin, and it didn't care about being frozen in time. But when Bai Donglin left, the robbery cloud ignored the restraints of the ancestors and moved to Bai Donglin's side in an instant. TSK, TSK, TSK. You clingy bastard! Cry. The moment the calamity cloud appeared, cries resounded from the depths of the floating continent. And then an extremely huge phantom of a giant bird emerged, with its wings folded, covering the entire floating continent and blocking it from countless calamity attacks. It's not that easy. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly. After all, this was the lair of a top force. He could understand any means used. It seemed that the calamity cloud would not be able to break through the defense for a while. Apart from this floating continent, in other places in this star field, billions of light years away, countless lives have been turned into ashes. The sin in my body is becoming more and more intense and violent. I can no longer go on. Otherwise my will be completely lost. Infernal fire. Boom! The extremely sticky karmic fire burned fiercely, with unprecedented heat, and the scarlet flame spread for several light years. Under the blessing of endless sins, even the attacks from the calamity clouds were temporarily repelled. Kill! The scarlet blade slashed down, and the demon clan ancestor attacked fiercely. Clang! A gun shadow crossed the void, cutting through the air and shattering the sword light. Who is it? I am Blood Butcher. Chapter 497, The End reappears. Such a big commotion occurred in the heartland of the demon clan, and even the aura fluctuations of ancient artifacts appeared repeatedly. Naturally, the ancestors of the human race could not be hidden from it, no matter what the purpose was. They had to see with their own eyes what these flying monsters were doing. Not only the ancestors of the human race, but also the beasts, scaled armor, and the 10 realms of alien races in various battlefields all cast their eyes and watched this wonderful show. Do you humans want to start an all-out war? Ancestor Jin Peng held a scarlet long sword in his hand. His expression was cold, and he stared at the void with a hint of fear in his eyes. He was well aware of the reputation of this blood slaughter. As long as they knew the deeds of this killing god, no one would dare not treat him with caution. Start a war? What do you mean? My outstanding disciple is going through his divine tribulation, and you old fellows are shamelessly interfering. You still have the nerve to question me? Let's start the war. Are you afraid of you beasts? Shuetu held the god-killing spear in his hand, his eyes flashing red. Wantonly and arrogant. The human race is now indeed qualified to be arrogant, and there is no need to be polite to these enemies. You, Shuetu, why did your Ji Dao disciple come to the heart of Yishan Palace to undergo the tribulation? Don't say you don't know how much damage this bastard has caused to Yishan Palace. 2 more ancestors of the demon tribe appeared and questioned. At this time, many eyes were looking at this area, and no one knew how many powerful people in the 10th realm were hidden behind. Oh, well, you don't know that this disciple was in seclusion when the human race migrated and was forgotten here. He is in seclusion and doesn't know about the changes in the outside world. This realm didn't belong to your Wing Palace before. Tell me, how could he know? This is actually just a misunderstanding. Shui too had an indifferent expression, and spoke nonsense casually. No matter whether others believed it or not. He believed it anyway. If anyone was not convinced, they could argue with the god-killing spear in his hand. Shameless. Ancestor Jean Pum cursed inwardly. Then angrily fled into the depths of the void. All kinds of words were no longer meaningful. Whoever was stronger had the right to speak. Shui Tu curled his lips slightly. Then looked at Bai Donglin, who was shrouded in karma fire. With inexplicable amazement in his eyes. What kind of monster is this kid? It's outrageous. Shui Tu and others did not interfere with the robbery cloud. They did not want to touch this strange thing. They just needed to make sure that the monsters would not disturb them. He could feel that Bai Donglin was undergoing an amazing transformation. Call. Bai Donglin exhaled a deep breath of scarlet flame. And the madness in his eyes immediately dissipated a lot. He felt light, and his will became firm again. This sinful power is indeed quite terrifying. It's mainly because the killing this time was too heavy. I almost lost my mind. Bai Donglin's eyes moved around. It had been a long time since he saw the powerful demons attack. He guessed that some human ancestors had intervened. Boom! The karmic fire burned wildly, forming a huge scarlet world. The incomparably hot power repelled the attacks of the robbery cloud, making Bai Donglin temporarily safe. I have now emerged from the shadows and into the light. The Tian Luo space will soon be made public. One of the purposes of making such a big fuss this time is to establish my authority. Anyone who wants to attack me must consider whether they can withstand my anger. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, attracting the attention of the ancestors and all the top forces. This was his original purpose. Now, he no longer needs to hide. And no one can restrain him. Just like just now. Several ancestors worked together to freeze time and space to suppress him. Even without the help of Kunganer, he could still destroy himself and escape. The fatal weakness that had been on his mind since he awakened his talent had been completely eliminated through his efforts. Today is a good day worth remembering. Let's settle some old accounts today. Bai Donglin smiled and raised his hand. Countless points of light gathered into an exquisite notebook. Flipping through it casually, he saw records of his enemies or people who made him unhappy. Well, let's start with the first one. Let's see who is so lucky. Oh, isn't this the Black Mist Demon Emperor? Bai Donglin pretended to be surprised and took out a piece of the war monument with a smile. The monument had a strange appearance and was a transparent scarlet crystal altar with 4 sides. In the center of the altar, there was a suppressed breath of the soul. A few tattered memory fragments. The split body melted away, and the breath and fragments gathered into a point of light that was pinched in by Donglin's fingertips. The law of cause and effect. Bai Donglin's pupils were like crystals, sparkling and translucent, with brilliant divine light. The cause and effect text within the light of origin shone brightly. An illusory line appeared in his observation, extending infinitely and sinking into an unknown area. His power of rules is still a little immature, so it is naturally impossible for him to wipe out a strong man like the Black Mist Demon Emperor through the causal line. He cannot even observe his own causal line, and he doesn't know why. Therefore, the attack method is not causal. He just uses the breath he got from the soul of the Black Mist Demon Emperor before, the most direct medium, to lock the target along the causal line. Kunganer. Chant. Filled with chaotic energy, the silver-gray shining spear appeared in the palm of the hand. Buzzing with joy, he stepped 1 foot forward and leaned his body backward, tensing all his muscles, concentrating all his strength into one. With a perfect arc, the giant body of the god was 100 million feet long, and the spear also became huge, like a pillar of heaven. Bai Donglin was enveloped by endless fire, and was throwing a spear. The outer part was a violent spherical disaster cloud that spread over 100 million light years. The floating continent was wrapped in the shadow of the giant bird, resisting the bombardment of the disaster. Beyond the calamity clouds were the gazes of many powerful men in the 10th realm. They crossed the void, looked around the universe, and watched silently with a very subtle aura. All these things combined to form a huge picture, gorgeous and dazzling, like an epic. It's bound to hit. Spear of Eternity. Bai Donglin's crystal clear eyes were extremely bright, the corners of his mouth raised, and through the causal line, he had already locked onto the real body of the Black Mist Demon Emperor. Run through it. Call out. Woohoo! Senior Sword Maniac. Are you okay? Deep in a cliff, it was pitch black. Bai Jiang's clothes were torn and his breath was agitated. In his hand, he tightly grasped a ceramic jar with a strange smell. He glanced at it from time to time with the corner of his eyes, and his excitement was beyond words. Ahem. It's okay. I won't die. The sword maniac was not in much better condition either, with faint signs of corrosion visible on his body. Senior sword maniac. Who was the person who suddenly appeared and helped Moro just now? How could he be so powerful? Bai Jianga carefully put away the pottery jar, which contained his senior sister's true spirit, which he had retrieved from the Shenluo sword prison with great difficulty, and the help of the sword-crazy senior. As for how he met senior sword maniac, that's a long story, so I better not mention it. Humph! This fellow, the Black Mist Demon Emperor, had colluded with each other tens of millions of years ago in the ancient world of Mingyu. The sword maniac had a subtle look on his face. He was the sharp sword in the original plan and had done a lot of things. But a trace of intense hatred flashed in the sword maniac's eyes. Moro had played a trick on him. He did not go to the Mother River to salvage the true souls of his relatives. Not only that, the Sword of Annihilation was also part of his plan. The sword maniac narrowed his eyes slightly. He had never thought that this sword held such a secret. He originally thought that it was just a powerful magical weapon. Shaking his head and suppressing his thoughts, the sword maniac turned to look at Bai Jianga, with satisfaction emerging in the depths of his eyes. This was the most talented swordsman he had ever seen. Even he himself was not as talented as him. If the current situation wasn't special, he would have wanted to accept a disciple immediately. Hey, sword maniac. I found you. Woohoo! Gusts of cold wind blew, and the boundless black fog spread wildly, connecting the sky and the earth, filling every crevice and corner. Amidba! Sword maniac. Hand over the devil sword of Nirvana. The devil sword of Nirvana. The sound of Sanskrit is full of strange and bewitching power. Humph! Soul-demanding Sanskrit sound. Blood flowed from the corners of the sword maniac's mouth, and the injuries in his body broke out again. His eyes became fierce, and he raised his hand and slashed out with his sword. Roll. Boom. The heaven and earth were spinning upside down, and the endless matter and vast void were all destroyed by the sword light. The sword world filled with the aura of annihilation, and the power of annihilation exudes a huge absorbent force. And the strange corrosive black fog is constantly being eliminated. Sword Maniac Senior. Bai Jianga knew in his heart that the sword maniac was in a bad situation at the moment, and he might only be able to swing this one sword. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Senior, please bring my sister's true spirit back to Qinyuan realm, and give it to my younger brother Bai Donglin, who is a disciple of Jidao Xingzong. Leave Morua and the others to me. The sword pattern between Bai Jianga's eyebrows flashed wildly, and he held a sword in each hand. In the core of his soul, deep in the sea of consciousness, a swordfish was circling around his true spirit and moving freely. Boy, what do you want to do? The sword maniac took the ceramic jar and looked at Bai Jianga, whose aura had changed drastically. With a look of shock, he actually felt a strong sense of crisis from this kid. Bai Jianga looked up at the sky. His eyes were silver. The long sword in his hand was shining with divine light. And he whispered softly, "The end." Chapter 498, Settlements. Chant. The crisp sound of sword pierced through heaven and earth, and an incomparably sharp aura burst out from Bai Jianga's body, splitting the sticky black fog covering the sky in half, revealing two figures hidden behind it. Moro sat cross-legged on the black lotus. The 6 pitch-black holes behind his head connected into a circle, rotating endlessly, and the character between his eyebrows kept rotating in the opposite direction. The Black Mist Demon Emperor stood aside. His tall and burly body seemed to be condensed from the ultimate darkness, and any light that passed by could not escape the fate of being swallowed up. Huh? This little guy is quite interesting. He is only in the void realm, but he can actually emit such a fierce aura. Moro frowned slightly, looking down at Bai Jianga below. His eyes felt a faint pain, and his spiritual sense sensed a sense of crisis. With a mortal body, he could actually threaten a god and demon like him, which made him think of the little body cultivator who made him suffer a great loss. Ta-ta-ta. A strange noise interrupted Moro's thoughts. He turned to look at the Black Mist Demon Emperor beside him, with displeasure in his eyes. Black Mist, what are you doing? The Black Mist Demon Emperor was seen shaking all over as if he had the hiccups, his teeth making crisp clicking sounds, his dark eyes filled with fear, black liquid flowing down his forehead and cheeks. He was sweating like rain. Hey, Black Mist, are you being too pretentious? I admit that the guy down there is a little weird, but he shouldn't scare you that much. Right? Moro was very upset. He had been living with the black fog for tens of millions of years, But he had never noticed that the other party had the habit of playing such jokes. Moro. I feel very bad. An extremely intense crisis. Unavoidable. Impossible to hide from. As if I will die in the next moment. The Black Mist Demon Emperor's voice trembled. The fear in his eyes grew more intense. And his body became cold and stiff. Are you kidding me? Moro was stunned. A little overwhelmed by the black fog. After all, he was a top-notch warrior with one foot in the realm of Emperor. And he had a strong ability to protect his life. Except for those in the 10th realm, who could easily kill him. It's over. The Black Mist Demon Emperor's eyes widened. His spiritual sense gave a warning like crazy. And in the face of death, he could no longer maintain his composure. His expression was terrified. And he roared to the sky. Big dark sky. Save me. At the same time, Bai Donglin, who was far away in the only real world, threw the Kunganir in his hand. This gun is bound to hit the target. And all rules will be used for this feature. Traveling in the time dimension. The long river of time and space. Cause and effect. Fate. Distance and speed have lost their meaning. At the same time as he was locked on and threw out his spear, Kunganir had already appeared in front of the Black Mist Demon Emperor. And the walls between the two worlds seemed to be non-existent. The Black Mist Demon Emperor was like dust in front of the extremely huge spear. But because of the penetration attribute, the reality was forcibly distorted and reversed. The Black Mist Demon Emperor, who was dozens of feet tall, had his chest pierced by the Kunganir, which was millions of feet in diameter. The gun cannot be avoided. So the only way is to resist it head-on. The 10 Realms Patriarch is not afraid with the help of the ancient weapon. But the Black Mist Demon Emperor is far inferior. The terrifying destructive power of the ancient weapon, following the mysterious connection, with a sharp breath, pierces through and destroys all the divine power particles of the Black Mist Demon Emperor at the same time, completely erasing him and making it impossible for him to be resurrected. What? At the moment when the Black Mist Demon Emperor roared, Moro felt something in his heart and hurriedly fled away. He was not affected by the extremely condensed attack of Kunganir. But the Black Mist Demon Emperor was killed instantly, which still brought a huge shock to him. A true ancient artifact. A 10th level powerhouse. Without any hesitation, Moro raised his hand and tore open the void, fleeing madly. No matter who attacked him. No matter whether the other party was hostile to him. It didn't matter. What mattered was saving his life. With his knowledge, he naturally understood the horror of the ancient artifact. This is simply not something that can be resisted below the 10th realm. The end? The end? Looking at the terrifying spear that pierced through the sky and the two powerful enemies, one dead and the other escaping, Bai Jianga's mind went blank. Suddenly, he became like a deflated ball, and his breath dropped wildly. Strange. Strange. Did I awaken some strange talent? Why is it that every time I want to release a life-threatening move, it is interrupted unexpectedly? How could there be such a coincidence? Bai Jianga put away his sword with an indifferent look on his face. But he was complaining madly in his heart. It seemed that he did not have the potential to be a hero. Senior Sword Maniac. What is this spear? It is so terrifying. And it killed the Black Mist Demon Emperor with just one strike. The Sword Maniac looked fearful as he glanced at the Devil Sword of Annihilation on his back. This gun should be of the same level as the Mother Sword. It's not advisable to stay here for long. Let's leave first. After saying that, the two of them turned into streams of light and flew away. Kunganir above the sky trembled slightly and disappeared in an instant. Bai Donglin weighed the Kunganir in his hand. A smile flashed in his eyes. His will was connected with the spear, so he naturally sensed the 12th floor master's order on Bai Jianga's body. My stupid second brother. You still want to be a hero who dies bravely. From my perspective, you have no chance in this life. You should just stay together with your senior sister. As for this Moro, you're lucky this time. Hesitation appeared in Bai Donglin's eyes. And then he shook his head. First, he didn't have the medium to lock onto Moro. And second, he didn't know whether the young monk Ming Jing was dead or not. And a rash move might affect innocent people. Next, Bai Donglin's mind moved, and the notebook in his hand automatically turned a page, revealing a portrait of a person with a gloomy temperament. This person is called Yu Viper. His real name is unknown, and his true form seems to be the legendary Nightmare Hydra. He left a hidden hand on me for no reason that day. And today I understand the cause and effect. Another red four-sided altar formed by a split body emerged. At its core, a group of twisted and wriggling black lines was suppressed. It was the nightmare nematode that could lurk in dreams. Bai Donglin stared at it, his crystal clear eyes bursting with brilliant divine light. A clearly visible causal line was captured, and the target was instantly locked using the causal bridge as an extension. Got you. With a cold look in his eyes, he took a step back, gathered all his strength, and threw out the silver-gray Kunganer. In the world of witches and gods, Will Willican, who is controlled by the will of the human race, has been secluded in his dreams for a long time. Even if he hid in an illusory dream, he still could not escape Kunganer's attack. The spear that suddenly appeared in front of him took Will's life in an instant. He had not even achieved the status of a god or demon, although his noble blood had given him 9 lives in advance. He was still insignificant in front of Kunganer, and was completely wiped out. Which god? The fluctuations of the aura emanating from the Genie ancient artifact naturally alarmed the powerful men of the 10 realms of the witch god realm. Several thoughts appeared in the air, and connected with the will of the human race. Sir, this was probably done by the human race. They killed your offspring for no reason. We will never let this go. No need. Now is not the time to go to war with the human race. The human races will has an indifferent tone, but it is full of endless majesty, and cannot be disobeyed. The supreme leader of the witch god realm possesses supreme power, and his words represent the entire witch god realm. Several 10th realm powerhouses looked at each other in bewilderment, but still obeyed the order and retreated. After all, the one who died was not their son, and the real owner was not in a hurry. So why should they be in a hurry? However, they also admired the witch god's ruthlessness and indifference, as if killing his wife and children was just a joke. Next, Bai Donglin held the spear in his hand, with a look of relief in his eyes. This kind of dimensionality reduction attack, the feeling of killing one enemy with one shot, was really cool. As Bai Donglin turned the pages of his notebook, Kunganer was thrown out again, and the constantly flashing fluctuations of the ancient artifact made the ancestors from the outside world frown. So the Spear of Eternity fell into the hands of this kid. But how did he activate the ancient weapon? He was able to activate it continuously. How could a cultivator in the god and demon realm afford the cost of using the ancient weapon? Xuetu frowned slightly. The reason why the strong men in the 10th realm were able to activate ancient artifacts was because they possessed the power of creation and the power of Hunyuan, 2 high-level energies. Moreover, this only satisfied the basic conditions for using ancient artifacts, and often a much greater price had to be paid. What a scary boy! Perhaps there was a glimmer of expectation in Xuetu's eyes. Bai Donglin was undoubtedly the most evil monster he had ever seen. The most important thing was that he was an extremely skilled physical cultivator. Perhaps the rise of physical cultivators depended on him. After a long time, Bai Donglin put away his spear and turned to the end of the notebook in his hand. All those blood feuds have been weighing on my mind, always making me unable to sleep or eat. Now that they are all settled, I can finally sleep peacefully. Bai Donglin sighed. There was nothing he could do. He could not change his old habit of holding grudges. The sin of killing has been burned away. This drama can end now. With a thought, the karmic fire that had become violent and powerful instantly shrank back into the body, being hit by the many disasters that he had blocked outside. Bai Donglin gave up resistance and instantly turned into ashes and dissipated. A strange will that was neither alive nor dead. Even the extremely powerful Calamity Cloud could not sense his existence. According to the established operating rules, the person undergoing the calamity had already died. The Calamity Cloud stagnated for a moment, as if sensing something, and then began to slowly dissipate. Bai Donglin looked at the Calamity Cloud that was dissipating rapidly. This was all within his expectations. He had died several times before, and was resurrected immediately. The Calamity Cloud would naturally continue to attack, and even become more violent before it completely dissipated. According to his deduction, if he does not resurrect within 10 breaths, the Calamity Cloud will dissipate irreversibly. The spherical cloud that spread over 100 million light-years dissipated extremely quickly. In less than 30 breaths, all the strange phenomena had disappeared. After the Calamity Cloud completely dissipated, Bai Donglin was resurrected on the spot. In order to deal with the Calamity Cloud and complete his plan, he did not leave his clone or soul outside. Otherwise, after his death, the Calamity Cloud would definitely jump to the side of his clone. Therefore, he couldn't use his resurrection ability to leave this place at this time. But there was no need, because the ancestors of the human race were here, and the strong men of the Winged Palace dared not continue to embarrass him. With such a big commotion, the ancestors of the human race will definitely come to question him, and there is no need to cross dimensions and leave, lest the ancestors go looking for him again. This is a disciple of my Jidao Saint sect. I want to take him away. You should have no objection. Right? Xuetu looked around with a domineering aura. As he spoke, he waved his hand to pull Bai Donglin to his side. He turned into a scarlet beam of light that pierced through the void and disappeared. The only ones left there were the powerful Wing Palace warriors with embarrassed expressions. The world is so real and cruel. If you fall behind, you will be beaten and bullied. Now it's just a matter of time. Chapter 499, Conflict of Interests. Jidao Holy Sect. That strange little world, where the Jidao Bell is located. Bai Donglin and Xuetu sat cross-legged facing each other. Bai Donglin stood behind Xuetu with a respectful look. The white crow on his shoulder was also well-behaved and did not dare to caw. Donglin, according to the rules of the Holy Sect, we have no right to interfere with or spy on anything about you. I will naturally abide by the rules. Although I am curious, I will not ask too much unless you tell me. As for the human ancestors of other forces, I have already warned them that they still have to give Jidao face. So they will not embarrass you either. Xuetu looked relaxed, sipping the wine in his hand, his tone full of unspoken confidence. Thank you, Ancestor Xuetu. Bai Donglin stood up and raised his hand slightly. Although he said that it was for the face of the Jidao Holy Sect. Wasn't the face of Jidao supported by the 10th level strong men like Xuetu? If all the ancestors were curious and came to ask questions, it would make him very uncomfortable. Xuetu stepped forward to settle everything. And he still had some basic gratitude towards him. You caused such a big commotion this time. It can be said that it has left a deep impact on all the top forces. Well, it's better to do less of this kind of thing. Mainly because I'm afraid your body can't bear it. Xuetu put down his wine glass, looked at Bai Donglin, and continued with the tone of an experienced person. Your ability is very powerful, but you know it will cost a lot. If I'm not mistaken, it should be your lifespan. Right? Alas, you are too reckless to sacrifice your lifespan for a momentary pleasure. On the surface, you have saved the lives of countless monsters. But have you ever thought that your lifespan may be more precious than the lives of all those monsters who died combined? There was obvious blame in Xuetu's tone. He could understand Bai Donglin's thoughts. While he was still young, he felt that the end of his lifespan was still a very distant thing. So what was the harm in consuming some of it casually? When you are young, you don't know the value of life. When you are old, you look at the sky and cry. Xuetu shook his head and chanted a doggerel. The fierce man beside him trembled slightly, obviously trying very hard to hold back his laughter. Bai Donglin frowned slightly. He didn't expect that the ancestor Xuetu would play tricks. He felt that his toes were about to dig out a world. Ahem. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance. Old ancestor. Bai Donglin bowed slightly. If he didn't express his opinion, he would probably be tortured by Xuetu's day. He didn't expect that the domineering and bloodthirsty Xuetu would have such a side in private. That's good. Xuetu showed a satisfied smile. In his heart, he already regarded Bai Donglin as the future of Jidao and Tishio. Naturally, he did not want Bai Donglin to waste his precious life in vain just to show off his bravery for a moment. As for the ability that Xuetu mentioned, it naturally refers to Bai Donglin's immortality. Xuetu would view his immortality in this way. And even all the strong men in the 10 realms would view it in this way. This was completely within Bai Donglin's expectations. The underlying logic of equivalent exchange is rooted deep in the hearts of all cultivators. Not to mention them. Even Bai Donglin himself would hold the same view if he had not personally experienced the abnormality of immortality. Using powerful immortal magic will consume energy and spirit, and require the understanding of laws and rules. Using magic weapons, from magic tools to ancient tools, requires energy and even other huge costs. Bai Donglin's current body is extremely powerful. Every drop of blood and every particle contains huge mass and powerful energy. After death turned into nothingness, he resurrected with full health out of thin air. Where did this new body come from? What did it consume? Such a huge mass and energy couldn't just appear out of thin air, right? Without having personally experienced the mysterious power of immortality. According to this logic, everyone would think that Bai Donglin's immortality requires a huge price to pay. And the biggest price is most likely his extremely precious lifespan. Therefore, the trump card of immortality seemed to be revealed. But in fact, it was only half revealed. The combination of truth and falsehood actually increased Bai Donglin's bargaining chips. Xuetu really abided by the rules of Jidao as he said. He just reminded Bai Donglin to take care of his health, and didn't ask any other questions. Bai Donglin thought for a moment. weighed the pros and cons, and slowly said, Ancestor Shwetu. This time I used the robbery cloud to destroy the heartland of the Winged God Palace. Not just to vent my anger, but also for other purposes. The emergence of Tianluo space will definitely cause huge shock within the human race. This is a great creation comparable to the Battle Network Center. He will have to face the ancestors. So it is better to inform Shwetu in advance and ask him to help deal with it. In any case, Tianluo space must be turned to the open. He needs a huge amount of cultivation resources. And this Tianluo space is a treasure trove. But this is undoubtedly competing for interests from the major forces of the human race. Just based on the cross-domain transmission, the future cross-border hub will be replaced by the more convenient and fast Tianluo space. When it comes to conflicts of interest, things become very complicated. The human race is united against the outside world. But there is still internal competition. Orderly competition is conducive to the development of human civilization. And the top leaders support this. Oh, what's your purpose? Tell me. Shwetu's eyes lit up when he heard this. He was curious about Bai Donglin, but he couldn't ask him. He was naturally happy that Bai Donglin took the initiative to communicate. Well, here's what happened. Clack clack. Bai Donglin spoke briefly and quickly introduced the Tianluo space, and naturally also talked about the core dimensional world therein. He even opened the dimensional channel and invited Shwetu and Xiong to go in and experience it. The dimensional world is full of strange ancient artifacts. And this Tianluo space is also a very wonderful concept. After a little thought, Shwetu understood the huge potential of the Tianluo space, and naturally saw through the conflict of interests behind it. TSK. Donglin. Ah, Donglin. You are really amazing. This is another ancient artifact. You are indeed a person of great luck. Xiong on the side couldn't help but interrupt, his eyes full of emotion. He was still guarding the ancient artifact, the Jidao Bell, while Bai Donglin had one ancient artifact after another on him. It was really true that comparison was the thief of anger. Donglin, what is your bottom line? Everyone present was smart, so there was no need to waste time. Shwetu asked directly and pointed out the key to solving the problem. 70%. Bai Donglin's expression was firm, and his tone was unquestionable. This was indeed the bottom line in his heart. When he said this, a hint of pain appeared in his eyes. If possible, he wanted to get 80 to 90%. Ahem. Shwetu was slightly stunned, shocked by Bai Donglin's appetite. He originally thought that Bai Donglin would say 30%, or at most 40%. He didn't expect that the lion would say 70%, an exaggerated number, which was really a bit unexpected. Donglin, even if you break through the 10th realm, with such a huge amount of resources, even if it's only 10%, you can't use it up even if you squander it day and night. 70%. Do you want to build a top force comparable to the Dao sect and the Ji Dao sect? No. I just use it myself. Bai Donglin had a calm face and seemed extremely honest. His spiritual ability to devour and digest would naturally become stronger and stronger. No matter how many resources he had, they would not be able to satisfy his appetite. Giving up 30% was already his bottom line. Shwetu opened his mouth, but didn't know how to start. He knew that Bai Donglin was now the lord of a realm, and would soon rule over the realm. 1/10,000th of the resource output of the realm would become his income. Normally, this is already a huge amount of resources, enough to meet the consumption of a 10th realm ancestor, and it is more than enough to support a strong force. This boy is a bit greedy. Shwetu shook his head secretly, and muttered in his heart. Could it be that Bai Donglin has some hobby? Hey! I just like to collect training supplies. It's okay if I can't use them all. I'll just pile them up and let them get moldy. I just play with them. I can do whatever I want with money. 70%. That's really too much. It's not easy for the human race either. Sigh. The next time the human race's highest meeting is held, I will bring up this matter. Let's see what happens. Shwetu was not optimistic about this. The things involved in Tianluo space almost overlapped with Battle.net. The only difference was that Battle.net covered everything comprehensively, while Tianluo space was a point-to-point link. Battle.net had the advantage of comprehensive perception coverage, while Tianluo space had the advantage of no energy consumption. According to a rough estimate, if the Tianluo space is fully covered, it will take away 10% of the resource output of the entire human race. Bai Donglin naturally understood all of this, but he didn't feel much in his heart. After all, he was competing openly and honestly, and he didn't use any despicable tricks, even if the human leaders were unhappy. They couldn't target him. Ancestor Shwetu. The Tian Luo space will follow the elite route. It is impossible for all human beings to become Tian Luo hosts. Although I can do it, this can be regarded as my concession. In short, I do need a lot of resources. Bai Donglin looked sincere, and he knew in his heart that it was not easy for those high-level officials to support the human race. So he took a step back to show his sincerity. I see. Shwetu's expression relaxed slightly when he heard this. Deep down, he didn't want things to get too awkward between Bai Donglin and the human leaders. This would not be good for anyone, and would only benefit the alien and demon races. Bai Donglin nodded slightly, then lowered his head to sip the wine without saying anything else. He had a longer-term view on this matter. He did not regard the Tian Luo space as his lifeblood, as Shwetu said. It was just a stepping stone and a temporary means for him to obtain resources. Because, even if the entire one true world is swallowed up, it still cannot satisfy his spiritual awareness. What difference does 70% or 30% make? Even if the boundless outer dimension space is swallowed up in the future, it still cannot satisfy him. In his understanding, this was just a broken world, and each of his spiritual orifices had the potential to grow into an infinite chaotic space, and could also open up a world. $1 for one is obviously not enough. Not even enough to fill the gaps between teeth. I need to look beyond the world, and not be limited to a single real world like them. 5-colored divine stone. Bai Donglin looked gloomy, drank the wine in the glass, then stood up and said goodbye and left. Shwetu's eyes flickered slightly. Why did he feel? This kid seems to have underestimated him. Chapter 500 Spiritual Duality. After surviving the calamity from gods and demons, there is no so-called reward from heaven and earth. The thunder tribulation in this world is very different from what Bai Donglin had imagined. He thought that after passing the tribulation of gods and demons, he would be like those immortal cultivators, with heaven and earth congratulating him. Immortal light descending from the sky, immortal energy forging his immortal body, and the gate of heaven opening. The reality is that none of these things exist. The only benefit that can be obtained is the mystery of creation in the thunder tribulation, which comes from the thunder itself. This is just the vitality of creation that is naturally born from the extreme destruction. I think this little bit of benefit is not the original intention of the gods and demons' tribulation. The real reason for the cultivator's life-level leap does not come from the charity of this cruel world, but depends entirely on each cultivator himself, relying on the power of rules that he has nurtured and refined. It is the power of rules that fundamentally changes everything about the cultivator. The god and demon tribulation is a simple tribulation, and cultivators can still break through the ninth realm without it. Bai Donglin had to speculate with malicious intent that this calamity between gods and demons was just a set procedure set up by the Mother River to control the number of strong people and screen out certain anomalies. The condition for triggering this program is that the power of rules is smelted and nurtured in the cultivator's body, and he begins to truly come into contact with the most original power of this world. If this is the case, then the Mother River clearly has the ability to make all living beings fail in their tribulation. But it did not do so. Could it be that there is an unknown symbiotic relationship between the two? Bai Donglin lay on a rocking purple bamboo lounge chair, gazing at the sky with his deep eyes, lost in thought. Although he seemed leisurely and calm, earth-shaking changes were taking place in his body. Ever since the power of rules broke out of the SHL, this change has never stopped. He calls it the leap of life. Within the light of origin, 10 Taoist texts of rules formed by the spiritual orifices shine with colorful divine light. This light of rules carries a strange aura and contains complex and mysterious information, illuminating every corner of the body like radiation. After being illuminated by this light, the flesh and blood particles, as well as the soul particles, underwent the most fundamental transformation. They were washed clean of all dust and became crystal clear. The space inside the particles was filled with 10 kinds of regular information, becoming extremely solid. The transformed particles are not only improved in quality, but also thousands of times stronger than before in all aspects. The most important thing is that the transformed particles have the property of being superimposable. This is the origin of the first to sixth extremes of great power, from superposition 10 times to 1 million times. This is the way for normal great power cultivators to improve their strength, instead of being like him, whose great power is entirely granted by the one Yuan Lingqiao. Under normal circumstances, if a cultivator only smelts and breathes one rule, the upper limit of particle superposition is only 1 million times. This value is just a rough estimate based on common practice. It is not actually the case. There will be some deviations depending on the strength of the cultivator's smelting rules. It is more or less, and not consistent. A lot of information flashed through by Donglin's mind. His mind sensed the movements in his body that were more exaggerated than the fission reaction. And a hint of expectation emerged on his face. I have refined a total of 10 rules, all of which are the most advanced and perfect supreme rules. What is the upper limit of my particle superposition? What happened to him was unprecedented, and there was no historical experience to draw on. One had to try it to know what the actual situation was. But according to his speculation, it would definitely not be as simple as increasing tenfold. The higher limit of particle superposition was naturally gratifying, but the resources consumed would have to be increased by a large amount, which made his already poor situation even worse. Almost done. We can start fusing the divine power particles. Bai Donglin's expression became serious, and he slowly closed his eyes. As time accelerated, the aura of rules had permeated every particle in his body, and the dazzling rules and Tao texts also settled down. For physical cultivators to fuse divine particles, 3 things are needed: flesh and blood, spirit, and true spirit dust. Will is the manipulator and glue. The cultivators in the god and demon realm can use the breath of rules to blow the true spirit and blow off the true spirit dust, which is also called the seed of the true spirit, which is an indispensable key to resurrection. Bai Donglin does not have a true spirit, so he does not need to consider this. He only needs to fuse the flesh, blood, and soul with my 6th level will. Fusing the divine power particles is easy. The will shines like a blazing light, real and true, with countless particles floating up and down in the ocean of light. Boom! A loud bang was heard from the depths of his consciousness, and Bai Donglin's extremely hard body of God and devil exploded. It exploded into a strange ball of light, like a sea of stars in the universe, suspended in the void, slowly rotating along a mysterious trajectory. This scorching ball of light is the light of the origin of life. In it, there are 10 Taoist characters connected by a Yuan Lingqiao, shining brightly. Surrounding the ball of light are endless particles, each of which is crystal clear and exudes a powerful aura. Like a series of bright suns, the ball of light trembled slightly, and countless particles emerged, illusory and ethereal. These were soul particles, which, driven by the warm light of will, began to merge with the flesh and blood particles one by one. The speed of the starry sea light ball rotating was getting faster and faster, and the fusion of particles was like a chain reaction. As long as one started, the rest of the endless particles would automatically match and fuse, turning into particles with even more mysterious aura one after another. Buzz. The light gathered and dissipated, and Bai Donglin appeared on the recliner intact. If you observe the inside and outside with your mind, you will find that there seems to be no change from before, and each soul is still in its place. But if you perceive it carefully, the constituent particles have completely changed. Bai Donglin called it the spiritual duality of particles. The same divine power particle suddenly manifests different characteristics. One is essence and the other is spirit. In fact, their essence is the same. This is a completely different life. It is the same in both complexity and simplicity. From now on, there is no such thing as a fatal weakness in the body. Beheading, digging out the heart, even taking out the brains will not have any effect. Each particle is an independent and complete me, containing all my will and information, so to speak. Bai Donglin moved his mind, and a strand of hair fell off. Then it disappeared into nothingness. The strange will observed the hair for a moment, then used it as a base point and revived with full blood. As expected, each of these particles is equivalent to his clone, and can meet the requirements of immortal resurrection. My ability to save my life has skyrocketed again. It's getting harder and harder to die. Bai Donglin nodded with pride in his eyes, and his body had changed more than that. There had been huge improvements in all aspects. With the surge of his will, he instantly grasped everything in his body. His abilities were now powerful and complex. But in reality, there were 4 points to improve his strength. As always, use massive resources to nourish the spiritual orifice. The superposition of divine power particles is like cell division. A particle must first split into 2 halves, absorb energy to recover, and then overlap and superimpose. This improves the body and soul at the same time. To comprehend and sublimate the rules, all you need is a powerful mind, without wasting any resources. Raise your will to the 9th eternal realm. These are the 4 main aspects for Bai Donglin to improve his strength. The last 2 are simple and require little effort, but the resources required for the first 2 are extremely daunting, and there is no end in sight. Oh! I have to go collect resources quickly. What he is consuming at this moment are the resources obtained from the world of gods. But most of these resources are magical weapons, rare treasures, and have not been sold yet. After all, the current level of the Tianluo host is still too low, and they can only be cashed in after the Tianluo space is fully opened. There are not many spiritual stones and spiritual liquids that he can directly consume and use. Bai Donglin suppressed his thoughts, and his eyes fell on the lucky ring. The extremely black ring had now turned into crystal white, emitting bursts of magical aura. My luck is stronger than ever before. A thought flashed through his eyes. These were precious things contributed by countless lives. They could not be wasted, and had to be used wisely. Are you finally done with the statistics? Bai Donglin was stunned, looking at the battle soul mark that was shining inexplicably. This time the efficiency of the battle soul mark was surprisingly low, which was reasonable, because there was no pure spiritual energy in slaughtering the monsters, and the battle soul could not use such an efficient method to count the military merits. Moreover, he was using the robbery cloud, which covered a very wide area. Due to various factors, the difficulty of statistics increased dramatically. Drip drip drip. Master Realm Master, the war merits have been counted. This time you destroyed 2,000 star systems in the core area of the Bird Demon clan, earning a total of 210 million war merits. The corresponding contribution points have been issued. Ding! Lord Realm Master, please take note that the Supreme Council of the human race has voted to determine that your territory is the White God Realm, formerly the Realm of the Gods. The coordinates are as follows. Master Realm Master, you can come to the White God Realm to serve at any time. Here is the basic information of the White God Realm. Please check it out. Bai Donglin's heart moved. He was just worrying about the resources for cultivation, but he didn't expect that they would be delivered to his door immediately. A new official starts with 3 things to do. Just think about it, and you will know that without him saying anything, countless resources will be delivered to his door naturally. But this name, White God Realm, this naming level is indeed far worse than his.